He was merely the most inconspicuous constable in Pingan County's Yamen. Yet upon awakening in this chaotic world of demons and monsters, the first thing he learned was that he would die within 7 days. Never had he imagined that fate would force him to turn around in such a manner. Piercing pain cut through him like a blade into bone as Gu Qingyu suddenly awakened in the darkness. Before his consciousness could stabilize, a chaotic and overwhelming torrent of information crashed into his mind. The Great Wei Dynasty, Pingan County, 10 provinces and 3 islands, the ghostly realm of Yudu, the nation of 10,000 demons, the aquatic clans of the 4 seas, Taoist magic and divine powers standing side by side, demons and spirits intertwining. Terms flooded in like a tide, visions surged like waves, fierce and merciless. Before he could distinguish truth from falsehood, his consciousness was submerged, and his body and mind sank back into slumber. Time passed silently, couldn't tell how long, until distant murmuring voices pulled him back to shallow awareness. Someone in the room was asking anxiously in low tones, their voice suppressing unease and urgency. Someone called for Dr. Lu, someone asked, "How serious is it really?" And others urged, "Just speak plainly if you have something to say." An aged sigh echoed softly in the small room, followed by a cold, harsh judgment. This young man had been wounded by evil spirits at his very life source. And even if the divine physician Zhongjing were here, he could not defy heaven to change fate. With those words, everyone's hearts tightened, and silence pressed down like night at the window. Someone asked how long he could live, the question direct, yet soft. After a moment of contemplation, the old man gave his answer. Even with nourishing medicine to sustain him, 7 days at most. This time, the room seemed drained of all sound. Death was no longer a metaphor, but a reality weighing on everyone's hearts. Gu Qingyu opened his eyes then, breathing slowly and steadily, a faint gray shadow in his gaze. He neither cried out in pain nor complained, only let out a moderate sigh. Someone quickly noticed he had awakened. Their joy unable to hide their embarrassment. Clearly he had heard everything they'd said. The lead constable, Li, was about 40 years old, wearing blue robes and a square cap, his waist sword hanging steadily, his stubbled face appearing rough. He stood by the bed, calmer than anyone yet with the most complex feelings. Gu Qingyu looked up at the old man who was holding his breath and asked in a measured voice whether there was truly no way out. Dr. Lu looked at him and let out an even deeper sigh, saying it wasn't absolutely hopeless, but the path lay in the clouds above Tianshan Mountain, impossible to climb. He explained that with the life source damaged, only something that could replenish the fundamental essence of life could save him. Constable Li immediately pressed him about what could restore the life source. The old man shook his head but offered a legend. In the heavenly pool of Yao Mountain grew 100-year lotus flowers that bloomed once every century and flowered once every century. Consuming one could restore the life source. Everyone's eyes first brightened, then dimmed, hope flaring and quickly fading. They had heard of 100-year lotus flowers before, but such treasures were reserved for the emperor alone. Even the magistrate of Pingan County might never see one, let alone a few constables running errands at the yamen. Someone asked if there was another way. Dr. Lu hesitated briefly, then said there was one more path. If he could forcibly break through to the innate realm within 7 days, there would be a chance for heaven and earth to nourish him back, patching the gaps in his life source. This option was even more difficult than the first. Gu Qingyu was currently only at the 4th level of body refinement. Forget 7 days. Even advancing from body refinement directly to the innate realm in a year would shock the ages, let alone with only a week remaining. Even the most stubborn optimist had to admit this was not a viable path. Gu Qingyu asked if there was a third method. The old man said nothing more, only shook his head. His expression was so calm it showed no defeat, yet conveyed an inescapable coldness. Seeing his silence, Constable Li forced a smile to keep the atmosphere from freezing, telling Qingyu to rest, well, while he returned to the yamen to check the archives and consult Old Wang. Old Wang was well-read and clever. Perhaps he could find some miraculous solution in the ancient texts. The other colleagues also offered comfort, saying they would hunt down the demon that had injured him to seek justice, and that they would be there if he needed anything. Gu Qingyu thanked them politely and tactfully suggested that since night was deep, they should all return home to rest. Most could see his emotions were unstable and worried he wanted to be alone, so after a few courteous words, they all took their leave. The door closed, and silence settled back into the room. Gu Qingyu went through all the options one by one. The 100-year lotus flower was beyond his reach. The innate realm was beyond his grasp. With humble status and poor background, having neither money nor influence, he couldn't even speak of borrowing opportunities. The 7-day limit was like a bottomless well. He thought that forget 7 days, even 7 years might not be enough. Suddenly, a clear notification sound rang in his mind. A series of dings, like a key forcibly prying open the door of despair. The taming system had been activated. System binding in progress. System binding successful. Introductory information dispatched. Gained 10 growth points. In his vision, a panel appeared that only he could see, with concise light and clear information. Host: Gu Qingyu. Level: 4. Remaining lifespan: 7 days. Growth points: 10. Evolution points: 0. Skill: Black Wind Blade Technique Level 1. These words carried a coldness yet unmistakably outlined his current predicament at the 4th level of body refinement. His life thread had only 7 days left. The system's explanation was straightforward. It only dealt with taming and evolution, using animals as intermediaries to enable transformation, and the host could share some traits. This function didn't appear to be a life-saving remedy or a breakthrough elixir at first glance, seemingly unrelated to the concept of survival. Gu Qingyu silently thought, "This isn't right." He patiently reread the explanation, comparing each point to his own predicament, logically piecing it together. If he could share traits, then it wasn't just speed or strength, it could also include eyesight, smell, and even lifespan. He thought of turtles. Turtles are known for their long lifespans, a common knowledge. If he could tame a turtle with an exceptionally long life and allow it to evolve, could he share its longevity? If so, the 7-day limit could be mitigated, and while the life source remained unhealed, he would no longer be pressed by time. With an extended lifespan, he would have ample time to cultivate, accumulate strength, and push through to that narrow threshold. Once he reached the innate realm, heaven and earth would naturally mend the fractures in his life source, turning the tides of life and death. Once this idea formed, his breathing became steadier, the grayness in his eyes lessened, and a narrow but stable path opened in his heart. He didn't remain lying down. Although still weak and injured, his steps were resolute. He got up, changed his clothes, and tied his belt, moving swiftly yet cautiously. The night outside had not yet faded. The wooden corridor felt chilly as he stepped out. His resolve firm was going to find a turtle. After leaving the house, Gu Qingyu headed to the fish market. The fish market in Ping'an Town was the largest seafood trading hub in town, where besides fish and shrimp, one could occasionally find water prawns and other rare delicacies during the right season. When it came to where he might find turtles for sale, this was the first place that came to mind. "Boss, do you know where I can buy turtles?" He approached a fish stall at random and got straight to the point. The fish vendor looked up, somewhat wary of Gu Qingyu's constable uniform. "What does the officer need turtles for?" "For good luck," Gu Qingyu replied flatly. Hearing this, the vendor immediately dropped his suspicion and eagerly gave directions. "Sir, if you walk a few hundred meters ahead to the dock, you'll see an old fisherman who often sets up a small stall there. He has all sorts of strange and wonderful things." "Where's the dock?" The vendor pointed. "Just keep walking straight." "All right, thank you." Gu Qingyu nodded and smiled. His words of thanks startled the vendor, who shrank his neck. The constables weren't usually this polite. After a moment of confusion, he suddenly looked at the fish on his stall with understanding and quickly tried to curry favor. "Does the officer like fish? I'll give you one for free." "No need, no need." Seeing Gu Qingyu still declining, the vendor thought the portion wasn't enough and gritted his teeth as he grabbed an even larger fish. "Then let me give you another one." "Really, it's not necessary." Gu Qingyu waved his hand and walked away without looking back. Watching his retreating figure, the vendor stood there holding 2 fish in bewilderment. This officer was truly different from the others. Following the directions, Gu Qingyu arrived at the dock. The morning breeze carried cool, moist air. An old fisherman sat cross-legged by the shore, his trouser legs rolled up high, a bamboo hat covering half his face, wisps of smoke curling from his pipe. A fish basket sat in front of him, an old wooden boat was tied behind him, and he looked completely at ease. "Boss, do you have any turtles for sale?" Gu Qingyu got straight to the point. Hearing business come his way, the old fisherman took a couple of puffs from his pipe, lifted his bamboo hat with one hand, revealing sun-weathered, dark and weathered skin, and smiled warmly. "Sir, I do indeed have some. What kind are you looking for? Let me see what you have first." The old fisherman nodded and brought over another fish basket from his wooden boat. "Sir, please take a look. 3 grass turtles." Grass turtles, also called golden thread turtles or longevity turtles. Gu Qingyu's heart skipped a beat. Perhaps one of them was exactly what he needed. "Let me have a closer look." He took the fish basket and looked down to see 3 turtles indeed resting inside. Without hesitation, he activated the taming interface. Ding! Tameable creature detected. Generating data. Before long, Gu Qingyu felt his vision blur momentarily as an attribute panel materialized before his eyes. Name: Grass Turtle. Level 0. Skills: None. Taming recommendation: Not recommended. Name: Grass Turtle. Level 0. Skills: None. Taming recommendation: Not recommended. Name: Weakened Green Turtle. Level 0. Skills: Green Shell. Taming recommendation: Recommended. As the panel finished scrolling, Gu Qingyu instinctively looked toward the fish basket. Inside were 3 turtles. 2 grass turtles were lively and active, while the green turtle huddled in a corner with a dull shell, yet its eyes showed more intelligence than the other 2. "Shopkeeper, I'll take this turtle." He pointed at the green turtle. The old fisherman looked hesitant. "Sir, are you certain? This one looks the most listless." Gu Qingyu smiled. Please speak your mind, old man. The fisherman sighed. To be honest, sir, if you're just looking for longevity and good fortune, you'd better choose another one. This one seems sick and probably won't live long. 1,000-year tortoise, tenth sandier turtle. I am betting on its longevity. Gu Qingyu remained unmoved. It only appears weak, but it's actually healthier than those two. Seeing Gu Qingyu's insistence, the old fisherman couldn't persuade him further. He considered simply giving it away. If you like it, just take it. I was planning to throw it out anyway. I still need to pay. Gu Qingyu searched through his pockets and found only 30 copper coins, tossing the purse onto the stall. This is all I have. I can't accept this. I can't. The old fisherman hurried to his feet to chase after him, but when he looked up, the gentleman had already vanished around the street corner. Back home, Gu Qingyu gently placed the green turtle on his desk. The turtle lay with its limbs sprawled weakly, barely moving at all. If not for the panel indicating it still had life force, he would have thought it was already dead. Open panel. Whoosh. A light screen visible only to him unfolded. Ding. Tameable creature detected. Taming requires 10 growth points. Do you wish to proceed with taming? Yes. Ding. The taming system has uniqueness and cannot be changed. Do you confirm taming? Gu Qingyu paused slightly. Uniqueness meant that once he bonded with the green turtle, he could only tame it in the future. But with only 7 days left to live, he couldn't worry about the future now. Confirm. Ding. Consuming 10 growth points. Taming in progress. White light seeped from the cracks in the green turtle's shell as pale green runes appeared on its surface scales. Its palm-sized body gradually expanded until it reached the size of a bull's mouth before stopping. Ding. Green turtle has evolved into Celestial Green Turtle. A new attribute panel popped up. Tamed Beast, Celestial Green Turtle. Level 4. Shared skills. Black Wind Blade Technique Level 1. Green Essence Armor Level 1. Gu Qingyu's spirits lifted as he immediately pulled up his own panel. Host, Gu Qingyu. Level 4. Remaining lifespan, 15 years and 7 days. Growth points, 0. Evolution points, 0. Skills, Black Wind Blade Technique Level 1. Green Essence Armor Level 1. What was originally 7 days of remaining life had now become 15 years. Gu Qingyu stared at the panel, his heart pounding wildly. The dramatic surge in lifespan proved that he had indeed shared the life force from the Tianyuan Azure Turtle. As long as he continued taming it, lifespans of thousands, or even tens of thousands of years would no longer be mere fantasy. But immediately after, he thought about the growth points and evolution points required for taming. The 10 growth points gifted by the system had been completely consumed when taming the Tianyuan Azure Turtle earlier, leaving him with none. Fortunately, the manual had already clearly stated how to obtain them: devouring and hunting. As long as he let the Tianyuan Azure Turtle devour living creatures, or hunted demons himself for the turtle to consume, growth points and evolution points would flow endlessly. After pondering for a moment, Gu Qingyu formulated 2 paths. First, release the Tianyuan Azure Turtle into rivers and lakes, letting it devour aquatic creatures on its own to gain evolution points. Second, venture out himself to hunt demons and monsters, then feed their flesh and blood to the Tianyuan Azure Turtle. After weighing his strength, he chose the first option. With his current 4th heaven body tempering cultivation, attempting to slay demons alone would be extremely difficult. It would be better to let the Azure Turtle develop quietly first. Once its level increased and they both grew stronger together, hunting demons wouldn't be too late after all. His level was bound to the Tianyuan Azure Turtles, so as long as the turtle leveled up, his strength would rise accordingly. Having made up his mind, he turned to examine the now-tamed Tianyuan Azure Turtle. Running his hand over its shell, he noticed a faint azure light flowing across the surface, immediately recalling the Azure Origin armor mentioned in the manual. Just how sturdy was this protective armor? Gu Qingyu drew the narrow blade from his waist and struck down with full force. Clang! The azure light blazed brightly. The blade rebounded, his palm went numb, and he nearly lost his grip on the weapon. It felt like striking solid stone. A mere level 1 Azure Origin armor could actually withstand his full-powered strike at 4th heaven body tempering? By this calculation, it could resist the full-force attacks of 5th heaven body tempering. Gu Qingyu's eyes lit up with excitement. With this defense alone, there probably wasn't a single demon in Little Pingan County that could harm the Tianyuan Azure Turtle. Looking at the shell again, the azure glow had dimmed considerably, clearly indicating that activating the Azure Origin armor consumed the luminous energy. He reached out again, wanting to touch the turtle's head. Before he could make contact, the Tianyuan Azure Turtle extended its head forward on its own, gently nuzzling against his palm with obvious affection. Gu Qingyu could clearly sense the goodwill from his contracted beast, making him even more amazed by the taming system. That night, mist rose from the waters of Sambao River. Gu Qingyu carried the Tianyuan Azure Turtle into the shallow water, moonlight spreading silver radiance across the surface. He whispered a few instructions, then released his hold. Splash! The Tianyuan Green Turtle transformed completely once it entered the water, disappearing without a trace in mere moments. Through the taming system's connection with the spirit beast, Gu Qingyu could precisely track the turtle's location and every movement, while clearly sensing that he seemed capable of controlling the creature's thoughts. He closed his eyes and let his consciousness sink into that mysterious bond. In an instant, he felt as though he was being dragged into the deep river waters. When he opened his eyes again, he was surrounded by azure currents, having somehow become the Tianyuan Green Turtle. Just as confusion began to rise, a fierce wave of hunger suddenly struck him, leaving only one thought in his mind: eat. His gaze swept across the water plants, where finger-length small fish swam among the leaves. With a stroke of his forelimbs, his body shot forward like an arrow, reaching his target in a flash with the explosive power of a fourth-level spirit beast equivalent to the fourth heaven of body refinement. A dark shadow flashed by, sharp jaws snapped shut, and the small fish became a delicious morsel in his mouth. As he crunched it down, there was none of the fishy stench that human taste buds would detect, only satisfaction and pleasure. Ding. Growth points, 0.1. Only 0.1 points for one small fish. Gu Qingyu quickly swallowed the fish meat and looked around. The Sambao River was vast, with fishermen working its waters year-round, so fish were hardly scarce. He decided to hunt multiple fish along the watergrass edges. Ding. Growth points, 0.1. Ding. Growth points, 0.1. Ding. Growth points, 0.01. After accumulating 5 growth points, his body showed no obvious changes, and the benefits from small fish kept diminishing. Gu Qingyu realized that relying on quantity alone would be too slow, so he left the shallow waters and dove toward the depths of Sambao River, searching for more substantial prey. The water grew darker, and a sinister black shadow entered his field of vision. A black fish over half a meter long lurked there, its fangs gleaming white and sending chills down his spine. Gu Qingyu pressed against the rocky wall, observing the black fish's movements. Its tail fin swayed gently as it slowly patrolled the area, then suddenly locked onto a small fish. Its eyes flashed with an eerie green light as its body shot forward. The small fish sensed the danger and quickly darted behind a blue stone. But the black fish didn't hesitate. It opened its massive maw and crushed both stone and fish into fragments, the debris scattering in the current in a terrifying display. Good heavens, that's brutal. Gu Qingyu marveled silently. He knew that with his current fourth heaven body refinement strength, he could only shatter stones using tools. This creature looked like it was about to become a spirit. Gu Qingyu quickly pulled at the surrounding water plants to conceal his form. All he wanted was to develop quietly and avoid trouble, so he had no intention of provoking this black fish. After all, he couldn't guarantee that his turtle shell was harder than that blue stone. Even with his Qingyuan armor skill, he had no idea how many bites from this black fish it could withstand. But just as he was carefully manipulating the water plants to hide himself, the black fish suddenly fixed its gaze on him. Its dull, emotionless fish eyes gleamed with cold light. This made his heart skip a beat. With a whoosh of churning water, the black fish swiftly swam toward him. The black fish was extremely fast, appearing even faster than a fourth-level Tianyuan Green Turtle. It opened its massive mouth full of sharp teeth and viciously bit down at him. Gu Qingyu instinctively retracted his limbs and head. From the corner of his eye, he saw the black fish's razor-sharp teeth and the blue light emanating from his own shell. Clang! It sounded like a metal door slamming shut on someone's head. Gu Qingyu felt his internal organs shake and his head spin with dizziness. This is it, this is the end. The shell has to hold up. As Gu Qingyu cowered, waiting for the black fish's next attack, it never came. What's going on? After quite a while, Gu Qingyu slowly poked his head out a little from his shell, but couldn't see the black fish anywhere. Where did it go? He fully extended his head and looked up to see the previously arrogant black fish now floating belly up above him. Its dull eyes had rolled back, apparently knocked unconscious. In its mouth, what had been a full set of sharp teeth now had a gap where several teeth had been knocked out. This. Gu Qingyu quickly snapped back to attention. Strike while the iron is hot. Without hesitation, he extended his turtle head and bit into the black fish's belly, then began chewing voraciously. Ding. Gained 5 growth points. Ding. Gained 1 evolution point. Evolution points? Gu Qingyu was stunned for a moment. He had just caught and killed dozens of small fish, if not 20, then at least 50, yet hadn't gained a single evolution point. But after eating just 1 black fish, he had obtained 1 evolution point. He looked down at the turtle's claws scratching fine traces across the pebbles on the riverbed, quickly summoning that familiar pale blue panel in his mind. Even while inhabiting this turtle body, the data still appeared clearly. Host, Gu Qingyu. Level 4. Remaining lifespan, 15 years and 7 days. Growth points, 10. Evolution points, 1. Skills, Black Wind Blade Technique Level 1, Azure Armor Level 1. Tamed Beast, Tianyuan Azure Turtle. Level 4. Skills, Black Wind Blade Technique Level 1, Azure Armor Level 1. Growth points can directly increase the Tianyuan Azure Turtle's level, that much I understand. But what exactly are evolution points for? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a cold, mechanical voice responded. Ding. Evolution points can upgrade skill levels or evolve tamed beasts. I see. Gu Qingyu's spirits lifted slightly as he stared at that solitary evolution point. Evolve the Tianyuan Azure Turtle. Ding. Insufficient evolution points. He froze, quickly asking, how many evolution points do I need? Ding. 10 points. What about upgrading skills? Ding. 1 point. In that case, he decisively allocated the evolution point to Azure Armor. Upgrade Azure Armor skill. Ding. Upgrade successful. Current Azure Armor level, 2. The next moment, a subtle yet distinct sense of resilience surged from deep within the turtle shell. Gu Qingyu flexed his limbs, feeling that the shell seemed thicker and had gained an additional layer of flexibility inside. If that black fish bites me again, my internal organs shouldn't be shaken into dizziness anymore, he estimated silently. On the riverbed, a black fish skeleton picked clean floated among the water plants, reminding him of this turtle body's astonishing appetite. Dozens of small fish, plus one black fish larger than himself, had only left him half satisfied, with a hollow feeling in his belly. Gu Qingyu couldn't help but wonder if the Tianyuan Azure Turtle's stomach contained some hidden dimension. Sigh. He let out a soft breath, feeling even more grateful that he had originally released the Tianyuan Azure Turtle into the Sambao River. Otherwise, just feeding it would have driven him mad. His gaze returned to the panel, where only blank evolution points remained, while he still had 10 growth points. How many growth points does it take to upgrade the Tianyuan Azure Turtle? Ding. 10 points. Perfect. Gu Qingyu invested all his growth points without hesitation. Ding. Taming successful. Ding. Level increased to 5. A flash of light appeared, and the panel refreshed. Host, Gu Qingyu. Level 5. Remaining lifespan, 15 years and 7 days. Growth points, 0. Evolution points, 0. Skills, Black Wind Blade Technique Level 1, Azure Armor Level 2. Tamed Beast, Tianyuan Azure Turtle, Level 5, 5 skills, Black Wind Blade Technique Level 1, Azure Origin Armor Level 2. Due to the taming system's attribute sharing between host and tamed beast, the moment the Tianyuan Azure Turtle advanced to Level 5 and the Azure Origin Armor reached Level 2, Gu Qingyu's own cultivation broke through simultaneously. Also reaching Level 5 and unlocking the second-level Azure Origin Armor, this was precisely the fifth heaven of body tempering. A warm current spread through his limbs and bones, making his muscles and skeleton feel as light and powerful as if they had been reforged. Gu Qingyu stretched his body, and when he opened his eyes, his consciousness had already withdrawn from the Tianyuan Azure Turtle and returned to his own body. The night breeze brushed against his face as he looked up at the moon, realizing it was already deep into the night. If not for the surging power coursing through his body, he might have doubted that his recent experience was merely a fleeting dream. My consciousness just completely controlled the Tianyuan Azure Turtle. Is this the taming system's doing? He murmured to himself, falling into brief contemplation. As his thoughts turned, a bold idea surfaced. Since he could seize control of the Tianyuan Azure Turtle at will, didn't that mean he possessed a second avatar? Avatars were legendary techniques that only the most powerful masters could wield. At this thought, his breathing quickened involuntarily. Though both his main body and avatar were still weak, with the taming system at his disposal, he was confident he could eventually become a regional overlord. It's getting late, time to head back. Sensing that the Tianyuan Azure Turtle in the Sambao River had fallen asleep, he lingered no longer and returned home along the quiet streets. The next morning, Gu Qingyu rose early and confirmed through their mental connection that the Azure Turtle was still slumbering. With nothing else to occupy his time, he decided to head to the government office. Qingyu, why aren't you resting at home? What brings you to the office? His colleagues asked in surprise upon seeing him. To work, of course. Gu Qingyu waved dismissively with a smile. Now that his body had recovered, he couldn't afford to stop working and lose his income. Besides, the government office occasionally dealt with demons and monsters. If he could capture a few and exchange them for growth points, it would be a shortcut to cultivation. Work? His colleague scratched his head. Are you really all right? What could be wrong with me? Gu Qingyu rolled his eyes, then asked, where's the chief? I need to speak with him. The chief is in the archives. You can find him there. Got it. He turned toward the archives. Qingyu. Just then, Chief Constable Li emerged from the archives and spotted him immediately, his usually composed face showing a hint of confusion. Chief, I was getting restless at home and wanted to find something to do at the office. Your health. It's fine. I'm completely recovered, Gu Qingyu quickly explained. Chief Constable Li hesitated for a moment, then said, very well, Old Wong could use some help. You can start by organizing case files. Chief, Gu Qingyu interrupted. Have there been any recent cases involving demons harming people? Chief Constable Li frowned. You want to work on cases? Yes. Gu Qingyu nodded. Are you sure your body can handle it? Absolutely. Chief Constable Li shook his head with a sigh. There are no such cases. How can there be none? Gu Qingyu felt puzzled. Weren't they usually swamped with work? Why were there no cases lately? In the Yaman's records office, Captain Li flipped through case files without looking up. Bad timing. All the recent cases have already been assigned. Gu Qingyu persisted. Are any of the ongoing investigations short-handed? No. Captain Li glanced up with an indifferent expression. At most, Old Wang in the archives might need someone to run errands. With that single remark, Captain Li saw right through Gu Qingyu's thoughts. The captain was deliberately brushing him off, worried his body couldn't handle the strain. Gu Qingyu grew anxious. Captain, I'm really fine now. Why won't you believe me? Captain Li narrowed his eyes. Did you consume 100-year lotus? No. Have you broken through to the innate realm? No. I see. Captain Li immediately walked past him toward the main gate. Captain. Gu Qingyu hurried after him, growing restless. If he remained idle like this, his chances to slay demons and monsters would be cut off, and he'd have no way to gain growth points. Where are you going? I can still help. Captain Li waved dismissively without turning around. I have a case. Don't follow me. Are you short-handed? No. Just as the two reached the Yaman entrance, a white-haired old fisherman came stumbling toward them, gasping for breath. Sir, I need to report a case. Gu Qingyu found him familiar, and upon hearing his voice, suddenly remembered wasn't this the very fisherman who had sold him the green turtle last night? He quickly reached out to steady the man. Elder, what's wrong? Take your time. The old fisherman caught his breath and looked up, recognizing Gu Qingyu. Sir, this morning I was fishing at Sambao River and pulled up a corpse. It looks like the work of a water ghost. A water ghost? Gu Qingyu's eyes lit up. Yes, sir. Please send some officers to investigate. Very well. I'll dispatch someone immediately, Captain Li responded. Gu Qingyu immediately turned around. Captain, didn't you say everyone's hands were full? How about letting me take this case? Captain Li frowned. A minor water ghost hardly qualified as a malevolent spirit, and with Gu Qingyu's years of investigative experience, it should pose no major problem. Still, he sought confirmation. Are you certain you can handle it? Don't worry, I'm really fine. Gu Qingyu's tone was resolute. Captain Li fell silent for a moment. Knowing Gu Qingyu's stubborn nature, he'd rather risk his life than step back from the front lines. Finally, he nodded. Very well, go ahead. But if anything goes wrong, call for backup immediately. Understood. With that, Gu Qingyu followed the old fisherman and quickly left the Yaman. As he crossed the threshold, he couldn't help but glance back. Feeling something odd, Captain Li, usually a man of few words, had been unusually repetitive with his warnings today. Something was definitely off. Watching Gu Qingyu's figure fade into the distance, Captain Li let out a long sigh. Qingyu is a good kid, but he only has a few days left to live. At this thought, Captain Li suddenly clenched his fists, remembering that mysterious figure from that night. If not for that person, such a good kid like Qingyu wouldn't have damaged his life essence. By the Sambao River, the morning mist had yet to fully dissipate, leaving the water's surface shrouded in vapor. An old fisherman, holding a bamboo pole dripping with moisture, led the way ahead. Gu Qingyu followed behind, his feet sinking into the muddy riverbank until they reached a cluster of withered reeds, where he finally saw the corpse bale and bloated from being soaked in the river water. Sir, this is the one I mentioned. The old fisherman's voice was hoarse, yet he showed no fear. Having fished for many years, he had pulled more than a handful of drowning victims from the water. The first couple of times were frightening, but after seeing so many, you become numb to it. Gu Qingyu's gaze sharpened. Where did you fish it out? Right there in the middle of the river. The old fisherman raised his hand toward the water, where light danced on the rippling surface. I caught it in my net this morning. There were still water weeds tangled around his leg. I suspect it's the work of a water ghost. Gu Qingyu didn't respond, instead crouching down to examine the body. Indeed, there were marks on the right leg where water weeds had bound it tightly. Using the secret investigative methods of the magistrate's office, his brow furrowed darkly. This person's soul was missing, a situation remarkably similar to a water ghost's killing. Water ghosts were typically formed from those who drowned accidentally or threw themselves into rivers in despair, transformed into malevolent spirits through the unique spiritual forces of this realm. In Gu Qingyu's previous world, a place devoid of spiritual energy, even if people filled the riverbed with their suicides, such evil entities could never be born. Each world indeed nurtures its own monsters. The old fisherman rubbed his weathered, cracked hands and asked anxiously, Sir, if there really is a water ghost, I won't dare cast my nets again. Gu Qingyu explained gravely. Water ghosts lurk at the bottom of rivers, secretly dragging people down to serve as their substitutes. Once a water ghost finds a substitute, it can be reborn, while the substitute becomes the next water ghost, perpetuating the cycle of harm. He first reassured the man, Don't worry, then asked, Old man, do you recognize this corpse? Did this person have any family while alive? The old fisherman stared at the face, so swollen it was nearly unrecognizable, and found himself at a loss. Bloated like this, even his own parents probably couldn't identify him completely. Gu Qingyu sighed softly. If we knew his name, summoning his soul would be much easier. The old fisherman looked surprised. Sir, you're going to summon his soul? Gu Qingyu nodded. It takes time for a water ghost to forge a substitute. If we can summon the deceased soul back now, we can both prevent him from becoming a substitute and draw out the water ghost to eliminate the source of trouble. Then why not return to the magistrate's office first to check the missing person's records? The old fisherman suggested. Gu Qingyu shook his head. That would take considerable time. If the corpse's soul is refined during our absence, we'll have much greater difficulty finding the water ghost. Then, what should we do? After a moment of contemplation, a cold gleam flashed in Gu Qingyu's eyes. Summon the soul directly. The old fisherman drew in a sharp breath. Gu Qingyu explained clearly. Having a name certainly makes it easier, but it's not essential. As long as the practitioner has sufficient cultivation, one can summon a soul using just the corpse. The old fisherman asked nervously. And your cultivation, sir? It should be adequate, I suppose. Gu Qingyu pondered for a moment before responding. If I were still at the fourth heaven of body refinement, it would naturally be impossible. Fortunately, last night I had already broken through to the fifth heaven. Though it was only a minor advancement, it was enough to barely utilize the soul summoning technique recorded in the Yaman's archives. Gu Qingyu wasted no more time, closing his eyes to recall every incantation and hand seal from that scripture. This soul summoning art was originally a minor folk technique with simple procedures. Even those without any cultivation could barely perform it, though with extremely poor results. The deeper one's cultivation, the higher the success rate. Gu Qingyu raised both arms, his fingers twisting and joints making soft cracking sounds as he formed the soul-binding seal from the Yaman's manual. Between his lips and teeth, he chanted in a low voice, brilliant and radiant, the sun rises in the east. His voice echoed across the silent riverbank in the early morning. As the hand seals continuously shifted, he clearly felt the newly solidified qi in his dantian being drawn out by some invisible force, surging through his meridians to his fingertips, condensing within the seals. As the incantation reached its end, his eyes suddenly snapped open, his fingertips pointing directly at the corpse by his feet as he commanded in a deep voice. Decree. Silence. The morning mist drifted gently over the lake's surface, but not a single wisp of soul light appeared. His brows instantly knitted together. No response. Gu Qingyu looked up to scan the grayish-white water surface, confirming it remained completely empty. My lord, what's wrong? The old fisherman beside him asked carefully, leaning on his boat pole. The soul-summoning technique shows no response. Gu Qingyu narrowed his eyes slightly, murmuring to himself. Could the soul have already been refined into a substitute ghost by the water ghost? But even if the soul had been refined into a substitute ghost, the soul-summoning technique should at least create some connection with the corpse. It shouldn't be completely silent. Unless... My lord, what does this mean? The old fisherman asked again when he saw him lost in thought without speaking. Warning bells rang in Gu Qingyu's mind. This case might be more troublesome than expected. This corpse very likely wasn't the water ghost's handiwork. Instead of answering directly, he countered with a question. Tell me in detail, how exactly did you discover this body? The old fisherman scratched his grizzled beard, trying hard to remember. Early this morning, I sailed out to fish. When I passed the center of Sambao River, I saw him floating face up on the water, so I dragged him back. So you didn't pull him up from the bottom, but retrieved him directly from the surface? Gu Qingyu confirmed. Yes, my lord. The old fisherman nodded vigorously. Gu Qingyu lowered his gaze in contemplation. My lord, is there something else going on here? The old man asked hesitantly. I suspect he wasn't killed by a water ghost. Gu Qingyu looked up, his tone certain. What? The old fisherman was stunned. But he died in the lake, with water weeds wrapped around his legs. It's obvious he was dragged down by a water ghost. Who told you that someone with water weeds on their legs must have died by a water ghost's hand? Gu Qingyu countered. The old fisherman hurried to explain. My lord, you don't understand. I've been fishing in Sambao River for decades and seen many drowned bodies. Whenever it's a water ghost doing, there's always water weeds tied around the legs. Gu Qingyu shook his head, his tone firm. This person absolutely wasn't harmed by a water ghost. The old fisherman sighed and shook his head, saying no more. He grumbled inwardly. This lord is really stubborn, just like last night when buying the turtle. I kindly warned him that grass turtle wouldn't live long, but he insisted on buying it anyway. Gu Qingyu squatted down again, brushing aside the strand of water weed at the corpse's ankle, then examining the mouth, nose, and fingertips with meticulous care. After a moment, he withdrew his hands, his gaze grave. Old sir, I'd like to ask you a few questions. Although the old fisherman was deeply puzzled, he still said, Please speak, sir. Gu Qingyu withdrew his appraising gaze and softened his tone. You've been fishing on the Sambao River for so many years, you must be the person most familiar with this river. The old fisherman stroked his graying beard, straightened his back, and spoke with pride. You're absolutely right, sir. This old man has no other skills, but when it comes to who knows the Sambao River best, It's definitely me. Gu Qingyu nodded in confirmation, then suddenly changed the subject. If someone killed a person and wanted to throw the body into the river, where would be the most suitable place? This question startled the old fisherman so much that his eyelids twitched, and he waved his hands frantically. Sir, please don't suspect that I did it. Gu Qingyu immediately shook his head. No, old man, don't misunderstand. If you had really done it, why would you have run to the yamen to report it? I just think the man's death is suspicious and doesn't seem like the work of water spirits, so I'm seeking your advice. Only then did the old fisherman breathe a sigh of relief, muttering under his breath, this old man is a law-abiding citizen. Please don't wrongly accuse me. I won't. Gu Qingyu assured him repeatedly. After pondering for a moment, the old fisherman slowly organized his thoughts. If someone really wanted to dump a body, they'd definitely have to avoid crowded places. His eyebrows shot up as something suddenly occurred to him. Sir, I've thought of a place. Gu Qingyu's eyes lit up. Where? The old fisherman raised his calloused hand and pointed upstream. There's a bamboo grove upstream on the Sambao River, and hidden within the grove is a small path, extremely secluded. For dumping a body, that place would be most convenient. Let's go, take me there. Gu Qingyu was ready to set off immediately. The old fisherman glanced at the corpse on the shore, his tone hesitant. But, this person. We'll just take a quick look and come right back. It won't take long. Gu Qingyu's tone brooked no argument. The old fisherman had no choice but to agree. All right. He hurried to his small fishing boat and waved. Sir, please board. The water route is much shorter. If we go by land, it would take quite a bit of effort. Gu Qingyu boarded the boat nimbly. The morning mist had not yet cleared from the river surface. The old fisherman stood at the stern, lightly pushing with his long pole, the water gurgling softly. Though nearly 60, his movements with the pole were steady and powerful, without even breaking into heavy breathing. The Sambao River was wide with gentle currents, and the small boat glided as if on a mirror. Before long, the green shadows of the bamboo grove came into view. The old fisherman steered the boat to shore, braced his foot against a rock to secure it, and turned back. Sir, we've arrived. Gu Qingyu stepped ashore and bowed his hands in thanks. Thank you for your trouble, old man. The old fisherman waved his hand with a kind smile. No trouble at all. After several interactions, he had discovered that although this constable was somewhat stubborn, he was courteous in speech and thorough in etiquette, quite different from other yamen runners he had encountered. His favorable impression growing, he couldn't help but strike up conversation. Sir, this old man has a question he'd like to ask. Please speak, old man. You insist that the man wasn't killed by water spirits, but for some other reason how could you tell? So that was the question. Gu Qingyu smiled and explained. Old man, you may not know this, but once the soul-summoning secret arts of the magistrate's office are performed, as long as the soul remains in this world, there will definitely be some response. But when I cast the spell just now, you saw it yourself, there wasn't even the slightest ripple. The old fisherman immediately pressed further. Then in your opinion, sir, was that person not killed by a water ghost? Gu Qingyu nodded, his voice calm, yet certain. The failure of the soul summoning can only mean that this person's soul is no longer between heaven and earth. Simply put, his soul has been completely scattered. But water ghosts kill people to find substitutes for the dead. They need intact souls and would never let them dissipate completely. The river wind swept past, carrying a faint fishy smell, and the two men looked at each other for a moment. The old fisherman frowned. If what you say is true, sir, then that person was killed by evil spirits. But why aren't we searching for these evil spirits? Why are we instead looking for suitable places to dump bodies? Gu Qingyu pondered briefly, his gaze sweeping over the foam churning on the river surface. I have 2 questions I'd like your guidance on, old man. The old fisherman grew puzzled and cupped his hands. Please speak, sir. First, can you tell the identity of that corpse? The old fisherman recalled the pale, waterlogged body from earlier and shook his head with a sigh. The face was beyond recognition. This old man couldn't tell. I suspect he might have been a porter, that is, a peddler who carried goods on a pole to sell. The old fisherman was startled. How can you tell, sir? Gu Qingyu gestured with his hands. Did you notice that the man's palms were covered with calluses, but different from those of farmers who till the fields, and unlike you fishermen who constantly handle oars and nets? More importantly, there were also thick calluses on his shoulders. These are precisely the marks left by years of carrying loads on a pole. The old fisherman concentrated on remembering, and indeed recalled the rough calluses on the corpse's palms and shoulders, causing him to furrow his brow. If he truly was a peddler who carried goods to sell, it means one thing. Gu Qingyu shifted his tone. The old fisherman hadn't yet grasped the meaning and instinctively asked, what does it mean? He almost certainly wouldn't have come to Sambao River on his own. The old fisherman was stunned. Gu Qingyu continued, a porter's range of activity is mainly within Ping'an County town. Even if his business extended widely, he wouldn't reach Sambao River at the easternmost edge of Ping'an County. In other words, he wouldn't have been casually strolling by the river, happened to encounter passing evil spirits and then been randomly thrown into the river. The water surface was stirred into small waves by the wind, but the old fisherman still wouldn't give up. What if that person lived near Sambao River? You know, sir, my neighbors and I all live here. Most of you who live by the river make your living by fishing, Gu Qingyu countered. How many do you know who go to the county town to work as peddlers carrying goods? The old fisherman thought carefully and shook his head. Not a single one. Gu Qingyu sighed softly. The second question, have you ever seen evil spirits kill someone and then specifically throw the corpse into a river? The old fisherman hesitated for a moment before answering. This old man has lived most of his life and seen quite a few cases of evil spirits harming people. As for throwing bodies into rivers afterward, that's indeed extremely rare. Gu Qingyu raised an eyebrow to correct him. Not extremely rare, there simply aren't any. Evil spirits act mysteriously. After killing, if they fear pursuit by the authorities, they mostly hide and cultivate in secret. Why would they make an extra trip for such pointless body disposal? The old fisherman suddenly understood but still pressed. Then what do you mean, sir? Gu Qingyu looked toward the increasingly dim sky in the distance, his tone steady. I suspect that in this case of evil spirits harming people, someone has interfered. This is also why I'm not rushing to find the evil spirits, but came first to look for the body disposal site. The old fisherman understood and praised repeatedly. Your wisdom is remarkable, sir. Gu Qingyu smiled faintly. Moreover, evil spirits are elusive and unpredictable. Finding them directly would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. If there really is someone secretly involved catching a person, wouldn't that be much simpler than catching evil spirits? After hearing this explanation, the old fisherman's doubts were largely dispelled, and he began to admire the young constable before him. He had initially thought that someone so young would lack experience, but he hadn't expected such meticulous thinking. Suddenly, he remembered yesterday's grass turtle and couldn't help but wonder. Could I have really misjudged the situation? Come on, old man. Let's go check the bamboo grove first to see if there are any clues. Sir, follow me. I know the paths through the bamboo grove. I'll trouble you to lead the way, old man. No trouble at all. No trouble at all. The old fisherman stopped overthinking and took the lead. The bamboo grove grew along the Sambao River, with dense bamboo shadows and considerable expanse. After weaving through for a while, they reached the small path that hugged the riverbank. The ground was covered with thick fallen leaves that crumbled underfoot, clearly abandoned for a long time. The old fisherman casually explained, Sir, only locals know about this path. People rarely come here, so it's been left untended for ages. Gu Qingyu suddenly frowned. After breaking through to the 5th level of body refinement, his eyesight and hearing far exceeded ordinary people's. From several yards away, he spotted a series of messy footprints on the path. Clearly someone had passed through recently. He quickly stepped forward and crouched down to examine them closely. The footprints varied in depth, with little leaf coverage, indicating they were made within 3 days. The old fisherman beside him also widened his eyes. Sir, these footprints. They belong to a young man, but his steps were unsteady. Gu Qingyu followed the tracks forward, measuring and deducing as he went. 2 round trips. The footprints coming in are deeper than mine, but much shallower on the return. Must have been carrying something heavy when he came. So this person could really be the one who dumped the body in the river? The old fisherman's heart tightened. Despite Gu Qingyu's methodical analysis, he still found it hard to believe someone would dare aid evil spirits, since harboring demons was a capital offense. But the varying depths of the footprints before him began to shake his conviction. It's only a possibility. Gu Qingyu's tone remained calm. Without solid evidence, everything was speculation. He looked up toward the end of the path. Come on, let's check the riverside first. The old fisherman hesitated no more and followed the constable through the bamboo grove. Soon, the sound of the Sambao River reached their ears, and they arrived at the bank to find bamboo branches and weeds crushed by something heavy, the marks clear and fresh, as if left by a body rolling into the water. Though mentally prepared, seeing this scene still made the old fisherman gasp. Sir, let's go back. Go where? Retrace our steps along the path and see if we can find any other clues. The old fisherman nodded and followed him back. All along the way, the footprint traces continued to extend through the fallen leaves. Sir, look over here. Following the direction of the old fisherman's finger, Gu Qingyu spotted a mess of chaotic traces on the nearby path. The narrow trail winding through the bamboo grove was deep and shadowy, its ground covered with a thick layer of bamboo leaves. The bottom layer had long since rotted and turned slippery, making each step feel like walking on soap. The owner of the footprints had clearly been in great haste, losing balance on this stretch of road. But a simple fall would at most result in someone tumbling over it, shouldn't leave continuous drag marks. Gu Qingyu crouched down to examine the scene, his brow furrowing slightly. If someone had simply fallen on their own, the ground wouldn't look like this. Sir, look here. There's a straw sandal. The old fisherman brushed aside the fallen leaves by the roadside and pulled out a water-soaked, hardened straw sandal. The The style and size matched exactly with those worn by the corpse by the river, making Gu Qingyu's suspicions increasingly clear. What do we do next? The old fisherman couldn't contain his excitement. After decades of fishing, this was his first time helping a constable investigate a case, and it looked like they were about to uncover the truth. We'll continue following the traces and see if we can find any other evidence. Gu Qingyu stood up, his gaze following the trail of footprints. Yes, sir. At this moment, the old fisherman was completely obedient to Gu Qingyu's commands. The two men made their way through the bamboo grove along the small path, their feet making sticky, squelched sounds on the rotting leaves below. But aside from that string of footprints, they discovered no new clues. Finally breaking through the bamboo forest, the footprints came to an abrupt halt at the edge of a wide official road, where mud and dust mixed together, making further identification impossible. What's in that direction? Gu Qingyu pointed toward where the official road extended. Lanshan Village, the old fisherman answered quickly. There's a stone mill there that gets quite busy during peak season. Gu Qingyu nodded. Here's what we'll do, old man. You go back and find some people to carry that corpse by the river to the yamen. I'll go take a look at Lanshan Village. The old fisherman seemed reluctant to part ways. Sir, why don't I come with you? No one's going to move that corpse anyway. Gu Qingyu looked up at the blazing sun and gave a wry smile. Under this scorching sun, if we leave it much longer, the body will start to stink, making the autopsy troublesome. Besides, this case won't be solved quickly, and you following along won't be much help. It would just cost you a day's fishing income. The old fisherman agreed verbally, but still seemed reluctant. However, knowing that Gu Qingyu made sense, he could only bow respectfully. Then this old man will take his leave first. Please be careful on your own, sir. Gu Qingyu returned the gesture with cupped fists, watching the old fisherman's figure disappear beyond the bamboo grove. All around was silence, save for the high-pitched chirping of cicadas. He rubbed his temples, a grave expression settling over his features. What he had initially thought was a simple case of a water ghost harming people had unexpectedly led to a conspiracy between demons and humans. According to the laws of the Great Wei, harboring demons was a capital offense. Who would dare risk their life to hide a corpse for a demon? What a headache, he muttered to himself, gripping the straw sandal tightly as he turned and strode quickly toward Lanshan Village. After all, this village was relatively close to the bamboo grove, and not all of its residents made their living by fishing, so naturally, the investigation should start with Lanshan Village. Near noon, the blazing sun beat down mercilessly, driving everyone to seek shelter in the cool of their homes. The stone mill was enveloped in scorching air, and the narrow alley lay like a sun-baked stone trough, devoid of any human presence. Gu Qingyu walked against the sunlight, his crisp footsteps echoing on the stone slabs as he stopped at the mill's entrance. The sound of footsteps seemed to startle someone inside, and the mill owner pushed aside the bamboo curtain to peer out. Upon seeing Gu Qingyu's gray-blue official uniform, he froze for a moment, then quickly plastered a broad smile across his face. Sir, what favorable wind has brought you here? Are you the owner of this mill? Gu Qingyu asked in a calm tone. I'm Wang Laosan, and yes, I'm the proprietor. Wang Laosan nodded repeatedly, though inwardly he wondered why this official had suddenly appeared at his door. Sir, are you perhaps in need of flour? I have 20 pounds of fine wheat here. I'll grind it fresh and give it all to you. Gu Qingyu glanced at him. Unsteady gait, loose stance, clearly just an ordinary citizen. No need for flour. I'm here to ask a few questions. Please ask away. Whatever I know, I dare not conceal. Wang Laosan quickly wiped away his sweat, his manner obsequious. You've lived in Lanshan Village for decades. You must know the village affairs quite well. Oh, very well indeed. What about Lanshan Village would you like to know, sir? Is there anyone in the village who regularly carries goods to the county seat to sell? That would be Zhang Dazhong. He often comes here to grind flour, then carries the cakes to sell in the county. Wang Laosan nodded with certainty. Only him. Gu Qingyu pressed. Only him. Wang Laosan thought for a moment, then added. But these past days he hasn't come to grind flour. Haven't seen him for some time. I suppose he's at home. Gu Qingyu's heart sank slightly. Does he have other family members? He has a younger brother, Zhang Daong. Wang Laosan curled his lip. A gambling addict who idles away his days, living off his brother's support, would have starved to death otherwise. At the mention of Zhang Daong, Gu Qingyu recalled him that figure mingling with ruffians at the gambling den, a sight he'd witnessed more than once. Where is Zhang Daong's house? At the east end of the village. Follow this road straight. Turn the corner, and you'll reach it. His house has 2 large trees in front, very conspicuous. Gu Qingyu nodded and turned to leave. Seeing him walk away, Wang Laosan still felt uneasy and called out softly, Sir, about that flour. Gu Qingyu waved his hand dismissively, his pace unwavering as he headed straight toward the east end of the village. Smack! A sharp sound rang out as Wang Laosan's wife burst from the house and slapped the back of his head. The man's already gone. Why are you still running your mouth? Wang Laosan grimaced from the blow but still protested. That official seemed like a decent fellow. Decent? How many of these officials are any good? I'd say he didn't take our flour only because he was in a good mood today. You're absolutely right, my dear wife. Following Wang Laosan's directions, Gu Qingyu arrived at Zhang Dazhong's front door. Two ancient mulberry trees under the Zhang family's eaves cast dense shadows with their thick foliage, and as soon as he stepped into the shade, he felt a rare coolness cutting through the sweltering heat. It was mid-afternoon, with the blazing sun scorching the stone-paved road. His uniform clung to his body like wet cloth, and sweat trickled down his neck. Yet that vicious sun overhead gave him comfort in broad daylight. Evil things were less likely to stir up trouble. He raised his hand and knocked on the door. Anyone home? The wooden door echoed with a dull thud, but no one answered. After waiting a moment, he knocked again, met with the same silence. Nobody's home? How's that possible at this hour? Gu Qingyu frowned, preparing to climb over the low fence to investigate. Who is it? What's all the racket? Can't a man get some sleep? A deep, grumbling voice suddenly came from inside the house. The voice was familiar. Zhang Daong. Zhang Daong, come out and open the door. Gu Qingyu's voice was low but carried unmistakable authority. A sharp crash echoed out, as if something had fallen and shattered. Through the door, Zhang Daong stammered, "Qiang, Master Qing." A flurry of activity erupted inside, and moments later, with a creaking sound, the door swung open. Zhang Daong poked out half his face, deathly pale, with disheveled stubble on his cheeks and clothes hanging loose on his gaunt frame. He forced a smile. "Master Qing, what brings you here?" Gu Qingyu studied him, sunken eye sockets, grayish lips, looking like a long-term drug addict. He furrowed his brow. "What's wrong with you?" Zhang Daong shook his head sheepishly. "Nothing, nothing at all." Gu Qingyu cut straight to the chase. "Where's your brother?" "My brother." Zhang Daong's expression froze, his eyes darting about. "I don't know. Haven't seen him for several days. He's dead." Gu Qingyu stared directly into his eyes, his tone ice cold. "Well, what? He's dead." A flash of panic crossed Zhang Daong's face. Gu Qingyu had already made up his mind, pressing slowly. "You didn't know? How would I know?" Bang! Gu Qingyu kicked open the half-closed courtyard gate with one foot. The wooden latch snapped, sending splinters flying. He stepped over the threshold, his voice low but oppressive. "Say it again, you really don't know?" Zhang Daong jumped back, startled by the sudden violence, but still insisted stubbornly. "I really don't know." Gu Qingyu suddenly grinned, though the smile never reached his eyes. "You think you covered your tracks perfectly? Well, what?" He took another step closer. "You think no one saw?" Zhang Daong's Adam's apple bobbed as he forced out. "Master Qing, what are you talking about? I don't understand." Gu Qingyu shook his head like he was judging a clumsy child. "Zhang Daong, you're terrible at lying when you lie. You never dare look at me, and you always fidget with your clothes." He stopped walking, his gaze sharp as a blade. "You didn't kill your brother. Tell me who the real killer is, and I'll spare your life." Zhang Daong gripped the hem of his shirt with both hands, sweat beading on his forehead. "Master Qing, I really don't know what you're talking about." Before he finished speaking, Gu Qingyu had already drawn the narrow blade from his waist, its edge gleaming coldly. "That thing is right behind you, isn't it? You won't shed tears until you see your coffin." "No, there's nothing." Zhang Daong's pupils contracted to pinpoints. Suddenly, as if making a desperate decision, he raised his head to meet Gu Qingyu's gaze, threw his body across the doorway, and shouted in a hoarse, panicked voice, "Master Qing, I killed him. I'm the one who killed him." "You killed him?" Gu Qingyu let out a cold laugh. "How did you kill him? Do you even have the guts?" Thud. Zhang Daong's knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, looking up with tears streaming down his face. "Master Gu, I really did kill my brother. Take me away. I confess to everything. Please, just arrest me now. Get lost." Gu Qingyu stepped forward and kicked him aside without mercy, then strode directly toward the house. "Master Gu." Zhang Daong suddenly grabbed onto Gu Qingyu's leg, his voice trembling as he seemed to block the doorway. "Everything I said is true. Please arrest me. I really confess to everything." This desperate attempt to obstruct him made Gu Qingyu's heart tighten. There was definitely something fishy inside. "Move." He shifted his ankle and shook forcefully, easily breaking free from Zhang Daong's grip. Gu Qingyu was secretly surprised. How could a strapping young man in his 20s have less strength than a 70 or 80-year-old? Under the blazing midday sun, Zhang Daong's face was ghastly pale, his lips bloodless, his entire body so emaciated he looked like he'd collapse at the slightest breeze, like a lamp running out of oil, ready to breathe his last at any moment. Gu Qingyu hesitated no longer and pushed open the inner room door. Instantly, a faint scent of hawthorn flowers hit him, making him frown. His gaze swept across the bed, floor, and walls. Everywhere were dried yellowish stains. Looking back at Zhang Daong sprawled by the door, the answer became obvious. A bachelor, indulging in such activities daily without restraint. Gu Qingyu remained on guard. Even the most debauched person would have limits. This level of depletion was simply unnatural. He quickly recalled the supernatural cases in the Yamen files. There were evil creatures that specialized in absorbing men's vital essence, first seducing them, then draining their yang energy completely. Could such a thing be hiding in this house? With this thought, He remembered Zhang Dazhong, who had died by the Sambao River the other day. That man had also lost his soul completely, as if drained by some monster. If this were true, there must be an evil spirit here that feeds on human essence. Gu Qingyu frowned and carefully surveyed the room, when suddenly an ancient painting on the wall caught his eye. His gaze immediately fixed on everything else in this shabby house was crude and worn, yet this ancient painting was pristine and clean, strikingly out of place. After all, neither Zhang Dazhong nor Zhang Daong were men of refined tastes. Where did you get this painting? Gu Qingyu approached a few steps, placing one hand on the hilt of his narrow blade, his voice low and threatening. Master Gu, I found this painting. It's not stolen goods. Zhang Daong seemed afraid Gu Qingyu would take the painting and hastily explained. Is that so? Gu Qingyu narrowed his eyes and examined it closely. In the painting, beneath a peach blossom tree stood a beautiful woman holding a blue water jar in her arms, nervously glancing left and right, as if worried someone might covet her precious vessel. As he stared, the woman's eyes in the painting suddenly moved. In an instant, Gu Qingyu's gaze met that of the painted woman. Suddenly, the world around him turned upside down. The messy room vanished in an instant, and Zhang Daong's wailing could no longer be heard. In its place was a grove of peach blossoms, pink as clouds, with petals falling like rain in the wind. His nostrils twitched as a faint, ethereal fragrance drifted toward him. Just ahead, a woman with long hair cascading to her waist sat beneath a peach tree, grooming herself before a bronze mirror. Through the mirror's reflection, Gu Qingyu could see her enchanting and alluring face. The wooden comb in her hand glided slowly down her silky black hair, the tips brushing against her knees. Suddenly, the combing motion stopped. The woman turned her head slightly, a smile playing at the corners of her lips, her peach blossom eyes sparkling as she said, "My lord, you have come?" Gu Qingyu's heart trembled, and the scene before him seemed to sway gently in the evening breeze. The woman set down her wooden comb and rose from beneath the peach tree. Her robes brushed against the grass as she gracefully approached him. Her breath was fragrant as orchids, her vermilion lips parting softly. "My lord, I wonder if my beauty pleases your eyes?" He did not respond, only gazed silently. "Why does my lord stand motionless? Are you perhaps worried about something?" The woman laughed softly, raising her delicate hand with a coquettish glance. The thin gauze draped over her shoulders slipped down half an inch, revealing her snow-white fragrant shoulder that gleamed with a soft luster in the dappled sunlight. "How do you find me, my lord? Am I beautiful?" Gu Qingyu's pupils dilated slightly. He slowly released his grip on the narrow blade and reached toward the woman, as if to embrace her. Buzz. Deep within his consciousness, a blue light suddenly blazed forth. It was the spiritual radiance of the Tianyuan armor. In an instant, the peach blossoms, the woman, and the bronze mirror all collapsed simultaneously, vanishing like dust scattered by the wind. Before his eyes remained only the ancient painting hanging motionless on the wall. Illusion. Cold sweat broke out on Gu Qingyu's forehead. Had the Tianyuan armor not warned him, he would have already fallen into the demon's enchanting trap. His right hand shot to the blade's hilt. Clang. The blade left its sheath with a sound like tearing silk that rang throughout the room. The sharp edge swept across, instantly splitting the ancient painting on the wall in two. "No!" As the scroll tore apart, a piercing shriek came from behind Gu Qingyu. "Tower? My tower! Give me back my tower!" A violent gust of wind struck toward the back of his head. He spun around sharply to see the weakened Zhang Daong struggling to his feet, his bloodshot eyes filled with madness as his fist came crashing toward the back of Gu Qingyu's skull. "Bewitched fool!" Gu Qingyu snarled, sweeping his leg horizontally to strike Zhang Daong squarely in the chest. The man flew backward like a torn sack, crashing through tables and chairs before hitting the ground heavily. Bang! At the same time, a wisp of black vapor burst from the painting torn in two, shrieking as it shot toward the window. Gu Qingyu's gaze was sharp as lightning as he immediately roared. "Demon, where do you think you're going?" He gripped the narrow blade with both hands, channeling his qi to his dantian, as the blood energy of his fifth heaven body, tempering realm instantly flooded the blade. Black wind slash. The blade light, wrapped in rolling hot blood energy, tore through the air and crashed down. Puff. The black vapor writhed like a cleaved mudfish, letting out a brief wail before splitting in two, then evaporating into green smoke that quickly dissipated in the sunlight. Ding. Seductive demon slain. Ding. Growth points gained, 5. Ding. Evolution points gained, 1. Qingyu. Footsteps thundered outside as a group of colleagues burst through the door, led by Constable Li. He surveyed the chaos inside the room and rushed quickly to Gu Qingyu. "Qingyu, are you alright?" "Boss, what brings you here?" Gu Qingyu sheathed his blade and landed on the ground. Looking around, he saw Constable Li striding in with his colleagues, his face showing a mixture of confusion and surprise. Constable Li first glanced at Gu Qingyu, raising an eyebrow slightly. "Qingyu, you've broken through to the 5th level of body tempering?" Gu Qingyu nodded and replied simply, "I just broke through last night." Upon hearing this, Constable Li's expression grew complex, and he eventually let out a sigh. Ah, if it weren't for the damage to your life essence, with your talent, reaching the 8th level of body tempering before 25 would be no problem. Then you'd be qualified to join the Demon Suppression Bureau. Gu Qingyu smiled as he sheathed his blade, offering no further explanation. The secret of the taming system would remain hidden in his heart for now, and he planned to reveal it after 7 days. He looked up reassuringly. Don't worry, boss. I'll be fine. A colleague beside him chimed in. That's right, boss. Qingyu has heaven's protection. Constable Li sighed again and turned to examine the crime scene. An ancient painting, severed in two, lay quietly on the ground with dark energy still lingering around it. Nearby, Zhang Daong lay unconscious beside bloodstains. A gleam flashed in Constable Li's eyes. A seductress demon? Gu Qingyu immediately recounted the entire sequence of events in detail. The old fisherman's report, the water ghost theory, his use of soul-searching techniques to discover the anomalies in the deceased, and finally his strike that severed the dark energy. After listening, Constable Li showed an approving smile. Well done. He then instructed everyone. Take Zhang Daong and this ancient painting back to the office. With that, he turned and left first. Only after Constable Li's figure disappeared did the colleagues gather around. Qingyu, beautifully done. Yes, yes. Leading them was Qian Shan, Gu Qingyu's closest friend. He stepped forward and patted Gu Qingyu's shoulder, laughing. That strike, just now I saw it clearly from outside. It had quite a bit of my style. Gu Qingyu curled his lip. Come on, with your swordsmanship, even dogs would shake their heads. Qian Shan glared and pointed to the crowd behind him. I don't like hearing that. Who here doesn't know about my superior blade skills? Ask them. Gu Qingyu raised his hand to stop him. All right, stop bragging. He then put his arm around Qian Shan's shoulder and lowered his voice. You all ignored me when I called earlier. How did you and the boss suddenly show up? Qian Shan shrugged. It was all because of that old fisherman. The old fisherman? Qian Shan nodded. After he brought the corpse back to the office, he kept praising you, saying you were brilliant at solving cases and wise as a god. The boss felt something wasn't right, so he questioned him again about what happened. Once he confirmed it wasn't a water ghost but some other evil spirit, and heard that you came to investigate alone, he got worried and called us all here. As it turned out, we arrived just as you finished off the seductress demon. TSK, what a wasted trip. Gu Qingyu raised an eyebrow. The boss was worried about me? What's there to worry about? What else could it be? Qian Shan rolled his eyes, about to blurt out his thoughts when he suddenly held back and changed his tone. All right, you just killed a seductress demon, so there's bound to be a reward when you get back to the bureau. How about treating us brothers to dinner tonight? Gu Qingyu nodded with a smile. Deal. That evening, the drunken immortal tower blazed with lights. Around a large round table by the window on the 2nd floor, over a dozen constables sat in a circle. Wine pots clinked against cups, with cheers and drinking games echoing one after another. The strong Huadiao wine rolled down their throats, so potent it made them gasp for air, yet they couldn't help but drink cup after cup. The revelry continued until the night drums were about to end, and only then did the group stagger out to settle the bill. Though they had been shouting Gu Qingyu's treat all evening, when it came time to pay, Gu Qingyu was held down at the table by the others, still chewing food, while Qian Shan waved his hand grandly and slapped down the silver notes on the ledger first. Gu Qingyu understood in his heart that his colleagues were looking after him as someone newly promoted, so he stopped protesting and clasped his fists, thanking them repeatedly. At midnight, cold wind mixed with the scent of alcohol swept through the alley entrance. Gu Qingyu stumbled home with unsteady steps, casually lit an oil lamp, hastily splashed water on his face, and collapsed onto his wooden bed. With a slight mental movement, he called up the familiar attribute panel. Host, Gu Qingyu. Level 5. Remaining lifespan, 15 years and 6 days. Growth points, 5. Evolution points, 1. Skills, Black Wind Blade Technique Level 1, Azure Origin Armor Level 2. Tamed Beast, Heavenly Origin Azure Turtle. Level 5. Skills, Black Wind Blade Technique Level 1, Azure Origin Armor Level 2. Slaying the seductress demon had directly earned him 5 growth points and 1 evolution point. Thinking back to that midday battle, Gu Qingyu's mind conjured up the cold gleam of the seductress's flexible sword and the burst of azure light that had exploded in his consciousness, the soul-protecting power of the Azure Origin Armor. Without that protection, he would likely have perished by now. It seems the Azure Origin Armor can protect both body and soul, Gu Qingyu mused. The numbers on the panel flickered constantly as he quickly calculated. He needed 5 more growth points to reach level 6. Upgrading the Azure Origin Armor by 1 level required 2 growth points, while the Black Wind Blade technique needed only 1 evolution point to improve. After a moment's hesitation, he invested his only evolution point into the blade technique. Upgrade skill, Black Wind Blade Technique. Ding. Upgrade successful. Black Wind Blade Technique Level 2. Instantly, vast amounts of blade technique memories regarding force application, body positioning, and angles flooded his mind. Gu Qingyu turned on his side and grasped the narrow blade beside his pillow. As his fingertips touched the blade's spine, he felt an innate sense of familiarity. With steady breathing coordinated with his core strength, he felt as though he could perform the entire blade sequence in one go. His combat power had more than doubled compared to before. This is the confidence that comes from advancing in blade technique. He suppressed his surging excitement and slowly lay back on the bed, extending his consciousness to the Sambao River several miles away. River water lapped gently against the stones as the heavenly origin azure turtle moved about in the shallow waters. With a thought, Gu Qingyu projected his consciousness there, and when he opened his eyes again, his perspective had shifted to the low turtle's viewpoint. His first sensation was it had grown larger. The shell that had once been only bullseyed was now as broad as a small basin, with distinct layers of shell plates and faint azure patterns. So the body size grows with the level, he mused, controlling the turtle's body as it crawled slowly, wondering, will I be able to change size at will in the future? The thought flashed through his mind when suddenly his belly felt completely empty, and waves of hunger surged forth. Time to find something to eat. Gu Qingyu caught several small fish in the shallow water, but found that he gained no growth points from them. Now that his level had increased, these small fish could no longer satisfy his needs. After a moment's hesitation, he paddled toward deeper waters. Though the night was thick with darkness, his consciousness fully controlled the Tianyuan Green Turtle's body, and his round turtle eyes could still clearly detect movement within a 10-meter radius underwater. Not a large range, but sufficient for hunting. The Sambao River was broad and expansive. Otherwise, it couldn't support the hundreds of fishermen living near Ping'an County. Gu Qingyu moved stealthily along the bottom, his shell brushing against water plants and sand as he patiently searched for targets in the deep water. Suddenly, a half-meter-long grass carp came into view. The fish was impressively large, but its eyes were dull and lifeless, clearly just an ordinary creature. Gu Qingyu marked it as his first prey of the night, pushing with his limbs and thrashing his tail as his turtle body glided out like a shadow. The grass carp never expected to be targeted by a green turtle, much less one with such powerful jaws and lightning speed. By the time it sensed danger, its belly was already clamped in razor-sharp teeth, and blood clouded the water. Ding! Growth points gained, 0.1. When the number appeared, Gu Qingyu was momentarily stunned. Judging by size, this grass carp wasn't much smaller than last night's black fish, so why only 0.1 points? Thinking back to the previous night, that black fish had been incredibly strong, and its eyes had flickered with the same spiritual light as the Tianyuan Green Turtle. If his guess was correct, that glimmer was the creature's nascent spiritual awareness. Possessing such awareness was the first step toward becoming a demon. In other words, that black fish could already be classified as a demon, while this grass carp, despite its size, was merely an ordinary fish, naturally yielding minimal growth points. With this realization, Gu Qingyu gained clarity. To advance quickly, hunting ordinary fish wouldn't suffice. He needed to find those that had already developed spiritual awareness, or better yet, hunt actual demon creatures. Having made up his mind, he continued diving toward the deeper parts of Sambao River. The river water was murky, with water plants hanging like curtains. As he moved forward, he casually hunted various large fish he encountered. Even the smallest mosquito was still meat, and these accumulations would help him advance steadily. As for demon creatures with spiritual awareness, he knew their numbers wouldn't be too great. If they were truly abundant everywhere, Sambao River would have long since descended into chaos. Therefore, relying entirely on demon creatures for growth points was equally unrealistic. Hey, you over there. Suddenly, Gu Qingyu heard someone calling him. He couldn't help but look in the direction of the voice, only to see a giant river shrimp. Yes, it's you. The voice crashed directly into his consciousness. Gu Qingyu was stunned and pointed at himself. Me? Of course it's you. Are there any other demons around here? The river shrimp held its head high, its two basin-sized claws snapping with loud clicking sounds. Kid, you look unfamiliar. You just gained spiritual awareness not long ago, right? Gu Qingyu felt uneasy. Reborn as a turtle in this life, he had originally thought he would just need to cultivate slowly. He never expected that today he would actually be able to understand a shrimp talking more precisely. It was a special frequency of communication between demon spirits, as if it came naturally. He sized up the other creature. You are? Can't you tell? I'm a big shrimp. You can call me Brother Shrimp. Brother Shrimp. Ah yes, that's right. Seeing him standing motionless, the big shrimp waved its claws and approached actively. Those claws were comparable to stone gates, their shells gleaming coldly. Having lived 2 lifetimes as a human, this was Gu Qingyu's first time seeing such enormous shrimp claws. He couldn't help but think, there must be quite a bit of meat in there. And nearly drooled. The shrimp's antennae twitched slightly, and its eyes suddenly turned cold. Kid, what are you scheming? Nothing, nothing. Gu Qingyu quickly waved his claws in defense, then asked, by the way, Brother Shrimp, why did you call me? Hey, if I hadn't called you, Once you started wandering around recklessly, next year's today would probably be your death anniversary. Gu Qingyu wanted to scratch his head, but his short turtle front limbs couldn't reach it, making his movement look comical. Brother Shrimp, what do you mean? Where were you planning to go just now? The big shrimp asked. Gu Qingyu raised his claw and pointed ahead. Do you know what's up there? He shook his head. Humph. The big shrimp swung its claws. The bottom of this Sambao River is very deep. A little guy like you who just gained spiritual awareness should just wander around the riverbank and go running into the deep water areas. That stretch of water ahead is a great demon's territory. A great demon? Gu Qingyu's heart tightened. That's right, a giant dragon fish, dozens of meters long, that has dominated this stretch of water for years. If you trespass on its territory, it could crunch your turtle shell to pieces in one bite. Only then did Gu Qingyu realize that Sambao River was far more dangerous than he had imagined. Brother Shrimp, from what you're saying, this river is full of dangers everywhere. Of course, the big shrimp glared, its body slightly arched. Many great demons have grown tired of eating ordinary fish, and shrimp they love little demons like you, who just gained spiritual awareness. If it weren't for my kind heart, humph. Gu Qingyu hurriedly bowed. Thank you for the warning, Brother Shrimp. I don't know much about the power distribution in Sambao River. I wonder if Brother Shrimp could. Before he could finish speaking, the big shrimp raised one of its claws. Don't talk. I sense something coming. What? What thing? Just as confusion flashed through Gu Qingyu's mind, the Sambao River suddenly seemed to awaken, and a torrential current came rushing forth. The icy river water crashed against his shell, numbing his limbs and making his whole body tremble. The entire river seemed intent on sweeping him away. If not for the giant shrimp claw firmly holding him down, he would have been swept away without a trace in an instant. What came quickly also departed quickly. The violent rushing sensation vanished in the blink of an eye, and the river returned to calm, leaving only rippling waves. Gu Qingyu's heart pounded as he blurted out. What was that just now? The large shrimp seemed unsurprised. It loosened its claw and replied indifferently. See that? That was a great demon in the Sambao River, probably out hunting for food in the middle of the night. A great demon? Gu Qingyu was still shocked. The Sambao River actually harbored such beings? But Ping'an County had been peaceful for decades, with fishermen still going out at sunrise and returning at sunset as usual. How could they be completely unaware? His expression revealed everything, and the large shrimp understood clearly, slowly explaining. The river god has always kept these great demons in check. Otherwise, how could small demons like us live peacefully? The river god. Gu Qingyu immediately thought of the river god temple in the county. The villagers often said the river god temple was efficacious, and now it seemed there really was a river god presiding over the Sambao River. The large shrimp seemed to remember something and muttered, right? You just awakened your spiritual consciousness, so you don't understand anything. After pondering for a moment, it tried to explain to this little turtle demon in the most straightforward terms. Just think of the river god as the boss of the Sambao River. Gu Qingyu blinked. That means all living beings in the river must obey the river god. He can control the entire Sambao River. Do you understand now? Gu Qingyu nodded. So he was like a local emperor. He further speculated. If the river god truly had connections with the human race, no wonder there were great demons in the river, but they didn't harm the fishermen. But was the river god human or demon? If human, how did he become the river god? If demon, why did he protect the human race? The complexity of the world hit him once again. While deep in thought, he suddenly remembered an organization, the Great Wei Demon Suppression Bureau. Previously, Constable Li had mentioned that any constable who broke through to the 8th level of body refinement before age 25 might be selected for the Demon Suppression Bureau. In his predecessor's memories, the Demon Suppression Bureau was mysterious and powerful, and it was precisely because of its existence that demons and monsters in the Great Wei territory dared not run rampant. Perhaps only by going there could many of his questions be resolved. Seeing Gu Qingyu lost in thought, the large shrimp waved its claw to interrupt. All right, I've said everything I needed to say. Don't come to this area of water again, understand? Shrimp brother, you're driving me away already? What's the deal? The large shrimp's eyes widened. What? You want me to keep you here for a midnight snack? Gu Qingyu grinned sheepishly, his expression humble. No, brother shrimp. I just have a few more things I'd like to ask about. The large shrimp's two long antennae twitched slightly, showing some impatience. What else is there? Besides this area of water, I wonder what other waters I should avoid. Gu Qingyu poked his head out, asking cautiously. Never mind where else. The shrimp's voice was hard and crisp like clashing shells. Just remember, stay away from deep waters whenever possible. Got it. Gu Qingyu nodded repeatedly, then hesitated before speaking again. Brother shrimp, do you know where I might find other little demons like us? The large shrimp narrowed his eyes and asked coldly, what are you planning? Haha, I just want to make more friends. Gu Qingyu laughed awkwardly. Friends. The large shrimp snorted heavily. There are plenty of little demons in the Sambao River, but if you really want to befriend them, I'd advise you to give up that idea. Gu Qingyu felt puzzled but still pressed on. Brother Shrimp, why is that? Don't you know that big fish eat little fish, and little fish eat shrimp? Gu Qingyu was stunned. Brother Shrimp, what do you mean? I'll tell you the truth. The large shrimp casually waved his massive pincers. If it weren't for your hard shell and tough bones that make you difficult to chew, plus the fact that you're somewhat pleasing to the eye, I would have crushed you long ago. Believe it or not. A chill ran down Gu Qingyu's neck. Looking at the large shrimp again, he saw the creature's eyes locked directly on him, not joking in the slightest. Brother Shrimp, don't scare me. Scare you? The large shrimp sneered. Do you know how these great demons cultivate? How do they cultivate? Gu Qingyu asked. By eating. You eat me, I eat you. Whoever can eat until the end becomes a great demon. Do you understand? At that moment, Gu Qingyu finally realized the underwater world was far more brutal than he had imagined. He bowed respectfully with clasped fists. I understand. Thank you for your guidance, Brother Shrimp. Now that you've heard the truth, get lost. The large shrimp tucked his pincers back to his sides. If you want to live long, stay away from the deep waters. Understood. Gu Qingyu didn't dare linger and swam straight toward the shallow waters after saying goodbye. Thinking of the great demons lurking in the deep waters, he suddenly felt the shallow area was like heaven. Growth points might accumulate slowly, but at least it was safe. Developing cautiously was the way to go. He wandered around the shallow waters, targeting larger grass carp and common carp. Although it was rare to encounter little demons like black fish in the shallow areas, other resources were abundant. Before long, he spotted a black fish over half a meter long, suddenly accelerated, and swallowed it whole. Ding! Gained 0.1 growth points. After a whole night of busy work, Gu Qingyu had swallowed over 50 large fish into his belly. Only when he was completely stuffed did he finally accumulate 10 growth points. Opening the attribute panel. Host, Gu Qingyu. Level 5. Remaining lifespan, 15 years and 6 days. Growth points, 10. Evolution points, 0. Skills, Black Wind Blade Technique Level 2. Azure Armor Level 2. Tamed Beast, Tianyuan Azure Turtle. Level 5. Skills, Black Wind Blade Technique Level 2. Azure Armor Level 2. 10 growth points, just enough to level up. Gu Qingyu focused his mind. Ding. Do you choose to consume 10 growth points to enhance the Tianyuan Azure Turtle? Yes. Ding. Enhancement successful. Ding. Tianyuan Azure Turtle has reached level 6. As the Tianyuan Azure Turtle leveled up again, Gu Qingyu clearly felt its aura becoming more subdued, as if it was about to fall into slumber again. He found a secluded reef, hid his form well, then returned his consciousness to his original body. Through the water surface, the sky outside was just beginning to brighten. Crack, pop, he stretched his muscles and bones, joints crackling, his whole body filled with an indescribable sense of comfort. His physique had obviously improved further. Body tempering 6th heaven. The follow-up matters concerning Zhang Daong were handled by others in the yamen, and the case quickly drew to a close. Initially, everything began when Zhang Daong happened to pick up an ancient painting on the street. Thinking it was worth a fortune and planning to sell it, he was instead bewitched by the seductive woman depicted in the painting. Zhang Dazhong was killed precisely because he noticed his younger brother's strange behavior and intended to report it to the authorities, only to be discovered by the enchantress and murdered on the spot. The subsequent events matched the intelligence Gu Qingyu had gathered. Fearing that his brother's death would attract investigation from the yamen, Zhang Daong personally dumped his elder brother's body in the river to cover his tracks. In the end, Zhang Daong was sentenced to execution after the autumn harvest for aiding evil spirits in their malicious deeds. The next day, the county yamen remained busy in the early morning. Gu Qingyu reported for duty as usual, intending to continue working on cases. However, Constable Li dismissed him with a single sentence. Go help Old Wang organize case files in the archives. Seemingly worried that Gu Qingyu would persist in pursuing old cases, Constable Li had left before dawn to investigate other matters, leaving Gu Qingyu unable to even catch a glimpse of his back. Seeing this, Gu Qingyu couldn't be bothered to chase after him and obediently buried himself in organizing files with Old Wang from the archives. Currently, his strength ranked in the upper middle tier among the county yamen's constables. In a few more days, the qi and blood within his body would be ready to break through to the 7th level of body tempering. If not for the Tianyuan Green Turtle still being in slumber, he was confident he could achieve the breakthrough within 3 days. Gu Qingyu had noticed that each time the Tianyuan Green Turtle leveled up, it would fall into a brief sleep the last time it slept for 1 day, but this time it had yet to awaken. In the following days, he followed his routine: work, organize case files, practice martial arts, go home, and sleep. On the 3rd day, with no sign of Constable Li, he continued filing. On the 4th day, still no sight of Constable Li, he kept organizing. On the 5th day, Old Wang casually divided the case files into several piles before lying down on a small reclining chair in the corner and falling fast asleep. Gu Qingyu followed his example, finding a shady corner to squat down. He spread open a case file in his hands, pretending to read, while his consciousness flew toward the Tianyuan Green Turtle. Outside Ping'an County, at the bottom of Sambao River, the Tianyuan Green Turtle, which had slumbered for many days, finally opened its bronze bell-like eyes. Its shell had grown a full size larger than before. Through their mental connection, Gu Qingyu sensed it suddenly swing its tail fin, causing the water to explode outward with a speed several times faster than when it was first born. It casually swung its claw against the blue stone on the riverbed, and the heavy stone instantly crumbled to powder. That explosive power far exceeded his own body's strength at the same 6th-level realm by an unknown margin. Gu Qingyu was secretly amazed. With this avatar at his disposal, he now possessed an unshakable trump card. Indeed, based on his assessment of the Tianyuan Green Turtle's current strength, overwhelming a normal 8th-level body tempering practitioner should pose no difficulty. Of course, this was just Gu Qingyu's speculation, since he had never fought against someone at the 8th level of body tempering, so he wasn't entirely sure what kind of strength they actually possessed. He quietly adapted underwater for a long time before fully mastering the surging power of the Tianyuan Green Turtle. But before long, hunger surged through his belly like a tide, as if a gluttonous Taotai lived within his body. The Tianyuan Green Turtle hadn't eaten a single grain of rice for 2 or 3 days. Gu Qingyu sighed, moved his limbs, and swam along the riverbed toward the shallow waters. Despite his explosive growth and strength, he still dared not venture into deep waters. The scene of that great demon passing through 2 days ago remained vivid in his memory. He knew that even though he was no longer the same as before, he would still be no match for it. The Sambao River was rich with fish and shrimp. Before long, he spotted a large school of fish swimming among the water plants. He lowered his body, quietly approached along the riverbed, and when they least expected it, he swiftly extended his claws, scooped up the 2 largest fish, and immediately crushed and swallowed them. The smell of blood spread through the water, and the school of fish immediately scattered in panic. Ding! Gain 0.01 growth points. Ding! Gain 0.01 growth points. The notification sounds rang out consecutively, but Gu Qingyu felt only helplessness. Before upgrading to level 6, one large fish was still worth 0.1 points, but now it was reduced to mere scraps. It had changed directly from 100 fish to level up to 1,000 fish to level up. He secretly clenched his turtle claws. The road ahead is long and arduous, but I shall devour fish to extinction. The shallow waters churned with waves as he worked from dawn to dusk, swallowing over 300 large fish in succession, finally accumulating 3.2 growth points. Only when his belly was completely bloated did he stop with satisfaction. Qingyu! Qingyu! Suddenly, shouting reached his ears. Gu Qingyu felt a surge of killing intent and abruptly opened his Aisa palm, was striking down toward his face. He instinctively turned his head, and the fierce wind swept past his hair. Ouch! Old Wang's palm missed its target, his feet slipped, and he tumbled to the ground. Gu Qingyu came to his senses, his heart turning cold. Old Wang, how much strength did you put into that slap? Full strength. Old Wang righteously patted his hands, and seeing Gu Qingyu awake, his face lit up with joy. You're finally awake? What else? Gu Qingyu rolled his eyes, got up, and helped Old Wang to his feet. At your age, you still strike so ruthlessly. Old Wang muttered. I shook you for ages, and you didn't move. If I hadn't seen you were still breathing, I would have thought you died in my house. I was sleeping deeply, didn't hear you. Old Wang raised his eyebrows in surprise. That commotion just now wasn't smell. A normal person would have been startled awake long ago. But thinking of how Gu Qingyu had injured his life essence in recent days, he just sighed and didn't press further. Gu Qingyu then noticed a sharp pain in his neck and frowned. Old Wang, why does my neck hurt so much? Old Wang was about to take a step when he suddenly paused, turned back, and said, maybe it's because you slept in the wrong position. Only then did Gu Qingyu realize something crucial. When his consciousness took control of the Tianyuan Green Turtle, he would lose all perception of his physical body. His heart sank slightly. Every time he operated the Tianyuan Green Turtle in the future, he would need to secure his physical form in an absolutely safe location. While this wasn't an insurmountable problem for now, controlling both his main body and the avatar simultaneously would require his cultivation to break through to the legendary realm of Thousand Spirit Division. At this thought, the atmosphere suddenly felt heavy. By the way, Qingyu, didn't you skip lunch today? Old Wang suddenly spoke up, abruptly dragging the conversation back to reality. Gu Qingyu scratched his head. I don't know what happened, but I slept like a log and completely forgot about lunch. As he spoke, he patted his stomach, and hunger made its presence known without mercy. If you're hungry, go eat. There's nothing urgent here, I can handle things. Old Wang waved his hand dismissively. Gu Qingyu stretched, his joints crackling as he worked out the stiffness. I'll head out then. The streets outside the government office bustled with activity as usual. After turning 2 corners, he stopped at an old established noodle stand and ordered a large bowl of plain noodles. The broth was clear and bright, with scallions floating on the oily surface. One gentle slurp sent the fragrant aroma straight to his nostrils. The noodles slid into his mouth with just the right amount of chewiness, and after a few bites, warmth spread throughout his entire body. When he looked up after finishing, the sky showed it was nearly the hour of shun. If he returned to the office now, it would soon be time to close anyway. He paid the bill and hurried home. As night fell, Gu Qingyu had originally planned to continue letting the Tianyuan Green Turtle devour large fish to gain growth points. But he discovered the turtle was now round and plump, resting at the bottom of the water, clearly stuffed and needing time to digest. After a moment's consideration, he simply sat cross-legged in meditation through the night. On the sixth morning, he arrived at the office first as usual. Mountains of documents filled the archives, and he worked with old Wang to organize them. During quiet moments, he crouched in a corner, his consciousness drifting once again into the Tianyuan Green Turtle, letting spiritual light surge within the shell while schools of fish swam through rivers. Time flew by during these idle moments, and near noon, relying on his vague sense of time, he pulled his consciousness back just in time. Lunch was shared with old Wang as usual, but today's atmosphere felt subtly different. His colleagues were exceptionally kind to him, engaging in constant small talk. Gu Qingyu understood perfectly. In their eyes, his days were numbered, so naturally they offered him extra kindness. The seventh day followed the same routine. 1. Arrive early at the office to organize the archives. 2. Seize opportunities to slack off. 3. At lunchtime, colleagues were even more enthusiastic, with some sharing pieces of crispy pork and pickled eggs. Gu Qingyu accepted them with a smile, never offering explanations. The eighth day maintained the same rhythm. The difference was that when he entered the office, some people looked surprised. Perhaps they hadn't expected the dying man to last until today. But regardless, the courtesy remained. Until the ninth morning, Qianshan waited early at the government office entrance, pacing back and forth with visible sweat on his forehead, clearly anxious for someone's arrival. He kept craning his neck to look around, his expression mixing anticipation with subtle disappointment. Then, when he saw a figure walking toward him, his face immediately lit up with a delighted smile. "Qingyu, are you alright?" Qianshan had stayed awake all night, and rushed out the door as soon as dawn broke. He had expected Gu Qingyu to have died during the night, and was even prepared to collect the body. To his surprise, just as he opened the courtyard gate, Gu Qingyu walked in bathed in the morning light. "What could possibly be wrong with me?" Gu Qingyu rolled his eyes and brushed the dust off his sleeves. "Weren't you supposed to die? Don't I look perfectly fine standing here?" Qianshan grabbed his arm, his eyebrows nearly twisted into a knot. "What's going on here? I honestly don't know." Gu Qingyu shrugged. "I feel great," which completely contradicts Dr. Lu's prediction that my days were numbered. "Did you take the 100-year lotus? Where would I get that kind of money? Besides, even with money, you can't buy it. Then did you break through to the innate realm? Do I look like it?" The string of denials left Qianshan bewildered. He decided to stop asking questions and grabbed Gu Qingyu's hand. "Come with me." "Where to?" "Minshin Medical Hall." Inside Minshin Medical Hall, the scent of herbs mixed with the morning mist behind the counter. Dr. Lu, with his graying hair, pressed his fingers against Gu Qingyu's pulse point. His silver whiskers trembled slightly as his frown deepened, muttering under his breath, "Strange, very strange." "Dr. Lu, how is Qingyu doing?" Qianshan paced back and forth nearby. Just as Dr. Lu looked up and was about to speak, hurried footsteps approached from outside. Moments later, Constable Li entered with several officers. "Dr. Lu, what's the situation?" Constable Li clasped his hands in greeting, though his tone betrayed his anxiety. "No need for such formality, Constable Li." Dr. Lu stood and returned the greeting, then sighed deeply. "My medical skills are limited, and I truly cannot determine what illness Constable Gu has contracted. However, I can confirm that his life essence has been damaged." Qianshan asked urgently. "How much longer can he live?" Dr. Lu pondered for a moment before responding. "Here's what's strange: his pulse is much slower than normal, yet extremely strong. Based on this pulse reading, even with damaged life essence, it should sustain him for 8 to 10 years. Are you certain of this?" Constable Li's expression remained calm, but his fists quietly clenched. Remembering his prediction of certain death within 7 days yesterday, Dr. Lu could only answer cautiously. This old man can only speculate. How long he actually lives depends on fate. Upon hearing this, Qianshan waved his hands repeatedly. "Bah! What death? Qingyu doesn't need to die." He then threw back his head and laughed heartily. Gu Qingyu rolled his eyes, but laughed along, secretly breathing a sigh of relief. "Qingyu, congratulations." The colleagues who had rushed over from the yamen gathered around him, their faces beaming with joy. Gu Qingyu was the youngest among them, clever and humble, and quite popular at the yamen. Now that it was confirmed he would be fine, everyone was naturally delighted. "Thank you all, thank you." Gu Qingyu bowed to each of them in turn. As the crowd dispersed, Constable Li quietly observed Gu Qingyu, as if he had something to say, but ultimately remained silent. He turned and left the medical clinic, leaving behind only one sentence. "Everyone back to the yamen to handle cases." The sunset had not yet completely faded, but dim yellow lanterns were already lit in the Yamen courtyard. As soon as Gu Qingyu stepped through the main gate, he heard the excited clerk from the duty room telling him that the doctor had confirmed his life was no longer in immediate danger. Once the news spread, his colleagues crowded around him, patting his shoulders and offering tea, their laughter rising and falling in waves. After the customary pleasantries, Gu Qingyu headed straight to the front hall to find Chief Constable Li, who was reviewing case files. "Chief, I'm fine now. Can you give me some cases to work on?" He rubbed his hands together, urgency evident in his eyes. Chief Li looked up and replied curtly, "There's a thief causing trouble in the Eastern District. About a dozen households have had their silver stolen. Go investigate and arrest him if you can." As his words fell, he noticed Gu Qingyu seemed hesitant to speak. "What? Are you being picky about cases now?" Gu Qingyu grinned. "Chief, are there any cases involving demonic entities?" "Not many lately." Chief Li shook his head, explaining casually, "Our small county rarely sees demonic appearances anyway." At this point, he suddenly remembered something and slightly furrowed his brows. "You've been particularly interested in demon cases recently?" Gu Qingyu nodded, his voice low. "My life essence was damaged by a demon, so naturally, I hate them and want to catch more to vent my anger." Chief Li nodded understandingly but still cautioned, "Hatred is one thing, but don't let it drive you to extremes." "I understand," Gu Qingyu replied decisively. Chief Li simply put down the case files and studied him carefully. "I heard you say last time that you've already broken through to the 5th layer of body tempering?" Gu Qingyu admitted truthfully. "You could say misfortune turned into blessing. Ever since my life essence was damaged, my cultivation has actually progressed much faster." "You're 20 this year?" Chief Li asked. "Yes, Chief. How confident are you about reaching the 6th layer of body tempering within a year?" Gu Qingyu pondered for a moment, then looked up earnestly. "It won't take a year. 3 months at most." He didn't reveal that he had already quietly stepped into the 6th layer, lest it seem too shocking. Upon hearing this, Chief Li frowned, his tone suddenly stern. "Cultivation requires steady progress. You must not be overly ambitious. Remember that." "I'll remember." Only then did Chief Li relax slightly. "If you can reach the 8th layer of body tempering within 3 years, I'll ask the county magistrate to recommend you to the Demon Suppression Bureau in Yunzhou." His tone was solemn. "Once you're at the Demon Suppression Bureau, you'll have hope of breaking through to the innate realm within 8 years. By then, perhaps the damage to your life essence can be restored." Hearing this, Gu Qingyu's eyes flashed with curiosity and longing, yet also carried a hint of confusion. "Chief, I've heard people mention the Demon Suppression Bureau quite a few times. What exactly is that place like?" Constable Li pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. "The Demon Suppression Bureau is an institution that maintains the stability of the Great Wei Dynasty, with the primary responsibility of slaying demons and evil spirits." "That institution sounds quite similar to us constables," Gu Qingyu interjected. Constable Li nodded with a grave expression. "Indeed, there are similarities. However, we constables mostly encounter only minor demons and spirits of limited power occasionally, while our daily work involves apprehending ordinary criminals. When we truly face powerful demons, we're completely powerless and can only immediately report to the Demon Suppression Bureau, letting the experts there handle it." Gu Qingyu understood. Ping'an County hadn't seen a major demon in decades, so he had never dealt with the Demon Suppression Bureau and naturally knew little about it. Constable Li continued. "Do you know why I said that only by joining the Demon Suppression Bureau could you possibly break through to the innate realm within 8 years?" Gu Qingyu looked at him and shook his head. "The Demon Suppression Bureau is a force created by the Great Wei Dynasty with the full power of the entire nation. Whether it's cultivation techniques, spiritual pills, or various training resources, nowhere else can provide what they offer. For people like us from common backgrounds with weak foundations, only that place is the most suitable for growth." Of course, Constable Li's gaze grew intense, as if trying to see into Gu Qingyu's heart. "It's also extremely dangerous. It's not like the government office where most cases don't involve life and death. Once you enter the Demon Suppression Bureau, you'll be fighting evil demons daily. Evil demons inherently mean danger." Gu Qingyu's eyes suddenly brightened. Fighting evil demons day after day was exactly what he sought. As long as he could hunt enough evil demons, the Tianyuan Green Turtle would continuously grow and evolve, and his own strength would rise accordingly. Dangers certainly existed, but for him, the opportunities were clearly greater. "Chief, you mentioned before that as long as one breaks through to the 8th level of body tempering before age 25, they can enter the Demon Suppression Bureau, right?" he pressed. "Correct." Constable Li nodded. "The Demon Suppression Bureau values combat power and potential. Reaching the 8th level of body tempering before 25 only counts as above average talent, but it's the minimum threshold for entry." "I understand." Constable Li stepped forward and patted his shoulder heavily. "Qingyu, since you joined the office, I've personally guided you. Your talent isn't lacking. Work hard to aim for the Demon Suppression Bureau. Only with their resource support can you truly step into the innate realm." I understand, Chief. As the atmosphere lightened, Constable Lee resumed his official tone. Since you're fine, go investigate that case in the Eastern District. It's just catching a thief, which shouldn't be difficult for you. But this thief has a wide range and steals large amounts. Take Qianshan and a few others with you. Understood. Gu Qingyu cupped his hands without any hesitation. Though catching thieves had nothing to do with demons, such was a constable's duty. Eastern District of Ping'an County. People came and went at the alley entrance as Gu Qingyu led several constables and door-to-door inquiries. Several households that had been robbed all claimed their money had vanished during the night. Yet no one had seen the thief's appearance clearly. They didn't even know if it was a man or woman. And all the thefts occurred at night. Under the cover of darkness, the alley was so quiet that only barking dogs and the whisper of wind could be heard. Yet the courtyard walls, window frames, and even the eaves showed no trace of climbing or forced entry. Qianshan frowned deeply, circling the courtyard again and again, his fingertips searching along brick joints and window frames, but finding nothing. As if some master thief with extraordinary martial arts skills had come with the wind and vanished just as silently. Qingyu, this case is too strange, he muttered under his breath, his gaze sweeping inch by inch across the wall bases and eaves, hoping to catch even the smallest clue in the most inconspicuous corners. Gu Qingyu stood in the center of the courtyard, hands clasped behind his back in deep thought, not disputing Qianshan's assessment. The case was peculiar in two ways. First, within just a few days, multiple thefts had occurred within a radius of several miles. Second, the thief's movements were so mysterious that not even a trace of disturbance was left behind. He organized the available clues. First, all thefts occurred in the dead of night. This was common, but needed confirmation. Second, the thief had struck repeatedly over several consecutive days, targeting the same area. Ordinary thieves would never dare linger in one place for so long. Third, wealthy households and poor families were treated equally. As long as there was gold or silver in the house, it was targeted, showing no selectivity. Gu Qingyu pulled out a rough map he had prepared earlier, its surface densely marked with all the crime scenes. Detective stories from his previous life made him instinctively lay out all known information, searching for patterns through location analysis. He circled and marked with a charcoal pencil. These were the 3 households robbed on the first day. These were the 4 households on the second day. These were the ones on the third day. Suddenly, his eyebrows shot up. Something was wrong. Those red circles seemed to form a fan shape spreading outward, with several lines converging at the center of the map. It might just be coincidence, but when solving a case, no coincidence could be overlooked. Qingyu, do you think that thief will strike again tonight? Qianshan looked up, his eyes full of frustration after exhausting all leads. Yes, Gu Qingyu answered with certainty, and I think I can roughly guess which households he'll target tonight. Qianshan was startled and quickly pressed. What have you discovered? Gu Qingyu unfolded the map in his hands, his fingertip lightly touching those red circles. Look, these are all the households that were robbed. If you follow the sequence in which they were targeted, can you spot any pattern? Qianshan took the map and looked down, carefully examining it according to what Gu Qingyu had said. Sure enough, he discovered something unusual. He wasn't stupid either, and immediately spotted the anomaly. If the same person was behind all these crimes, their pattern seemed quite methodical. Exactly. Gu Qingyu nodded slightly, marking several red dots on the map. Following this pattern, there's an 80% chance the thief will strike at Lion's Mouth, the Wu family estate, or this street corner tonight. Qianshan frowned and suddenly pointed to the far right. Wait, that's not right, Qingyu. If they're really following an east-west pattern, why hasn't this easternmost household shown any signs of trouble? They haven't even filed a report. Gu Qingyu's heart suddenly sank. That household was precisely at the intersection of several theft routes. Let's go take a look. The 2 men wasted no time and hurried to an old residence at the very edge of the Eastern District. The house had weathered blue bricks, and the wooden door showed gaps from years of neglect, giving it a desolate appearance. The neighbors said only an elderly woman lived there, who had once depended on her husband for companionship, but he had passed away 2 years ago. With no children to speak of, her circumstances were pitiful. Even if thieves had their eye on the place, they wouldn't find anything of value. Gu Qingyu and Qianshan stood before the door. Qianshan raised his hand and knocked, calling out loudly, old lady, is anyone home?" The courtyard was so quiet they could only hear the wind. "Enough, stop calling." Gu Qingyu interrupted in a low voice. "Living alone, no response for this long. Something's probably happened. Let's just push the door open." Before he finished speaking, he kicked the door. Bang! The already loose wooden door swung open with a crash. In the dim interior, dust particles floated in the beams of light. The 2 men peered inside, and their faces changed dramatically at the same time. They saw an elderly woman in faded cloth clothing lying face down on the ground, completely still, her body emanating a faint stench. Beside her, scattered silver coins and old gold hairpins had been carefully arranged in a circle, quietly placed around the old woman's body. The 2 exchanged glances, each seeing a heavy solemnity reflected in the other's eyes. The old woman lay on her side among the wild grass, surrounded by a circle of gold and silver jewelry that gleamed with an eerie cold light in the morning's sun. Could these be the very items that had gone missing from the neighborhood recently? If so, who would arrange stolen goods so neatly beside a corpse that had been dead for who knows how long? The circular formation of gleaming silver radiated an indescribable eeriness, clearly indicating this was no ordinary theft. The two men gathered their courage and stepped forward, first examining their surroundings carefully. The courtyard walls were mottled and crumbling. Weeds grew knee-high, obviously untended for ages. In the center of the courtyard stood a jujube tree with dense foliage that blocked out the sky, and beneath it sat an ancient stone well with cracks running across its rim. Qingyu, what do you think? Qianshan lowered his voice, though he couldn't hide the chill in his heart. He stared at the old woman and the jewelry, his palms sweating. We can't rule out human involvement, but I think it's more likely the work of something inhuman. Gu Qingyu frowned. Definitely not human. Qianshan's eyes suddenly widened. The victims' homes showed no signs of break-in whatsoever, which can only mean the thief isn't human at all. This explanation makes everything make sense, especially with what we're seeing here. That's exactly what I'm thinking. Gu Qingyu raised his hand to stroke his chin. And I suspect that whatever evil spirit is involved has some connection to this old woman. Why? Look how orderly the gold and silver are arranged, as if they're offerings for some kind of ritual. The stench of decay assaulted his nostrils, but he forced himself to continue observing despite his discomfort. It's like someone devoutly presenting gifts to a beloved. At this thought, his scalp tingled, though he couldn't say why. He lowered his voice in warning. Let's not alert anyone yet, and don't tell the local people. Go fetch the chief. Right. Qianshan, who had no desire to linger anyway, immediately turned and rushed out of the courtyard gate, racing toward the magistrate's office. Gu Qingyu gazed at the old woman with compassion, pressing his palms together and speaking softly. May the dead rest in peace. Old lady, when my colleagues arrive, we'll see that you're properly buried. Before long, Chief Li arrived with several constables. Upon seeing the corpse on the ground, he frowned, then surveyed the surroundings. Chief, have you discovered something? Chief Li's gaze was profound. Evil energy. Qianshan chimed in. So it really wasn't done by humans. Gu Qingyu added. I just confirmed with the neighbors these pieces of jewelry are indeed the items that were stolen recently. Qianshan muttered again. Strange. Evil spirits usually harm people, but this one only steals gold and silver. Chief Li pondered for a moment, then suddenly asked, have you determined the old woman's identity? Qianshan replied. The neighbors only know that she lost her husband several years ago and has lived alone since then. No one has seen any children visit, so they assume she had no sons or daughters. He pressed further. Could she have had a daughter who married far away? That remains unclear. Constable Li continued pondering for a moment, then turned to Gu Qingyu. How did you track this place down? Gu Qingyu pulled out a pre-folded map from his pocket, spread it in his palm, and explained in one breath. I marked all the victims' homes on this map and connected them in chronological order. I discovered that this easternmost household should logically have been the first case, yet they never reported it. So I thought we'd come take a look first, never expecting to stumble upon this scene. Hand over the map. Constable Li extended his hand. Gu Qingyu passed it to him. Constable Li studied it carefully, his fingertip moving slowly between several red dots. After a long moment, he folded the map. Everyone go rest up. We're doing a stakeout tonight. Boss, what kind of stakeout? Why do we need to stake out? Gu Qingyu asked. Constable Li dropped that line and strode out of the courtyard, so decisively that even his retreating figure carried an air of authority. Qianshan curled his lip. That's just how the boss acts if he can get people to do the job. He won't waste words explaining. All right, stop grumbling. Gu Qingyu chuckled and gave orders. You know those 3 spots, right? Tonight, Old Wu and I will take men to Lion's Mouth. You lead a team to that street corner, and the boss will take his own men to the Wu family estate. Will the boss really show up? When have you ever seen the boss drop the ball on a case? True enough. Qianshan nodded, then pointed at the corpse on the ground. What about this old woman? Gu Qingyu looked around at his colleagues. Some played deaf and dumb, others stared at the sky, and a few even quietly slipped toward the door. Hey! Qianshan rolled up his sleeves, ready to give them a piece of his mind. As the second best fighter in the Yamen after Constable Li, he had reached the 7th level of body cultivation, but having passed 25, he'd missed his chance for a position in the Demon Suppression Bureau. Gu Qingyu tugged at him. I'm young and lack seniority, I'll handle this job. Qianshan felt bad. How about I help you? That works. Qianshan hesitated for a moment, then sighed and scratched his head. Since you don't need my help, I'll go busy myself with other things. After everyone dispersed, only Gu Qingyu and the corpse remained in the courtyard. The body had already begun to stink, no wonder no one wanted to touch it. Fortunately, Qianshan proved somewhat loyal, bringing over a pushcart and a straw mat. Gu Qingyu wrapped the old woman in the mat, lifted her onto the cart, and slowly wheeled it out of the courtyard gate. The moment he left, A wisp of faint black vapor emerged from the ancient well beneath the jujube tree, like ink scattered by the night wind, silently burrowing into the ground. Night fell. At the corner wall of Lion's Mouth, Gu Qingyu, Old Wu, and several constables changed into plain clothes and lay in ambush. Old Wu lowered his voice. Will that silver thief really come tonight? We can only say it's possible. Gu Qingyu gazed at the sky. We'll know by the hour of the rat. Old Wu yawned. Getting old staying up all night really takes it out of me. Rest for a bit first. I'll wake you if anything happens. When the time reached the hour of the rat, a cold wind brushed their faces, and all of them opened their eyes in unison. Is it here? Old Wu looked up. Gu Qingyu shook his head, only noticing that tonight's moon seemed rounder and brighter than usual. The night passed without incident. At dawn, the three groups of men gathered before Constable Li, all sporting dark circles under their eyes. Boss, did you have any luck? We didn't encounter anything on our end. Qian Shan rubbed his eyes. Same here. Gu Qingyu chimed in. Constable Li pondered for a moment. Go door to door and ask if anyone's missing silver. The constables immediately scattered to knock on doors, but after questioning the entire neighborhood, not a single household had been robbed. Strange the thief struck for 3 days straight, but chose today to take a break. Qian Shan muttered. Before he finished speaking, they saw someone running from the western street corner, his robes half open and his face full of terror. It was little Sue, who had stayed behind to guard the yamen overnight. He rushed up to them, gasping for breath. Boss, terrible news. The Jean family has been massacred. Ping'an County, the Jean family estate. At the first glimmer of dawn, Constable Li stood in the courtyard, his gaze sweeping over the bodies scattered in disarray. 43 corpses in total, men and women, young and old, none spared. Each body appeared untouched, bearing no knife wounds or bloodstains, yet their faces were rigid with terror, eyes wide open as if they had witnessed something unspeakably horrifying in their final moments. Constable Li crouched down for a closer inspection. Not a trace of blood could be found, but a faint chill seeped from the gaps between the bodies, the deathly aura left behind when souls were ripped away. Without question, this was the work of evil spirits. Before one crisis could be resolved, another had emerged. After completing his search, Qian Shan looked up at the courtyard full of corpses, his expression as dark as ink. The theft cases in the Eastern District remained unsolved, and now a massacre had occurred here, the work of malevolent spirits, no less. His chest tightened with frustration, but he could only suppress it. Chief, have you discovered anything? He asked in a low voice. The resentment hasn't dispersed yet. Constable Li straightened up and shook his head. Beyond that, there's not a single clue. Evil spirits were unlike humans, formless and shadowless. They rarely left traces behind. This was precisely what made them so difficult to investigate. To kill over 40 people in one night, this thing is no ordinary spirit. Old Wu, nearly 50 and having witnessed many grim scenes, was still shaken by what lay before him. He lowered his voice. Common evil spirits might kill 3 to 5 people at most. Hats considered a minor threat. What happened tonight? This is a major threat. Chief, should we report this to the Demon Suppression Bureau? As soon as the words fell, all the constables in the courtyard perked up their ears. Constable Li slowly shook his head. According to regulations, the death toll must exceed 100 before the county lieutenant will approve a report. There's only one Demon Suppression Bureau in all of Yunzhou, and the demon suppressors must handle evil spirit cases from hundreds of counties. We can't disturb them for every incident. But this massacre doesn't seem like the work of ordinary spirits. Old Wu remained unconvinced. I understand. Constable Li glanced at him. But rules are rules. Without another word, he turned and left the Jean estate. Watching his retreating figure, Qian Shan whispered to Old Wu. The chief is usually so flexible. Why is he being so rigid today? Old Wu smiled bitterly. It's not the chief who's rigid, it's the county lieutenant. Unless the death toll reaches 100, he absolutely won't approve a report to the Demon Suppression Bureau. We all know that county lieutenant is an old stickler for rules. His words made everyone frown. After working through the entire night, exhaustion weighed heavily on everyone. Old Wu waved his hand. Let's disperse. Evil spirit cases can't be solved quickly. We can only wait for it to strike again and look for patterns. Of course, no one wants more deaths. Ah. The group sighed and scattered. The aroma of rice wafted from the street corner. Qian Shan called out to Gu Qingyu. Qingyu, want to grab a bite? Sounds good. Gu Qingyu nodded. The two ordered a large bowl of plain noodles at a roadside stall. The soup was hot, the noodles smooth, and they finished in just a few mouthfuls. After eating, they wished each other well and went their separate ways home. On his way home, Gu Qingyu couldn't stop thinking about these two cases. From what he could see, 2 more evil spirits had appeared in Ping'an County. The one stealing gold and silver jewelry hadn't harmed anyone yet, making it difficult to gauge its threat level. But the one that wiped out the Jean family was definitely extremely dangerous. Gu Qingyu calculated silently in his mind. If he could slay that malevolent spirit, the growth points would surely be substantial, but if it proved exceptionally fierce, he might not be able to defeat it. Lost in thought, he had already returned home, where he quickly washed away the dust and bloodstains from his body before collapsing exhausted onto his bed. He closed his eyes, his consciousness rapidly diving into the taming seal within his body, then descending into the Tianyuan Green Turtle. When he opened his eyes again, his vision had changed to deep river water, the Sambao River. At this moment, the Tianyuan Green Turtle's status panel displayed, growth points 9.3, just a bit more to reach 10 points, and today he could advance to level 7. In less than 10 days, he had taken the Tianyuan Green Turtle from the 4th stage of body tempering to the 7th stage of speed that could rival any peer. Thinking of this, he felt a surge of pride. With the taming system in hand, plus the Tianyuan Green Turtle's foundation, his cultivation speed would not lose to those genius prodigies. The river water was cold and clear, with aquatic plants swaying gently. Gu Qingyu controlled the turtle, muscles bulging as he swept his tail fin and shot through the water like an arrow. A large fish about half a meter long poked its head out from among the water plants. He lunged forward, bit down hard, and swallowed it in several gulps. Ding! Growth points 0.01 acquired. By his calculations, he still needed about 70 more fish. He had caught most of the large fish in this area, so he had to continue migrating downstream. Swimming along, the river gradually widened, and he suddenly spotted 50 or 60 plump large fish gathered in a school ahead, their scales glittering dazzlingly in the water's light. An opportunity. Gu Qingyu lowered his body, using the water plants for cover as he stealthily approached from behind the school. First, he lightning fast extended his claws to snatch 2 fish. The school remained oblivious. Then he continued catching several more, and only after devouring over a dozen did a few alert fish finally sense something amiss. The school immediately scattered in panic, fleeing in all directions. In the churning water, Gu Qingyu gripped 1 fish in each claw while his turtle beak clamped down firmly on 2 more, afraid to let even one escape. Ding! Growth points 0.01 acquired. Ding! Growth points 0.01 acquired. Ding! Growth points 0.01 acquired. Unfortunately, the school had vanished without a trace, leaving only scattered small fish swimming about in panic. Catching them one by one was too inefficient, but he had no choice but to patiently continue hunting. After much effort, his growth points finally reached exactly 10. However, once the number 10.0 stabilized, no matter how many more large fish he devoured, the panel remained motionless. Gu Qingyu suddenly understood. 10 points was the current limit. Catching more wouldn't accumulate additional points. Upgrade, he commanded without hesitation. Ding! Do you choose to consume 10 growth points to tame the Tianyuan Green Turtle? Yes. Ding! Taming in progress. Taming successful. Ding! Current Tianyuan Green Turtle level 7. Ding! Level meets skill unlock requirements. Tianyuan Green Turtle has unlocked new skill, Qingyuan. Host, Gu Qingyu. Level 7. Remaining lifespan, 15 years. Growth points, 0. Evolution points, 0. Skills, Black Wind Blade Technique Level 2. Azure Origin Armor Level 2. Azure Origin Level 1. Tamed Beast, Celestial Origin Azure Turtle. Level 7. Skills, Black Wind Blade Technique Level 2. Azure Origin Armor Level 2. Azure Origin Level 1. Azure Origin. What was this? Gu Qingyu's thoughts stirred, and he immediately captured a hazy azure flow in the Celestial Origin Azure Turtle's abdomen, swirling like mist, quietly harboring power. Just as he wanted to investigate further, the Celestial Origin Azure Turtle sent waves of deep drowsiness through their mental connection, as if being forcibly pulled into hibernation. Gu Qingyu had no choice but to abandon his probe, his consciousness abruptly returning to his own body. He opened his eyes on the bed and let out a soft sigh. Every time the Celestial Origin Azure Turtle leveled up, it would briefly fall into slumber, a self-protective mechanism triggered by its rapid growth and size. He had long grown accustomed to this. Gu Qingyu sat up and turned his awareness inward. Sure enough, at his dantian, an identical azure light cluster pulsed rhythmically. He attempted to touch it, and the power actually flowed freely through his meridians following his will, feeling no different from the legendary elemental force. Yet he was clearly still at the body tempering stage. To possess Azure Origin, something akin to elemental energy, while still in body tempering, this would be earth-shattering news across the entire continent. He took a deep breath and gathered the Azure Origin into his fist. Crack! The air exploded, his punch creating a whip-like wind. Gu Qingyu's heart trembled. This power was something only a body-tempering ninth heaven cultivator could achieve. Enhancement. He grasped the principle, too excited to remain seated. Rising from the bed, he channeled Azure Origin into his legs. His body felt as if lifted by a gentle breeze, his feet light, as if stepping on soft clouds. With just a bit more force, he was confident he could leap onto a wall. The consumption of Azure Origin was equally apparent. However, the light cluster within him rapidly shrank. He forcefully suppressed his excitement and continued experimenting, guiding the Azure Origin into thin streams toward his eyes. His vision instantly became crystal clear. The dim room revealed all its secrets to him: the edges of tables and chairs, the cracks in the walls, everything visible in minute detail. As his gaze swept across the wooden table, he could even clearly see the wood grain patterns. Suddenly, his brows furrowed as he sensed a dramatic drain on the Qingyuan within his body. Channeling Qingyuan to his eyes seemed to consume far more energy than directing it to any other part of his body. Gu Qingyu frowned again. Just as he tried to focus more intently, the Qingyuan in his dantian ran dry. His enhanced vision, which had allowed him to perceive minute details, instantly dimmed. What followed was a wave of dizziness, like a boat that had lost its oars, clearly a sign of Qingyuan depletion. Could he have been mistaken? Doubt crept into his mind. Earlier, he thought he'd glimpsed a wisp of dark energy lingering near his door. After a moment's hesitation, he pushed the door open to investigate. Creak. The wooden door groaned open in the silence. The night hung thick and heavy, and the courtyard stood empty. No figures, no clutter. He had always lived here alone, so the desolation was nothing new. Nothing at all. Gu Qingyu shook his head, convinced he'd been seeing things. Just as he was about to close the door, he glanced down and froze completely. There on the threshold lay an exquisitely crafted golden hairpin, its surface gleaming with an eerie light. The familiar design made his scalp prick. Memory served. This was the very hairpin that had been placed beside the old woman's corpse in the Eastern District yesterday. But how could it be here? A pale light touched the eastern horizon. Knock, knock, knock. Sharp rapping jolted him from his shock. Qingyu, Qingyu. Wake up, something's happened. The voice outside was unmistakably Qian Shan's. Gu Qingyu didn't dare delay. He snatched up the hairpin, tucked it into his sleeve, and hurried to the main gate. Creak. The door opened to reveal Qian Shan, his face etched with urgency. Gu Qingyu spoke first. What happened? Is there trouble in the Eastern District? As he spoke, he instinctively touched the hairpin in his sleeve, its cold metal surface deepening his unease. 3 families have been murdered, Qian Shan said, then grabbed him and rushed toward the Eastern District. When they arrived at the scene, Constable Li had already cordoned off the area with his officers. Chief, what's the situation? Gu Qingyu asked. Demonic activity. Constable Li replied with a glance, his voice grave. Gu Qingyu surveyed the scene. Across 3 households, the victims' faces were frozen in terror, as if they'd witnessed something unspeakably horrifying in their final moments. Even the guard dogs lay dead in the courtyards, bearing wounds identical to their masters. The gruesome scene mirrored the Jin family case exactly. He frowned. Chief, could these victims and the Jin family have been killed by the same demon? It's possible, Constable Li nodded. But why target only these 3 families? There are so many other households nearby, yet the demon deliberately avoided them. Qian Shan puzzled. The group fell into brief silence. Gu Qingyu shook his head. I don't think it's coincidence. Your reasoning. A feeling. He couldn't articulate it, yet felt certain. Taking a deep breath, he continued. Chief, something strange happened to me as well. Constable Li's gaze sharpened, signaling him to continue. Gu Qingyu slowly drew the hairpin from his sleeve and recounted in detail how it had mysteriously appeared and how he'd discovered it. Constable Li's brows knitted tightly. Are you alright? I'm fine. Gu Qingyu opened his palm. I suspect this is the very hairpin that was beside the old woman's body. But wasn't that already collected by the yamen and returned to its owner? Qian Shan frowned. I recognize the design. It's the same one, Gu Qingyu said with certainty. Chief, I can vouch for that, Old Wu interjected. I personally returned this hairpin to its owner yesterday. Where's the owner? Constable Li pressed. Old Wu hesitated, then finally pointed at one of the corpses that hadn't been moved yet. A chill ran through everyone's hearts. On the way to the Eastern District with Qian Shan, Gu Qingyu had recovered a considerable amount of his Qing Yuan energy. He concentrated the Qing Yuan into his eyes and looked down at the corpse on the ground. Faint black mist swirled around the surface of the body, drifting like fog before quickly gathering again. It was exactly the same wisp he had seen at his own doorstep earlier. Gu Qingyu's heart suddenly tightened. What are you thinking? Constable Li's gaze was sharp, and seeing Gu Qingyu's strange expression, he immediately pressed for an answer. Gu Qingyu didn't reveal his ability to see the black mist, but said in a low voice, I suspect that the evil spirit delivered the golden hairpin to my door only after killing these people. Why would it give you a golden hairpin? Could it be planning to harm you? Constable Li stared intently at his expression. Gu Qingyu lowered his head and frowned, pondering repeatedly. If it truly wanted to harm him, why go through the trouble of delivering a hairpin? What exactly did this evil creature intend? Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Could it be showing gratitude? His eyes suddenly lit up as the words escaped his lips. What gratitude? Qian Shan was completely bewildered by his sudden muttering. The old woman, this family that died tragically, and me. Gu Qingyu quickly connected the clues in his mind. All the key items are related to that golden hairpin. He took a deep breath and said, Chief, I believe the evil spirit delivered the hairpin to thank me. Constable Li frowned slightly, but didn't respond. Qian Shan couldn't help but ask, I don't understand. Explain yourself. It's because of that old woman. Gu Qingyu explained. The evil spirit must have some connection to her. I suspect it stole the gold and silver jewelry to place beside the old woman as burial goods. At this point, he added, ancient people believed in elaborate burials, thinking they would need their earthly possessions in the afterlife. Everyone looked at each other, finding it absurd. An evil spirit stealing things just to arrange burial goods for an elderly woman? Gu Qingyu continued. The golden hairpin appeared at my door because the evil spirit was thanking me for taking that old woman to the mass grave and giving her a proper burial. Old Wu frowned. Then how do you explain the death of this family? They took away the burial goods. Gu Qingyu said. To us, it was returning stolen property to its rightful owners, but in the evil spirit's eyes, it was disrupting the funeral, so it killed them in revenge. Then it should kill us, not them, right? Someone said with a chill in their heart. Gu Qingyu countered. Who says it won't come after us? Everyone immediately felt a cold dread. All of this is just speculation on your part, with no evidence. That person still remained unconvinced. Old Wu also shook his head. Based on how these people died, it's extremely similar to the Jin family case. Even if everything you said is correct, why was the Jin family massacred? Just because they also had the surname Jin. Indeed, the gold and silver ornaments beside the old woman, the corpses of this family, and the golden hairpin at Gu Qingyu's door could all be connected through the hairpin. But how could the Jin family tragedy be explained? Gu Qingyu's brow also furrowed. He was also pondering this matter. What connection could the Jin family possibly have to this case? At the Western Street entrance, a swaying figure came running over, breathing unsteadily but with a booming voice. Constable Li, I've discovered a major clue. Everyone turned toward the voice and saw it was old Wang, who managed the archives. Since that place was perpetually dusty and he rarely left it, everyone looked surprised. Constable Li raised his hand to signal for quiet. Old Wang, what did you find? Old Wang's forehead was beaded with sweat as he held up a slightly yellowed ledger with both hands. I discovered that the Jin family's deaths might be connected to that old woman. As his words fell, the air seemed to grow colder. Constable Li frowned and took the ledger to examine it. Qian Shan, being impatient by nature, was dying of curiosity. Since the ledger was in his superior's hands and he couldn't very well grab it, he could only press the already breathless old Wang. Stop being mysterious, tell us quickly. What's the connection? Old Wang took a deep breath and lowered his voice. Actually, the master of the Jin family Jin Fuyu was that old woman's own son. What? Qian Shan's eyes went wide. Upon hearing this, all the doubts in Gu Qingyu's mind suddenly connected like beads on a string. So that was it, could now see clearly through the reason behind the Jin family massacre. But then another question occurred to him. If Jin Fuyu really was that old woman's son, why did all the neighbors say she had no children? Old Wang spread his hands. I wondered about that too. This is all from what I found in the government household registry. That old woman's husband was named Jin Dai, who died 3 years ago, and their only son was called Jin Fuyu. Gu Qingyu pondered, then suddenly spoke. What if Jin Fuyu was an unfilial son? Everyone's expressions froze as they each lowered their heads and thought if that were true, everything would seem to fall into place. Constable Li then closed the ledger and handed it to an attendant to put away, instructing Gu Qingyu. Go investigate the surrounding area and find out the specific relationship between that old woman and the Jin family. All right, Gu Qingyu responded. Qingyu, wait for me, I'll come with you. Qian Shan hurried to catch up. Just as the two figures disappeared into the distance, old Wu asked in a low voice. Chief, if it's really as Qingyu said, wouldn't that make the old woman the evil spirit causing all this trouble? Constable Li pondered for a moment, his gaze profound. Old Wu, go to the mass grave and examine that old woman's corpse. Chief, how should I examine it? Try summoning her soul and see if there's any response. Old Wu hesitated briefly but still nodded in agreement. I understand. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Qian Shan followed behind Gu Qingyu and couldn't help but speak up. Qingyu, I've noticed that ever since your life essence was damaged last time, you've become a completely different person. Gu Qingyu's heart tightened, but his tone remained calm. How have I changed? Qian Shan thought for a moment and pointed at him. Before, you were young, and whenever a case came up, you'd always hide in the back without saying a word. Ever since that fox spirit incident, you're like a different person. You have ideas, you dare to speak up, you even have something of the chief's bearing. Gu Qingyu smiled. If the chief talked as much as I do, wouldn't that be chaos? Brother Shan, please don't tease me. But inwardly he sighed. The previous Gu Qingyu had long since died. How could he possibly say such a thing aloud? Qian Shan didn't pursue the matter further and asked instead, do you think that evil spirit will continue killing? Yes. Gu Qingyu answered decisively. Why? Gu Qingyu glanced at him sideways. Because those who took her burial gold and silver haven't all died yet. Somehow, Qian Shan felt a chill in his heart. Will it target us constables? Qian Shan immediately asked. I'm not sure, but it's possible. Gu Qingyu frowned in thought for a moment, then explained slowly. We've practiced martial arts for years, so our qi and blood are more vigorous than ordinary people's. That evil spirit probably fears us somewhat, which is why it didn't choose us as its first targets. But what happens in the future is hard to say. Qingyu, based on what you're saying, could that evil spirit be the old woman transformed? Qianshan pressed. Gu Qingyu shook his head. We can't be certain yet. We'll ask the chief later. Qianshan stared at him with a belly full of doubts. The chief knows. He's probably already sent someone to the mass grave. Gu Qingyu's tone was certain. To investigate what? To try summoning her soul. Gu Qingyu explained. If the soul responds to the summoning, it means the old woman likely transformed into an evil spirit. If there's no response at all, it means her soul has been scattered or she's already entered reincarnation. Qianshan instinctively stopped walking upon hearing this. How do you know the chief would do this? Just a guess. Gu Qingyu simply uttered these two words and said no more. The two arrived at the old woman's courtyard. The wooden door was broken, the iron lock rusted, and weeds in the yard reached their knees. Gu Qingyu stepped across the threshold, channeling his Qingyuan inner power into his eyes and scanning every corner of the courtyard. It was completely empty, with no trace of evil spirits remaining. Let's go inside and take a look. Gu Qingyu gestured with his chin. All right. Inside the house was dim and damp, with a choking musty smell. The torn window paper rustled in the wind. The two searched through boxes and cabinets for a full quarter hour, finding only worn bowls and chopsticks and yellowed old clothes. Not even a grain of rice remained. A suspicion arose in Gu Qingyu's mind. Could this old woman have starved to death? Qingyu, don't you think there's something wrong? Qianshan lowered his voice. What? She was old and frail, and there wasn't even a single vegetable in the yard. What exactly was she living on? Qianshan frowned. Gu Qingyu remained silent, pondering the same mystery. Let's ask around the neighborhood. Gu Qingyu was the first to step out the door. Let's go. The neighboring household was surnamed Wang. The Wang family man was dark-skinned and obviously nervous seeing the constables at his door, rubbing his hands and sighing repeatedly. Officers, about that old woman. Ah, that old couple weren't good people. What do you mean by that? Qianshan pressed. Old Wang looked around, then said in a low voice. They had no children, but originally lived comfortably, relying entirely on the Jin family's charity. They regularly sent rice and cloth. The Jin family? Gu Qingyu and Qianshan exchanged glances. Yes, if it weren't for what happened 3 years ago, the old man wouldn't have died. Stop beating around the bush and speak plainly. Gu Qingyu said sternly. Yes, sir. Old Wang was frightened into nervous laughter and hurriedly said. 3 years ago, that old man went to the Jin family to make trouble, saying that just providing food and drink wasn't enough. They also had to give him silver. How could the Jin family agree to that? They threw him out. And then, after he returned home, he shut himself in and wouldn't come out. Within a few days, news spread that he had committed suicide by jumping into a well. That old woman even made a fuss about reporting it to the authorities, saying the Jin family had killed her husband. But later she fell seriously ill, and the matter was left unresolved. Even so, the Jin family didn't say much about it, and in the days that followed, they would occasionally send some relief supplies, which is how the old woman managed to live for another 3 years. Qianshan couldn't help but lean forward and ask, do you really mean to tell me that none of you knew Jin Falu from the Jin family was actually that old man's son? Old Wang's pipe froze midair, clearly stunned for a moment. How is that possible? Sir, you must be joking. All that old man ever talked about before he died was my son died long ago. Gu Qingyu sighed softly and said no more. The pieces of the puzzle were already coming together in his mind. All right, we've got what we need. Qianshan, let's go. Where to? Qianshan followed, still wanting to explain further, but was cut off by Gu Qingyu's words. To ask around the Jin family's neighborhood. The Yaman's lanterns had just been lit, their pale yellow glow swaying between the roof beams. Gu Qingyu and Qianshan hurried back and arrived at Constable Li's desk, ready to report every clue they had uncovered that day. Chief. Heavy footsteps echoed from the doorway as old Wu entered carrying a bundle, dust still clinging to him. He immediately gave a brief report on the situation at the mass grave. I dug up that old woman's body and performed a soul-summoning ritual, but there was no reaction at all. He grabbed the cold tea from the desk and gulped down a couple of mouthfuls before continuing. I think this case probably has nothing to do with the old woman herself. Constable Li looked up and gestured for Gu Qingyu to speak. Qianshan spoke first. We found out that the Jin family has been secretly providing aid to those two old people all these years. But none of the old woman's neighbors knew that Jin Falu was their son. Gu Qingyu added, 3 years ago, Jin Day went to the Jin family once to ask for money and was thrown out. That very night, he threw himself down a well. Old Wu frowned thoughtfully. So you're saying the only connection left to the old woman is Jin Day? Could he be behind all these strange occurrences? It's not impossible, Qianshan nodded. If Jin Day is the culprit, then it's simple, we just need to find him. But didn't he throw himself down the well? We should stake out the well tonight. If he's really turned into some kind of evil spirit, He shouldn't be able to stray far from where he died. Old Wu patted the soul-binding chain at his waist. But Gu Qingyu shook his head. When he had visited the old woman's house that afternoon, he had already examined the ancient well with his Qingyuan spiritual eye and hadn't detected even a trace of resentful energy. His instinct told him Jean Day was no longer in the well. The three men looked at each other, then all turned to Constable Li. Whether they should guard the well tonight and how to do it would depend entirely on their chief's decision. The room fell silent for a moment. Constable Li rubbed his teacup and finally spoke. Tonight, have Qingyu and Xiao Shan guard the well. What about the others? The rest of you will split up and keep watch at the homes of the robbery victims. Signal immediately if anything happens. Yes, everyone responded in unison. In a dark, lightless space, a man shrouded in black energy hunched his back, his expression alternating between fierce and gentle. He stared at the water's surface beneath his feet, where a human figure floated, gender indeterminate, eyes tightly closed, as if in deep sleep. Old woman, I think someone's discovered me. His voice was hoarse, yet carried a vicious edge, completely at odds with his aged face. I can't stay here any longer. The black energy churned as he reached toward the water's surface, but couldn't touch the reflection. You must wait for me. Once I complete my master's task, I'll come back to be with you. At these words, his expression softened, and he murmured quietly. By then, you should be awake too. That night, the bright moon hung high in the silent sky. In the easternmost courtyard of the eastern district, an ancient well lay quietly beneath a jujube tree. The well's stone rim was weathered and mottled, while the jujube leaves shimmered with faint silver light under the moonbeams. Gu Qingyu and Qian Shan leaned shoulder to shoulder against the tree trunk, their eyes fixed on the well, as if guarding against something that was about to emerge. As the night deepened, the moon slowly moved across the rooftops, its cool light gradually sliding over the tiles. After what felt like an eternity, Qian Shan finally lost his patience and whispered urgently. Qingyu, it's almost midnight. Is that thing going to show up or not? Gu Qingyu didn't respond. Instead, he channeled his Qingyuan energy again, a flash of blue light flickering in his pupils before disappearing. He carefully scanned the well walls, the rim, and peered into the dark water below, but found nothing. After withdrawing his power, he rubbed his throbbing temples. I'm not sure. Let's wait a bit longer. Midnight is approaching. If there's truly something here, it should reveal itself then. Fine. Qian Shan let out a long sigh and rubbed his eyes. Staring at the pitch black while opening all night had made his eyes dry and sore, and drowsiness crept up his spine. After another moment, a gentle breeze suddenly stirred in the courtyard, rustling the jujube leaves. Qian Shan jolted awake, his sleepiness half dispelled. He looked around by the well, under the eaves, on the stone steps, confirming the courtyard was empty before pulling his official robes tighter and refocusing on the well opening. But soon, an even stronger wave of fatigue invaded his mind. 2 consecutive nights of keeping watch had already pushed him to his limits, and now his eyelids felt heavy as lead. Qian Shan glanced at Gu Qingyu beside him, seeing that he remained alert, and mumbled, Qingyu, you keep watch. I'll rest for a moment. Wake me if anything happens. Before he finished speaking, he had already slid down against the tree and fallen into a deep sleep. Qian Shan's sudden slumber without proper notice made Gu Qingyu frown slightly. This wasn't like Qian Shan's usual behavior. Normally he would give proper notice, but instead he had fallen asleep without a word. Something seemed off. Gu Qingyu straightened up from the tree trunk, intending to check on Qian Shan's condition. Just then, an aged yet gentle voice whispered close to his ear, young benefactor. Gu Qingyu's heart jolted, and he instinctively looked around. Somehow, an elderly man in plain clothes had appeared in the courtyard, with kind eyes and gentle features, standing with his hands at his sides before the well. He immediately placed his hand on his sword hilt, narrowing his eyes, and speaking coldly, Jean Day. The old man smiled and nodded. I didn't expect the young benefactor to know this old man's name. Gu Qingyu's heart grew cold. Jean Day had died 3 years ago. If this truly was him, he certainly couldn't be among the living. He secretly circulated his inner energy, but didn't act rashly. Seeming to sense his wariness, Jean Day bowed respectfully. Young benefactor, please don't be afraid. This old man means no harm. I've come here today to thank you in person. Seeing that he made no aggressive moves, Gu Qingyu's mind raced as he asked in a deep voice, thank me for what? Jean Day looked up, his eyes filled with gratitude. My old wife starved to death at home, and none of the neighbors paid any attention. If you hadn't discovered her and given her remains a proper burial, I'm afraid my old wife would have had trouble reincarnating. At this point, Jean Day bowed deeply to Gu Qingyu. The old man's cloudy eyes gleamed with sincerity as he spoke in a hoarse voice. So this old fool has come to thank you. To thank you for helping my old woman gather her remains and giving her a proper burial. In this world, whether one's remains could receive a decent burial was widely regarded as the key to determining whether the departed soul could peacefully reincarnate. Gu Qingyu remained skeptical about Tis in his view. It was perhaps merely comforting words people told themselves. He watched Jin Dai without returning the bow or speaking. The old man understood the coldness and still smiled. Young benefactor, it matters not if you don't accept my gratitude. Looking as I do now, whoever I thank will likely give me no response. After a moment of silence, Gu Qingyu suddenly asked, "That golden hairpin, did you bring it?" Jin Dai nodded, his smile deepening. As a token of thanks. The Tianyuan power flowed through Gu Qingyu's pupils as he studied the old man carefully. "So you're saying you also killed those people from the Wu family?" The Tianyuan power tore away the disguise, and Gu Qingyu saw the true Jin Dai shrouded in dark energy, his face savage, cold, and cruel, completely different from his earlier kindly appearance. That familiar dark energy made his scalp tingle. Jin Dai answered frankly, "Yes, young benefactor, I did kill that family." The man's directness made Gu Qingyu's expression darken slightly. "Why?" "They took my old woman's favorite golden hairpin. That hairpin belonged to them originally." Gu Qingyu lowered his voice. "No, what I found belongs to me." Jin Dai still wore his smile. Gu Qingyu's fingertips had already gripped his blade handle, yet he ultimately didn't draw at Jin Dai, dared to show himself openly, clearly unafraid of battle. Who would live and who would die remained unknown. He instinctively reached for the signal flare at his waist, but found nothing. "Are you looking for this?" Jin Dai opened his palm, revealing the signal flare. Gu Qingyu fell silent for a moment, lowered his hand, and asked instead, "What about your son? Did you also kill everyone in the Jin household?" "He's not my son. I have no such son. They all deserve to die." Murderous intent flashed in the old man's eyes, but was quickly covered by a smile. Gu Qingyu waited quietly. Sure enough, Jin Dai began recounting the past. Years ago, his son Jin Felu married a wealthy man's daughter and thereafter cut all ties with his parents, treating his father-in-law as his real father. The couple originally thought not to hinder their son's prospects and silently blessed him, yet for 20 consecutive years they never received a single visit. 3 years ago, his old woman suddenly contracted a strange illness. Jin Dai exhausted all his family's wealth to no avail, and in desperation went to seek help from Jin Felu. That unfilial son hid from him and even ordered servants to drive him from the estate. That night, Jin Dai returned to his dilapidated home, money and grain exhausted, his old woman dying. Jin Felu's servants not only beat him but also spat on him, then went to the neighbors the next day spreading insulting words. Overwhelmed by rage and despair, Jin Dai threw himself into the river, wanting only to go ahead and scout the path to the underworld for his old woman. Who would have thought that 2 days later, his old woman's condition improved? Jin Felu seemed to have found his conscience and sent people to care for her for several days, and the old woman stubbornly clung to life. At this point, the old man's smile suddenly turned sinister. If it had ended there, so be it. But some days ago, Jin Felu secretly sent people saying that the old woman had already lived 3 extra years, which was enough good karma for him. Living any longer would be a waste of food. So they carried away all the remaining grain from the house and starved the old woman to death inside. Gu Qingyu's brow furrowed deeply. "Why didn't you report this to the authorities?" "Report to the authorities?" Jin Dai sneered. "My old woman couldn't move freely due to her serious illness, and the Jin family held great power. How hard would it be to ensure that a weak old woman wouldn't dare report them?" At this point, Jin Dai stopped explaining and instead threw the question back. "Young benefactor, tell me, don't people like that deserve to die?" "Damn it!" Gu Qingyu cursed under his breath, his words forming wisps of vapor in the winter night. The wooden gate stood desolate, wind and snow swirling around it. He recalled the verse, "On this miserable night of wind and snow at the humble gate, having a son is worse than having none," and felt his chest tighten with suffocating gloom. He understood Jin Dai's grief and rage all too well. An unfilial son, raised with painstaking care by his parents, only to turn around and abuse his father and starve his mother to death. Jin Felu deserved to die 10,000 deaths, and those servants who helped torment the elderly deserved death as well. Yet not everyone in the Jin household was evil. Good people still lived among them. Not to mention the innocent Wu family, who lost their lives over nothing more than a golden hairpin. Jin Felu deserved to die, and those dog servants too. Gu Qingyu turned to stare at Jin Dai, his voice low but cutting with cold intent. But the 17 maidservants in the Jin household didn't deserve death, nor did the cook, nor the old gatekeeper, and certainly not the Wu family of 3. In the small courtyard, candlelight flickered. Jin Dai's initial smile froze on his face, gradually replaced by a layer of dark resentment. No, they all deserved to die. Gu Qingyu stopped arguing and kicked viciously at Qianshan, who lay motionless in the snow. But Qianshan seemed trapped in a deep slumber, unresponsive no matter how much he was shaken or pushed. "Young benefactor, don't waste your energy." Warm breath suddenly brushed against his ear. Gu Qingyu spun around sharply. Jin Dai, who had been standing far across the courtyard moments ago, now stood before him with a beaming smile. Clang! Steel flashed. Gu Qingyu instinctively slashed horizontally, But Jean Day's form wavered like a mirage, narrowly dodging the blade. What's wrong with him? Did you do this? Gu Qingyu demanded in a low, threatening voice. Is this constable a friend of yours, young benefactor? Jean Day smiled with narrowed eyes. Don't worry. This old man won't harm him, just put him to sleep. Hearing this, Gu Qingyu felt slightly relieved, though his blade remained pointed at his opponent. Jean Day, I advise you to surrender. If you don't stop now, death is your only path. Haha. What are you talking about, young benefactor? Jean Day stood with his hands clasped behind his back. What terrible thing has this old man done that requires surrender? You killed people. Everyone I killed deserved to die. You're hopelessly stubborn. Gu Qingyu roared in anger. Jean Day sighed deeply, his eyes growing dim. Young benefactor, this old man has long had no path of retreat. Since you cannot understand either, I won't remain here to offend your eyes. Where are you going? Jean Day didn't answer. His figure seemed swallowed by the night, gradually fading away. Gu Qingyu suddenly activated his Qingyuan power, his eyes flashing with green light. He saw a wisp of black energy shooting rapidly toward the eastern courtyard. Oh no! His heart clenched as he lunged toward Qianshan, shaking him violently with both hands. Wake up quickly! Qianshan opened his eyes groggily. Seeing Gu Qingyu's anxious expression, he asked in confusion, Qingyu, what's wrong? Did you discover something? Jean Day appeared. Jean Day. Qianshan's mind flashed with understanding, and his hair stood on end. He sat up abruptly, looking around frantically. Where is he? No, wait. Where's the ghost? He quickly reached for his waist, only to discover that his signal flare was gone. That's not right. Where's my signal flare? How did it disappear? It was just here, he muttered with a frown. Don't worry about that now, his companion whispered urgently. Jean Day took the signal flare. You need to find the chief and the others quickly. Jean Day is about to harm people again. If we're too late, more will die tonight. Upon hearing the word die, Qianshan shot to his feet, gripping his blade handle with one hand, his gaze sharp and fierce. What about you? I'm going after Jean Day. Before Gu Qingyu finished speaking, he had already rushed out the door. The night wind hit his face as Gu Qingyu channeled his spiritual energy, instantly flooding his eyes with power. The dark streets of Lion's Mouth became as clear as daylight to him, with wisps of black energy drifting between roof tiles and wall corners. Suddenly, he spotted the thickest patch of dark mist hovering over one household's roof. There! Gu Qingyu leaped up with a burst of energy, and upon landing, he kicked forward, smashing the door open with a loud bang. In the courtyard, dim lamplight flickered as Jean Day held an elderly man by the throat. The old man's face was deathly pale, his legs kicking frantically, terror in his eyes that could chill anyone to the bone. Jean Day's face had lost all traces of his earlier kindness, now twisted with malice as dark energy swirled in his palm violently, extracting the old man's soul. The moment Gu Qingyu kicked down the door, the old man's head lolled to one side as he died on the spot. Jean Day casually threw the corpse to the ground. Two bodies in constable uniforms already lay sprawled on the ground, their night watch colleagues. The smell of blood mixed with the night wind, nearly suffocating. Jean Day's eyes shifted to the daughter-in-law nearby. The woman knelt among the corpses, tears streaming down her face, but terror had seized her voice, leaving only her lips trembling silently. Stop! Gu Qingyu roared. My young benefactor, you've arrived? Jean Day tilted his head with a sinister smile, cold and eerie. Since my young benefactor is here, I won't kill this woman. Before his words finished, he transformed into a wisp of black smoke, sweeping over the roof tiles toward the next house. Monster! Knowing he was seeking another target, Gu Qingyu ignored the terrified woman on the ground and drew his blade, chasing after the direction of the black smoke. Just as Gu Qingyu left, hurried footsteps echoed from the back alley. Qianshan led Chief Li and the others to the scene, finding the door wide open and bodies strewn across the courtyard. The woman sat dazed in the center of the corpses, her eyes vacant. Chief Li's face instantly darkened like iron. Demon! He pointed at the courtyard. Xiaowen, you stay and look after this woman. The rest of you, follow me to find Qingyu. Yes, Chief. As they hurried along, Chief Li's brow furrowed deeply. Thinking of the two dead constables in the courtyard made his heart run cold. That thing was too vicious. If Qingyu couldn't handle it alone, they'd be in serious trouble. Moreover, Qingyu had been injured by evil spirits just days ago, damaging his spiritual foundation. He absolutely couldn't afford another mishap. At another residence, black energy swirled around the roof tiles, and screams from within had just ceased. When Gu Qingyu arrived, Jean Day had already cast 2 more lives at his feet. In mere moments, his murderous nature had intensified, his entire face twisted with brutality. My young benefactor, you've come again. Jean Day dropped the limp corpse from his hands, staring coldly at Gu Qingyu, all traces of his smile long gone. Gu Qingyu's heart sank. Having killed multiple people in such a short time, Jean Day was about to lose all reason completely. He slowly drew the narrow blade from his waist, its edge gleaming coldly in the firelight, and said in a low voice, Jean Day, stop this. Stop? Haha. A trace of sorrow flickered across Jean Day's face. Young benefactor, do you think it's still possible for this old man to stop now? Gu Qingyu stood with blade in hand, cold light flashing in his eyes. As long as you surrender here and now, I guarantee your soul won't be scattered to the winds. Jean Day shook his head, his cracked lips murmuring repeatedly. Too late, too late. Gu Qingyu's heart suddenly sank. The next moment, deep within Jean Day's eyes, crimson light seeped out like blood-clear signs of demonic possession. As the red light surged, malevolent energy around his body became almost tangible, rippling in waves. Gu Qingyu distinctly felt that some restraint within Jean Day was being torn apart. One moment later, and his opponent would completely lose control tonight. No one in the Eastern District would survive. Jean Day, he shouted sternly, trying to awaken the last trace of reason. But before the echo faded, violent evil intent had already erupted completely. Boom. Dark sinister energy burst skyward from the ground, forming a pitch-black pillar of light several zhang high, pressing down on Gu Qingyu with overwhelming force. Gu Qingyu held his blade across his chest, channeling his inner energy as the Tianyuan armor hummed to life, instantly enveloping his entire body in a blue protective barrier. Eastern District, Lion's Mouth. Constable Li was leading Qian Shan and others on night patrol when he suddenly saw the black pillar of light piercing the sky in the distance. His expression changed drastically. A malevolent demon. Oh no, Qingyu. Before his words finished, he leaped onto the rooftops, channeling his full energy as he transformed into a black shadow, racing across tiles through the air straight toward the light pillar. Night wind howled as Constable Li's figure swept across the continuous rooftops, his robes fluttering like banners. Behind him, Qian Shan gritted his teeth in desperate pursuit, but his cultivation couldn't match Constable Li's, so he could only run faster on foot, his heart burning with anxiety. Chief, he shouted toward the rooftops, not daring to slow his pace. Gu Qingyu had been his close friend since joining the office, and now he was alone pursuing a malevolent demon. The odds were against him. Moreover, Gu Qingyu's life essence had been severely damaged earlier. Thinking of this, he cursed, misfortunes never come alone, spat several times, then forcibly suppressed his ominous thoughts and silently prayed. Qingyu, you must hold on. On the other side, within the Qingyuan armor's barrier, the malevolent energy struck like raging waves, yet couldn't tear through even the slightest gap. Gu Qingyu felt somewhat relieved. However, Jean Day also noticed the barrier's troublesome nature and raised one pitch-black, ghostly claw with a half-smile, slowly reaching forward. Gu Qingyu's brow furrowed tightly. The ghostly claw's movement seemed extremely slow, yet no matter which direction he dodged, that claw could lock onto him with an eerie arc, as if he were marked for death. In an instant, the ghostly claw was already touching the barrier. Crack! The black claw collided with the Qingyuan armor, sending out a shower of sparks as the barrier's blue light dimmed considerably. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The recoil also reached Jean Day, his ghostly claw seeming to touch boiling oil as black smoke continuously rose from its surface. Clearly, the Qingyuan armor had a strong restraining effect on him. Witnessing this scene, a flash of inspiration crossed Gu Qingyu's mind. Seeing this, a sudden idea emerged in Gu Qingyu's heart. Looking at Jean Day just 1 meter away, he didn't hesitate for a second and charged straight at him. The Qingyuan armor burst forth with brilliant green light, crashing thunderously into Jean Day's chest. Ah! A scream tore through the night, like boiling oil splashed on flesh. Thick black smoke billowed from Jean Day's chest as Gu Qingyu's impact sent him flying. It works. Gu Qingyu's eyes lit up. Though the green light had dimmed slightly, he didn't stop, charging forward again with the Qingyuan armor blazing. Having suffered once, the maddened Jean Day instinctively avoided the attack, his form instantly transforming into a streak of black smoke that swept past Gu Qingyu's shoulder. Trying to escape? Gu Qingyu's eyes narrowed. Clang! His blade sang from its sheath, cold steel flashing. He channeled the Qingyuan energy within him into his arms, coating the blade's edge as green light crackled along the cutting edge. Strike! Whoosh! The blade light cut through the night, like slicing through clouds, severing the black mist in two. However, the black mist didn't dissipate. In the blink of an eye, it reformed and lunged toward Gu Qingyu's face with deadly intent. Gu Qingyu held his breath, raising his narrow blade across his chest. Black wind blade technique. Blade light flashed repeatedly, the edge tearing through air as several blade winds created whirlpool-like currents that swept toward the black mist. The first stage of black wind blade technique could only be executed proficiently, but at the second stage, each strike contained subtle blade winds. Though weak, they far surpassed the first stage. If mastered to perfection, one could take an enemy's head from 1,000 miles away. Now the blade winds carried Qingyuan energy, green light exploding within the sharp edges, amplifying the power even further. Crack! Like a whip snapping through air, the blade wind struck the black mist with a thunderous explosion. The black mist was instantly shredded, and Jean Day's form tumbled among the rubble, his savage face showing clear terror. Gu Qingyu's heart stirred whether it was the Qingyuan armor or the Qingyuan energy within him. Both seemed to naturally counter Jean Day. Seizing upon his fear, Gu Qingyu gripped his blade handle with both hands, pouring all his Qingyuan energy into one final strike. Flash! Jean Day's head was severed instantly, but there was no spray of blood, nor did it roll to the ground. Instead, it dissolved into black smoke in midair, and his entire body dissipated along with it. Ding! Elementary demon slain. Ding! 10 growth points acquired. Ding! 10 evolution points acquired. Qingyu! A familiar shout came from behind. Gu Qingyu turned to see Constable Li surging with vital energy, breaking through the scattered black smoke as he rushed across the rooftops. Chief, I'm here. Moments later, Constable Li landed beside Gu Qingyu. Seeing him unharmed, his face brightened with relief. Are you all right? I'm fine, Chief. Only then did Constable Li breathe a sigh of relief. His expression grew serious as he positioned himself protectively in front of Gu Qingyu, scanning their surroundings warily. Where's that demon? I killed it. Oh. Constable Li looked around carefully and nodded slightly. Suddenly, as if realizing something, his body went rigid and he whipped around to stare at Gu Qingyu. What did you say? Gu Qingyu repeated with sincere conviction. I killed it. Constable Li stopped pressing for details, instead focusing intently on every subtle muscle twitch on his face and tremor at the corners of his eyes, silently assessing the truth. This kid really doesn't seem to be lying. How did you kill it? Just one strike. Gu Qingyu raised the narrow blade in his hand and made a slashing motion through the air, the sound of the blade cutting through wind clearly audible. Constable Li narrowed his eyes, seemingly detecting something. Did you break through in your blade technique? Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under that gaze, Gu Qingyu scratched the back of his head and bashfully admitted, yes, I did break through. The principles of the second level of the Black Wind blade technique quickly flashed through Constable Li's mind. Each move could generate a wisp of blade wind, and whether powered by blood qi or true qi, it indeed had remarkable restraining power against demons. But he shook his head immediately. This alone still wouldn't be enough to single-handedly sever the head of a low-level malevolent demon. Before Constable Li could finish speaking, Gu Qingyu added, Chief, actually, I broke through again. Broke through? Constable Li was stunned. 6th level of body tempering? He remembered that when Gu Qingyu last killed the seductive demon, he had just barely stepped into the 5th level of body tempering. How long had it been since then? When Gu Qingyu nodded to confirm, Constable Li's expression immediately turned serious. Qingyu, tell me honestly, have you been practicing some kind of dark arts? Chief, where would I get dark arts from? Gu Qingyu spread his hands, and seeing that his expression remained grave, quickly added, if you don't believe me, you can examine me. After a moment's hesitation, Constable Li finally stepped forward and gradually channeled his true qi along Gu Qingyu's meridians. As the warm true qi flowed through the channels, he keenly detected that Gu Qingyu's meridians were a full circle wider than those of normal body tempering realm martial artists, almost approaching the specifications of the qi cultivation realm, yet without any trace of sinister aura. Puzzlement arose in his mind as he asked in a deep voice, why are your meridians so much broader than others at the same level, almost like those of the qi cultivation realm? Really, Chief? I have no idea why. Gu Qingyu looked genuinely astonished. This was the first time he learned that his meridians were different from ordinary people's. He secretly speculated it might be related to the taming system, but kept this to himself. Constable Li lowered his brow in contemplation. Naturally broad meridians were usually a heaven-blessed constitution, and people with such physiques often advanced rapidly in cultivation. No wonder Gu Qingyu could break through multiple levels in such a short time. But strangely, he had examined Gu Qingyu's aptitude before. While his meridians were above average then, they were nowhere near as broad as they were now. Ever since Gu Qingyu's essence was damaged that time, everything seemed to have changed. At this thought, his eyes blazed as he stared intently at Gu Qingyu and asked, Qingyu, are you hiding something from me? Gu Qingyu smiled faintly, his gaze calm, yet he shook his head and replied, Chief, what could I possibly be hiding from you? Constable Li studied him carefully for a long moment, but ultimately chose not to press further. The malevolent energy in the room gradually dissipated with Jean Day's death. Just as the air became clear again, hurried footsteps approached from afar, accompanied by Qian Shan's anxious shouts. Qingyu, how are you? Bang! The door was kicked open as Qian Shan, drenched in sweat, rushed inside. Seeing Gu Qingyu standing unharmed beside Constable Li, he breathed a long sigh of relief, repeatedly muttering, Thank goodness you're okay. Thank goodness you're okay. His brother's concern warmed Gu Qingyu's heart. As an orphan, having someone care about him was already a tremendous blessing. He stepped forward and playfully punched Qian Shan's shoulder. What could happen to me? Look at you. Exhausted like a dog, you need more training. Qian Shan rolled his eyes. With your measly cultivation level, you dare lecture me? Believe it or not, Brother Shan could beat you in minutes? Gu Qingyu merely smiled without responding. Qian Shan raised an eyebrow. What are you smiling about? Not convinced. Come on, let Brother Shan teach you a lesson. At this moment, Old Wu walked around the two and approached Constable Li. Chief, where's that evil demon? Killed. Constable Li replied flatly. Old Wu was stunned, then gave a thumbs up. Chief, you're amazing. That demon required at least body tempering 8th heaven to defeat. Among all us constables, only you could manage it. Constable Li shook his head. I didn't kill it. Old Wu froze, then looked toward Gu Qingyu. Only Constable Li and Gu Qingyu had been in the room earlier, so if it wasn't the chief, then it could only be. Qian Shan also stared in shock, his gaze fixed on Gu Qingyu's face. You killed it. Gu Qingyu nodded modestly. Just luck, pure luck. Qian Shan's eyes widened. Luck? What kind of damn luck lets someone at body tempering 5th heaven kill a demon comparable to 8th heaven? I'm at 7th heaven and wouldn't be confident. Did you break through again? Gu Qingyu waved his hand. Ah, lucky accidentally broke through. Damn it. Qian Shan cursed inwardly. He had just reached body tempering 5th heaven last time, and now he'd broken through again after just a few days? Despite his jealousy, he was happy for his brother Gu Qingyu's life essence was damaged, and he needed to reach the innate realm as soon as possible. The faster he cultivated, the better his chances of survival. Colleagues came forward to congratulate him, but Qian Shan frowned. Something's not right. Even if you reached body tempering 6th heaven, you couldn't kill that demon. The gap between 6th and 8th heaven isn't small. Gu Qingyu replied calmly. Oh, I've mastered the 2nd level of the Black Wind Blade technique. What? Qian Shan was stunned. In the entire county office, only the chief had previously mastered the 2nd level of the Black Wind Blade technique, and now Gu Qingyu had reached it too. The difference between the 1st and 2nd levels was transformative. He remained skeptical. But even so, you still might not be able to kill the demon. Constable Li explained. Qingyu's meridians are broader than normal, giving him strength far beyond his cultivation level. Everyone suddenly understood, looking at Gu Qingyu with envious eyes. Remembering his earlier boastful words about beating him up, Qian Shan's expression became awkward. Gu Qingyu saw through his thoughts and smiled slightly. Brother Shan, didn't you just say you'd teach me a lesson? Where would be suitable? Qian Shan immediately put on a stern face. Seeing as you're tired from slaying that demon today, I won't take advantage of you. Let's do it another day. After Jin Dai's soul was utterly destroyed, the lingering malevolent energy around the area began to slowly dissipate. With his death, both the Jin family massacre and the series of thefts plaguing the Eastern District had temporarily come to an end. Yet, Gu Qingyu couldn't shake the feeling that things were far from over. To confirm that persistent sense of unease, he instinctively channeled his Qingyuan energy into his eyes and re-examined the ground where Jin Dai had just fallen. Jagged stones, fresh bloodstains, and only a few wisps of dark mist still lingering about. Everything else was empty. What are you looking at? Constable Li had already taken his men to handle the corpses, leaving only Qian Shan and Gu Qingyu to stand guard. Seeing Gu Qingyu staring intently at the ground without moving, Qian Shan couldn't help but speak up. Nothing. Gu Qingyu withdrew his gaze and shook out his sleeves. Let's go. There's still cleanup work to be done. But Qian Shan grabbed his arm. The chief told you to go back and rest first. You've already dealt with Jin Dai, leave the rest to us. Gu Qingyu nodded, his gaze settling on Qian Shan. What about you? Qian Shan winked at him. I told the chief I'd stay with you and take good care of you. You're going to take care of me? Gu Qingyu raised an eyebrow. You just fought a malevolent demon to the death. You must be pretty drained too. If we really run into danger, you probably won't be able to handle it either. Qian Shan chuckled. I'm just worried about you. What if you run into more demons on your way back? Gu Qingyu rolled his eyes, too lazy to argue further, and stepped out of the courtyard gate first. Qian Shan was squeamish about blood, was probably just trying to escape the corpse collecting duty. Gu Qingyu knew exactly what was going on. Wo would want to deal with those severed limbs anyway. Watching Gu Qingyu's retreating figure, Qian Shan's expression grew complicated. In truth, he hadn't told the whole story before leaving. The chief had given him an additional task. Keep a close eye on Gu Qingyu. The reason was unclear, but since it was an order, he had no choice but to comply. Where are you? Hurry up. I haven't slept all night, and I'm starving. Let's check if there are any street vendors setting up at the corner. I need to fill my stomach first. Gu Qingyu called out. Coming. Qian Shan hurried to catch up. After waiting for quite a while, a familiar old man with a carrying pole finally appeared on the street. The two each devoured a large bowl of steaming hot noodle soup, working up a sweat and feeling drowsiness creep in. When they decided to head home for some sleep, Qian Shan insisted on following Gu Qingyu. His reasoning was sound enough. His own home was far away, and he was worried Gu Qingyu would be lonely by himself. Worried I'd be lonely? Gu Qingyu's expression turned strange, feeling something was off about those words. Could Qian Shan have some special preferences? From the previous owner's memories, Qian Shan was a regular at brothels, so his orientation seemed normal, but being a brothel regular didn't necessarily mean he had no interest in men. He suddenly looked Qian Shan up and down with suspicion. Why are you staring at me like that? Qian Shan felt uncomfortable under the scrutiny. Gu Qingyu hesitated for a moment, then said earnestly, I really only see you as a brother. What? Qian Shan looked completely bewildered. I see you as a brother too. The two stared at each other, the air filled with an awkward silence. Suddenly, he snapped to his senses and pointed at Gu Qingyu, asking, You don't actually suspect I'm into men, do you? In the end, Qian Shan still left cursing and grumbling, his footsteps echoing through the hallway. Back home, Gu Qingyu first took a cold shower, washing away both the dust from the road and the weariness in his heart. Then he slipped under the covers, closed his eyes, and checked on the Tianyuan Green Turtle's condition. The taming system's feedback told him that the creature was still sleeping. After confirming everything was fine, he finally relaxed completely and unknowingly drifted into sleep. When he opened his eyes again, darkness had fallen outside the window. Gu Qingyu stretched lazily and activated the taming system. His keen perception immediately detected the Tianyuan Green Turtle's awakening. His consciousness then sank into the turtle's body. Vast waters rushed toward him, moonlight filtering through the surface as pale silver ripples danced across the shell. The Tianyuan Green Turtle was more robust than before, its limbs bulging with muscle. When Gu Qingyu casually raised a claw, the surrounding water churned into undercurrents, and this was without using even a trace of Qing Yuan. He knew that the Qing Yuan stored within the Tianyuan Green Turtle's body far exceeded what his own body contained. The familiar sensation of hunger soon crept up his throat. Gu Qingyu controlled the turtle's body as it glided underwater, and before long, he locked onto a school of plump fish. His massive jaws opened wide. Qing Yuan surged, and powerful suction drew the entire school into his mouth. With a couple of chomps, all the fish slid down into his belly, temporarily easing the hunger. But immediately after, he discovered that his growth points hadn't increased obviously because they had already reached the limit. He immediately pulled up the attribute panel. Host, Gu Qingyu. Level, 7. Remaining lifespan, 15 years. Growth points, 10. Evolution points, 10. Skills, Black Wind Blade Technique Level 2. Qing Yuan Armor Level 2. Qing Yuan Level 1. Tamed Beast, Tianyuan Green Turtle. Level, 7. Skills, Black Wind Blade Technique Level 2. Qing Yuan Armor Level 2. Qing Yuan Level 1. These 10 growth points and 10 evolution points were all obtained from killing Jin De. Based on past experience, growth points wouldn't increase once they reached 10, so he planned to use them up first. However, filling his stomach was the priority. After targeting 3 more schools of fish and devouring them like a whale, his belly finally felt satisfied. Only then did Gu Qingyu truly begin to take action. 10 growth points and 10 evolution points. Let's evolve first. The system prompt immediately appeared. Ding. Do you choose to consume 10 evolution points to evolve the Tianyuan Green Turtle? Yes. Ding. Evolution in progress. Ding. Evolution successful. Tianyuan Green Turtle has evolved into Tianyuan Turtle. In an instant, a gentle yet magnificent warm current surged through his meridians. That power was mysterious and grand, as if it wanted to refine his bones, flesh, and even his soul together. Gu Qingyu held his breath to experience it, time seeming to stretch endlessly, yet also feeling like only a moment had passed. When the sensation subsided, his consciousness sank back into the Tianyuan Turtle's body. Near his dantian, a vast white space had appeared, like clouds and mist, yet also like a spiritual sea, inexplicably boundless. What was this? This space wasn't large, roughly 10 cubic meters or so. Everything around was pristine white, so empty that not even a speck of dust could be seen. Gu Qingyu's consciousness resided within the Tianyuan Turtle's body, and he couldn't help but freeze at the sight of this empty space. Anyone would be astonished that the Tianyuan Turtle, with its not-so-massive form at present, could contain such an expansive internal space. What can such a large space be used for? The thought had barely crossed his mind when a wave of unfamiliar yet familiar information suddenly surged into his consciousness, like long-sealed memories being unveiled. One flower, one world, one leaf, one Bodhi. In an instant, he understood. This white space was called Qianquan, an embryonic world nurtured within the Tianyuan Turtle's body, with its most fundamental function being to contain all things. Beyond this, Qianquan harbored other mysterious powers, though his current realm was too low to utilize them. At least for now, using it as a storage space would make good use of it. He immediately pulled up the attribute panel. Host, Gu Qingyu. Level, 7. Remaining lifespan, 15 years. Growth points, 10. Evolution points, 0. Skills, Black Wind Blade Technique Level 2, Qingyuan Armor Level 2, Qingyuan Level 1, Qianquan Level 1. Tamed Beast, Tianyuan Turtle. Level, 7. Skills, Black Wind Blade Technique Level 2, Qingyuan Armor Level 2, Qingyuan Level 1, Qianquan Level 1. Previously, he had spent 10 evolution points to evolve the Tianyuan Green Turtle into a Tianyuan Turtle, To advance further would require a full 100 evolution points. Fortunately, the growth points needed for leveling up remained constant, though obtaining growth points was becoming increasingly difficult. Ding. Consume 10 growth points to tame the Tianyuan Turtle. Yes. Brief notification sounds rang out in succession. Ding. Taming in progress. Taming successful. Ding. Tianyuan Turtle's level increased to 8. The moment the level increased, familiar drowsiness washed over him, and his consciousness withdrew from the avatar, returning to his physical body. His main body's cultivation simultaneously broke through to the 8th level of body tempering. The night was thick and heavy. He opened his eyes and gazed out the window, sighing softly. This sleep schedule. He lay in bed for a long while, but couldn't fall asleep. So he simply got up, deciding to examine the white space within his dantian. After all, he had only read about storage spaces in web novels in his previous life. Now that he actually possessed one, he naturally wanted to try it out. In the center of his dantian, a white point of light flickered faintly. He probed with his spiritual sense and was immediately drawn into another dimension. However, the moment he stepped in, he noticed something was off. The space within his own body was just over 1 cubic meter, a full 10 times smaller than the 10 cubic meters inside the Tianyuan Turtle. Same level, same skills, yet the avatar and the main body were worlds apart. He furrowed his brow, pondering deeply. No wonder demon beasts of the same realm could crush all cultivators. Gu Qingyu recalled what he had once heard from storytellers and tea houses about monsters. In the first year of the Great Wei Dynasty, demons and monsters brought chaos to the world. Whenever they encountered a great demon, it required dozens of masters of equal cultivation level to join forces and surround it before they could take it down. At first, he had merely treated it as entertainment, never imagining that the gap between demon beasts and human cultivators of the same level would truly be so significant. Now, he was experiencing this disparity firsthand. Fortunately, after the initial surprise came greater joy. The Tianyuan Turtle was his tamed beast, almost like an extension of himself. The stronger the demon beast, the more powerful his trump card became. Even if the gap were 100-fold, he would still consider it insufficient. After testing his strength, he turned his attention to the spatial dimension. Gu Qingyu gripped his personal narrow blade and silently thought store. The cold steel blade instantly vanished, and in a corner of the spatial dimension, the narrow blade lay quietly. The operation was successful. His spirits lifted immediately, and he quickly stored several taels of silver fragments from under his mattress, along with some spare clothes. Then he retrieved the narrow blade and smoothly drew it from its sheath. Night had fallen deep, and the courtyard was silent. With no trace of sleepiness, he decided to exercise his muscles and bones, partly to familiarize himself with his newly enhanced strength, and partly to see if he could advance his black wind blade technique through his own efforts. Evolution points were precious, and he was reluctant to use them unless absolutely necessary. In the open space, Gu Qingyu took a deep breath and began with the first step of the black wind blade technique. Familiarize yourself with your blade. Only by thoroughly understanding one's partner could maximum power be unleashed. As his spiritual consciousness sank into his dantian, he suddenly discovered that the white point was surrounded by a layer of green energy, fully twice as thick as before. So, as long as my own level increases, the green yuan grows as well. His heart stirred. Green yuan possessed tremendous power when restraining evil spirits and ghosts. Without this green energy back then, he never could have slain Jin Dea with a single strike. Compared to pure blood qi, green yuan's destructive power against evil entities was at least several times greater. But if the quantity of green yuan increased with level advancement, then what exactly did evolution points enhance? Quantity or quality? Unable to figure it out for the moment, he set aside his doubts and decided to test it with evolution points later. Practice was the only criterion for testing truth. With his thoughts unified, his essence, qi, and spirit instantly tensed like a fully drawn bowstring. Swish, swish, swish. Blade light danced through the dark courtyard, cold gleams intersecting. Suddenly, he caught a slight movement atop the eastern wall and immediately turned his head, calling out in a low voice. Who's there? With his enhanced strength came sharper perception. He infused his eyes with green yuan and saw that there was no dark qi churning on the other side of the wall. It wasn't a demon or evil spirit, but the movement was unmistakable. He instinctively tightened his grip on the blade handle. Crack! The bricks and tiles in the corner seemed to be stepped on by something, producing a faint sound of breaking. Gu Qingyu's nerves tensed instantly, his first thought bane a thief. He channeled his Qingyuan energy into his feet, touched the ground with his toes, and his figure shot toward the east wall like lightning. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the wall, stepping on it with his left foot and hooking the edge with his right hand. With an explosive burst of arm strength, he nimbly vaulted over the wall. The moonlight was pale and dim, yet a cowering figure had appeared at the base of the wall. Gu Qingyu snorted coldly. Humph, what audacity! He flipped his long blade and brought the flat side down with a wind-cutting strike. Qingyu, it's me. Qian Shan was so frightened that his spine went cold. He considered himself one of the top fighters in the yamen, yet under this blade's momentum, he found himself unable to move. Swallowing hard, he forced a dry laugh. I just came to take a look. Look at what? Gu Qingyu sheathed his blade, his gaze still cold. Coming to his senses, Qian Shan wiped away his sweat and spoke irritably. To see why you're not sleeping in the middle of the night, still practicing with your blade, nearly getting your brother chopped up. Gu Qingyu gave an embarrassed smile. The case investigation has disrupted my sleep schedule. I can't sleep, so I need to find something to do. How diligent. Qian Shan rolled his eyes, then turned and produced a large bundle wrapped in lotus leaves and 2 wine jars from behind him. The lotus leaves emanated an enticing aroma of meat. Are you hungry? Gu Qingyu touched his stomach. It was indeed quite empty. I knew it. Qian Shan carried the wine jars and walked around the east wall to the courtyard gate. Still somewhat annoyed, he kicked the door open and muttered, if I'd known you were practicing with your blade in the courtyard, I wouldn't have climbed over the wall. Gu Qingyu touched his nose and silently followed. The courtyard was dim, so he invited Qian Shan into the house. The two sat facing each other at the table and lit a candle. The flickering yellow flame illuminated the wooden table with warmth. Each man held a wine jar as Qian Shan unwrapped the lotus leaves, revealing a whole chicken glazed with savory sauce and several pieces of pork head meat with alternating fat and lean layers, all glistening with oil. Come drink. The 2 jars clinked together with a dull sound, and most of Qian Shan's sullenness dissipated. Gu Qingyu tilted his head back and drank deeply. The fiery white liquor burned his throat as he grabbed a piece of pork head meat, dipped it in chili powder, and took a big bite. Halfway through their drinking, Qian Shan suddenly stared at him. Qingyu, you seem to have changed. How have I changed? Gu Qingyu looked up. I can't quite put my finger on it. Qian Shan's expression was complex. You used to be soft-natured, and you were never this uninhibited when drinking with me. I noticed it the last time we drank together, but I just thought you were close to death then and didn't think much of it. Gu Qingyu offered no explanation. He raised his wine jar and said calmly, if you also died once, you would be able to understand me. This remark carried a double meaning. He naturally understood that he was completely different from the previous Gu Qingyu. After all, they weren't even the same person. Qian Shan looked at his brother before him and nodded with a half-understanding expression. Having never faced death himself, he couldn't comprehend the mental transformation Gu Qingyu had undergone during those 7 days. People often say experiencing life and death is like being reborn, and perhaps Gu Qingyu's changes today were indeed due to that brush with death. He sighed inwardly. In the dimly lit inn, the 2 men sat facing each other. Gu Qingyu lifted the wine jar, paused for a moment, then set it down. Actually, there's something else I want to ask you. His gaze was calm. Go ahead, Qian Shan replied readily. Dr. Liu said I only had 7 days to live, but after 7 days passed, I didn't die. Why is that? Gu Qingyu remained silent for a long time. If he simply insisted he didn't know, all responsibility would fall on Dr. Liu's misdiagnosis, inaccurate assessment, and people would believe it. But common sense was clear. When one's life essence is damaged, survival is nearly impossible. Now he had not only survived, but clearly could live much longer. If he claimed complete ignorance, it would be hard to fool those with keen insight. He looked up and spoke deliberately. I hope what I'm about to tell you stays between us alone. Gu Qingyu's rare seriousness made Qian Shan's heart tighten, and he quickly sat up straight. I promise, I won't breathe a word of it. That night, after you all left, I had a dream where I met a sage. Several days later, at the Ping'an County office, afternoon case files piled high on the desk as Chief Li worked through them. Hearing footsteps, he looked up. Chief, I need to speak with you. Qian Shan clasped his fists. About Gu Qingyu? Qian Shan hesitated. Yes, Chief. I don't understand why you want me to watch him, so I came to ask. Chief Li didn't answer directly but asked instead. What have you discovered these past few days? Qingyu is different from before. He seems more diligent. Qian Shan detailed how he'd seen Gu Qingyu practicing with his blade late into the night. After listening, Chief Li tapped the desk lightly. Diligence can make up for lack of talent. No wonder his cultivation has improved so rapidly lately. Then he fixed his gaze on Qian Shan. What else? Qian Shan blinked and shook his head. Chief Li's eyes sharpened. You've worked with me for years. You know my judgment. Don't lie to me. Qian Shan continued shaking his head. Chief, there really isn't anything else. Chief Li frowned, his tone steady but oppressive. Have you considered that his abnormal cultivation speed couldn't possibly be achieved through diligence alone? If there's something wrong, it might bring disaster to you, me, or even himself. Qian Shan argued. Chief, please don't worry. Qingyu definitely has no problems. It seems he told you something. What do you know? Qian Shan's heart sank as he realized he'd fallen into a trap. He had clearly promised Gu Qingyu that night he wouldn't reveal anything. After weighing his options, he gritted his teeth. Chief, I promised Qingyu I wouldn't say anything about this matter. But I can guarantee he absolutely has no problems. Chief Li remained silent for a long time before finally waving his hand. Go back. Thank you, Chief. Qianshan felt relieved and bowed before withdrawing. In the following days, Ping'an County remained peaceful. Since the Tianyuan Green Turtle was still sleeping after its consecutive breakthroughs, Gu Qingyu spent his free time practicing with his blade. Though progress was slow, he could genuinely feel gradual improvement. After several more days, the Tianyuan Turtle finally awakened. Gu Qingyu's consciousness sank into the Tianyuan Turtle's body. As he opened his eyes, he found himself surrounded by vast waters. The pale blue river water was crystal clear and tranquil, with aquatic plants swaying gently as thumb-sized fish and shrimp leisurely drifted past. Gu Qingyu couldn't be bothered to spare them a glance. He decisively emerged his massive shell from the dense water plants and swam toward the fish school's gathering grounds, following the path in his memory. The moment he awakened, a familiar and fierce hunger surged from within his body, as if every inch of his flesh and blood was screaming for food. With his current strength, trying to accumulate growth points by hunting single large fish as he had in the past was becoming increasingly difficult. Fortunately, after being enhanced by the Qingyuan power, the Tianyuan Turtle's hunting efficiency was incomparable to before. With just one gulp, entire schools of large fish would be swept into his mouth. As he moved forward, he soon encountered several fish schools. The moment the dark masses of fish approached, the Tianyuan Turtle's throat stirred, his massive mouth opened wide, and powerful suction instantly formed a whirlpool, drawing in the fish schools along with surrounding mud and weeds. Through his teeth, he filtered out the murky water, keeping only the plump large fish, which became minced meat sliding down his throat after just a few chews. After swallowing several schools, the burning hunger within him was barely suppressed. Gu Qingyu lifted his claw to touch his plastron. It still felt hollow and empty. He simply turned around and charged toward the next large school of fish. Open mouth, swallow again. When the 10th wave of fish entered his belly, the familiar mechanical notification sound arrived as expected. Ding! Gain 0.1 growth points. 10 schools of fish for only 0.1 growth points. Gu Qingyu felt slightly overwhelmed. Doesn't that mean I need 100 schools of fish for just 1 growth point? He smiled bitterly and shook his head. But it's better than nothing, at least it's something. Let me set a small goal: swallow 1,000 schools of fish. He estimated that the Sambao River waters were vast, and the Ping'an County section was merely a drop in the ocean. Surely, there should be 1,000 schools of fish. Having made up his mind, he cruised along the current in the shallow waters. With his current size of over several zhang, the Tianyuan Turtle was truly a behemoth in these waters. Wherever he passed, mud and sand churned, and small fish scattered in panic. After about 3 kilometers, he had swallowed another 3 to 5 schools of large fish, but as he continued forward, he noticed the fish school density had obviously thinned. Just as he was puzzling over this, a massive shadow suddenly appeared ahead. It was a koi carp, 4 to 5 meters in length. It moved through the water like a floating crimson cloud, its scales shimmering with flowing luster, and its eyes revealing a hint of spiritual intelligence, the standard aura of a demon beast. A demon beast? Gu Qingyu's heart leaped with joy. The second demon fish in the shallow waters. Last time it was a black fish, and this time it was actually a koi carp. He wondered how many growth points he could gain from devouring it. The koi carp had also noticed him. With a gentle flick of its tail, it paced back and forth not far from him, curiously observing this colossal creature. The two sides faced each other across a stretch of water, maintaining a cautious distance. Who are you? Through the gentle water waves, the koi carp actually transmitted a clear thought. Gu Qingyu raised an eyebrow and countered, "Who are you?" The moment his words fell, the koi carp suddenly flicked its tail and whooshed away, putting a great distance between itself and Gu Qingyu. Gu Qingyu was startled by what he witnessed. Judging from the carp's reaction just now, this fish had incredibly fast reflexes. Unless he could find an opportunity to capture it in one decisive move, it would be nearly impossible to catch. He stared intently at the carp suspended in the water, noticing it showed no intention of leaving. The carp seemed to have never communicated with other supernatural creatures before, which explained its violent reaction when Gu Qingyu attempted to communicate with it. "Can you understand what I'm saying?" "Wait, can I understand what you're saying?" The carp shook its head in confusion, clearly encountering this situation for the first time. Gu Qingyu didn't continue the conversation, instead calculating in his mind how to capture it alive. Devouring this carp that had already developed spiritual intelligence would surely provide a substantial amount of growth points, and with luck, even evolution points. His scrutinizing gaze made the carp uneasy. It quickly distanced itself, gently swaying its tail. In the next moment, Gu Qingyu felt the river water suddenly pressing in from all directions, the penetrating water pressure nearly crushing him. He hastily retracted his limbs into his shell, yet still felt suffocated. Azure Origin Armor. A flash of blue light appeared on the turtle shell's surface, with azure patterns flowing across it, seemingly isolating the water flow. The oppressive sensation vanished instantly, and Gu Qingyu keenly sensed that the surrounding water currents were being manipulated. It was the carp controlling the water. Seems this is no ordinary demon beast, he thought. his gaze growing serious. In the distance, the carp released a string of gurgling bubbles. Using water currents like ropes, it first flipped him shell and all, then dragged him to a nearby rock. But the turtle shell remained completely motionless, gradually making the carp lose interest. This big turtle showed absolutely no response. Did I accidentally kill it? The carp wondered, flicking its tail fin while maintaining vigilant control over the water currents, stirring up mud and hurling it at the shell. Still no movement whatsoever. Gurgle gurgle, are you dead? Gu Qingyu remained silent inside his shell. Seeing this, the carp cautiously approached. But as soon as it drew near, it darted back into the water plants like a shot, seemingly instinctively afraid. Gu Qingyu marveled inwardly. Even with the Azure Origin Armor's enhancement, his underwater speed still couldn't match his opponent's. To capture it, he could only wait for it to completely let its guard down. Before long, that familiar force began turning his shell again. Gu Qingyu continued playing dead. Hey, why aren't you talking anymore? Are you really dead? The carp poked its head out again. If you're dead, I'm going to eat you. I have a feeling that if I devour you, I'll grow much bigger. Like a playful child, it pressed against the turtle shell, its head almost touching the shell opening. At that very moment, a powerful suction force erupted from within the shell. The surrounding river water began spinning, firmly dragging the carp in. It frantically swayed its tail, but felt trapped in a quagmire, unable to move. Then, a large hand glowing with blue light emerged from the turtle shell and struck it squarely on the head. Looking at the carp that now floated belly up after being knocked unconscious by his slap, Gu Qingyu quickly poked his head out from his turtle shell. His bright red tongue darted out, and without any hesitation, he bit down hard on the snow-white fish belly. His sharp teeth pierced through the scales as the savory aroma immediately spread through the water. 2 bites, big gulps, and the carp's bones and flesh were completely crushed as he swallowed the entire fish, leaving not even a scrap behind. Ding. Gained 2 growth points. Ding. Gained 5 evolution points. As the numbers appeared, Gu Qingyu's eyes flashed with excitement. A single carp had given him 2 growth points and 5 evolution points. The return was simply astounding. He knew that with his current strength, he would need to kill 100 schools of large fish to accumulate just 1 growth point. This had just saved him the equivalent of 200 schools. While hunting large fish wasn't particularly difficult, the time spent chasing them back and forth and setting up ambushes added up. This carp had delivered immediate results. He immediately pulled up his status panel. Host, Gu Qingyu. Level, 8. Remaining lifespan, 15 years. Growth points, 2.3. Evolution points, 5. Skills, Black Wind Blade Technique Level 2, Qingyuan Armor Level 2, Qingyuan Level 1, Qianquan Level 1. Tamed Beast, Tianyuan Turtle. Level, 8. Skills, Black Wind Blade Technique Level 2, Qingyuan Armor Level 2, Qingyuan Level 1, Qianquan Level 1. Both Qingyuan and Qianquan were still at Level 1, and each would only cost 1 evolution point to upgrade. Gu Qingyu didn't hesitate and issued the command. Ding. Spend 1 evolution point to upgrade skill Qingyuan? Yes. Ding. Upgrade successful. Current Qingyuan level, Level 2. Ding. Spend 1 evolution point to upgrade skill Qianquan? Yes. Ding. Upgrade successful. Current Qianquan level, Level 2. With the upgrades complete, he closed his eyes and focused, carefully sensing the changes. Qingyuan didn't seem to dramatically increase the total amount of true qi in his body, but it had other subtle benefits. He raised 1 turtle claw, and swirling green light emerged from his palm. With a whoosh, it transformed into a flying dart that shot into the nearby mud, stirring up a large cloud of murky water. External projection? Gu Qingyu's mind flashed to martial arts legends legendary masters taking someone's head from 100 paces away. The key was projecting true qi outward. If true qi could extend dozens or even hundreds of meters, it would be like having invisible hands. He was merely at the 8th level of body tempering, yet he could already achieve this. How could he not be thrilled? With this ability alone, he dared to declare that below the qi cultivation realm, he was invincible, meaning he was unmatched within the body tempering realm. Suppressing his excitement, he continued to examine the changes in his Qianquan skill. His consciousness sank into the Tianyuan Turtle's body, and he saw that the Qianquan space, which had originally been about 10 cubic meters, had now expanded to roughly 100 cubic meters. This, Gu Qingyu's eyes widened in amazement. 100 cubic meters, that was practically the size of a small house. For someone who had been part of the houseless generation in his previous life, carrying a small house with him wherever he went was beyond his wildest dreams. Yet now he not only possessed one, but could take it anywhere. What excited him even more was that this dimensional space would continue to grow. No one knew its ultimate limits, but he estimated it could easily accommodate 10 villas without any problem. He closed his eyes and focused, carefully sensing the changes within the Tianyuan Green Turtle's dimensional world. First, the space had indeed expanded. Second, there seemed to be a new force flowing slowly within it. Gu Qingyu furrowed his brow slightly, having a vague idea of what this new ability might be. His consciousness returned to the Tianyuan Green Turtle's main body. He looked around and spotted a palm-sized fish swimming aimlessly among the swaying water plants. With a single thought, a strand of green essence flowed through the water, silently locking onto its target. His green essence could only extend about 3 meters at the moment, but that was more than enough to capture this small fish. In the next instant, the green essence wrapped around the fish, giving it no chance to struggle. The fish instinctively twisted its tail fin, but couldn't break free from the green essence's binding. After just 2 flutters, it vanished from the water without a trace. Gu Qingyu remained calm as his consciousness dove back into the dimensional space. Sure enough, the small fish had been captured and was now swimming in panicked circles within the transparent water barrier. Absorption, he murmured softly. The upgraded dimensional world had gained a new absorption ability. Any living creature weaker than him could be forcibly drawn in at his will. As the master of this space, he held absolute control over everything within it, able to manipulate it however he pleased. At this moment, Gu Qingyu truly felt the terrifying power of his dimensional skill. To call it merely powerful would be an understatement. It was downright monstrous. He immediately pulled up his skill panel. Dimension, level 2. Can absorb living creatures. Next upgrade requires 10 evolution points. Green Essence, level 2. Next upgrade also requires 10 evolution points. Green Essence Armor, level 2. Next upgrade still requires 10 evolution points. He currently had only 3 evolution points remaining. In contrast, the Black Wind Blade technique only needed 3 points to advance from level 2 to level 3. Gu Qingyu pondered for a moment. The Black Wind Blade technique came from the constabulary and could be practiced by anyone, so its grade was obviously inferior to Green Essence and Dimension. Further hesitation would be wasteful, so he made his decision immediately. Ding. Do you choose to consume 3 evolution points to upgrade the Black Wind Blade technique? Yes. Ding. Upgrade successful. Black Wind Blade technique, level 3 maximum level. In the entire constabulary, only Chief Li had managed to practice the Black Wind Blade technique to the 2nd level. As for beyond the 2nd level, Gu Qingyu was now the only one to achieve the 3rd level. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. Now, aside from the chief, he was the strongest person in the constabulary. Now it was time to hunt. A sudden thought struck Gu Qingyu. His portable dimensional world had such vast capacity, and it would be a real waste not to make good use of it. Having made up his mind, he swished his tail powerfully and swam toward the downstream section of the Sambao River, where the current was gentlest. That area had broad waters with calm currents and abundant aquatic plants, making it a paradise for fish and a coveted spot for fishermen. Initially, Gu Qingyu relied on his protective qi, using his massive body and water pressure to create whirlpool-like suction that swept entire schools of fish into his mouth, much more efficient than chasing them one by one. However, each use of this crude method consumed vast amounts of his qi, and once depleted, both his combat ability and recovery would be severely compromised. To conserve energy, he decided to switch to the unique absorption power of his dimensional world. Any creature weaker than himself could be instantly drawn in with just a thought. While this still consumed mental energy, it was far less taxing than depleting his qi. At worst, it would cause a slight headache rather than splitting pain. With this in mind, he had already reached the downstream area. The riverbed was dark with fish shadows that seemed to form a vast net, stretching in solid masses. Above the water surface, fishing boats occasionally drifted by, their oars splashing and voices calling out intermittently. Gu Qingyu concealed his aura, pretending to be a harmless giant beast as he quietly approached the first school of large fish. With a gentle sweep of his mental power, over a dozen plump black carp seemed to vanish into thin air, stuffed into a room-sized independent space within his dimensional world. Repeating this process, within moments that space was packed to the brim. At the same moment, on the river surface, an old fisherman knelt at his boat's bow, skillfully hauling in his net, only to catch a few sparse clumps of water weeds. Fishing wasn't simply a matter of brute force with a person, a boat, and a net, but a skilled craft requiring experience to read water conditions and fish behavior. After decades of practice, the old fisherman never failed in his timing, positioning, or net placement. Yet today, after half a day's work, his nets came up nearly empty. Old fisherman, how's your catch today? Wang Laosan paddled over with his son, peering into the man's boat and looking surprised to see the empty hold. The old fisherman shook his head with a bitter smile. Barely caught any fish. You didn't catch any either? Wang Laosan was stunned. The old fisherman's skills were legendary among the fishermen of Pingan County. When younger fishermen like themselves came up empty, they could joke about their lack of skill, but when even the old master's nets were empty, it was truly puzzling. Strange. I've asked several skilled fishermen, and none of them seem to have had much luck today either, Wang Laosan muttered with a frown. The old fisherman's brow furrowed as well. Could it be that someone offended the river god today? Gu Qingyu at the river bottom was unaware of the fisherman's bewilderment above. After filling that space in his dimensional world, He didn't leave the space was full, but his stomach was still empty. Looking around and seeing that nearby fish had grown scarce, he simply continued diving deeper downstream. Before long, another area teeming with schools of fish came into view. He eagerly plunged in, swallowing several streams of fish in succession. Just as he was about to satisfy his hunger by devouring the last few schools, suddenly an overwhelmingly powerful resistance appeared without warning, forcibly blocking his path and stopping his actions. The sensation felt like being trapped in a weightless vacuum, with every ounce of strength drained from his body. Gu Qingyu thrashed about in the icy river water, but couldn't even lift the tip of his tail. His struggles were utterly futile. Just as fear began to rise in his heart, a deep, commanding voice silently invaded his mind. Humph, you greedy little demon. The voice seemed to strike directly at his consciousness, making Gu Qingyu shudder violently. The water suddenly parted, and a man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes materialized from the void. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, the man's face was stern and cold, his gaze sharp as a blade's edge. A single glance made Gu Qingyu feel completely exposed. He could clearly sense that this being not only controlled this section of the river, but could even manipulate his breathing and blood flow. Though his cultivation had advanced rapidly recently, he couldn't muster even half the courage to resist in this person's presence. An invisible force pressed down on his chest, making it impossible to speak, as if his throat were blocked. Gritting his teeth and forcing himself to endure, Gu Qingyu still managed to gather his courage and ask with a trembling voice, "Who are you?" "I am the river god of Sambao River." The man's response carried no emotion whatsoever. River god? Gu Qingyu's heart sank as he immediately recalled what the large shrimp had mentioned. The true master of Sambao River was indeed the river god, who controlled the life and death of all aquatic creatures within. No wonder that omnipresent pressure had made it impossible for him to even think of escape. The river god gazed down with profound eyes. Staring at this little turtle, he seemed to detect something unusual in its bloodline, his sharp brows furrowing slightly. "Where did you come from, little demon?" Gu Qingyu's mind raced, but he couldn't find an accurate answer. He had originally been just a small green turtle in the river, but after obtaining the domestication system and undergoing multiple transformations and evolutions, he could no longer tell whether he was native-born or halfway modified. The river god's intense gaze pressed down on him until he could barely breathe, forcing him to answer in a low voice, "I don't know." "Don't know?" The river god's eyes turned suddenly cold. He raised his hand and clenched his fist, causing the surrounding river water to instantly converge. Water pressure descended like mountains, as if ready to crush the little turtle to powder at any moment. His wrist stopped midair, and as if suddenly understanding something, he slowly opened his fingers. The mountain-like pressure immediately dissipated. Gu Qingyu nearly collapsed on the spot, and the Qingyuan armor he had been about to activate instantly went dormant. The river god sighed softly. "Forget it. Go." As if granted amnesty, Gu Qingyu immediately turned around and swam desperately toward the deeper waters with all four limbs. "Remember, never come to the shallow areas again. If you disturb the balance here once more, I will not spare you." Even though he had already swum far away, that authoritative voice continued to echo in his consciousness. Gu Qingyu nodded repeatedly, his tail fin beating frantically, wishing he could move even faster. Only after the little turtle's figure had completely disappeared did the river god withdraw his gaze and fall into contemplation. Strange, when did such a noble-blooded turtle appear in Sambao River? Could it be a spy planted by the East Sea water tribes? What are they planning now? As soon as these words were spoken, the sharp-browed man's figure suddenly dispersed into a wisp of river water. This had merely been one of the river god's avatars. Gu Qingyu swam forward for an unknown distance until the sword-browed man was completely out of sight. Only then did he finally stop. Thank goodness, thank goodness. He patted his violently heaving chest, secretly feeling relieved. In that moment earlier, he had truly felt the river god's bone-chilling killing intent. If the deity hadn't changed his mind at the last second, he would probably already be lying at the bottom of the river by now. Recalling the overwhelming water force that the river god had summoned with a mere wave of his hand, Gu Qingyu felt a chill run down his spine. Despite his cultivation at the 8th level of body tempering, he had felt as powerless as an ant. If the river god had wanted to take his life, it would have been easier than crushing a bug. In those brief moments, the slight arrogance that had grown within him due to his recent surge in strength was ruthlessly crushed to pieces. There are always people beyond people, and skies beyond skies, Gu Qingyu muttered self-mockingly, once again confirming this simple yet cruel truth. Unfortunately, he could no longer stay in the shallow waters. The river god had appeared precisely because his reckless fishing in the shallow areas had disrupted the ecological balance. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance back at his dimensional space. The school of lively large fish were flapping their fins, their silver scales gleaming, which slightly lifted his spirits. At least I was clever enough to stock up in advance. However, if he hadn't fished so recklessly, how would he have alarmed the river god in the first place? Gu Qingyu sighed inwardly, cursing himself for being too greedy, should have developed quietly instead. But now the shallow waters had become a forbidden zone, while the deep waters harbored terrifying great demons. With his current strength, if he encountered one, his only option would be to flee in panic. After brief contemplation, Gu Qingyu made his decision. First, find a safe location, refine all the large fish in his dimensional space, and break through to the 9th level of body tempering. If he truly had to venture into the deep waters, every bit of additional strength would mean another chance at survival. However, his stomach was currently full, and he would need some time to digest. That night, the moon hung bright in the sky. In the eastern district of Pingan County, an abandoned courtyard sat overgrown with wild grass. A jujube tree by the wall grew thick with leaves, its branches swaying in the silvery moonlight to cast mottled shadows. Beneath the tree, an ancient well of blue-gray stone lay half hidden among the weeds. Moonlight poured down, covering the courtyard ground like a thin layer of frost. Tap, tap, tap. Suddenly, a series of blurred footprints appeared in that layer of white frost, yet no figure could be seen in the courtyard. One could only watch as these footprints approached the ancient well step by step. A strange, chilling presence spread through the night. Whoosh! A gentle breeze swept by, and within it seemed to mix a low murmur. Time to wake up. The voice was soft and compassionate, yet darkly seductive, like a merciful monk tempting someone to kill. The wind died instantly, and the footprints vanished with it, but from the mouth of the ancient well rose a wisp of ink-black mist. The dark fog churned in midair, quickly condensing into a hunched, thin, withered figure. If Gu Qingyu had been there, he would have recognized her at once, the old woman he had buried with his own hands in the mass grave. Old man. The shadow's cloudy eyes were filled with confusion. She instinctively called out the most familiar name, but received no response. Looking around at the unfamiliar courtyard, the wild grass, and the ancient well, her bewilderment gradually faded as panic surged up. Old man. After searching all around again, she realized she was floating above the well's mouth. The old woman steadied herself, and suddenly another scene flashed in her mind. A young constable's blade rising and falling, the old man's head rolling away. The image came suddenly, as if forcibly stuffed into her memory. Violent rage exploded from within her. Death, you all must die. Sambao River. These past few days, Gu Qingyu had been lurking in the shallow water grass, eating his fill then sleeping, waking to eat again, until he had devoured all the fish stored in his dimensional space, finally accumulating 9 growth points. He needed just one more to level up, but that final point required catching 100 more schools of fish. Now, forget 100 schools, she didn't dare touch even a single common carp. The river god's warning still echoed in his ears. If he continued recklessly hunting fish in the shallow waters, he was asking for death. Sigh. I guess I'll have to venture into the deep waters. After pondering for a moment, Gu Qingyu decided to explore the deeper regions. There were many water demons with awakened spiritual consciousness there, and the dangers were correspondingly higher, especially those great demons. Best to avoid them when possible. With his current strength, he wasn't among the top tier in all of Sambao River, as these waters were unfathomably deep. But greater danger meant greater opportunity, and he understood this well. Following the waterways in his memory, he swam back to the massive boulder where he had first encountered the giant shrimp. In the shadows beneath the stone, the familiar shrimp-shaped giant demon was indeed crouched there, though it seemed to be sleeping at the moment. Gu Qingyu hesitated briefly, then lowered his voice to test. Brother Shrimp? The giant shrimp jerked violently. Its thick tail stirred up the bottom mud, shooting murky water at him like a cannonball. Gu Qingyu reacted quickly, channeling his Tianyuan energy to deflect the muddy water. Who's there? Click click. In an instant, the large shrimp raised its 2 massive claws, staring ahead with a tense expression. The murky river water slowly cleared, revealing an enormous, unfamiliar green turtle blocking the cave entrance. Its shell gleamed with an eerie cold light in the undercurrent. The shrimp gulped hard, feeling all 6, 7, 8 of its legs go weak. This was it. A great demon at his door? He had always been on good terms with demons, but today he might just kick the bucket. He quietly retreated half a step into the cave, pressing his back against the solid stone wall to barely steady his nerves, then tentatively asked, Brother Turtle, what brings you to seek out little old me? Gu Qingyu found this secretly amusing. After advancing to level 7, he had grown a full size larger, so it was natural that this shrimp didn't recognize him. Brother Shrimp, it's me. We met just a few days ago. I am that little green turtle. Little green turtle? The shrimp's eyes nearly popped out. The little guy whose shell he could once crack with a single claw had grown so wide across the back that he wouldn't dare mess with him now. How did you get so big? It's only been a few days. Gu Qingyu chuckled and shook his head. I took your advice, Brother Shrimp, and laid low in the shallow waters to develop, and this is how I turned out. A few tiny bubbles escaped from the shrimp's mouth as he warily shifted his claws. Then why aren't you staying in the shallows? What are you doing in my deep water territory? Gu Qingyu smiled bitterly. I'd love to keep staying there, but the river god won't let me. The river god. The shrimp was stunned. Gu Qingyu nodded and recounted the entire process of how he had frantically caught fish in the shallow waters, nearly wiping them out completely, until finally the river god intervened with a warning. Tisk, tsk, tsk. The shrimp clicked his tongue repeatedly as he listened. No wonder this turtle had grown so fast, nearly emptied the shallow waters of fish, and even alarmed the river god. So you're planning to make it in the deep waters now? I have no choice. Gu Qingyu sighed. You're the only one I know in the deep waters, brother shrimp. I'll need you to show me the ropes what the taboos are here, which places I can't go. At this, the shrimp straightened up, spreading his claws to either side with the air of a seasoned veteran. You've asked the right demon. There are plenty of forbidden zones in the deep waters, mainly the territories of the 3 great river demons. 3 great river demons. The shrimp slowly lowered his claws, his voice dropping. Do you remember that time when the great demon passed through? Gu Qingyu certainly remembered. If the shrimp hadn't pressed him down firmly with his claws, he would have been swept away by that surging current. That great demon was one of the 3 great river demons, the great dragonfish. The great dragonfish? That's right. All us lesser demons have to call him Dragon Lord when we see him. There was a hint of envy in the shrimp's voice. You might not know this, but Dragon Lord is just one step away from taking human form. After listening to the large shrimp's introduction, Gu Qingyu gained a general understanding of the deep waters in the Pingan County section of the Sambao River. This deep water area in Pingan County was actually the territory of the great dragonfish. The great dragonfish, confident in its power and arrogant by nature, rarely bothered to prey on lesser demons, making it arguably the most benevolent among the 3 great river demons. In contrast, the green python upstream that called itself Green Flood Dragon was just one step away from transforming into a true flood dragon, cold and sinister in nature. The giant river clam downstream was the truly ruthless one. Once its territory was disturbed, it would fight to the death. Thank you for enlightening me, brother shrimp. Gu Qingyu clasped his claws together in gratitude toward the large shrimp before him. The large shrimp twitched its long whiskers and spoke rapidly. I've told you everything I should. What I haven't said is simply what I don't know. Little green turtle, he suddenly realized this address was inappropriate and quickly corrected himself. Brother green turtle, do you have any other questions? Gu Qingyu noticed the shrimp's nervous expression, as if constantly worried he might treat it as a snack. Recalling the shrimp's earlier mention of the turtle's eat shrimp rumor, he chuckled inwardly. Nothing else, brother shrimp. I'll take my leave now. Seeing that this large turtle with its green shell and thick armor was truly about to depart, the large shrimp nodded its whiskers repeatedly. Good, good. I won't see you off then. After speaking, he seemed to deliberately retreat backward, pressing his 2 pincers against the rocks. Gu Qingyu slowly swam away in his intended direction. He had wanted to chat more with the large shrimp, but the other's guarded demeanor made everything clear. The underwater world wasn't like the surface world with its emphasis on courtesy. It was more like a jungle where the strong devoured the weak. Only after confirming that the heavy shell had completely disappeared did the large shrimp finally release a heavy bubble and mutter quietly. Thank goodness he didn't attack, or today might have been my death anniversary. It seems I really need to be kind to demons from now on. This shrimp must become a good shrimp. Thinking back to how Gu Qingyu had only recently gained spiritual awareness as a minor demon, the large shrimp felt a complex mix of emotions. Bubbles rose along his whiskers as he gazed at the green turtle's retreating figure and murmured, "These deep waters are about to change." Meanwhile, Gu Qingyu cautiously made a circuit through the deep waters, gradually sensing quite a few water demons of considerable strength. He remained inwardly alert. Indeed, dangers lurked everywhere, and the slightest carelessness could make him food for other demons. Seeing that it was getting late, Gu Qingyu found a thick patch of aquatic plants at the edge of the deep waters. With his now robust physique, he could only rely on the water grass to conceal his form. Finding another crevice at the riverbed that could hide a person was nearly impossible. Left with no choice, he squeezed himself into the grass cluster. After first burying the Tianyuan turtle deep within the grass blades, his consciousness quickly withdrew and returned to his physical body on the shore. The morning mist had just begun to disperse. After washing up, Gu Qingyu bought 2 steamer baskets of hot buns and a bowl of soy milk from a street corner stall, hastily finished his breakfast, then hurried to the yamen as usual. When there were no cases, he often found himself quite idle at the yamen, with nothing to do except occasionally being sent out on street patrols. However, just as he reached the yamen entrance today, someone suddenly called out from behind, "Master Gu." He turned around to see the old fisherman who had previously sold him the green turtle. The old man's face was filled with panic as he jogged over, clearly having encountered something urgent. "Old sir, what has you in such a state?" "Master, this time I truly encountered a water monkey." The locals called water ghosts water monkeys. Upon hearing this, a glimmer lit up in Gu Qingyu's eyes. His current growth points were just short of reaching 10, And if there really was a water ghost causing trouble, this would be the perfect opportunity. What did you discover? This morning when I went down to the river to fish, my very first net pulled up a corpse. The old fisherman still looked troubled when mentioning this incident. These past days, the Sambao River had yielded almost no fish, but this morning his net felt unexpectedly heavy. He had thought his luck was finally turning, only to drag up a dead body instead. Gu Qingyu pressed further. How can you be certain it was a water monkey's doing? Could it be the same as last time? He didn't voice the latter half of his thought, but his meaning was clear. Master, when I was dragging the corpse from the water, something beneath the surface was truly struggling against me. The old fisherman clenched his fist to demonstrate, his tone resolute. After decades of sailing and casting nets, he was most sensitive to any tugging on his fishing gear and could distinguish the slightest irregularity. If something was indeed fighting for the corpse, it perfectly matched the legendary water ghost seizing bodies. Gu Qingyu pondered for a moment. Let me inform the head constable first, then I'll accompany you to examine the body. Very well, master. He entered the yamen to find head constable Li, briefly explained the situation, and Li immediately assigned the case to him. Moments later, guided by the old fisherman, he arrived at the Sambao River bank. More than 10 fishermen had already gathered by the river. Seeing someone leading a constable over, they all stepped aside to make way. Gu Qingyu surveyed the crowd and casually asked, "Why are so many people gathered here so early in the morning?" Bah, these folks have nothing better to come to gawk whenever they hear about water ghosts harming people. The old fisherman shook his head with a bitter smile. Master, who knows what kind of beast has emerged from the bottom of Sambao River? We fishermen who depend on fishing for our livelihood haven't caught a single decent fish in many days. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyu nodded imperceptibly and replied, I see. The deceased was an elderly man, around 50 or 60 years old. His already gaunt and wrinkled skin had turned pale and slightly swollen from soaking in the river water, with a murky film coating the surface. Gu Qingyu bent down to examine the body, his fingertips forming a simple hand seal. With his current level of cultivation, he no longer needed lengthy incantations and could perform soul-summoning techniques with a mere gesture. Qingyuan energy flowed into his eyes, instantly adding a layer of dark gray light to his vision. A thread as thin as a mosquito's wing seeped from the corpse's forehead, visible only to him, silently gliding toward the river surface. Gu Qingyu's gaze followed the thread, and before long, a blurry figure actually appeared on the water's surface. The moment the shadow emerged from the water, it seemed to be violently yanked back by an invisible force, disappearing beneath the surface in the blink of an eye. His brow furrowed slightly. Sir, what's wrong? The old fisherman beside him sensed something amiss and asked in a low voice. Gu Qingyu looked down again and saw that the black thread had already severed at the corpse's forehead. The situation is rather strange. Could it be that the soul-summoning technique didn't work? The old fisherman pressed. It worked, Gu Qingyu nodded. It's just that this person's soul wasn't summoned here. Wasn't summoned? The old fisherman was astonished, recalling the possibility Gu Qingyu had mentioned earlier, and asked hesitantly. Could it have been refined into a body double? Unlikely. Gu Qingyu pondered briefly. I did indeed see this person's soul just now, which is why I find it so peculiar. You saw his soul? The old fisherman's face changed slightly, and the surrounding villagers who had gathered to watch instinctively stepped back several paces. The unknown always breeds fear. Sensing the crowd's unease, Gu Qingyu spoke calmly. Don't be afraid. Under normal circumstances, the souls of the dead won't harm the living. The crowd's expressions relaxed somewhat, but no one dared approach the corpse again. Sir, then what exactly is going on with this man? The old fisherman asked again. If the soul-summoning technique was ineffective and it wasn't a body double, what could have gone wrong? Gu Qingyu was also puzzled, recalling several water monkey cases his predecessor had handled, none of which had been as bizarre as today's. I don't know either. The old fisherman frowned. Then what should we do next? Fish for water ghosts, Gu Qingyu said calmly, yet with a certain confidence. Fish for water ghosts. The old fisherman was stunned. That scene just now proves this person's soul is trapped in the Sambao River, Gu Qingyu explained. Only water monkeys can trap a deceased person's soul while keeping it intact. If it were other water demons or evil spirits, they would have already devoured the soul to increase their cultivation and wouldn't have left it so complete. With that, he entrusted the old fisherman with a task. I trouble you, old man, to find me a child around 8 years old. The old fisherman understood what Gu Qingyu intended to do and hurriedly agreed. Moments later, he returned leading a thin, small boy. The child was named Gu, not a particularly pleasant name, but poor families all gave their children such names, so it wasn't anything unusual. Gu performed a proper curtsy to Gu Qingyu with surprising grace, then asked with a grin, Sir, what would you like me to do? The old fisherman casually grabbed 2 salt-hardened dried fish and stuffed them into Gu's arms, squinting with a smile as he explained that a constable had asked for his help. Upon hearing this, Agu's face lit up with joy. Whether it was for the 2 dried fish, or because the title Constable Sir sounded impressive, he eagerly tagged along. Gu Qingyu borrowed a thick hemp rope from the old fisherman, tying one end around Agu's waist and gripping the other tightly in his hand. He whispered his instructions. In a moment, you'll sit by the riverbank. He pointed to a blue reef jutting out from the water nearby. See that rock? Sit on it, take off your shoes, and wash your feet in the river. Wash my feet. Agu blinked hesitantly. Sir, my mother says children shouldn't sit alone by the water washing their feet. The water demons will drag them away. Gu Qingyu smiled mysteriously. What water demons? Your mother was just trying to scare you. Agu still seemed reluctant. Gu Qingyu continued persuading him. Besides, you won't be alone. I'll be right here. He shook the rope in his hand. Even if there were water demons, they couldn't drag you away. I'd just pull you right back up. After much coaxing and the added promise of 3 copper coins, Agu finally agreed and obediently headed toward the water. The curious onlookers eagerly gathered to watch the excitement, but Gu Qingyu swept his gaze over them and said coldly, all bystanders must leave immediately to interfere with official business. Seeing that the crowd still lingered, his expression darkened. If you disturb the water demon, you'll all have to come to the yamen to give statements. At these words, the crowd's faces went pale, and they hurriedly dispersed with nervous chatter. Once the riverbank was clear, Gu Qingyu positioned himself behind Agu, where a protruding rock perfectly concealed his form from the water's perspective. Not even his shadow was visible. Following his instructions, Agu also tucked the rope not under his shirt to avoid detection. After about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Agu's legs had been soaking in the water until they went numb. Finally, he couldn't help but whisper, Sir, how much longer? Hearing no response from behind, he thought Gu Qingyu had left. Just as he turned to check, he suddenly felt a chill around his ankle and bone-piercing cold that crept up his leg. Looking down, a ghostly pale hand was gripping his ankle tightly beneath the water's surface. Sir, before his cry could escape, the hand yanked violently, dragging Agu into the river. Ice-cold, murky water instantly flooded his mouth and nose. He choked and coughed repeatedly, his legs kicking frantically, but finding nothing solid everywhere was just water and the bubbles from his own thrashing. In his panic, he dimly saw a hideous face covered in white fur grinning wickedly at him in the water. KH. I'm done for. So this is a water demon. I'm going to die. I should have listened to mother and not trusted that damn constable. Just then, Agu felt a force pulling at his waist. The entire figure, along with the shadow beneath his feet, was yanked upward together. Agu's vision blurred as he felt himself being pulled up like a fish on a hook, with something still caught around his feet. His body traced a sharp arc through the air. Clang! A cold light flashed. Ah! A piercing scream tore through the night. In the next instant, a powerful hand grabbed him by the collar, lifting him in midair like a kitten. A familiar voice sounded beside his ear. Are you all right? The tone was gentle, yet reassuring. Before Agu could respond, his mind went foggy and he collapsed into the man's arms. Gu Qingyu laid the unconscious Agu flat on the grass. Azure Yuan true energy surged through his right palm as he gently massaged the boy's ankle. The water ghost's claws had gripped tightly there earlier, leaving dark bruised marks where malevolent energy had already invaded the surface. As true energy flowed through his fingers, the stagnant black energy dissipated like shadows banished by dawn, soon vanishing without a trace. My lord. Footsteps approached from afar as the old fisherman rushed over, panting heavily. Though he had watched from a distance, he had clearly witnessed that heart-stopping moment. Gu Qingyu had severed that pale figure with a single strike, and it had plunged into the river before any blood could spray. He peered into the water, where the surface rippled with dark waves. The bisected body had long since disappeared. My lord, where's the water demon? I've slain it. Its form and spirit are both destroyed. Gu Qingyu sheathed his blade and pulled 3 copper coins from his robes, pressing them into the sleeping Agu's palm. He then turned to the old fisherman. Please take this child home and convey my message to his family. He produced a piece of broken silver. Here's 1 tael as thanks. Please give this to his family as well. I couldn't. The old fisherman waved his hands in refusal, but Gu Qingyu firmly pressed the silver into his palm. With the water ghost eliminated and the evil presence here vanquished, Gu Qingyu nodded briefly and strode away. The system panel in his sleeve appeared simultaneously. Growth points, 10. Evolution points, 0. Ready to level up. Back at the yamen, Gu Qingyu reported the water demon incident to Constable Li. The drowned corpse was placed in the morgue, awaiting family members to claim it. If no one came forward, the yamen would handle the disposal. After wrapping up all the loose ends, he slipped away to the archives as usual to slack off. Previously, Constable Li had assigned him to assist Old Wang there, and over time, he had built a rapport with the veteran clerk. Now when Gu Qingyu wanted to take a break, Old Wang simply turned a blind eye. While others slacked off purely out of laziness, Gu Qingyu's slacking served a real purpose. The Tianyuan Turtle within him needed a quiet place to level up. so he used the archives as a makeshift cultivation room. However, ever since the river god's warning, he no longer dared to be as reckless as before. The archives were dim and gloomy, with case files stacked as high as walls. Gu Qingyu pushed open the door and casually greeted, "Old Wang, have you eaten?" Old Wang was reclining in a creaky old chair, eyes half closed, responding only with a nod. Gu Qingyu said nothing more, pulled up a chair in the corner, randomly picked out a yellowed case file to flip through, and squinted his eyes like Old Wang. On the surface, he appeared to be reviewing documents, but his attention was actually focused on the ethereal screen that only he could see. Growth points, 10. Evolution points, 0. Ding. Would you like to spend 10 growth points to train the Tianyuan Turtle? Yes, he responded mentally. Ding. Training in progress. Training successful. Current Tianyuan Turtle level, 9. His consciousness sank into his body. The Tianyuan Turtle had just completed its transformation and fallen asleep again. Gu Qingyu was used to this by now, only wondering silently how long it would sleep this time. He carefully sensed his dantian. A fist-sized mass of blue energy slowly rotated. This was his Qingyuan. As his body reached the 9th level of body tempering, the Qingyuan, originally only egg-sized, had expanded several times over. The higher the realm, the more vigorous the Qi and blood, and when Qi and blood reached their peak, one could refine essence into Qi and advance to the Qi cultivation realm. However, he was different from ordinary people. The extra Qingyuan in his body was essentially similar to true Qi. Whether this path could coexist with worldly martial arts, even he wasn't sure. Qingyu. Qian Shan's urgent shout pulled him back from his contemplation. What's wrong? Gu Qingyu looked up to see Qian Shan panting heavily, his brow unconsciously furrowing. Something's happened. The chief wants to see you. Gu Qingyu immediately stood up, shoved the case file back onto the shelf, and followed Qian Shan outside. What's going on? He asked as they walked. I'm not sure either, but I heard quite a few people died this time. Qian Shan lowered his voice. Related to demons? Probably. Qian Shan didn't slow his pace, adding, the dead were all elderly people. Elderly people? Gu Qingyu's heart stirred, and just as he was about to ask more questions, he saw Constable Li approaching with a group of officers. Chief. He clasped his fists in salute. Constable Li's expression remained unchanged, his tone cold and hard. 3 elderly people died suddenly in Lanshan village this morning. Take Qian Shan and select 2 more men to investigate. Gu Qingyu frowned. Just 3 dead elders? Pingan County buries countless elderly throughout the year. Shouldn't this be considered ordinary? Constable Li glanced at him, his voice low and cool. Sancher village, next to Lanshan village, reported 7 more elderly deaths this morning. What? Gu Qingyu's face darkened. 10 elderly people dead in one night? This doesn't seem like a coincidence. Constable Li continued. Those 7 corpses in Sancher village, I had someone perform soul-summoning rituals on them. No response whatsoever. Gu Qingyu's heart grew cold. According to common knowledge, ordinary people's souls would show weak responses to summoning within 7 days of death, but now there was complete silence, most likely indicating demonic contamination. What about the 3 in Lanshan village? The situation is unclear. That's for you to investigate. Constable Li shook his head. Gu Qingyu asked again. Are there similar death cases elsewhere in the county? I've already sent Old Wu to investigate. Understood. Gu Qingyu hesitated no longer, taking Qian Shan and 2 constables toward Lanshan village, while Constable Li led the main force directly to Sancher village. Lanshan village was not unfamiliar to him. That fox spirit had met her end here previously. The group traveled swiftly, arriving at the stone mill at the village entrance before noon. The sun blazed overhead, white heat waves shimmering above the millstone. Gu Qingyu approached the mill, drew the narrow blade from his waist, and tapped the stone lightly. The metallic sound crisp and clear. Anyone here? Soon after, Wang Lauer came running out, wiping sweat. Upon seeing the 4 constables, he paused mid-step and hurriedly bowed. Honored officials grace my humble abode. What are your orders? Gu Qingyu nodded. We've come to ask you about something. Wang Lauer recognized him and smiled obsequiously. Officer, you came here before. Ask whatever you need to know. We heard 3 elderly people died in Lanshan village this morning. Indeed, that's true. Quite a coincidence, really. Wang Lauer rattled off the surnames, residences, and family situations of the 3 deceased in one breath. Having obtained leads, Gu Qingyu and Qian Shan split into teams, each taking 1 man. Gu Qingyu went to a household surnamed Pan. In the main hall, a temporary mourning pavilion had just been erected, white banners swaying gently, the corpse laid out in the center. Children knelt in a circle around it, women wailing mournfully, men silent with bowed heads. A scene of solemn grief. Seeing the official enter, the leading middle-aged man quickly approached, cupping his hands. Officer, is there some matter? Is this the Panzheng household? Gu Qingyu asked. I am indeed Panzheng, the man replied hastily. Gu Qingyu nodded. There's something I need to verify, which requires examining your father's remains. Upon hearing this, Panzheng's face changed dramatically. In the eyes of country folk, the dead are to be revered above all, especially when the deceased is one's own father. When Panjing heard that Gu Qingyu, dressed in his dark blue official uniform, intended to examine his late father's body, his face immediately darkened. He suppressed his anger only out of grudging respect for the man's official position. My father has passed away. I failed to bring him happiness in life, and I certainly won't allow him to be dishonored in death. With these harsh words, he swept his sleeves and turned to enter the morning hall. Wait! Gu Qingyu stepped forward. What now? Panjung sneered coldly. Are you planning to use force, officer? No matter how skilled you are, the Pan family has many members, and we're not necessarily afraid of you. Gu Qingyu waved his hand dismissively. It's not what you think. I simply want to examine your father's body to confirm whether his death was natural. Natural death? Panjung frowned deeply. What do you mean by that, sir? According to the information I've gathered, Gu Qingyu lowered his voice. 10 elderly people died in Ping'an County last night. Your father was just one of them. What? Panjing's expression changed dramatically. If there truly is something suspicious, investigating would benefit your family. Gu Qingyu continued. If we can find clues on your father's body, it would help us solve the case. Panjung hesitated for a moment. Very well, but I need to discuss this with my siblings. Gu Qingyu nodded in agreement. Panjung bowed and left, passing through the doorway to speak quietly with the family members kneeling in the morning hall. Moments later, the hall erupted in commotion as a group of men and women emerged angrily, pointing at Gu Qingyu outside the door and whispering among themselves, clearly agitated. Panjung spoke in hushed tones, somehow managing to persuade everyone to return inside. Under the eaves, Gu Qingyu waited quietly. He observed several elders wiping away tears while younger family members clenched their fists and discussed in low voices, none willing to yield first. Before long, a man slightly younger than Panjung emerged and positioned himself in front of Gu Qingyu with clasped hands. Officer, are you saying there's something wrong with our father's death? Only a physical examination can determine that, Gu Qingyu replied. And what if the examination reveals nothing wrong? The man stared intently at Gu Qingyu, his voice extremely low. If you disturb our father's body for nothing, how will we descendants have any dignity when we pay respects to our ancestors? Gu Qingyu frowned. What do you propose then? The man pressed his lips together, as if making a difficult decision. Here's what I suggest, officer. If you insist on the examination, you need only burn some paper money as an offering to compensate for the offense to our father's body. Would that be acceptable? Hearing this, Gu Qingyu sneered inwardly. Paper money offerings? This was just another way of extorting money. I came here to give you a free inspection without charging you a penny, and now you have the audacity to demand money from me? Gu Qingyu stared calmly at the man before him, his voice carrying a hint of coldness. How much do you want? 5 taels of silver. The man had barely finished speaking when he seemed to realize that asking for 5 taels for ritual paper money was absurd, and quickly corrected himself. Actually, let's not ask for too much. 3 taels. 3 taels of silver will do. 3 taels of silver was no small sum for an ordinary family. Gu Qingyu glanced sideways at Panjung, noticing a slight change in Panjung's expression. Though he remained silent, clearly this price had been agreed upon beforehand. Just as Gu Qingyu was about to say something more, a familiar voice came from behind him. Qingyu, how's it going? Are you finished with the investigation? Qianshan approached quickly with 2 colleagues. Gu Qingyu raised his eyebrows in surprise. You're all done already? We finished long ago. How much time could something like this take? Qianshan's gaze swept over the Pan family members gathered in a circle, seemingly understanding the situation instantly, and shot Gu Qingyu an inquiring look. Gu Qingyu shrugged and smiled. I came here to investigate their case for free, and they're asking me for ritual paper money? As soon as the words left his mouth, Qianshan's eyes turned cold, his lips curling into a sneer. Official investigation in progress. All unrelated persons stand aside. The man who had been demanding money still tried to argue. Officer, sir. Bang. Qianshan kicked him in the chest, sending him flying, then ignored any further obstruction and strode directly toward the morning hall. Qianshan's ruthlessness stunned everyone. Several servants who had been ready to argue immediately backed down and obediently stepped aside. Watching his colleagues' methods, Gu Qingyu touched his nose bridge, silently lamenting that if he had been this forceful from the start, he wouldn't have been delayed and extorted. When representing official authority, sometimes showing proper dignity could indeed save a lot of trouble. In front of the morning hall, Panjang's face was ashen. Seeing that Qianshan was about to touch his father's corpse, he suddenly spotted a hoe leaning against the wall and grabbed it. Clang! A flash of blade light, and the hoe handle snapped in two. Panjung froze in place, looking up to meet Gu Qingyu's icy stare, all his earlier defiance completely gone. Sir. His voice trembled. Drop it. Gu Qingyu uttered 2 words flatly. Thud! The wooden handle fell to the ground, and Panjang's legs went weak with fear. Gu Qingyu sheathed his blade without another glance at Panjung, instead channeling the Qingyuan secret technique, his eyes glowing faintly. Qianshan had already set up a soul-summoning array, and a faint black line could be seen emerging from the deceased's forehead, slowly extending toward the outside of the hall. Snap! The black line seemed to be severed by an invisible blade and dissipated in midair. Tianyuan sighed deeply. Alas, still no response. He turned back to find Gu Qingyu gazing into the distance as if lost in thought, so he approached and asked quietly, "Qingyu, what are you looking at?" Gu Qingyu withdrew his gaze, not explaining why he could see the black line, and simply asked, "How was it?" Any response? Tianyuan shook his head. Gu Qingyu pondered for a moment. "Come on, let's go check the other two households again. We already tried those two families. Yes, no response there either." Tianyuan frowned. "I want to take another look. Don't you trust me?" Tianyuan's tone carried irritation. Gu Qingyu stopped and looked directly at him. "I can see details that you cannot." Tianyuan's heart stirred, remembering the mysterious master Gu Qingyu had mentioned before. His gaze grew thoughtful as he nodded, asking no further questions, and followed Gu Qingyu toward the other two households. After leaving the third house, Tianyuan noticed that Gu Qingyu had been deep in thought and couldn't help but ask, "Qingyu, did you discover something?" Gu Qingyu paused slightly and pointed toward the distant low mountain silhouette. "If I remember correctly, Sanshur village where the chief is now located should be directly west of Lanshan village, right?" Tianyuan nodded in agreement. "That's correct. Let's go find the chief," Gu Qingyu said and immediately took the lead. Tianyuan was filled with curiosity and followed behind, scratching his head anxiously. "Qingyu, what exactly did you discover? Tell me about it." Gu Qingyu shook his head. "Don't be impatient. I'm still not certain. This matter is rather strange. Let's wait until we see the chief." Seeing how seriously he spoke, Tianyuan had to suppress his curiosity. "All right then, let's go." Dark clouds hung low over Sanshur village at this moment. White mourning banners fluttered at the doors of several households, and the sound of funeral drums echoed intermittently. Chief Li stood at the village entrance. Beside him, an elderly man with a white beard wearing worn Taoist robes. The old man's brow was deeply furrowed as he said in a low voice, "Chief Li, in this humble Taoist's observation, this matter is likely connected to evil spirits." Chief Li remained silent, looking back at the funeral scene with slightly furrowed brows. What evil spirits have emerged in Pingan County now? Things have really been unsettled lately. Dust rolled along the dirt road in the distance as four figures approached. Rapid Liot was Gu Qingyu and his team, who had been sent to investigate Lanshan village. "Chief." Gu Qingyu stepped forward quickly to meet Chief Li. Chief Li's gaze sharpened. "Any discoveries?" Tianyuan eagerly reported first. The three elderly people who died in Lanshan village performed soul-searching techniques on them, but there was no response whatsoever. "Three more." The white-bearded old man was shocked upon hearing this and exclaimed softly, "By this count, 10 elderly people died in Pingan County in just one night?" Gu Qingyu looked toward the old man and asked Chief Li in a lowered voice, "Chief, who is this?" The old Taoist didn't wait for an introduction and bowed first. "This humble Taoist is a wandering priest from Sanshur village. I was the first to notice the abnormalities concerning the 7 elderly villagers and report it to the authorities." Gu Qingyu studied the old man carefully. Within his thin frame, there seemed to be an indescribable power flowing, neither blood qi, yet not exactly weak either. If it came to a fight, he was confident he could subdue the man in a few moves, but Taoist methods were peculiar, so he dared not underestimate him. He bowed in return. "Greetings, Taoist master." Too kind, too kind." The white-bearded old Taoist waved his hand with a smile, then looked toward Chief Li with an inquiring expression. "Chief Li, this young constable is?" Chief Li gave a brief introduction. "Gu Qingyu." Seemingly accustomed to Chief Li's economy with words, the old Taoist nodded with a smile. "This officer Gu will surely become a great official in the Demon Suppression Bureau someday." Chief Li rarely elaborated, adding a few more words of praise. "His talent is indeed exceptional." The white-bearded old Taoist stroked the snowy white whiskers on his chin, his eyes filled with approval. "Including this one. Chief Li, over these years you've cultivated quite a few talented individuals capable of entering the Demon Suppression Bureau. For them your contributions are truly remarkable." Constable Li glanced at Gu Qingyu and said nothing more, simply asking, "Do you have any other discoveries?" Gu Qingyu's gaze swept over the white-bearded Taoist nearby. After a moment's hesitation, he lowered his voice and replied, "Chief, I do have another finding." Constable Li raised his hand in a gesture to continue, without interrupting. Gu Qingyu took a breath, as if steeling himself. "Actually, when performing the soul-summoning ritual, I could see a black thread emanating from the deceased's forehead." As soon as he finished speaking, the white-bearded Taoist's expression stiffened, a strange glint flashing in his eyes. Constable Li frowned slightly. "Continue." "I discovered that once the soul-summoning ritual takes effect, that black thread extends in a particular direction. I just tried it in Lanshan village." Gu Qingyu paused here. The 3 deceased elders all had black threads pointing in exactly the same direction. "Really?" Constable Li looked directly into his eyes, demanding confirmation. Gu Qingyu nodded. "Really. Constable Lee didn't ask why he could see the black threads, but instead asked directly, where do the black threads point? They break off halfway through their extension. Gu Qingyu recalled the faint traces from the soul-summoning ritual. In Lanshan village, the general direction was, precisely, towards Sanshur village. Constable Lee stared at him with deep, penetrating eyes, then turned and said, follow me. Yes, chief. Gu Qingyu knew what the other intended to go to Sanshur village to examine the other 7 corpses and see if they could uncover additional clues. The white-bearded Taoist watched the group depart, his brow heavy with confusion. How could a martial artist possibly see such things? He muttered to himself, his voice so low only he could hear it. Sanshur village. Cold winds howled at the village entrance, where 7 corpses lay arranged in a row. Gu Qingyu and Constable Lee performed the soul-summoning ritual again, and wisps of faint soul energy appeared, forming black threads as thin as hair. The direction is opposite. Gu Qingyu was secretly alarmed. The black threads from the 3 deceased in Lanshan village had pointed west, but the threads from these 7 deceased all broke off toward the east. Qianshan couldn't help but ask, what's going on? Why are the black threads pointing in different directions? And what exactly are these black threads? Constable Lee remained silent. His frown deepening was equally puzzled. These black threads are soul energy triggered by the soul-summoning ritual. A gentle voice suddenly spoke from nearby. Everyone turned toward the sound. It was the white-bearded Taoist. Qianshan seized the opportunity. Master, you seem to know something? The old Taoist nodded slightly, then looked at Gu Qingyu with a meaningful smile. What I'm more curious about is how Officer Gu can see the black threads on the deceased foreheads. Could it be that the officer has also studied Taoist arts? Taoist arts? Qianshan was momentarily stunned, his mind flashing to that master from his dreams. Could he really be a Taoist practitioner? Constable Lee also looked at Gu Qingyu thoughtfully. Naturally, Gu Qingyu wouldn't reveal anything about Qingyuan, so he could only shrug and play dumb. I don't know either. The white-bearded elder squinted at him for a moment, then chuckled softly. Since the officer is unwilling to elaborate, I won't press further. As for the black threads you've seen, I do have some understanding. Master Taoist, please stop beating around the bush. This is a murder case. Qianshan was naturally impatient, and seeing the white-bearded old Taoist speaking in circles, he couldn't help but urge him on. Don't rush, don't rush. The old Taoist stroked his beard with a smile. Let me explain slowly. Qianshan scratched the back of his head. All right, go ahead. The old Taoist pondered for a moment, carefully choosing his words before speaking. What we call soul force is actually the remnant power of the soul that remains in a corpse. Remnant soul power? Qianshan pressed. Exactly. The old Taoist nodded and continued his explanation. From birth, a person's physical body and soul are united as one. You are in me, and I am in you. You martial artists often speak of tempering the body, also called tempering the spirit and flesh, and the principle is the same. The two cannot be completely separated, and even when apart, they maintain a weak connection. This is precisely why soul-summoning techniques can call back spirits using remains. That connection is the remnant soul power left in the body. He spoke at a steady pace, analyzing each point. No matter how the living soul leaves the body, it will always leave behind this connection in the physical shell, though the amount may vary. I see. Qianshan nodded thoughtfully. The old Taoist lightly stroked the whiskers at the corner of his mouth, his expression becoming solemn. There are only 2 ways for a living soul to leave the body: natural death, or forcible separation by evil spirits. Evil spirits usually come to devour souls, and depending on their strength, the amount of soul power remaining in the human body after consumption varies, but regardless of how much, some always exists. He gestured with his hand, lowering his voice. The black line that Officer Gu saw just now was that residual force drawn out by the soul-summoning technique. If it were a natural death, the departed soul would be pulled back by the black line, creating a disturbance that even we mortals without open celestial eyes could see. Open celestial eyes? Upon hearing this, Qianshan looked curiously at Gu Qingyu. Gu Qingyu remained expressionless and shook his head lightly, indicating he knew nothing about it. The old Taoist glanced deeply at Gu Qingyu and continued. Indeed, opening the celestial eye is a Taoist divine ability that allows one to perceive yin and yang. But if the deceased had their soul devoured by evil spirits, when the residual force in the body is drawn by soul-summoning techniques, even with open celestial eyes, no signs would appear. Qianshan frowned. That's not right, Master Taoist. According to what you're saying, what Qingyu saw is different from both of those situations. Correct. The old Taoist nodded, his tone grave. Therefore, I suspect that what Officer Gu witnessed should belong to a third scenario. A third scenario? The white-bearded Taoist pondered for a moment, then said, this humble priest has practiced the way for many years and witnessed many strange occurrences. Children suddenly fainting on their way home at night, drunkards becoming dazed and confused after passing graveyards, women collapsing upon entering dark forests. Seeing that everyone seemed about to speak, he continued. Such strange afflictions are usually caused by demons and evil spirits capturing the 3 souls and 7 spirits, leaving the soul incomplete. But as long as one performs soul-summoning rituals, the scattered souls can often be called back. Qian Shan grinned widely. Master, isn't that the same as saying nothing? What does this have to do with Qingyu's situation? The old Taoist chuckled and raised his fan mysteriously. I haven't finished speaking yet. Officer, don't be hasty. Everyone had to hold their breath. Qian Shan suppressed his impatience and said, then please continue. The white-beard Taoist went on to explain, not all lost souls can be summoned back. Those that can't be summoned back. Qian Shan stared impressed. Exactly. The old Taoist nodded, then walked around everyone and pointed toward the household ahead that was holding a funeral. Like the deceased in that family, though their soul is lost, even soul-summoning rituals cannot bring it back. Qian Shan stood there stunned. Gu Qingyu couldn't help but ask, Master, what do you mean? The old Taoist turned back to look at Gu Qingyu, his tone softening. Officer Gu just saw that wisp of soul energy transform into a black line, extending in a certain direction, but suddenly breaking off midway. This humble priest speculates that the deceased soul still exists, but is imprisoned by a stronger force. Qian Shan's eyes lit up as if grasping something crucial. Doesn't that mean the person isn't actually dead? If we could find the soul and bring it back, couldn't we save them? The white-beard Taoist shook his head. I never said such a thing. If only one soul or one spirit had left the body, it might still be saved. But now all 3 souls and 7 spirits have departed, scattered like broken porcelain pieces. Even bringing them back would be useless. Why? Qian Shan frowned. The old Taoist patiently explained, dividing 1 into 2 is easy, but reuniting 2 into 1 is difficult. Without considerable spiritual cultivation, the souls themselves cannot reunite. After hearing this, Qian Shan couldn't hide his disappointment. These deceased elderly were merely mortals. What spiritual cultivation could they possibly have? Gu Qingyu asked again. Since soul-summoning rituals can pull at residual soul energy, why did I see that black line break off midway? The old Taoist pondered for a moment. Because the pull of the soul-summoning ritual is much weaker than the force binding the soul. A thin rope trying to pull a massive cauldron will naturally break. Qian Shan grew somewhat agitated. After all this talk, we only know that soul-summoning rituals can move soul energy. What does this have to do with solving the case? Not so. The white-beard Taoist smiled mysteriously and shook his whisk. Who says it has nothing to do with solving the case? Qian Shan was completely confused. What do you mean, Master? The old Taoist looked him up and down with a half-smile. Officer, your ability to hold your position under Constable Li probably relies mostly on your fists and feet, doesn't it? Qian Shan smiled modestly. This humble one's martial skills are indeed passable. Gu Qingyu sighed inwardly nearby. He's clearly saying you're all brawn and no brains, and you're still pleased about it. Infinite heavenly venerable. The old Taoist withdrew his gaze, stopped teasing, and turned to Gu Qingyu. Actually, the direction that Officer Gu saw the black line extending is the direction where the deceased soul is located. We just need to follow the direction indicated by the black lines to search. Qian Shan frowned, still harboring concerns. But the black lines only point to a general direction. Even if we know the orientation, we might not be able to precisely locate those elders' souls. That may be true, but it's still better than being completely clueless, isn't it? The white-beard Taoist spoke calmly, yet with a hint of certainty. After thinking for a moment, he added, besides, if the 10 elders from Lanshan village and Sanshur village were harmed by the same evil spirit, according to Officer Gu's previous judgment, their souls are most likely near the border between the 2 villages. Qian Shan nodded thoughtfully. I understand. So we just need to conduct a carpet search in that area, right? The white-beard Taoist smiled slightly. Actually, it doesn't have to be that troublesome. Qian Shan was startled. What do you mean, Master? Using corpses as guides. Using corpses as guides. Qian Shan was first stunned, then grasped the other's intention. The white-beard Taoist planned to use the deceased's remains, letting their lingering souls lead the way. After all, Gu Qingyu could see the black lines on the corpses' foreheads, which would save considerable effort. However, disturbing the bodies of the deceased was ultimately somewhat disrespectful. The white-beard Taoist continued explaining. Moreover, using just one corpse isn't enough. After death, the remaining soul power within a body is limited, capable of supporting at most 3 or 4 soul-summoning rituals. But some people have already been summoned 3 times. At this point, he stroked his long beard, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth, saying no more. Qian Shan turned his gaze to Constable Li, waiting for him to make the decision. Constable Li simply shook his head and ordered in a deep voice. Split up and search. Yes, Chief. The constables understood immediately. Constable Li clearly disagreed with using corpses as guides. Everyone stopped arguing and paired up in groups of 2 or 3, quickly running toward the forest between Lanshan village and Sanshur village. Between the two villages stood a considerable hill with a narrow mountain path winding up its slope. The hill covered a large area and was densely forested. Those wishing to bypass it would face a winding, time-consuming route, so most travelers chose to cut through the forest. Based on the direction of the black lines on the foreheads of the deceased from both villages, Gu Qingyu narrowed the search area to this hill. Everyone entered the forest and began their individual searches. Qianshan accompanied Gu Qingyu, and the two followed behind the others, moving casually through the woods. Once the other figures had completely disappeared among the dense trees, Gu Qingyu suddenly stopped. Qingyu, why did you stop? Did you discover something? Gu Qingyu pondered for a moment, then shook his head. No. I'm thinking about something. What? On a plane, two non-parallel lines must intersect. What? Qianshan scratched his head, feeling completely bewildered. What plane? What parallel lines? It's a mathematical problem. Mathematics? Qianshan immediately felt overwhelmed. Qingyu, what are you talking about? What is mathematics? Could it be some kind of legendary secret manual? Gu Qingyu looked at Qianshan's confused expression and couldn't help but smile. Pretty much. As the old saying goes, those who master mathematics rule the world. He had originally thought that after traveling through time, mathematics would become an obscure subject, but unexpectedly it remained quite useful here. The two black lines he had seen earlier were broken in the middle, but as long as he extended them infinitely in his mind, one line could determine direction, and two lines could pinpoint a location. Qianshan's eyes widened as he lowered his voice mysteriously. Could this be what that mysterious master from your dream taught you? That's not the point. Then what is the point? I think I know the exact location of those deceased souls. What? Qianshan's mouth fell open. Gu Qingyu flashed him a meaningful smile. Follow me. Where to? To find the demon that killed those elderly people. Shouldn't we tell the chief and the others first? No rush. We'll tell them after we find it. With those words, Gu Qingyu looked ahead and strode forward with decisive steps. Deep in the forest, Gu Qingyu seemed confident as he moved swiftly through the woods, paying no attention to the surrounding scenery. Only when he reached a depression at the bottom of a slope did he stop. We're here. Qianshan followed closely behind, and seeing him stop, couldn't help but crane his neck to look around. Before them lay a lowlying area. The muddy ground was sunken and should have easily collected water, but the trees here were exceptionally lush, and the ground hadn't formed stagnant pools. Only damp fallen leaves and rotting branches were scattered about. According to his mental calculation of where the two black lines intersected, the target should be nearby, but the exact location still required on-site exploration. It should be somewhere around here. Be careful. Let's go take a look. All right. Qianshan nodded, his right hand instinctively resting on the hilt of his sword as he followed closely behind. The soil beneath their feet was soft, but fortunately the dead branches and fallen leaves formed a natural cushion, preventing their shoes from getting covered in mud. After walking several hundred more meters, the terrain gradually leveled out. Passing through the last row of trees, an expansive pond suddenly appeared before their eyes. This pond was clearly formed by years of accumulated rainwater, stagnant water with dark green duckweed floating on the surface, emitting waves of putrid stench. Qingyu, look over there. Qianshan's expression grew serious as he raised his hand to point toward one side of the pond. Following his finger, they saw a massive tree standing beside the pond so thick it would take 3 people holding hands to encircle it. Strangely, nothing grew around the great tree. Only withered yellow leaves and rotting wood covered the ground, as if something had drained all the life from the area. Most conspicuous was a bizarre stone statue standing at the base of the tree, half the height of a person, seemingly made from a mixture of mud and stone fragments. It had a human body, snake neck, monkey face, rat eyes, pig nose, and a large mouth curved upward in an eerie, sinister smile. For some reason, Gu Qingyu suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, sensing that this strange stone statue before him radiated an ominous aura. Qingyu, what kind of statue is this? Qianshan gripped his blade handle and asked in a low voice. It looks like some sort of evil deity. Gu Qingyu pressed his lips together, his gaze still fixed on the statue's menacing face. I'd like to know why it appeared here too. Those stone eyes seemed to stare at him like living things, sending a cold shiver through his heart. The small hill where they stood was situated between Lanshan village and Sanshur village, rarely visited by people on ordinary days. Yet now this statue had appeared out of nowhere, looking utterly sinister no matter how you looked at it. After a moment of silence, Qianshan recalled the recent sudden deaths of elderly people in both villages and couldn't help but ask, could this thing be connected to those old folks' deaths? Gu Qingyu didn't answer immediately. He remembered the black lines extending from the deceased's forehead's lines that ultimately converged here, and the only strange thing about this hill was the statue itself. Qianshan tightened his grip on the blade handle and hesitantly stepped forward. I'll go take a closer look. Don't rush. Gu Qingyu reached out to stop him. Qianshan turned back with a frown. What is it? Did you notice something? Let's check out that stagnant water first. Gu Qingyu pointed toward the pool of water beside the statue. Qianshan thought for a moment and nodded. Good idea. Without further words, the two men walked one after the other around to the other side of the statue. The closer they got to the water, the stronger the putrid smell became, as if something was rotting inside it. But when they reached the water's edge, the scene before them was completely contrary to their expectations. The water surface was crystal clear. Strange. Qian Shan crouched down, wrinkling his nose as he muttered. Such foul-smelling stagnant water, yet it's so clear you can see your reflection. He casually picked up a broken stone and tossed it in. With a splash, water scattered everywhere, and the bottom instantly stirred up a cloud of murky sediment. But it quickly settled again, and the water surface became transparent once more. Gu Qingyu stared at the floating dust at the bottom that hadn't yet dispersed, equally puzzled, but still signaled to continue their circuit. When they reached a thick old locust tree, their steps unconsciously slowed. Under the tree's shade, the waist-high stone statue sat among the shadows, its features blurred but appearing even more sinister. Qian Shan looked around. Apart from this thing, I don't see anything else unusual about this place. Gu Qingyu crouched down for a closer examination and suddenly discovered a patch of charred ashes beside the statue, his brow immediately furrowing. It looks like someone burned something here. They must have come to worship. Worship? Qian Shan repeated in a low voice. Gu Qingyu pointed to the black stain. Look, those are clearly traces of burned paper. Gray-white paper ash mixed with charcoal fragments scattered across the cracked earth. Qian Shan's expression grew grave. Anyone around here who knows the inside story is most likely from Lanshan Village or Sanshur Village. Possibly. Gu Qingyu stood up, his gaze still fixed on the statue. But what exactly does this statue worship, and why would someone pray to it? When we get back, we'll need to visit both villages separately and see who's willing to talk. Qian Shan nodded in agreement. All right. Gu Qingyu nodded and slowly approached the statue under the large tree. As he drew closer, he could make out the stone statue's features clearly. Though it had an odd arrangement of eyes and nose that seemed mismatched, somehow it appeared strangely natural. Gu Qingyu's heart suddenly tightened, sensing something was amiss as his instincts screamed danger. Just then, Qian Shan's hushed exclamation came from behind. Qingyu, look! There's a huge fish in that pond. A huge fish. Gu Qingyu turned toward the pond. The water was crystal clear, with only a few withered branches and dead leaves resting quietly at the bottom. Nothing else in sight. He frowned. I don't see anything. Right there. Qian Shan gestured frantically, still keeping his voice low. Keep it down, don't scare it away. I've never seen such a massive fish. Qingyu, I'm going to catch it. We'll have fish for dinner tonight. Puzzled, Gu Qingyu instinctively turned back to see Qian Shan grinning foolishly. His frown deepened as he asked again for confirmation. Qian Shan, you really see a big fish? Of course. Look, isn't that it right there? Qian Shan pointed matter-of-factly. Following his finger, a chill shot up Gu Qingyu's spine from his feet to his scalp. Despite the midday sun blazing overhead, it couldn't dispel the inexplicable cold dread. Qian Shan wasn't pointing at the pond, but at the waist-high stone statue beneath the tree. For some unknown reason, Qian Shan was seeing the statue as a giant fish. The statue's crooked mouth seemed to smile in silent mockery. Wait for me. I'll catch that fish for you. Qian Shan charged forward excitedly like an arrow, pouncing on the statue like a great eagle. That's not a fish. Gu Qingyu couldn't stop him in time. He watched as Qian Shan wrapped his arms around the stone statue, his face turning red from strain, his body writhing strangely on the ground, as if wrestling with a giant fish underwater. Qian Shan, seeing his face turn from red to purple, clearly holding his breath to the point of suffocation, Gu Qingyu rushed forward and struck the back of Qian Shan's neck with a knife-hand chop. A dull thud echoed as Qian Shan's body went limp, collapsing while still clutching the statue, his breathing finally returning to normal. Gu Qingyu quickly dragged him away from the statue, keeping a wary eye on the shadow-like sculpture. What had just happened was too bizarre. Qian Shan had clearly been possessed. Glancing at the unconscious Qian Shan, his right hand moved to the narrow blade at his waist as he coldly demanded, "What evil spirit dares cause trouble in my Ping'an County?" Whether it was his imagination or reality, the statue's rat-like eyes seemed to flicker slightly. Then, a sinister laugh pierced his ears like a cold wind. Ha ha ha. Clang. The blade sang from its sheath, cold light flashing. Gu Qingyu looked down at Qian Shan, only to discover the laughter was coming from within Qian Shan's body. Crack, crack. The sound of grinding bones emerged from the unconscious man's body. Gu Qingyu stepped back 2 paces, pointing his blade directly at Qian Shan, his expression grave. Where did you come from, daring to enter my territory? As soon as the words left his lips, Qian Shan, who had been unconscious moments before, opened his eyes and slowly rose from the ground. Qian Shan slowly pulled himself up from the ground, then turned his gaze toward Gu Qingyu. His once ordinary eyes had now contracted into pinprick pupils that gleamed with an eerie green light, resembling a pair of rat-like orbs. His mouth stretched grotesquely from ear to ear, forming a smile identical to the bizarre stone statue's nearby sight, so unsettling it made one's scalp crawl. Gu Qingyu's heart lurched as he gripped his narrow blade with white-knuckled intensity, lowering his voice. What are you? He remembered clearly that this thing could bewitch minds and possess bodies, definitely not something normal. Qianshan grinned, his raspy voice like sandpaper scraping against iron. Boy, your manner of address is quite rude. Rude? Gu Qingyu snorted softly. Those elderly people who died in Lanshan village and Sanshur village was that you're doing? Elderly people. Qianshan's brow twitched, as if he truly knew nothing about this matter. Gu Qingyu was momentarily stunned. You don't know? That's not right. Before he could finish speaking, Qianshan suddenly clutched his head, his face contorting as if painful memories were being forcibly torn from him. Dark energy seeped from his cheeks, instantly wrapping around his features. Now I understand, he roared, and when he raised his head again, those rat-like eyes were blood-red and dripping. So you're all in this together. In what together? Gu Qingyu frowned. He had seen similar situations before, possessing entities with disordered consciousness that could go berserk at any moment. The elderly. Qianshan's entire body convulsed, his shoulders trembling violently. That alien presence seemed to be tearing at him from within, rapidly fragmenting his consciousness. Gu Qingyu pressed sternly. What do you know? You must die. As his shout hit the ground, Qianshan's form flashed forward like a serpent gliding across the earth. His palms struck viciously toward Gu Qingyu's forehead, fast and ruthless. Gu Qingyu cursed under his breath and raised his blade to block, but mindful of Qianshan's original body, he dared not deliver a killing blow, only using the flat of his blade to deflect the incoming palms. Clang! The moment they made contact, Qianshan's originally fluid palm technique suddenly became heavy, forcibly shocking the narrow blade aside as his elbow dropped down to smash directly at Gu Qingyu's forehead. Gu Qingyu used the momentum to retreat, his waist and hips generating power simultaneously as his body spun sideways to evade. Haha, Qianshan chuckled coldly. His palm technique shifted mid-strike, his palm flipping over and transforming back into a serpent-like strike, cunningly stabbing toward Gu Qingyu's throat. Unable to dodge in time, Gu Qingyu let out a low grunt. Azure armor. Home blue light exploded from his body. Smack! Qianshan's palm struck heavily against the protective blue light, like hitting a rock wall. Bone and flesh immediately burst apart, blood flowing between his fingers. Though the possessing entity was powerful, Qianshan's mortal body simply couldn't withstand it. Seeing this, Gu Qingyu touched his toe to the ground and shot upward from his low position, launching a fierce kick toward Qianshan's jaw from below. Hee. After being possessed by that thing, Qianshan's reflexes became incredibly sharp. Before Gu Qingyu could even lift his foot to attack, Qianshan quickly retreated, dodging the kick. Both fighters pulled back after their first clash. Gu Qingyu's gaze fell on Qianshan's right arm, where blood continuously dripped down. He frowned slightly, but the smile on his opponent's face remained frozen in place, as if carved there. He immediately reached a conclusion: Qianshan's physical injuries had virtually no effect on the possessing entity. He slid his narrow blade back into its sheath, shrugged his shoulders, then assumed a fighting stance. With a provocative gesture, he crooked his finger at Qianshan. Come on. The sinister laughter echoed as Qianshan's figure flashed like a ghost. Having never practiced footwork techniques, Gu Qingyu was far slower and could only helplessly activate his Tianyuan armor, choosing to stand his ground and wait for his opponent to charge. Slap! A palm strike hit the Tianyuan armor, causing the protective blue light to tremble slightly. Gu Qingyu's expression remained unchanged since his opponent couldn't break through the armor. He didn't need to focus on defense. As Qianshan closed in, he suddenly threw a punch. Without the Tianyuan armor, this would be trading blow for blow. With the armor, he had one-sided dominance. Thud! His heavy punch connected with Qianshan's jaw, sending him flying in an arc through the air before crashing down hard. Crash! Yet Qianshan almost immediately scrambled back to his feet, still agile, as if the devastating blow had been mere illusion. Useless. Gu Qingyu frowned slightly. Watching Qianshan's form approaching again, a thought flashed through his mind. Then, let's try another punch. In an instant, Qianshan was upon him. Palm strikes came in rapid succession, blood spattering everywhere, flesh tearing and curling back. If this continued, Qianshan's hands would eventually be reduced to bone, but the possessing entity still forced him to strike viciously again and again. Bang! Blue light exploded as Qianshan's palms struck the Tianyuan armor once more, blood and flesh flying. Gu Qingyu seized the opportunity to step forward, his right fist gathering concentrated Tianyuan energy as he aimed for Qianshan's abdomen. Boom! The Tianyuan energy penetrated through the body, bending Qianshan like a shrimp, his face contorting to the extreme. Effective. Light flashed in Gu Qingyu's eyes. Tianyuan energy was the natural enemy of evil spirits, but it had to penetrate into the body to work. Second-level Tianyuan already possessed extending capabilities, perfect for penetrating through the body. He grabbed Qianshan's right wrist with his left hand, kicked him over with his foot, then straddled Qianshan's chest. Possession? Is that it? Slap. Before he finished speaking, He delivered a slap across Qianshan's face, channeling a strand of Qingyuan energy along with it. Qianshan's cheek swelled up. He was dazed at first, then flew into a rage. You're asking for death. Slap. The second slap followed immediately. Still dare to threaten me? Slap. Who are you glaring at? Slap. What are you standing there for? Get the hell out of there now. Qianshan roared. You just wait. You'll regret this. He glared fiercely at Gu Qingyu, then rolled his eyes back and collapsed limply, as if all his strength had been drained. Regret. Gu Qingyu snorted coldly, channeling Qingyuan energy into his eyes. He saw a blurry shadow floating above Qianshan's forehead, human body, snake neck, monkey face. Though he couldn't see it clearly, this was definitely the culprit. So it's you. Clang. His narrow blade left its sheath as qi, blood, and Qingyuan energy surged into it. His expression turned menacing as he roared. Die. Swoosh. The blade seemed to slice through the very air, directly cutting the shadow into nothingness. Ding. Wutong Shen slain. Ding. Growth points gained, 5. Ding. Evolution points gained, 5. Crack. Crack. As the 5 spirits god was slain, the stone statue beneath the great tree standing half a man's height suddenly split, with fissures from top to bottom. Debris cascaded down like rustling leaves, and the dark stone dust scattered across the grass like raindrops in the moonlight. Gu Qingyu channeled his Qingyuan energy into his eyes, scanning the surroundings to confirm no other anomalies remained before rushing to Qianshan's side. Qianshan lay unconscious on the ground, his lips pale and purple, both hands mangled and bloody with exposed finger bones still seeping blood through the gaps. Gu Qingyu's brow furrowed tightly. If the bleeding continued, the man's life would surely be in grave danger. Without hesitation, he pulled out a signal flare and shot it skyward, where it exploded in a brilliant red column of light. He then drew his blade to cut strips from his robe's hem, quickly binding Qianshan's wounds to stop the bleeding with swift, decisive movements. Soon, footsteps thundered through the surrounding grass from all directions. Constable Li burst forth first, his movement technique swift and his inner energy surging as he reached the 2 men in the blink of an eye. Surveying the battlefield and seeing the traces of fierce combat scattered everywhere, his expression immediately darkened. The 5 spirits god. Behind Constable Li, a white-bearded Taoist suddenly exclaimed. What? Constable Li turned with a grave voice. Look there, Constable Li. The old Taoist pointed toward the crack-covered stone statue beneath the great tree. Though the statue was on the verge of complete collapse, its eerie outline remained discernible. That's the 5 spirits god. Constable Li stared wide-eyed. The old Taoist nodded. Meanwhile, the other constables arrived and, hearing the words 5 spirits god, all began asking, what exactly is this 5 spirits god? The old Taoist stepped forward 2 paces, examining the stone statue carefully before speaking slowly. There's an old saying. Among the 366 righteous gods of heaven, 100 beast spirits hide within. Many deities were originally animals that achieved cultivation. However, the 5 spirits god is no righteous deity, but rather a type of evil spirit that brings calamity to the mortal world. How dare a mere evil spirit call itself a god? Someone couldn't help but scoff. Not so, the old Taoist shook his head. 5 spirits god is merely what common folk call it. Legend has it that this creature's temperament is unpredictable. Occasionally, it helps people. Any household it favors will find their grain piled high as mountains, inexhaustible no matter how much they consume. The constables exchanged glances. Such strange occurrences actually exist? Where there's benefit, there's always a price, the old Taoist sighed. Most who receive its favors don't meet good ends. Naturally, Constable Li interjected coldly. What isn't earned through one's own efforts will eventually demand repayment. The old Taoist nodded and continued explaining. Since this creature possesses supernatural powers, ordinary people cannot perceive its true form. Only those with open celestial eyes or martial artists who master special techniques can barely catch glimpses of its presence. Hearing this, Gu Qingyu recalled the shadowy figure that had emerged from Qianshan's forehead earlier. Even with his Qingyuan enhancement, he had only caught a fleeting glimpse, silently acknowledging the old Taoist's words. At this point, the old Taoist suddenly shifted the conversation. Officer Gu, did you kill this 5 spirits god? Yes, I killed it. Gu Qingyu didn't deny it, and proceeded to explain how he and Qianshan had come to this place and discovered the strange stone statue. Qianshan and I followed the clues here to capture the troublesome demon, and we found this statue of the 5 spirits god by the pond. He pointed to the grotesque stone sculpture on the shore. Unexpectedly, Qianshan carelessly fell under its spell and was bewitched by that thing. Fearing he might cause trouble, I had to knock him unconscious, but that demon took the opportunity to possess his body. Gu Qingyu briefly recounted how Qianshan, after being possessed, had fought with him, fists flying, mud and water splashing everywhere. Despite several attempts to subdue him, he couldn't overcome that sinister force. It wasn't until the five spirits god's soul emerged from Qianshan's forehead that he managed to capture it in a dangerous moment and destroy it with a single strike of his blade. He included every detail that should be mentioned, while not revealing a single word of what shouldn't be disclosed. Upon hearing this, the white-beard Taoist stroked his beard and sighed deeply. Fortunately, Officer Gu had already opened his celestial eye. If it had been anyone else, they probably wouldn't have been able to deal with this five spirits god. When did you open your celestial eye? Captain Li stared at Gu Qingyu and suddenly asked. Gu Qingyu pondered for a moment before answering. I couldn't see these things before my near-death experience, but sometime after those 7 days, I suddenly gained the ability to see things that ordinary people cannot see. As soon as the words left his mouth, he quietly looked toward Captain Li without adding anything more. He knew well that his superior had sharp eyes, and attempting to lie would only expose flaws. So he simply gave an ambiguous answer, omitting the crucial matter of Qing Yuan. This way, he wasn't exactly lying, nor was he giving his counterpart any opening to press further. Captain Li carefully observed his expression and tone, detecting nothing unusual, yet doubts lingered in his mind. This explanation was too vague and didn't hold water. Just as he was about to ask more questions, the white-beard Taoist beside them suddenly spoke with curiosity. From what Officer Gu says, it sounds like you died once. Captain Li explained. At that time, Qingyu was harmed by a demon and his life essence was damaged, leaving him only 7 days to live. Yet somehow, through some unknown fortune, he's still alive today. Upon hearing this, the white-beard Taoist furrowed his brow, as if recalling some secret from the past. Seeing this, Captain Li asked, Master, what's the matter? The old Taoist didn't answer immediately, only lowered his head in contemplation. After a moment, he looked up and sighed deeply. What fortune, what great fortune! Seeing his solemn expression, Captain Li couldn't help but press. Master, do you know something about this? Ah, the old Taoist sighed again. I only heard about it from a storyteller at a tea house. Everyone looked puzzled. Someone muttered quietly. A tea house storyteller, you actually believe that? Master, those storytellers' tales. Before he could finish, the white-beard Taoist raised his hand to stop him. Whether you believe the storyteller's words or not, just listen to it as a story. What harm could there be? Since he put it that way, the others couldn't argue further and simply nodded. Go ahead, Master. We quite enjoy listening to stories anyway. The white-beard old Taoist didn't argue, but asked with a smile. I wonder if any of you have heard the story of death and resurrection on Mount Taishan? Everyone's attention was captured by this topic. Death and resurrection? Someone raised an eyebrow. Indeed. The old Taoist nodded gently, stroking his beard as he continued. Legend has it that a Taoist on Mount Taishan once died due to some incident, but for unknown reasons, he came back to life. Since then, it was as if some kind of door had been opened for him. His eyes could distinguish between yin and yang. His ears could connect with the netherworld. A tea patron nearby listening to the story scoffed and shook his head with a laugh. Even storytellers should know their limits. How can the Taoists of Mount Taishan be joked about so casually? If there really is someone on that mountain whose eyes can distinguish yin and yang, and whose ears can connect with the netherworld, there's only one person. He stopped mid-sentence, suddenly frozen, his gaze turning toward the white-beard Taoist. Master Taoist, the person you're speaking of, could it be Master Taoist Zhang? Indeed. The old Taoist nodded again, a hint of certainty in his eyes. As far as I know, Master Taoist Zhang did die once in his youth. After his resurrection, his abilities changed dramatically. At this point, he turned to face Gu Qingyu, speaking seriously. Therefore, I suspect that Officer Gu may have truly died once and somehow came back to life without even realizing it himself. Gu Qingyu felt uneasy hearing Tishi had indeed died once, though that was through rebirth. According to the old Taoist words, could Master Taoist Zhang of Mount Taishan be like him, also a transmigrator? Seeing his subtle expression, the white-beard Taoist continued. Though I don't know exactly what death and resurrection might change, judging from Master Taoist Zhang's experiences, it grants the ability to distinguish yin and yang with the eyes. Officer Gu's current condition is extremely similar. If this is true, Officer Gu's eyes are not the heavenly eye, but rather the yin-yang eye. He paused, looking curious. What remains unclear is whether Officer Gu can hear sounds that others cannot, truly achieving ears that connect with the netherworld. This question caught Gu Qingyu off guard. He thought about it. He had always only used his azure energy to enhance his eyes, never trying it with his ears. So he sat still, channeling his azure energy and slowly directing it into his ears. As the warm current flowed into his eardrums, he immediately felt his hearing being pulled open like an invisible curtain. The whispers of nearby tea patrons and the subtle friction of tables and chairs all became crystal clear. Suddenly, rustling sounds came from a pond not far away. Gu Qingyu instinctively tilted his head to listen closely. Run, run. It's a demon. A demon. Boom. It was as if his entire being had been stuffed inside a giant bell, with someone striking it hard from outside. His eardrums shook violently, and the amplified sound pierced into his mind like sharp awls. Gu Qingyu felt his head explode, his consciousness instantly blurring as warm liquid flowed from his nostrils and the corners of his eyes. His legs gave way, he staggered half a step, dark shadows churning before his eyes. Unable to hold on any longer, his body slowly fell backward. Qingyu. Officer Gu. Officer Gu. In his dazed state, Gu Qingyu felt as if he were lying on a bed. The mattress was rather firm, definitely not his own. A hushed, anxious voice reached his ears. Dr. Liu, how is Qingyu doing? Dr. Li withdrew his hand from Gu Qingyu's wrist and sighed heavily. The boy's soul has been injured. Blood flowed from all 7 orifices. I'll prescribe a soul-calming decoction for him to take while resting. By the way, Constable Li, don't let him return to the Yamen for casework these next few days. He needs proper rest. Constable Li, standing nearby, nodded slightly. Very well. Indeed, Gu Qingyu had damaged his life essence just days ago, and now he'd suffered another spiritual shock. Even Dr. Liu couldn't bear to see it continue. Chief, Qingyu's awake, someone in the crowd called out. Gu Qingyu struggled to open his eyes. The first thing he saw was his colleague Qianshan lying in the adjacent bed, face bruised and swollen, both hands wrapped in bandages. Seeing him awake, Qianshan fought through the pain to show his joy, though his swollen face made the smile rather comical. Constable Gu, how are you feeling? The white-bearded old Taoist quickly leaned in. Gu Qingyu rubbed his temples. I'm fine, just a bit of a headache. The old man hastily reassured him. Your soul was jolted. A few days' rest will set you right. Once Dr. Liu's soul-calming decoction takes effect, you'll recover soon enough. He spoke with certainty, as if he knew Gu Qingyu's condition inside and out. After a pause, he lowered his voice and asked, Constable Gu, why did you suddenly collapse? Did you hear something at the time? Everyone in the room perked up their ears. If Gu Qingyu could truly hear things beyond ordinary perception, he'd be just like Taoist Master Zhang of Mount Taixuan, ears attuned to the netherworld, eyes that discern yin and yang. With such gifts, he might well become the next Master Zhang. Gu Qingyu nodded slowly. I did hear voices coming from the lake surface. Just as I tried to listen more carefully, a sudden cacophony knocked me unconscious. The white-bearded Taoist was overjoyed, chanting, Infinite Heavenly Venerable several times, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Yes, these are ears attuned to the netherworld. It's just that your cultivation is too low to withstand such sounds. The crowd exchanged glances. Someone whispered enviously. So you're saying if Qingyu rests and grows stronger, his future is limitless? Another replied sourly. Envious? Why don't you go die once and see if you can come back to life? He shook his head, even as he spoke. Such great fortune from death and rebirth wasn't something just anyone could endure. The white-bearded Taoist struck while the iron was hot. Constable Gu, this poor Taoist has another question. Gu Qingyu gestured for him to continue. The old man rubbed his hands together, avoiding Constable Li's gaze as he asked quietly. I wonder what Constable Gu thinks of our Taoist sect. Gu Qingyu pondered briefly. From what I know, the Great Wei's current peace owes much to Taoist efforts. Naturally, I hold great reverence for Taoist masters. Upon hearing these words, the white-bearded Taoist nodded with satisfaction, flicked his sleeves lightly, and continued with a smile. Then I wonder if Officer Gu has any intention of joining the Taoist sect? As soon as he finished speaking, fearing that Gu Qingyu might refuse, he quickly added, my ancestors had deep connections with the Taishan Taoist sect. As long as Officer Gu agrees, I can certainly help you enter the Taishan Taoist sect. Absolutely not. Constable Li, standing nearby, spoke up in a deep voice, afraid that Gu Qingyu was being poached right before his eyes. The white-bearded Taoist remained unhurried, stepping between the two men and raising his whisk horizontally, perfectly blocking Gu Qingyu's lifted gaze, his smile growing broader. Officer Gu, don't be hasty in your decision. As far as I know, your life essence hasn't fully recovered yet. Only by breaking through to the innate realm and receiving nourishment from heaven and earth can you make up for it. Am I right? Gu Qingyu nodded slightly, tacitly agreeing. Seeing this, the white-bearded Taoist immediately struck while the iron was hot. If that's the case, as long as you join the Taishan Taoist sect and borrow the sect's resources for support, reaching the innate realm will be no difficult matter. These words struck right at Gu Qingyu's deepest concerns, and he instinctively fell into contemplation. Constable Li watched from the side, but found himself speechless for the moment, only able to stand there frowning. The white-bearded Taoist, noticing Gu Qingyu's wavering, spoke with even greater certainty. Moreover, the Taishan Taoist sect is extremely safe. You can cultivate in peace, and no demons or evil spirits would dare to come and cause trouble. Extremely safe? Gu Qingyu repeated softly. The white-bearded Taoist clasped his hands behind his back, his beard slightly raised, full of confidence. Exactly. I dare guarantee that before you break through to the innate realm, you won't encounter a single evil demon. His form of address had quietly changed, calling him young friend with great warmth. Gu Qingyu sighed inwardly and ultimately shook his head. Thank you for your kind offer, master. Though I respect Taoism, I have no desire to join the Taoist sect. If not for possessing the taming system and having a Tianyuan turtle that could grow endlessly by accumulating growth points and evolution points through slaying evil demons, he might have seriously considered it. But the white-beard Taoist had made it clear. Joining the Taishan Taoist sect would mean hardly encountering any evil demons in the early stages. Without being able to hunt evil demons, his speed of gaining growth and evolution would inevitably be slowed, which was not a good strategy for him. The white-beard Taoist expression grew slightly anxious, still unwilling to give up. Young friend, do you have some concerns? I am already a man of the government office. Gu Qingyu's tone was calm but carried firmness. My chief said that as long as I enter the Demon Suppression Bureau, breaking through to the innate realm won't be difficult either. Young friend, though your words have merit, you may not know those in the Demon Suppression Bureau who haven't reached the innate realm don't live long. The white-beard Taoist put away his smile and reminded him solemnly. Everyone in the Demon Suppression Bureau, regardless of their cultivation level, must engage in bloody battles with evil demons. That kind of life on the edge of death and life is not something ordinary people can endure. Gu Qingyu's gaze remained calm as he slowly nodded. I am naturally aware of this point. Why would you, young friend? Gu Qingyu raised his head, his tone solemn. Master, in these troubled times of the Great Wei Dynasty, demons run rampant and evil spirits roam freely. I know my talents are mediocre, and I may never achieve great heights in the Tao sect in my lifetime. Rather than cultivating safely within the mountain gates, I'd prefer to start now slaying demons one by one, helping the common people however I can. His words rang out powerfully, echoing through the small clinic. He added, though I'm merely at the body-tempering realm, I will do my utmost to protect the peace of Pingyuan County's people. Captain Li and the other constables standing nearby felt their hearts stir. Gu Qingyu repeated, though I'm merely at the body-tempering realm, I will do my utmost to protect the peace of Pingyuan County's people. These words might sound laughable at first hearing, but upon reflection, weren't they as lowly constables doing exactly the same thing? Gu Qingyu continued, if I can enter the Demon Suppression Bureau, regardless of whether I can break through to the innate realm, regardless of when I might die in battle, as long as I can stand on the front lines and establish purpose for the people, that's enough. The white-beard old Taoist was momentarily stunned. Then his expression grew solemn as he bowed with both hands. Young friend, your righteousness is admirable. Gu Qingyu returned the bow with a smile. Thank you for understanding, master. The old Taoist was still reluctant, pressing further. I understand your noble intentions, young friend. Should you ever change your mind, you can come find this humble Taoist anytime. Gu Qingyu nodded, this time not refusing. Then this humble Taoist shall take his leave. Safe travels, master. The white-beard Taoist bowed to everyone and left the clinic with a smile. Night had fallen, and his pale blue robes quickly disappeared into the darkness. The moment the Taoist left, his colleagues immediately crowded around. Someone patted Gu Qingyu's shoulder. Qingyu, impressive. That was the Taishan Tao secto. You know how many people would kill for that opportunity? TSK, TSK, TSK. If it were me, I'd have gone. Another teased. That's why they came for Qingyu, not you. Hee hee, fair point. After a few expressions of regret, the conversation turned to the Demon Suppression Bureau. Actually, the Demon Suppression Bureau isn't inferior to the Taishan Tao sect after all. It's built with the entire nation's resources. Everyone chattered about the rumors water demons in the south that devoured children were slain with a single sword by a bureau master. Northern Sea demon clans repeatedly invaded the borders until the bureau master guarding the North Sea led forces to drive them back 300 li. Captain Li didn't join the conversation, only looked up at Gu Qingyu with a rare smile, while said establishing purpose for the people. Just as Gu Qingyu was about to respond, urgent footsteps came from outside. They looked toward the sound and saw old Wu, who had been sent out earlier, rushing frantically into the clinic, shouting, Captain, we have trouble. That night, the deserted streets lay cold and silent. Moonlight spilled across the cobblestones, casting a frost-like luminous haze that swayed gently with each footstep. An old Taoist in a pale blue robe walked with his hands clasped behind his back, slowly making his way toward the outskirts of the city. Suddenly, a faint sound of impact echoed from a narrow alley on his left, like a ceramic bowl hitting the ground, but it was quickly swallowed by the darkness. The old Taoist paused, his brow furrowing slightly. What was that? He peered into the alley, seeing nothing but inky blackness without even a flicker of light. Strange, he muttered under his breath. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he lifted his foot and walked toward the mouth of the alley. Just as his boot was about to step into the shadows, a gentle yet aged voice drifted from the depths of the darkness. Senior brother, it's been a long time. The old Taoist's body stiffened slightly, his face rapidly cycling through expressions of nostalgia, resentment, anger, shock, and even a trace of disbelief. Is that you? Indeed it is. As the words faded, a bald old man slowly emerged from the gloom. His eyebrows and remaining hair were white. His face wore a slight smile, and he was so thin he seemed nothing but skin and bones. A loose black robe concealed his withered frame, revealing only his round, gleaming bald head. As moonlight fell upon his crown, a strange red glint flashed in the old man's eyes. Recognizing the figure, the old Taoist's heart clenched violently, his body trembling involuntarily. You wretch, you! What about me? The bald old man stepped forward, his smile unchanged. How did you become such a ghastly sight? Ghastly? The old man chuckled softly, extending his right arm from beneath the black robe. The hand was withered like dry wood, blue veins snaking across its surface. As he spoke, he slowly raised his hand, reaching toward the old Taoist's chest. Senior brother, the reason I've become what I am today is all because of you. Squelch. His fingertips pierced flesh, his palm pressing directly against the heart. The old Taoist seemed frozen in place, unable even to raise his hands in defense. You? The searing pain from his chest tore at his nerves like wildfire. He stared wide-eyed but couldn't make a sound, his throat feeling as if gripped by an invisible giant hand. Cold sweat instantly soaked through his robes. The old monk smiled, his voice carrying a hint of gentle concern. Senior brother, after all these years apart, besides shock, don't you want to catch up with me? The old Taoist's entire body shook with terror, not daring to move while that right hand remained buried deep in his chest. He stammered, What? What do you want? What I want, senior brother, you've always known. You wretch. The black-robed old monk scoffed lightly. Senior brother, if you insist on calling me that, there's nothing I can do. By the way, I heard Ping'an County is your hometown. He paused, slowly withdrawing his bloodstained palm and shaking off a drop of dark red liquid. Don't worry. You go first, and in a few days, I'll send the entire Ping'an County to join you. The excruciating pain made the old Taoist's body convulse violently. He couldn't help but hiss through gritted teeth. You beast. Why? Don't you know that? Of course I know. The old monk cut him off, his tone terrifyingly calm. Blood gushed from the old Taoist's chest, yet he still stared intently at his opponent. The Demon Suppression Bureau. Taishin, won't let you get away with this. The old monk raised his sleeve to wipe the blood from his palm, as if he'd heard some amusing joke, and chuckled softly. Haha. The old monk chuckled softly before saying, Brother, rest easy on that matter. Once I sacrifice the entire Ping'an County, I'll have nothing to fear from those people. His words were cut short by a wet, tearing sound. Without warning, his fingers curved like claws and plunged deep into the old Taoist's chest before yanking back violently. Blood poured through his fingers, yet the moment it touched his palm, his skin absorbed every drop, leaving no trace behind. The old Taoist staggered backward, the light in his eyes rapidly fading. He tried to speak, but could only move his lips wordlessly. What is it you want to say? The old monk smiled knowingly, as if he already knew the answer. Wondering who killed our master. He nodded gently, answering his own question. Yes, it was me. I killed him and framed you for it. Now that you know the truth, are you satisfied? Moonlight fell across his gaunt face as his smile gradually faded, leaving only cold indifference. The old Taoist finally collapsed, falling straight to the ground, never to move again. The old monk's gaze remained calm as he turned and stepped into the dark alley, his figure swallowed by the night. Meanwhile, dim lamplight flickered in the medical hall. What's wrong? Constable Lee looked up at Old Wu, who had burst through the door. Old Wu caught his breath. Chief, you asked me to investigate if any other elderly died last night. You found something? Constable Lee's brow furrowed. Yes. Old Wu handed over a folded paper. Besides the 7 from Sanshire Village and 3 from Lanshan Village, 21 more elderly died in Ping'an County last night. What did you say? Constable Lee's face went pale. Old Wu nodded grimly. Including those from Sanshire Village and Lanshan Village. That's 31 lives lost in one night. Constable Lee's eyes swept over the paper, taking in the names, ages, and addresses of the deceased. His expression grew even darker. Beside him, Gu Qingyu also looked grave. Chief, what's going on? He asked. Constable Lee said quietly. These 21 people were all from West Village. Sanshire Village and Lanshan Village are in the east near Sambao River, but West Village is at the far western edge. Gu Qingyu paused, startled. The 5 powers god's influence couldn't possibly span the entire county. In other words, Constable Lee said gravely, besides the 5 powers god, there's another evil presence harming people in Ping'an County. In the eastern part of Ping'an County, an abandoned courtyard stood empty. Beneath a jujube tree, an ancient well gaped like a void that could swallow moonlight itself. Above the well, a dark shadow floated in midair, the soul of the old Taoist surrounded by 10 mortal soul shadows. From the darkness in the corner, the old monk slowly emerged. He shook his black robe, and from its hem, numerous phantom shapes rushed toward the well. Among them was a faint green wisp, the remnant of the old Taoist's living soul. A howling wind suddenly arose, sweeping all the phantoms toward the dark shadow. The shadow at the well's mouth opened wide and inhaled deeply, drawing in every phantom and gust of wind. For an instant, faint screams seemed to echo through heaven and earth before everything returned to deathly silence. After a long moment, the shadow's eyes blazed brighter, its form now several times more solid than before, almost indistinguishable from a living person. It bowed to the old monk with cupped hands. "Many thanks, my lord." The old monk's tone was cold. "We each get what we need. Don't forget what you promised me." "This old woman won't forget," the shadow replied with a sinister edge. "What evil spirit is harming people now?" Gu Qingyu's eyes snapped open as he pushed himself up from the wooden bed and sat upright. In the flickering lamplight, he shook his head and noticed the stabbing pain had lessened compared to before, so he threw off the covers and got out of bed. "You should rest properly first." Captain Li stepped forward to block his path, extending his arm as a barrier. "Captain, I'm fine now." Gu Qingyu's tone was resolute. Captain Li didn't argue with him, instead turning to ask old Wu beside him. "Besides everyone being dead, are there any other clues?" "Yes." Old Wu nodded, his voice low and grave. "I performed a soul-summoning ritual, but there was no response whatsoever. I suspect these victims are the same as those from Sanshur Village and Lanshan Village." "The same as Lanshan Village and Sanshur Village." Captain Li's brow furrowed deeply. "So it's the work of evil spirits? But over there it was the 5 spirits. God, what could it be in West Village this time? Could these 2 incidents be connected? With so many elderly people dying overnight in Ping'an County, and soul summoning proving ineffective, he couldn't help but be on high alert." Gu Qingyu looked up and requested, "Captain, let me go take a look." Captain Li fell silent. He understood that Gu Qingyu had now opened his spiritual sight and could perceive details invisible to ordinary people, which might save them considerable effort. "Your condition." Gu Qingyu had already steadied himself on his feet, clenching his fist to demonstrate. "I'm really fine." Captain Li finally nodded. "All right, come with me." Just as the two were about to leave, a shout came from the end of the corridor. "Captain Li!" Dr. Lu came running with 2 bowls of hot medicine, his beard trembling as he hurried over. "What did I just tell you? This boy's injuries haven't healed. His spirit is unstable and needs rest." Gu Qingyu stepped forward quickly. "Dr. Lu, don't worry. I'll just go look at the scene and absolutely won't take any action." "No. It's already late, and the evil energy outside is strong. I practice martial arts and have vigorous blood. I'm not afraid of a little cold energy." "That still won't do." Dr. Lu tried to persuade him further. Gu Qingyu repeatedly assured him, "Really, I'll just look and do nothing else." Dr. Lu sighed and finally relented. "Fine, but drink the calming medicine first." "All right." Gu Qingyu took the bowl, tilted his head back, and drained it in 3 gulps, then handed back the empty bowl. "Captain, let's go." Under the lamplight, their shadows stretched long before quickly disappearing into the night. At the doorway, Dr. Lu watched them depart and let out a long sigh. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and the night was exceptionally quiet. More than 10 li west of Ping'an County West Village, Shizuan was larger than the other villages in Ping'an County. Night winds carried sparks through the air as clusters of bonfires illuminated the darkness. More than 20 households had white lanterns hanging at their doorways, indicating they were holding vigils for the deceased. Everyone had already heard that many people in Shizuan had died, but seeing an entire village conducting funeral rites simultaneously still made their scalps tingle. So many white lanterns swaying in the night created an indescribable eeriness. Constable Li led a team of officers through the wooden gate. The person in charge at the morning hall looked up, and seeing the newcomers dressed in proper uniforms with sabers at their waists, hurried forward. "Officers, what brings you here?" "Official business." Constable Li's tone was cold. The man was slightly taken aback, seemingly intimidated by this authoritative presence, and instinctively stepped back several paces to clear the way. Constable Li walked straight toward the morning hall with Gu Qingyu. The room was packed with villagers keeping vigil, and upon seeing a group of officials surge in, everyone lowered their heads and fell silent, as if each harbored their own secrets. Gu Qingyu was secretly amazed such a uniform reaction was far too coordinated. Approaching the coffin, Constable Li raised his hand to form mystical gestures, casually performed a soul-summoning technique, pointed at the corpse's forehead, then turned to give Gu Qingyu a meaningful look. Gu Qingyu immediately channeled his spiritual energy into his eyes. Through the haze, he clearly saw the familiar black line on the deceased's forehead, extending outside the house before abruptly ending. His brow furrowed as he gave Constable Li a slight nod. Understanding the situation, Constable Li didn't linger. With a low "let's go," he led the team straight to the next household. In this manner, they soon completed their examination of all the deceased in the village. Emerging from the last house, Constable Li asked, "What did you find?" "All the black lines point to the same location." Gu Qingyu felt relieved. This indicated that all the victims had died at the hands of the same evil entity. He immediately asked, "Do you have a map?" "Yes." Old Wu quickly pulled out a detailed map of Ping'an County from his coat. Under the torchlight held high by his colleagues, Gu Qingyu followed the direction of the black lines and drew a circle on the map at a location south of Shizuan. It should be right here. Excellent. Constable Li didn't hesitate. Su Wei, Zhang Sheng, you two stay behind to escort Qingyu back to the yamen. Everyone else, follow me to investigate. Yes, sir. The two men acknowledged their orders. Gu Qingyu quickly interjected. Sir, please take me with you. Absolutely not. Constable Li's attitude was firm. We don't know what kind of evil entity we'll encounter ahead. Your soul is injured and unstable if something goes wrong. I won't be able to save you. Gu Qingyu pressed further. My eyes can see things you cannot. It would make our nighttime search much more convenient. Not necessary. Constable Li refused decisively. Gu Qingyu wanted to say more. Chief. Chief Li raised his hand to stop him and explained with rare patience. Once a martial artist enters the Qi cultivation realm, they can sense auras that ordinary people cannot detect. Whether you come along or not makes no difference. Exactly. Old Wu chimed in with a smile. As long as your directions are correct, with the chief's abilities, finding and slaying that demon won't be difficult at all. Sigh, alright then. Seeing that further argument was pointless, Gu Qingyu had to give up, though his heart still ached with regret. The growth points and evolution points within his grasp had just slipped away. He watched as Chief Li led the team away from West Village, heading south. Only after their figures completely disappeared did Zhang Sheng and Su Wei come over to pat his shoulder. Qingyu, let's head back to the county. Sigh, alright. Seeing Gu Qingyu's regretful expression, Su Wei smiled consolingly. Don't worry, with the chief handling it personally, everything will be fine. But ever since you got injured last time, I've noticed you're particularly passionate about slaying demons and eliminating evil. Gu Qingyu waved his hand. After that brush with death, I swore an oath in this lifetime. It's either the demons die, or I do. Upon hearing this, Su Wei gave him a thumbs up. Honestly, I really envy you. Brother Wei, what do you mean by that? Gu Qingyu asked, puzzled. Su Wei laughed and scolded. I envy the great fortune you gained from your resurrection. With those eyes of yours, you can lock onto the location of murderous demons just by looking at the deceased once. Our investigations are slow, exhausting, and not necessarily accurate. Zhang Sheng chimed in. That's right. If we all had this ability, Old Wang's case archive wouldn't be piled high with so many cold cases. Gu Qingyu just smiled without responding. Those cases had been dragged out too long, and investigating them now would probably lead nowhere. The three returned to Ping'an County, but instead of going directly to the medical clinic, they headed toward Gu Qingyu's residence. Gu Qingyu had wanted to let them go back first, saying he could walk alone, but the two insisted on safely escorting him to his doorstep, so he went along with them. The night was thick, and the streets and alleys were pitch black. The three walked side by side, when suddenly a human figure lay on the ground ahead. There's someone up ahead. That person, why does he look so familiar? Zhang Sheng squinted to get a better look. Gu Qingyu instantly recognized the white-bearded old Taoist master. He rushed over quickly, only to see the man's chest pierced by something sharp, blood seeping out in large dark stains, his body rigid and cold. Su Wei's face changed. What happened here? Gu Qingyu felt something strange and immediately formed hand seals to cast the soul summoning technique, but there was no response. He said gravely, the soul summoning technique isn't working, and there's no black line on his forehead. The Taoist master's soul should have already dissipated. How could this be? Su Wei's expression changed dramatically, suddenly seeming to think of something. The Taoist master was also an elderly man. An old man? Another old man. Could it be that this Taoist priest also died at the hands of evil spirits? A chill surged through Gu Qingyu's heart. He channeled his spiritual energy into his eyes, and under the moonlight, every detail of the wound became crystal clear. Around the edges of the gaping hole that reached down to the bone, wisps of faint black energy lingered, the familiar sinister aura he had seen on Jinde's corpse. Indeed, this was the work of evil spirits. But his confusion deepened. Why were the victims always elderly? In Lanshan Village, Sanshur Village, West Village, and now this Taoist priest, all were aged. Initially, they had theorized that the evil spirits targeted the elderly to disguise the deaths as natural, avoiding unwanted attention. Yet this corpse, with its pierced chest and scattered soul, revealed the killer's brazenness, no longer caring about concealment. Gu Qingyu's chest tightened. Ping'an County would soon lose its peace. Qingyu, what should we do? Su Wei stared at the priest's remains, instinctively turning to Gu Qingyu for guidance. Over the past days, Gu Qingyu had single-handedly slain the seductive demon and vengeful spirit, then killed the Five Directions God with one strike. He had firmly established himself as second only to the chief in everyone's minds at the yamen, especially after the last encounter with the Five Directions God, where Qian Shan was severely injured while he emerged unscathed. Their trust in him was absolute. First, examine the scene carefully for any overlooked traces, Gu Qingyu commanded decisively. Right. Su Wei and Zhang Sheng lit torches and began searching separately. The flickering flames cast mottled shadows across the narrow alley. Gu Qingyu channeled his spiritual energy again, seeming to tear through the darkness as he scrutinized every brick and tile, missing no detail. When his gaze swept to the deepest shadows of the alley, his brow furrowed slightly, though he said nothing. Moments later, Su Wei and Zhang Sheng returned, sighing and shaking their heads. Qingyu, we found nothing around here. Take the priest's body back to the yamen, Gu Qingyu said, withdrawing his gaze. Understood. The two asked no further questions, carefully lifting the corpse and hurrying away through the dim streets. Pingan County Yamen. Dawn was breaking, with fine dewdrops condensing on the roof tiles. Gu Qingyu and his group, showing signs of fatigue, approached from West Street, their robes still carrying the cool dampness of night dew. Chief, how did it go? Su Wei had been waiting at the entrance and immediately rushed forward upon seeing Chief Li's return. The evil spirit has been eliminated. Chief Li carried his still bloodied sword, his gaze sweeping over them. Noticing Su Wei's weary expression, he grew puzzled. You all didn't sleep all night? What happened? The Taoist priest is dead. Su Wei spoke in low tones, yet every word was clear. Chief Li was momentarily stunned. What? It's that white-bearded Taoist from Sancher village. Upon hearing someone mention this Taoist priest, Su Wei quickly recounted the events of the previous night. While escorting Gu Qingyu home, they discovered the priest's corpse at the village entrance. The body was rigid, with a ghastly wound gaping in his chest. After listening, Constable Li's brow furrowed deeply. Where's Qingyu? In the archives, looking for books. He strode across the courtyard to the archive building. In the darkness, only a single oil lamp burned inside, its orange glow illuminating a figure hunched over books. Constable Li pushed the door open without hesitation. Creak. The sound of the door opening was particularly clear in the silence. Gu Qingyu set down the scroll in his hands, turned around, and bowed with cupped fists. Chief, you're back. Constable Li got straight to the point. What happened? Gu Qingyu shook his head. Last night, I saw a wisp of dark energy in the wound on the priest's chest, indicating he died at the hands of evil spirits. But when I performed the soul-searching technique, I saw nothing. No black threads. Constable Li pressed. Gu Qingyu shook his head again. None. The absence of black threads could only mean one thing. By the time they discovered the body, the priest's soul had long since dissipated. Constable Li's frown deepened. After pondering for a moment, Gu Qingyu said in a low voice, Chief, I think these recent cases, there's something strange about them. How so? Gu Qingyu organized his thoughts. The 10 elders from Lanshan village and Sancher village, the 21 elders from West village, plus this priest, though they died from different evil spirits, they seem to be connected by some invisible thread. Constable Li remained silent, watching him, waiting for the next sentence. Don't you think these evil spirits all had very specific targets? Something stirred in Constable Li's mind. They all killed elderly people? Exactly. Gu Qingyu nodded, then recalled his encounter with the five-way god. That night when I mentioned the elders from Sancher village and Lanshan village in front of the five-way god, its reaction was very strange. Strange how? When I said the words, elderly people, it suddenly emanated resentment, anger, hatred, hostility, all uncontainable. Anger, hatred, hostility, right? Constable Li repeated precisely. Yes, exactly that feeling. Gu Qingyu looked surprised. Chief, how did you know? Constable Li spoke slowly. What I slayed last night was a yellow immortal, what the villagers call the Great Yellow Immortal. Yellow immortals follow the immortal path, different from ordinary evil spirits. He nodded slightly, then added, when we first confronted it, it was wary of me and showed no desire to fight. But the moment I mentioned elderly people, it flew into a rage and lunged at me as if it feared no death. As for how he ultimately slayed the Yellow Immortal, he said nothing more, but Gu Qingyu could fully imagine what had transpired. Because yesterday, when he faced the Five Spirits God, it had reacted the same way. The moment the Five Spirits God heard the word elder, it exploded like ignited gunpowder, wielding its demonic weapon as it lunged forward in a frenzy. Gu Qingyu recounted this detail exactly as it happened to Constable Li. Constable Li furrowed his brows tightly and stood in contemplative silence. After a long pause, he called toward the door, Old Wu. Chief. Old Wu responded, quickly entering the room with Su Wei and Zhang Sheng. Having served under Constable Li for many years, Old Wu needed only a glimpse of that grave expression to know something was amiss. Go investigate whether anyone saw that Taoist priest's whereabouts last night. Yes, sir. Old Wu accepted the order. Despite having spent the entire night battling demons without sleep, he showed no hesitation, beckoning the other two as they turned to leave. Gu Qingyu closed his book nearby and asked quietly, Chief, is there anything you need me to do? Not for now. Your soul is still unstable, and you've been up all night. Go home and rest. Following orders, Gu Qingyu returned the copy of Miscellaneous Tales from 5 Continents to the bookshelf and left. Constable Li watched his retreating figure, Then his gaze fell upon that collection of stories, clearly something old Wang had left there to pass the time. Dawn broke through the eaves as street vendors began setting up their stalls. Gu Qingyu's stomach growled with hunger. He felt around in his pockets and chose a steaming food stall, a basket of meat buns, a bowl of hot soy milk, and several golden fried dough sticks. Satisfied with his meal, he paid and headed home. By the time he pushed open his door, daylight had fully arrived. Rubbing his throbbing temples, he barred the door and collapsed onto his bed. Last night in Old Wang's archive room, he had searched through countless case files and miscellaneous records, looking for instances of demons that specifically targeted the elderly while rumors were plentiful. Actual cases that definitively showed attacks only on the elderly were few and far between, leaving him still without answers. Sigh, I'll stop thinking about it for now. He decided to focus his attention on the Tianyuan Turtle instead. As his consciousness sank into the Sambao River, he saw that the Tianyuan Turtle had already awakened. Unfortunately, what had originally been hidden among the water plants had now been discovered. Gu Qingyu opened his eyes to find a large crab brandishing its claws menacingly above him. Instinctively, he activated his azure origin armor, and brilliant blue light erupted instantly, sending the crab flying to one side. Ouch! Caught off guard, the crab demon was blasted away by the azure light and crashed heavily into the muddy bottom, stirring up a cloud of murky sediment that made it choke and gulp down muddy water. Third brother, this little demon is awake. The crab demon struggled to its feet and shrieked a warning to its companions. Following the sound, Gu Qingyu looked around and saw 9 massive crabs surrounding him in a crescent formation, their claws gleaming coldly. Their shells bore a dark, oily sheen, clearly indicating years of cultivation. The leader was noticeably larger than the others, holding its claws together at its chest with an intimidating air. Humph, where did this little demon come from? The leader raised its cold, hard eyes, its voice rumbling like stones grinding together. Do you know whose territory this is? Who gave you permission to trespass here? Gu Qingyu's mind raced as he quickly assessed the situation. After his recent advancement to a 9th-level celestial turtle, his body had grown even larger, and the waist-high water grass that once concealed him could no longer hide his massive shell. Clearly, it was this exposed form that had attracted the crab demon's attention. May I ask your esteemed name? He asked, feigning composure as he slowly turned his thick turtle head. I am the boss of these waters, Crab 3. The leader raised its giant claws proudly, then swept them behind its back with a flourish, seemingly quite pleased with its title. Crab 3. Gu Qingyu paused, nearly losing his composure. Underwater demons were known for their casual naming conventions, and having any name at all was already quite something. But this particular name was almost comically simple. What are you laughing at? Crab 3 noticed his reaction, its eyes flashing with cold light, like 2 ice beads. Nothing at all. Gu Qingyu immediately suppressed his amusement, speaking in an even tone. I wonder what brings you here to see me. You entered my territory and asked what brings me here. Crab 3 suddenly raised both claws, anger surging. Speak. Are you trying to steal my territory? Steal territory? I have absolutely no interest in such matters. Gu Qingyu waved his turtle claws repeatedly. I was simply looking for a quiet place to sleep, with no intention of claiming territory. Crab 3 raised an eyebrow skeptically. Really? Absolutely certain. Gu Qingyu confirmed again. If you're concerned, I'll leave right now. Indeed, he had only wanted to use the water grass for cover, but now that his form was too large to hide anyway, there was no point in staying. You want to leave? Seeing this strange large turtle ready to retreat so easily, Crab 3 had a sudden thought. Rumors said turtles were gentle by nature and easy to bully, and today's encounter seemed to confirm this. But if he let the creature go just like that, wouldn't he be letting a fat prize slip away? With this in mind, his eyes gleamed as he suddenly shouted, Wait! Gu Qingyu, who was about to turn and leave, heard the voice and looked back, noticing something unsettling in Crab 3's eyes. Is there something else you need? Of course, Crab 3 nodded, raising one of his dark, massive claws to point at the crab demon that Gu Qingyu had just sent flying. You trespassed on my territory, and I could let that slide, but you injured one of my subordinates just now. How do we settle that score? Gu Qingyu instantly understood that the other party was determined not to let him leave peacefully. He smiled slightly. And what exactly do you have in mind? Hearing his cooperative tone, Crab 3 immediately laid out his terms. I won't make things too difficult for you. I'll give you 2 choices. Sound fair? Gu Qingyu became interested. Let's hear them. First, you give me 3 pounds of turtle blood as compensation. Turtle blood? Gu Qingyu raised an eyebrow. What do you need it for? Crab 3 made no attempt to hide his intentions. You're a young demon with pure spiritual energy. Turtle blood is highly nourishing. I need it to heal my brother's injuries. Gu Qingyu glanced at the crab demon that had been sent flying. The creature was merely dazed, hardly seriously injured. He chuckled. And the second choice? The second option. Crab 3 raised his claw, pointing first at himself, then at the 7 or 8 brothers behind him, his mouth curling into a cold smile. Let us beat you up. Life or death, no guarantees. Any sensible person could see that fighting might cost one's life, while giving up some blood seemed much safer. Crab 3 was certain Gu Qingyu would choose the first option and waited for his agreement. So, which will it be? Gu Qingyu barely hesitated. The second choice. What did you say? The second one. Crab 3 was stunned. Are you sure? I'm sure. Gu Qingyu simply crouched down on all fours, instantly retracting his limbs and head into his shell. Come on then. Crab 3 grew anxious. You'd better think this through. We won't hold back. We might accidentally kill you. Just give me 3 pounds of blood, and we'll call it even. Gu Qingyu still shook his head. I don't make a habit of giving blood. I choose the second option. Crab 3's expression darkened. I've long heard that turtle demons have hard shells. You're certainly confident. Gu Qingyu closed his eyes, silently signaling if you want to fight, then fight. Fine. Crab 3's face turned grim as he waved his claw at the 8 crab demons behind him. Brothers, attack. Smash this turtle demon's shell to pieces. Yes, third brother. 9 crab demons surrounded him, looking at the still motionless Gu Qingyu and snorting coldly. Arrogant. The next moment, Crab 3 raised his claw and shouted fiercely, attack. Yes. As soon as the words fell, the large crabs surrounding Gu Qingyu simultaneously raised their claws and hammered down on his shell. Clang, clang, clang. The dull, rapid impacts echoed one after another, like several iron hammers striking an iron drum simultaneously, sparks flying and debris scattering everywhere. The crab claws struck repeatedly, yet the turtle shell's surface didn't show even a single crack. The reflected dark green luster was even brighter than before. After hammering for who knows how long, the originally dense crackling sounds finally became sparse. The 9 demon crabs' claw-swinging frequency visibly slowed, their joints aching and breathing labored. Crab 3, who had exerted the most effort, looked grim with bloodshot eyes, still unwillingly raising his claw suddenly to futilely strike that impenetrable dark green shell once more. Stop! Crab 3 suddenly roared. Third brother, what's wrong? Yeah, third brother, we haven't even cracked this turtle demon's shell yet. The other 8 crab demons panted heavily, their faces full of confusion. Crab 3 wiped the seawater and sweat from his face, forcing out a sentence. Forget it. Leave room for mercy when dealing with demons we might meet again someday. Giving this turtle brother a warning is enough. There's no need to go for the kill. The crabs looked at each other in bewilderment. When had third brother become so reasonable? Finished. A low voice tinged with drowsiness suddenly emerged from within the shell. Gu Qingyu slowly poked his head out, his eyelids barely seeming open, lazily gazing at Crab 3 as if he'd just been awakened. Crab 3's heart jumped violently. The combined full-force assault of 9 crabs was apparently nothing more than an itch to this turtle demon if he truly fought back. He dared not think further. He quickly forced a smile. Turtle brother, I just thought about it, and felt there's no need to make this bigger, so I discussed with my brothers. Let's call this matter settled. Just like that. Gu Qingyu blinked. Yes, yes. Crab 3 nodded repeatedly. So all your business is resolved? Right? Resolved? All resolved. Since it's resolved, that's fine. Gu Qingyu retracted his head, then slowly extended his 4 limbs, stretching like he was loosening his muscles with a big yawn. It's just that. Just what? Crab 3 tensed up again. Earlier when you were hammering my shell, you disturbed my sleep. How should we settle that? Gu Qingyu's voice was gentle, yet each word struck Crab 3's heart. This. Crab 3's body stiffened. Several nearby crab demons flared with anger. You little punk. What do you mean, you turtle? You're clearly trying to extort us. Our third brother isn't even pursuing this, and you're still looking for trouble. Shut up. Crab 3 turned and roared, his voice like muffled thunder. His brothers didn't know how strong this turtle demon truly was, but he understood perfectly. After suppressing the crab's dissatisfaction, he forced out a smile. Then what does turtle brother think would be fair? How about this? I won't make things too difficult for you. Gu Qingyu pondered. I'll give you 2 choices. What do you think? Two choices. Crab 3 found this familiar and felt an inexplicable shudder. What are they? First option, give me 3 pounds of your crab roe as compensation. 3 pounds of crab roe. Crab 3's face instantly turned deathly pale. As for the second option, Gu Qingyu raised his claw and casually picked up a dark brown rock from beneath him. Crack! With a gentle squeeze, the stone immediately crumbled to powder, falling with a soft rustle. Gu Qingyu shook his claw tip and seemed to add casually, I give you a beating, life or death doesn't matter. Before the stone dust had finished falling, he was already smiling at Crab 3. So, which one do you choose? Gu Qingyu's tone, actions, and especially that life or death doesn't matter addition reminded Crab 3 of the exact same words he'd used to threaten him earlier. The stone powder, blown by the sea breeze, felt like ice shards chilling Crab 3 to the bone. He almost wanted to cry. Who said turtles were good-tempered and easy to bully? I choose the first option. Turtle brother, can we go now? Crab 3 tremblingly presented 3 pounds of golden, crystalline crab roe, offering it to Gu Qingyu. His once lively eyes had dimmed considerably, as if drained of vitality, making the entire crab demon appear on the verge of collapse. Gu Qingyu was somewhat surprised and hadn't expected that after directly extracting crab roe from a crab demon's body, the creature could still barely survive. I'm not an unreasonable demon. Since you've handed over the crab roe, I won't make things difficult for you. Go. Gu Qingyu sighed. Thank you, turtle brother. Crab 3 was overjoyed, bringing his claws together in front of his eyes in a gesture of respect. Before his words had finished, he dragged his 8 crab demon brothers along and turned to flee. Rather than leaving, it was more like a desperate escape. Despite their weakened state, the large crabs moved through the water like lightning, quickly becoming a streak of shadows. Gu Qingyu watched their figures disappear into the vast waters, then turned his palm over. On his massive turtle claw lay a golden, paste-like substance exactly 3 pounds, no more, no less. Smells good. He sniffed lightly, and a pleasant aroma filled his nostrils. His belly immediately sent waves of intense hunger, reminding him that since awakening, the Tianyuan turtle hadn't tasted a single morsel of food. The fragrance of the crab roe became increasingly tempting, and without further hesitation, he opened his mouth and swallowed it whole. The warm crab roe entered his stomach, and a surge of warmth instantly spread through his limbs. In moments, the tormenting hunger that had plagued him completely vanished. Gu Qingyu was stunned. The hunger that usually required devouring a school of large fish to suppress had been completely satisfied by mere 3 pounds of crab roe. This was highly unusual. He speculated silently. Judging by crab 3's vital energy, its strength was roughly equivalent to a human at the 10th level of body tempering. Crab roe condensed from such potent vital energy was indeed extraordinary. Touching his belly, it still felt empty inside. Yet there wasn't a trace of hunger. This was clearly a qualitative leap rather than a quantitative accumulation. Ding! Growth points obtained. 3. A notification sound suddenly rang in his ears. Gu Qingyu immediately realized. 3 pounds of crab roe yielded 3 growth points, meaning 1 pound equaled 1 growth point. This stuff is actually so precious. He raised his claw and smacked his forehead, feeling regretful. If I'd known, I shouldn't have let that big crab go. If I kept it captive, wouldn't that provide an endless supply? As the thought crossed his mind, he suddenly turned around, his gaze locking onto the direction where the crab demons had fled. His 4 limbs churned powerfully through the water, transforming into a dark shadow as he gave chase. Seeing that the turtle demon behind them showed no signs of pursuit and that they had opened up a safe distance from the turtle demon, Crab 3 could no longer suppress his inner weakness and finally stopped his panicked flight. Seeing this, the other crab demons quickly gathered around, their faces filled with concern as they asked, "Third brother, how are you? Third brother, are you alright?" Crab 3 waved his 2 massive claws weakly, his voice feeble. "Help me up. I don't have an ounce of strength left in my body." One of the crab demons immediately extended its claw to support him, unable to resist asking, "Third brother, there's something I don't quite understand." "What don't you understand?" Crab 3 glanced at it wearily. "Just now, in front of that turtle demon, why didn't you let us speak? And what exactly were you planning to say?" Crab 3 countered. That crab demon puffed up with indignation. "Third brother, that turtle demon was way out of line. There are 9 of us, and only one of it what's there to fear? Why did you give that guy your crab roe?" The other crab demons chimed in. "Yeah, third brother, those 3 pounds of crab roe are no small matter." Crab 3 blew out a stream of bubbles and sighed. "Your spiritual intelligence awakened late. You lack experience and insight." "What do you mean by that?" the crabs asked in confusion. Crab 3 let out a cold laugh. "If it had truly intended to kill, not one of us would have escaped alive." "Are you kidding? Right? How powerful could one turtle demon be? It just has a hard shell. It doesn't have our big claws. If it dared stick its head out, I'd snap it off in one go." "Foolish." Crab 3 paused to catch his breath, then continued. "Think about what it was doing when we desperately hammered its shell just now. It seemed like it was sleeping." One crab demon recalled. "Exactly. We attacked with everything we had, yet it calmly took a nap right in front of us." "What does that tell you?" The crabs looked at each other blankly, unable to answer. "It means it didn't consider us a threat at all." Crab 3 emphasized each word. Then he reminded them. "Think again what happened when 7th brother first touched it." A smaller demon recalled uneasily. "It seemed like he was knocked away by a blue light." "That blue light," Crab 3 lowered his voice, "if I'm not mistaken, is the kind of demonic power that only second-tier demon beasts possess." "Second-tier demon beast?" The crab's hearts skipped a beat. "Are you saying that turtle demon is also second-tier?" If that were true, it would indeed be effortless for it to destroy them. At this thought, several crab demons' faces turned pale instantly. Crab 3 offered no further explanation, closing his eyes to regulate his breathing. "Think it over for yourselves." The remaining crab demons exchanged glances, and as they pondered Crab 3's analysis, they increasingly felt that Turtle Demon was unfathomably deep. Second tier Demon Beast. The hushed discussion had barely settled when a sarcastic voice suddenly came from nearby. Crab 3, have you also broken through to become a second-tier demon beast? Who's there? The crab demon spun around sharply. Come on, old Crab 3. How could you forget an old friend? Old friend? Siasen seemed to suddenly remember something, and his expression couldn't help but change. Big black head. A muffled, thunder-like hoarse voice came from the water. Well, old friend, you still remember me? Before long, a massive black toad pushed through the water plants and swam closer. Its golden eyes sparkled with amusement, as if it truly was an old acquaintance reuniting after many years. But Siesan's expression grew increasingly grim. This was no old friend, but clearly a mortal enemy. He pushed away the crab demon supporting him, straightened his body, and raised his heavy pincers. His previously dejected demeanor vanished instantly. He couldn't show weakness now. He spoke coldly. You dare set foot in my territory? What? Wasn't the lesson I gave you before enough? Ha! The black toad threw back its head and laughed, its voice making the water's surface buzz and vibrate. Xiao what are you pretending for? Something seems off about you right now. Xiaosan remained silent, just staring at his opponent without revealing anything. Seeing no cracks in his facade, the black toad narrowed its eyes and looked him up and down. Unable to be certain, it probed. I heard you say earlier that you've broken through to the second tier, but you don't look like it to me. Whether I look like it or not is none of your business. Xiaosan's tone was ice cold. Speak up, what do you want in my territory? What do I want? The black toad's voice dripped with mockery. You haven't forgotten what happened 3 years ago, have you? Humph. Siasen snorted coldly. So you've come for revenge? What else would I be here for? A friendly chat. The black toad sneered. Siasan's expression remained unchanged. 3 years ago, wasn't it you and your brothers who slaughtered my people and seized my territory? If not for that, would your brothers have died by my claws? You robbed me. I rob you, that's the rule of the deep waters. The black toad chuckled lightly. That time we were outmatched, and we accepted defeat. But now my strength has greatly increased. How can I rest easy without avenging those brothers who died protecting my escape? Whether you rest easy or not is no concern of mine. Siasan's anger surged. Don't forget me, eldest and second brothers also died at your hands. The black toad's tone shifted, no longer concealing his intent. Then there's nothing more to discuss. I'll give you 2 choices. First, take your subordinates and get out of these waters now, and hand over that mysterious cave of your crab clan, then I'll spare you. Second, I'll do it myself and slaughter you all. Before he could finish, rage exploded in Siasan's chest, and he roared in interruption. What are you to give me choices? The black toad said no more. Its long tongue suddenly lashed out from its mouth with an explosive splash. Bang! The tongue struck Siasan's chest without obstruction. The entire crab was sent flying backward, crashing hard into the dense water plants behind him and stirring up a large cloud of murky water. Third brother! Third brother! The other 8 crab demons cried out in alarm, frozen in place. Their hearts leaped to their throats, terrified that their third brother, already severely weakened, had been killed by the black toad's single-tongue strike. Gurgle, gurgle. Soon, a stream of bubbles emerged from the water grass. Lao Chi's eyes lit up as he dove into the murky river water, struggling to pull out Siasan, who was stuck in the mud and barely breathing. Third brother, are you all right? How are you feeling? I'm fine. A few more bubbles escaped from Siasan's mouth, his voice so weak it was barely audible. The black toad in the distance was first stunned, then a gleeful light filled its eyes. Ha! Xiao-Lao-san, how did you suddenly become so weak? Those 2 choices from before are off the table now. You don't even qualify to choose anymore. I was originally wary of your desperate counterattack and didn't want to force the issue. But now killing you would be child's play. Hand over your crab roe. I've been craving it for ages. Before it finished speaking, it kicked off with both legs, exploding the water as the entire toad transformed into a black shadow lunging towards Siasan. Bang! Siasan couldn't dodge in time, and a massive toad foot landed squarely on his chest shell. Ugh! A tremendous force surged into his chest cavity like a raging sea. The black toad clicked its tongue twice. Your shell is quite hard. Me kick didn't even crack it. You're asking for death. How dare you touch my third brother, brothers? Kill it! Lao Qi roared, leading a group of crab demons charging forward with raised claws. The black toad made a disgusted tisk sound and lifted its other foot, slamming it down hard. Boom! The foot created ripples mixed with pale black demonic power, striking the surrounding crab demons in their chests and sending them all flying. Demonic power! Siasan's pupils contracted as he stared at the black toad. You actually broke through to the second tier. You have some insight. The black toad sneered. If you were at full strength, I might be concerned. But these little minions dare to attack me. Bah! Siasan spat out a mouthful of foam. So what if you've reached the second tier? If my vital energy weren't damaged, I'd fight to the death and make you shed a layer of skin. As he spoke, he tried to raise his claws to counterattack but couldn't muster even a bit of strength. The black toad laughed heartily. It's fate. Xiao Lao-san, even heaven doesn't favor you. I've heard that crab roe is the essence of your crab clan. If I devour the crab roe of a peak first-tier demon beast, won't my cultivation advance even further? Never. Xiesen violently sprayed foam at the toad's face, as if insulting it. It's not up to you. The black toad's demonic power surged beneath its feet as it viciously kicked one of Xiesen's claws. Crack! The sound of fine bones breaking echoed. Oh! Xiesen screamed in agony, his body trembling violently. Yet without hesitation, he swung his claw to sever it himself. The entire large claw that had been kicked and cracked fell to the ground. Third brother. Let go of our third brother, the crab demon shrieked. The black toad turned a deaf ear, flicking out its tongue to roll the severed claw into its mouth. Crunch! Crunch! The hard shell seemed like paper in its mouth, swallowed in the blink of an eye. It smacked its lips twice and nodded with satisfaction. Delicious. I wonder how your crab roe will taste. As it spoke, it raised its foot again, aiming at Xiesen's chest shell and slowly applying pressure. Xiesen gasped weakly. Big black head, my crab clan won't let you get away with this. The black toad sneered coldly. After you die, I'll make all the crab clans in the deep waters join you in death. Now die. Pale black demonic power coiled around its foot as it stomped down heavily. Third brother. Just as the massive foot was about to land, a sharp shout suddenly rang out from outside the scene. Let go of that hairy crab and let me handle this. Brother Turtle? Seeing the familiar large green turtle appear before him, Xiesen, who had been lying on the ground in utter despair, suddenly felt a spark of hope ignite in his eyes. Who are you? A hoarse voice emerged from the shadows as a giant toad covered in black spots slowly hopped closer, its bronze-like eyes fixed intently on the newly arrived turtle demon, its expression instantly becoming cautious. The large green turtle was named Gu Qingyu. He lifted his head slightly, his shell gleaming with a gentle green light under the moonlight. I'm just a small turtle demon, he said with a faint smile, his demeanor relaxed as if he posed no threat whatsoever. Turtles have always been peaceful creatures. Thinking this, the black toad's wariness diminished considerably, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief before demanding, Little turtle demon, what brings you here? Gu Qingyu could tell this black toad was no ordinary creature. The toad's blood energy was condensed and restrained, completely different from Xiesen's crude and violent life force. This restrained quality was something he had only experienced from Constable Li, a Qi cultivation realm expert. If his judgment was correct, this black toad was already a Qi cultivation realm demon beast. After a moment's contemplation, Gu Qingyu didn't answer directly but instead asked, What grievance do you have with this hairy crab? My eldest and second brothers both died at the hands of him and his brothers. The black toad's voice carried hoarse hatred. Xiesen on the ground also gritted his teeth and forced out words. My eldest and second brothers also died at the hands of you brothers. Even with his strength failing, the resentment in his words remained clear. So the two sides were mutual enemies. Gu Qingyu glanced at Xie, the crab demon's chest armor was cracked, his breathing weak, clearly hanging by a thread. He wanted the crab roe but was unwilling to carelessly provoke a Qi cultivation realm black toad, so he remained silent for a moment without taking a stance. Seeing this, the black toad speculated that this turtle demon probably also had a grudge against Xie, so he probed in a deep voice, Little turtle demon, if you have any grievances with Xiao Lao-san, I'll kill him right now and help you vent your anger. How about that? Gu Qingyu shook his head. I have no enmity with him. No enmity? The black toad raised an eyebrow. Then why did you step aside just now? Gu Qingyu calmly extended his claw towards Xie. I want his crab roe. Crab roe. The black toad narrowed his eyes. Wasn't this blatantly trying to steal from him? He was planning to use this crab roe to break through to a higher realm. How could he hand it over? He glanced at Gu Qingyu. Just a first-tier peak little turtle demon, yet he dared to compete for a share? The black toad laid his cards on the table. I've taken a fancy to this crab roe. Besides that, whatever else you want, just speak up. The direction of the conversation made Xie increasingly alarmed. If the black toad truly convinced this turtle demon, he and his clan would have no chance of survival. He struggled to lift his head and urgently shouted, Brother Turtle, don't you want crab roe? I'll give it to you. All the crab roe in my body. You can take it all, as long as you agree to one thing for me. Gu Qingyu looked at Crab 3 with some surprise, not expecting him to willingly offer his crab roe, especially with such fearless determination in the face of death. This composure sparked his curiosity. What is it? Drive it out of our crab clan's territory. Crab 3 struggled to lift his remaining claw, pointing at the black toad. But his strength was spent, and the claw soon dropped. When his gaze swept over the black toad, his eyes burned with venomous hatred. Even if I die in someone else's belly, I'll never let you succeed. The black toad's eyelids drooped halfway as it sneered coldly. Crab 3, do you really think this turtle demon would offend a second-tier demon beast just for your crab roe? Though the words seemed directed at Crab 3, they were actually a warning to Gu Qingyu. If he truly wanted to claim the crab row for himself, he'd better consider whether he could bear the consequences of making an enemy of a second-tier demon beast. After speaking, it glanced meaningfully at Gu Qingyu and continued its temptation. How about this? I'll compromise. I'll share part of Crab 3's row with you, but you'll have to kill a few of his brothers in front of him. What do you say? You? Crab 3 clenched his shell tight, his claws making low grinding sounds. The black toad turned back with a light laugh. What about me? Despicable. Haha, that's right, I am despicable. The black toad opened its massive maw, fangs glinting with cold light. But this despicable me gets to live, while you're about to die. It looked down at Crab 3's battered body, its voice seeping into his ears like poison. Look at you, still trying to pin the Crab clan's last hope on a turtle demon? Now you can see clearly your hope is about to be shattered. Crab 3 breathed heavily but remained defiant. Big black head, I won't let you go even in death. TCH. About to die and still telling jokes. The black toad snorted coldly and turned its attention back to Gu Qingyu. Little turtle demon, what's your decision? It pointed to the several dying crab demons nearby. With your strength, they're no match for you at all. It would only take a moment, and you'd get a share of the crab row. I guarantee Crab 3's row is definitely good stuff. Eat it, and you might just break through to the second tier. Gu Qingyu glanced at the familiar crab demons, who looked back at him nervously. After a moment's hesitation, he lifted his foot and walked toward them. Turtle, brother turtle, shut up, the black toad roared. Puff. Just as Crab 3 tried to speak again, the black toad suddenly kicked him hard in the chest. The breath he had barely managed to gather instantly scattered, leaving him unable to speak. Gu Qingyu acted as if he hadn't seen this, walking steadily toward the group of crab demons. Knowing their end was near but unwilling to wait for death, the crab demons raised their claws in desperate resistance. Don't come any closer. Realizing that Gu Qingyu might already be a second-tier demon beast, their will to survive was instantly consumed by terror, leaving only trembling in their voices. Brother Turtle, please don't. The last glimmer of hope in Crab 3's eyes completely collapsed, leaving only despair. The great blue turtle's figure drew ever closer as the black toad laughed triumphantly. You've lost. It raised its right foot, demonic power surging wildly into its soul, targeting Crab 3's chest, and stomped down viciously. A burst of blue light exploded. Accompanied by turtle shell-like patterns of light blooming from Crab 3's chest, the black toad's foot slammed hard against that layer of blue light. Boom! A thunderous roar shook the swamp. In the next instant, a massive black shadow was repelled by the light, tumbling through the air. The surrounding crab demons looked toward the sound. The black toad that had been standing beside Crab 3 was now planted headfirst in the mud, splashing muck everywhere. It scrambled up in embarrassment, covered in filth, its blood-red eyes glaring at the great blue turtle. Little turtle demon, you're seeking death. The green light clearly bore the patterns of a turtle shell. Even if the black toad used his rear end to think, he could guess that the one who had just made him eat a noseful of mud was none other than the large green turtle before him. Despite his boiling rage, he dared not act rashly. Since gaining spiritual intelligence, he had struggled in the deep waters for many years and knew well that any creature capable of blocking his full-force kick with a single beam of green light and sending him flying was no ordinary opponent. That green light carried the scent of demonic power, and only second-tier demon beasts could possibly wield such power. If this were true, the large green turtle was at least second-tier. With this thought, he forcibly suppressed his anger and spoke again. Didn't we agree? After I take Crab 3's row, I'll share some with you. Gu Qingyu blinked, but you haven't said how we'll divide it. The black toad pondered for a moment before proposing what he considered a rather sincere offer. How about this? Once I get the row, we'll split it 70-30. You get 30, I get 70. Given the green turtle's considerable strength, this was the greatest concession he could make. If it were some weakling, forget 30%, that fellow wouldn't get to touch even a drop of crab paste. Gu Qingyu shook his head. No good. 70-30? Who are you trying to insult? The black toad assumed the green turtle wanted more, and his mood immediately soured. Then how do you want to split it? I want it all. The black toad's expression darkened. You plan to take everything? Initially, he had felt pain to give up 30%, and now the other party wanted to snatch it all away. It was like asking him to tear out his heart. If he could figure out the green turtle's true capabilities, he wouldn't want to share even a bit. Gu Qingyu leisurely moved beside Crab 3 and asked in return, what? Unwilling? The black toad's anger flared again. This green turtle didn't take him seriously at all. You little turtle demon, don't be so ungrateful. Gu Qingyu chuckled lightly. Aren't we supposed to negotiate? Since you're not happy with that, let's discuss it further. The black toad hesitated. How do we negotiate? We'll split it 90-10. I'll take all the crab row, and you can have all the crab claws and legs. How's that? My 10% is just the legs? What else did you expect? The black toad grew more furious. How is this 90-10 split any different from you taking everything? It sounds better. Gu Qingyu consolingly shook his head. You're asking for death. The black toad finally exploded. His massive mouth opened wide, and his dark long tongue shot out with a whoosh, wrapped in a layer of black demonic power, striking directly at Gu Qingyu's shell. Whoosh. Gu Qingyu unhurriedly retracted his head and limbs into his shell. Crack. Like a whip striking stone, the sound was crisp and clear. The black toad felt his tongue tip go numb and quickly retracted it, gasping from the pain. Your shell. Gu Qingyu poked his head out and glanced at him. What's wrong? With just that little strength, it's not even enough to scratch an itch for me. With that, he yawned as if tired, his eyes carrying a hint of contempt. The black toad's face darkened, and for a moment he dared not act rashly. The giant green turtle before him had taken a palm strike with 50 to 60% of his full power, yet not even a scratch remained on its shell, as if that heavy blow had been nothing more than ripples on water. So this was the legendary turtle demon renowned for its defense. While the black toad remained silent, Gu Qingyu raised his eyes, his voice low and measured, yet carrying undeniable authority. I only want the crab roe. We've always minded our own business, haven't we? The black toad forced a stiff smile and nodded in agreement. Indeed. Since you're here for old crab 3's roe, he's as good as dead today. I only want his life, you can take all the rest of his paste. However, his gaze fell upon the trembling crabs nearby. The paste from these small fry. All mine. Gu Qingyu's tone was calm, yet it cut off any response the black toad might have made. The black toad's expression grew even darker, hatred burning in his heart. This green turtle shows no mercy at all. But thinking of that shell that could completely ignore his attacks, he gritted his teeth until they ground audibly, finally suppressing his rage. Fine. I admit defeat. With those words, he kicked off powerfully, the water exploding into white foam as he vanished into the vast waters in the blink of an eye. With the black toad's retreat, Crab 3 felt his vision blur. Having escaped the big black menace, he still couldn't escape death. He struggled to lift his head and smiled bitterly at Gu Qingyu. Brother Turtle, thank you for the rescue. I keep my word, me paste is yours for the taking. Splash. The other crabs fell to their knees in unison, pleading together. Big Brother Turtle, please spare third brother. If you want paste, take mine. Take all of ours, just let third brother live. Even Crab 7, who had been sent flying by the Tianyuan shell earlier, looked anxious. All the crabs were genuinely willing to sacrifice themselves for their third brother's life. Gu Qingyu gazed at Crab 3. I can spare your life. Crab 3 was stunned, then immediately asked, what do I need to do? 2 pounds of crab paste. 2 pounds. Crab 3's face went pale. The other crabs pleaded in unison. Big Brother Turtle, another 2 pounds will surely kill third brother. Gu Qingyu could see that Crab 3's breathing was irregular, so he added, these 2 pounds can be owed. To be repaid later? Crab 3 confirmed. Gu Qingyu nodded. Once your vital energy recovers, you can repay me the 2 pounds of paste. Crab 3's heart warmed suddenly. A mere 2 pounds to repay today's life-saving grace. And he was even allowing credit? Unable to suppress his gratitude, he said quietly, thank you. No need. Gu Qingyu replied flatly. In his mind, however, he calculated. Keeping a live crab that could produce paste was far more profitable than killing one for its roe. Crab 3 took a deep breath of the water flow, still overwhelmed with gratitude, and suddenly spoke up. Brother Turtle, we cannot repay your great kindness to us. Please come with me back to the crab clan. Seeing Gu Qingyu's puzzled expression, he added, in our crab clan, there's a mysterious cave. A mysterious cave? Gu Qingyu looked towards Xie-san, curious about what this mysterious cave he mentioned could be. With the help of his fellow crabs, Xie-san slowly straightened up, water droplets trickling down the cracks in his shell. He lowered his voice and got straight to the point. Brother Turtle might not know, but when that big blackhead beast came charging in just now, it was partly for revenge, and partly because it was after that mysterious cave. At this, Gu Qingyu's eyes lit up, and his tail gently slapped the water surface. This mysterious cave you speak of, does it have some special significance? I wouldn't dare make any definitive claims. Xie-san pointed his claw toward the distant riverbed. My eldest brother discovered it by chance while searching for a habitat for our crab clan. He speculates that it's the cave dwelling of a great demon. A cave dwelling? Gu Qingyu confirmed. Xie-san nodded and continued explaining. The Sambao River is home to countless demon beasts, including many great demons who have achieved considerable cultivation. For their secluded training, these great demons would choose hidden and safe places to carve out caves and build their dwellings. When their lifespans near their end, they would enter final death seclusion within them. Gu Qingyu immediately grasped the key point. You mean there might be treasures left behind in the great demon's cave dwelling? Exactly, Xie-san confirmed. I can't say for certain about other cave dwellings, but if the one our crab clan discovered truly is where a great demon entered final death seclusion, it definitely won't be empty. Gu Qingyu asked with great interest. What makes you so certain? Because there's a seal at the entrance. Xie raised his claw to gesture. Over the years, the seal's power has weakened considerably, but with my peak first-tier strength, I'm still completely helpless against it. Gu Qingyu glanced at him. Such meager strength wouldn't even tickle if it hit his turtle shell. Xie continued. Any great demon capable of laying such a seal would possess extraordinary power. My eldest brother speculates that the cave dwelling might belong to a fourth-tier great demon. If that great demon truly entered final death seclusion inside, judging by how intact the seal remains, he has never emerged. Entering final death seclusion, but never emerging means he died in the cave dwelling. Gu Qingyu finished the thought. Exactly. If that's truly the case, his treasures must still be completely untouched. Gu Qingyu pondered silently. The possessions of a great demon would certainly be substantial. Xie hastily added. The treasures are secondary if it really is a fourth-tier great demon. He must have a demon core within his body. A demon core? Gu Qingyu frowned. Xie could barely contain his excitement. That's the crystallization of a great demon's entire cultivation. Just like our crab clan's crab essence, or your turtle clan's turtle blood, it's the most precious source of power. If one could consume and refine it. While I wouldn't dare claim immediate advancement to the third tier, reaching the peak of the second tier would definitely be achievable. Gu Qingyu instantly understood the demon core's value. However, a new question immediately arose. If the crab clan possessed such an opportunity, why would they share it with him? To repay a life-saving debt. What a joke. When faced with absolute interests, those who believe in gratitude usually meet tragic ends. Gu Qingyu lowered his gaze to look at Xie before him, his voice so flat it betrayed no emotion. Why are you telling me all this? Xie's claws clenched together, and after a long silence, he said, First, to repay Brother Turtle for saving my crab clan. Gu Qingyu seemed not to hear, pressing further. And what else? Xie fell silent again, only raising his eyes after a long while. Second, I hope to borrow Brother Turtle's power to break that seal. Gu Qingyu's gaze was sharp as a blade, as if discerning truth from lies. Why choose me? Xie hastily explained. Brother Turtle is different from other demons. Other demon beasts carry a violent, murderous aura, but you emanate a kind of nobility. I can sense that your bloodline and temperament are superior to ours. Gu Qingyu remained noncommittal. He was originally human, educated in propriety and righteousness. How could he be like these demon beasts who acted purely on instinct? Xie added. Besides, apart from you, I can find no other suitable demon beast. Now that was the truth. Gu Qingyu understood this clearly, but merely gave Xie a casual glance. Having seemingly laid bare all his true thoughts, Xie released a stream of bubbles and continued. We originally planned to wait until the seal weakened with time before acting, but we can no longer afford to wait. Though Brother Turtle has temporarily driven away Big Blackhead, as long as he lives, he remains an eternal threat to my crab clan. He's already a second-tier demon beast now, while I, Xie am merely at the peak of the first tier. Simply cannot protect my clan. I desperately need power. At this point, his gaze became sincere. So I wish to borrow Brother Turtle's strength to break the seal, and see if I can find something to help me break through to the second tier. Gu Qingyu suddenly asked, what if there's nothing behind the seal? Xie took a deep breath of water. That brings me to what I want to ask Brother Turtle's help with next. What is it? Gu Qingyu pressed. If there's something behind the seal that catches your eye, I hope Brother Turtle will consider helping my crab clan survive this calamity for the sake of that treasure. Gu Qingyu chuckled softly. But what if there's nothing inside? Xie smiled bitterly. Then it would be heaven's will to destroy my crab clan. Gu Qingyu pondered for a moment. Let's go then, lead the way. Let's take a look first. If there really is something good, I don't mind lending you a hand. It would be no trouble at all. Xie was overjoyed and quickly called to his clansmen. Hurry, show Brother Turtle the way. Bah. The black toad spat and flexed his still somewhat numb tongue. What rotten luck, where did that big green turtle come from? It glanced toward the direction of the crab clan stronghold, feeling somewhat unwilling to give up. The reef-strewn bay now lay in deathly silence, with only the echoes of waves crashing against the rocky walls. Whether Crab Lausan had truly perished at the hands of that great green turtle, it couldn't say for certain, but one thing was almost definite: the crab clan's stronghold had fallen under the great green turtle's control. At this thought, the black toad secretly tensed its limbs. If that great green turtle continued digging deeper, it would eventually discover the crab clan's most secret location, the legendary mysterious cavern. Having finally broken through to become a second-tier demon beast, its greatest goal was to claim that cave dwelling before all other demon clans could, and obtain the true demon cultivation methods hidden within. For a rogue demon beast like itself, lacking both influence and foundation, even after breaking through to the second tier, it could only rely on instinctive breathing techniques for arduous cultivation. Such crude methods often caused ordinary demon beasts to stagnate at this level. Unless one possessed exceptional bloodline or extraordinary talent, The second tier marked the end of the road. To advance further, one needed to seize profound demon beast cultivation techniques. Legend had it that the mysterious cavern was once the dwelling of a great demon, likely containing complete cultivation scrolls. This was the entire meaning behind its risky venture. But if that great green turtle got there first, the black toad let out a low whimper from its throat, anxiety flickering in its eyes. It quickly calculated. The great green turtle's shell was thick and heavy, its defense nearly unmatched among demon clans of the same tier. Even if it exerted its full strength, it would likely struggle to break through that armor. It was common knowledge that turtle clans were naturally built like fortresses. Attempting to breach their shells hidden had virtually zero chance of success. Fortunately, turtle demons were weak in attack and would find it equally difficult to harm it. As long as I can delay him for a moment, and let me enter the cavern first to get my hands on those things. The black toad puffed up its belly, spitting out a string of foul red foam as if talking to itself. It quickly organized its plan. First find allies to somehow restrain the great green turtle, then slip into the cave during the chaos. If that fellow truly managed to seize the cave dwelling's inheritance first. A glint of killing intent flashed in the black toad's eyes. The crab clan's lair was located in a deep trench at the boundary between shallow and deep waters. The trench was extremely deep, dark, and cold, with bare rocks on both sides and not a single strand of aquatic grass in sight, as desolate as an abandoned crevice. This was a dead channel with virtually no signs of life except for the occasional small fish that wandered in. Gu Qingyu followed Xie and the other demons as they dove down. Instead of reaching the bottom, they suddenly veered west at the midpoint, groping their way forward along the rock wall. The surrounding water temperature plummeted, and a chill hit him heated. Gu Qingyu realized he had entered some kind of enclosed space, but it was so pitch black that he couldn't see his hand in front of his face, making it impossible to distinguish directions. Brother Turtle, be careful not to get lost, Xie reminded him. Gu Qingyu didn't respond, but instead channeled his green essence into his eyes. As spiritual energy surged, his vision instantly cleared, and he caught sight of the blurry figures of Xie and the other demons ahead. Looking around, he saw dark stone walls extending in an arc, resembling a massive cave. He was secretly amazed that such a large cavern was hidden in the deep waters of the Sanbao River. After continuing forward for several dozen meters, a gentle light pierced through the darkness, looking like a glowing pearl from afar. Brother Turtle, do you see it? That light marks our crab clan's dwelling place. Xie pointed ahead. The light was warm and not harsh on the eyes. Gu Qingyu quickened his pace and reached the light's source in the blink of an eye. Upon closer inspection, the so-called pearl was actually a cave entrance with light spilling out from within. Why would there be light inside this cave? He wondered curiously. Xie caught up shortly after and couldn't help but look at Gu Qingyu with admiration. Just moments ago, this great green turtle had suddenly accelerated and left them far behind in an instant. Turtles weren't known for their speed, but second-tier demon beasts were truly extraordinary, which made Xie even more confident that Gu Qingyu could break the seal. Noticing Gu Qingyu's confusion, Xie explained, "There's a luminous pearl hanging from the cave ceiling, and all the light in the cave comes from it." A luminous pearl? Gu Qingyu was secretly surprised that such a thing could continuously emit gentle radiance. "I don't know what it actually is, but since it keeps glowing, we just call it a luminous pearl." Xie shrugged his pincers. Gu Qingyu nodded without probing further. "Come on, let's go in and take a look." He was the first to enter the cave entrance, and after moving 3 to 5 meters forward, his field of vision suddenly opened up. The interior space was as spacious as a mansion, with smooth stone walls and a ceiling more than 10 meters high. A pearl the size of a human head hung quietly above, its warm light flowing like water, dispelling all darkness. "Third brother," a shout suddenly came from the depths of the cave. Accompanied by the sound of splashing water, a group of crabs of various sizes crawled out from a corner, their shells clattering against each other with metallic sounds. Most of them had not yet gained intelligence, but the one at the front had a gleam of wisdom in its eyes, clearly the source of the earlier shout. "Third brother, who is this big green turtle?" The crab noticed Gu Qingyu watching it and became cautious. When it saw Xie behind them, missing a claw and looking extremely weak as if severely injured, it quickly raised its large pincers toward Gu Qingyu. "Who are you? Did you injure my third brother?" The lead crab's voice was deep and menacing, its pincers held straight up. Following its movement, the group of unenlightened smaller crabs behind it also raised their claws with a clattering sound, their cold gleam flickering under the pearl's luminescence. "Show some respect," Xie shouted urgently, his voice labored with breathing. "This is a guest I've invited back." He feared that any further delay might offend Gu Qingyu, and the crab clan would tear itself apart before Haido even arrived to destroy them. "But third brother, your injuries." The lead crab hesitated. Xie waved his whiskers and briefly explained, "It wasn't him. Someone else did this." Only then did the lead crab lower its pincers with lingering doubt. "Have these crabs retreat," Xie ordered. "Yes, third brother." The lead crab waved its claws, and the subordinate crabs quickly withdrew into the darkness at the cave's edge, leaving only the faint sound of shells scraping against stone. Brother Turtle, my apologies. We often have intruders from other clans here, which is why 78 acted so impulsively. Please forgive any offense, CSN said, bowing apologetically. Gu Qingyu waved dismissively. No harm done. Take me to see that seal. Knowing time was pressing and Ahaitu could return at any moment, CSN had his injured brother support him and led Gu Qingyu deeper into the cave. Pearls hung overhead, their light steady but only illuminating a limited area. The deeper they went, the more shadows layered ahead, and the damp cold grew increasingly bone-piercing. After traveling several dozen zhang further, a massive pale blue light barrier silently appeared before them. Countless lines crisscrossed across the barrier's surface without apparent pattern, slowly undulating as if moving with the surrounding river water. This is the seal? Gu Qingyu had never seen such a thing before and couldn't help but study it closely. Yes, Brother Turtle. CSN's voice was hoarse, his breathing labored, clearly weakened further by his old injuries and the long journey. Gu Qingyu turned back. Can you still hold up? I'm fine. CSN forced himself to stay upright, his whiskers trembling slightly. What do you think? Can you break through it? Gu Qingyu focused intently on the light barrier. Though present, it appeared fragile, flickering bright and dim like a lamp running out of oil. He nodded to himself. The seal was indeed rapidly deteriorating. Let me try first, he said. CSN quickly retreated 2 steps, leaning against the stone wall, but refusing to go too far. Gu Qingyu reminded him. Move back further to avoid getting caught in the aftermath. CSN waved his claw. I'm fine here. I can see clearly from this spot. Gu Qingyu said no more, took a deep breath, and fixed his gaze on the seal. Since advancing to the 9th level of body tempering, he had not yet truly tested the limits of his Tianyuan turtle body. He understood that with the Qingyuan armor's enhancement, his defensive power made even second-tier demon beasts like the black toad wary, but he had no clear sense of how far his offensive capabilities extended. This seal, which had left even the peak first-tier CSN helpless, would serve as the perfect testing ground. If he could break it, how much of his strength would it require? If he couldn't, how much did he still lack compared to a second-tier demon beast? He raised his front claw, blue patterns flickering across his shell as power surged through his body like a tide. The moment to test his true strength had finally arrived. Gu Qingyu stood beside the seal, channeling his azure energy into both palms. He stepped forward and struck down with tremendous force. Boom. The moment his palms landed, the seal's patterns rippled outward like water, and a dazzling ring of emerald light burst forth. The shockwaves from the collision between his palm force and the seal scattered in all directions, causing the surrounding water to surge like it had been struck by a giant hammer, transforming into raging torrents that crashed toward all sides. CSN had been leaning against the rock wall, observing, when the thunderous roar suddenly filled his ears. Before he could even blink, his chest felt like it had been slammed by a wall of water. The entire crab went tumbling through the water, spinning countless times before finally crashing headfirst into the ground, his shell scraping against the rocks with a harsh grinding sound. What the hell was that? Using all his limbs, he staggered to his feet. Looking up, he saw Gu Qingyu still standing with both palms pressed against the seal, completely unmoved. His heart immediately filled with dread, and his eyes widened like copper bells. Turtle brother, are you all right? Gu Qingyu slowly withdrew his palms, his brow furrowed with concern as his gaze fell upon the interwoven runic patterns of the seal. This seal is indeed no simple matter. CSN swallowed hard, his emotions a tangled mess. He had expected the seal to be troublesome, but he never imagined that Gu Qingyu's casual strike could stir up such terrifying undercurrents, and that was just the residual force. If that palm had actually landed on him, even his hard shell would have been instantly shattered to pieces. At this thought, he couldn't help but shudder. Turtle brother, with your strength, can you break through this seal? He couldn't help but ask in a lowered voice, treading carefully. Gu Qingyu pondered for a moment. I was just testing it casually earlier. I haven't used my full strength yet. I didn't expect this seal to be stronger than I anticipated. You haven't used your full strength yet? CSN was dumbstruck, his words stumbling. That terrifyingly powerful palm strike wasn't even his full power? Just how frightening was Gu Qingyu's true capability? Gu Qingyu nodded. That's right, I was still holding back several degrees of force. Here, step back and let me try again. Upon hearing this, CSN didn't dare linger for even a moment. He quickly scurried away, hiding behind a distant corner with half his body tucked behind the rock wall, only his eyes peeking out. Turtle brother, is this far enough? No need to run so far. It's fine, I can still see from here. Watching CSN wave his claws from his distant hiding spot, Gu Qingyu's mouth twitched slightly. From that far away, there was no way he could see clearly. He stopped paying attention to CSN behind him and turned his focus back to the seal before him. That strike used about 80% of my strength, with 20% held in reserve. This time I'll unleash my full power and see if I can break through this seal. Gu Qingyu silently channeled his qi into his dantian, and the mighty azure essence surged through his meridians toward his right palm. Since he had never specialized in palm techniques, he couldn't fully extract all his palm power, so he decided to use his palm as a blade and directly activated the Black Wind Blade technique, which he had mastered to the 3rd level. Black Wind Palm. As soon as the words left his lips, his right palm seemed to be wrapped in layers of black wind, with wisps of wind moving at his will. He raised his palm high, then struck down fiercely. In an instant, the black wind compressed into threads of blade qi, all flowing into his palm. Bang! The moment his palm touched the seal, the surrounding water was violently scattered. Boom! The compressed river water exploded with a thunderous roar that echoed throughout the cave. After the massive surge of water rolled past, the seal's surface visibly dimmed by a layer. Although most of the blade qi was forcibly blocked, several wisps still escaped, swirling and stirring up turbulent currents. Whoosh! A strand of blade qi wrapped in water waves swept across the cave, striking the stone walls and creating quite a commotion. Crab 3, hiding behind distant rocks, was so startled by the disturbance that his head quickly retracted, pressing tightly against the stone wall, not daring to peek out. Only after the echoes faded did he cautiously extend his eye stalks. He saw that although the seal had dimmed, it remained intact and undamaged. "Brother Turtle, how did it go?" he asked in a lowered voice. Gu Qingyu withdrew his palm, glanced at the seal, then at his own palm. "I've worn away quite a bit of the seal's power. Breaking through it all at once is still beyond my current ability, but grinding it down slowly should work. How long will that take?" "I'm not sure." Gu Qingyu shook his head, "but I don't think it'll take too long." He had observed carefully just now after dimming. The seal hadn't restored itself, which meant that as long as he could afford the time, breaking it open was just a matter of sooner or later. With this thought, he simply ignored Crab 3, spread his arms wide, raised his palms again, and continued using his palms as blades. For him, this was both an assault and excellent practice for familiarizing himself with the 3rd level of the Black Wind Blade technique. Thus, in the cave, Black Wind palm strikes fell one after another, each collision accompanied by deafening water sounds, and the seal gradually dimmed bit by bit. Time passed unknowingly, and Crab 3 remained hiding in the corner, his ears filled with the continuous roaring sounds. He couldn't help but secretly count 100 strikes, 80 strikes, 120 strikes. Yet, Gu Qingyu's breathing remained steady throughout, showing no signs of exhaustion whatsoever. Strong defense is one thing, but such powerful strength too. Powerful strength is one thing, but such abnormal endurance as well. Is this really a 2nd-tier demon beast? Crab 3 kept denying it in his heart. If it were only early 2nd tier, it absolutely couldn't accomplish this. But if it's truly mid-2nd tier, why would it be lingering at the boundary between shallow and deep waters? The more he thought about it, the more confused he became, when suddenly he heard a crisp crack from behind. Gu Qingyu's voice immediately followed. "The seal is broken." Upon hearing this, Xiesan hurriedly poked his head out to look. Indeed, the seal before Gu Qingyu had been broken. Having collapsed on the ground earlier, nearly drained of all strength from the previous impact, he now felt as if a ball of fire had been stuffed into him. He scrambled to his feet and stumbled toward Gu Qingyu, his claw trembling. "Brother Turtle, it really broke." Since his crab clan had discovered this seal, they had employed countless methods, trying formations, secret techniques, and brute force spending who knows how many years, all to no avail. Now that the seal had crumbled in an instant, the emotions surging through Xiesan's chest were so hot and swollen that he couldn't even find words to describe them. Gu Qingyu looked at his excited state and smiled with ease. Of course, his voice was full of undisguised joy, yet it remained resonant, showing no hint of weakness. That storm-like barrage of attacks just now would have exhausted anyone else, but he seemed to have merely done some stretches. While Xiesan was still dazed, the shock in his heart grew even greater. "Brother Turtle, aren't you tired?" "I am tired." Gu Qingyu propped himself up with both hands and lazily stretched his waist, his spine making a series of light cracking sounds. "But the feeling of power surging out is quite comfortable." "Comfortably tired? What the hell?" Xiesan muttered to himself, increasingly feeling that he and this Tianyuan turtle before him weren't even the same species. Gu Qingyu put away his smile and waved his hand. "All right, don't just stand there. Since the seal is broken, let's go in and take a look. I want to see what's hidden behind here." Xiesan's eyes lit up, and he raised his only remaining claw to point deeper inside. "Right, Brother Turtle, let's hurry. Maybe my opportunity to break through to a 2nd-tier demon beast is right in there." The turtle and crab exchanged glances, understanding each other without words, and simultaneously stepped over the remnants of the seal. Cracks remained on the stone wall, with residual spiritual light occasionally flickering, as if silently recounting its former strength. Small stones rolled beneath their feet, making faint sounds that echoed through the deep corridor. After walking about several dozen steps, the path suddenly opened up. Xiesan felt his eyes brighten, and when he looked up again, he found himself and Gu Qingyu in a moderately sized stone chamber. By the Tianyuan Turtle's estimation, it could fit about 5 or 6 of them side by side. A fist-sized luminous pearl was embedded in the ceiling, casting soft radiance that illuminated every detail of the stone wall patterns and dust on the floor. In the center of the room stood a solitary cylindrical stone, 9 feet tall and 7 feet wide, its surface polished to a mirror-like smoothness. Atop the stone pillar sat a perfectly square dark blue box, covered in intricate runes, with neat corners showing no signs of damage. Apart from this, the stone chamber was completely empty, without even a single decoration. CSN recalled his earlier speculation that this was where a great demon had gone into death seclusion, but now found it completely inconsistent. There were no meditation cushions or altars, nor any trace of seclusion practices. He waved his claw and muttered softly. It seems that outer seal was specifically meant to lock this box. At this thought, he couldn't help but look up and ask, Brother Turtle, what do you think is in this box? Why would someone go to such lengths to seal it here? Gu Qingyu shook his head with a smile. How would I know? CSN scratched his head, his gaze gradually drawn to the box as his thoughts became active. Could there be some treasure inside? That's not impossible, Gu Qingyu replied casually. Treasure inside. CSN's eyes instantly lit up like the pearl above. He took half a step forward, raising his claw to lift the box lid, but suddenly stopped in place, muttering softly. So what do we do with this box? After asking this question, CSN stood motionless in place. He didn't immediately go to open the box, fearing that if he rushed forward to open it first, it might displease Gu Qingyu. Gu Qingyu raised an eyebrow slightly and glanced at Xie with surprise. This severely injured crab demon, who was worried about his clan's crisis, hadn't been blinded by greed at the sight of the box on the stone pillar. Upon reflection, he understood that Xie's restraint was entirely due to his wariness of Gu Qingyu's power. Go ahead and open it. If there's something inside that can help you break through to a second-tier demon beast, take it, Gu Qingyu said in a flat tone, revealing neither pleasure nor displeasure. Upon hearing this, joy flashed in Xie's eyes, but just as he lifted his foot, he stopped again. After hesitating for a moment, he shook his head and said, Brother Turtle, you should be the one to open that box. If there's something inside that can help me break through, you can give it to me. If not, everything inside belongs to you. After all, you were the one who broke the seal in the first place. Just don't forget our previous agreement. Gu Qingyu glanced at him and said nothing more. He walked straight to the stone pillar and reached out to take down the box. Without immediately lifting the lid, he turned and came to Xie's side, handing him the box. I'll hold it, you open it. Xie was stunned. Brother Turtle, this is... Opening it in front of you means we can both see clearly what's inside, so you won't accuse me of keeping anything for myself, Gu Qingyu replied calmly. Xie felt a warmth in his heart. Now the Crab clan was being driven to desperation by Big Blackhead, and he himself was severely injured. Yet this turtle demon was still willing to handle things fairly. He didn't know what to say and could only whisper, Thank you. Before he finished speaking, he couldn't help but extend his claw. Crack. The box opened. However, the moment the lid was lifted, the anticipation in Xie's eyes instantly turned to disappointment. At the bottom of the box lay a palm-sized black thin sheet that looked like thick paper. Gu Qingyu also frowned slightly. What is this? He picked up the thin sheet between his fingers, feeling its tough texture, similar to some kind of animal leather. He turned it over and over, but couldn't discern anything mysterious about it. This is fish skin. Xie recognized it, his tone dejected. Fish skin. Gu Qingyu looked at him. Xie explained. This fish isn't particularly common, but it only lives around this cave. We call it the shameless fish. These fish often dart into our crab clan's cave entrance, and we've killed so many that I'm very familiar with this type of skin. Gu Qingyu understood. No wonder Xie was disappointed. An opportunity to break through to a second-tier demon beast could never be hidden in an ordinary piece of fish skin. Xie let out a long sigh. Alas, it seems heaven wants to destroy our crab clan. Thinking that after the long sealed barrier contained only a common fish skin, he felt both sad and resentful. Worse still, this meant he probably had no reason left to ask the turtle demon to help them fight against Big Blackhead. But he couldn't understand who would treat fish skin as a treasure, place it in a box, and set up a seal around it. Was it a prank? Or did this fish skin have some hidden mystery? With this thought, he couldn't help but stare intently at the fish skin in Gu Qingyu's hand. Suddenly, a flash of blue light streaked across the surface of the dark fish skin. Immediately after, the fish skin in his hand vanished without a trace. What happened? Xie stared at Gu Qingyu in bewilderment, unable to comprehend the scene that had just unfolded before its eyes. Moments ago, a sharp green light had flashed like a blade's edge, and it had witnessed the fish skin in Gu Qingyu's hand vanish into thin air, yet it couldn't catch any details of what had occurred. Gu Qingyu's heart still raced with lingering fear. Suppressing his taut nerves, he exhaled a breath of stale air and spoke as steadily as possible. That fish skin. It went into my head. Into your head. Siesen gently tapped its own shell with its claw, clearly not understanding what he meant. In truth, even Gu Qingyu found it difficult to explain this inexplicable phenomenon. He could only be certain of one thing. The palm-sized fish skin had indeed disappeared, yet he felt no foreign object lodged in his skull. The only reasonable assumption was that the fish skin had undergone some form of transformation after entering, because if a physical object had actually been stuffed into his head, he wouldn't be able to stand so steadily at this moment. Gu Qingyu lowered his head in contemplation for a moment before speaking again. I've always found it strange. If it were just an ordinary piece of fish skin, why would it be treasured in a box with a seal placed upon it? Siesen nodded in agreement. Like Gu Qingyu, it had long thought the seal was unnecessary, yet hadn't dared to touch it rashly. So, Gu Qingyu continued, I channeled my Qing Yuan into the fish skin, hoping to probe it briefly. Unexpectedly, the fish skin suddenly reacted and followed my Qing Yuan directly into my mind. The bizarre description left Siesen dumbfounded. It had only heard of Qing Yuan, in legend supposedly a demonic power that only second-tier demon beasts could condense. Yet, Gu Qingyu before it hadn't reached the second tier. How had he managed it? Though curious, Siesen knew its place and didn't press further. Learning that the fish skin had entered his brain, it couldn't hide its disappointment. As merely a first-tier demon beast that hadn't even condensed demonic power, even if it studied the skin for 3 to 5 years, it would likely gain nothing. But driven by curiosity, it still asked, what happened after the fish skin entered your head? Some changes occurred. Gu Qingyu lowered his voice. At least, it allowed me to discover something. Noticing the hope in Siesen's eyes, he couldn't help but dash its expectations. However, this fish skin won't help you break through to the second tier. Though the answer was expected, Siesen still lowered its head slightly, but quickly raised its eye stalks again. What kind of changes? It seems to record some kind of characters. Gu Qingyu frowned as he recalled. One after another, all strange patterns. I suspect they're a form of writing. Writing? Upon hearing this, Siesen's thick whiskers trembled slightly, as if lost in thought. If I'm not mistaken, what's recorded on that fish skin might be demon script. Demon script? Gu Qingyu's heart stirred. Siesen nodded earnestly. Yes. I've heard my elder brother mention that humans have their own writing system, and so do demons. The demon race's writing is called demon script. Though neither my brother nor I have ever seen it, it's only legend. Gu Qingyu pressed further. Did your brother ever say where one could learn demon script? Siesen shook its head. Demon script doesn't need to be learned. Doesn't need to be learned? Gu Qingyu thought he had misheard. That's right. Siesen said with certainty. Legend has it that demon script is a gift from heaven to the demon race. As long as demons concentrate and observe carefully, they can understand demon script. Gu Qingyu found this rather mystifying upon hearing it. No need to study it. Just feel it with your heart, and you'll understand. What is this? Some heavenly scripture. Something that can only be comprehended but never explained, he muttered under his breath. Knowing how bizarre his words sounded, Crab 3 quickly added, I only heard all this from my elder brother. I don't know if it's true or false after all. I've never seen demon script myself. If you don't believe me, just focus on those characters in your mind and see if you can make sense of them. Gu Qingyu knew that Crab 3's elder brother had long since died, making further consultation impossible. With no other options, he closed his eyes and let his consciousness sink into his sea of awareness. In the dim depths of his consciousness, a fish skin glowing with eerie green light suddenly materialized. The characters on it writhed like serpents, slowly undulating. After staring at it for a moment, Gu Qingyu felt an indescribable irritation and destructive urge surge through him, even wanted to tear the fish skin to shreds. He quickly averted his gaze, cursing inwardly. How is this different from what Crab 3 said? This demon script seems like something evil. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Demon script was heaven's gift to the demon race. Perhaps only demons could read it. Since he was human, no wonder his mind was disturbed. If this were true, the fish skin would be worthless to him. But soon another path occurred to him. The Tianyuan Turtle. The Tianyuan Turtle was his tamed beast, possessing its own intelligence. Though its independent consciousness seemed weak due to years of forced control after awakening, it certainly still existed. If he could communicate directly with the Tianyuan Turtle through the taming system and have it study the demon script for him, then relay the meaning back, it might just work. With this thought, he immediately called out in his sea of consciousness, Tianyuan. This was the name he had given the turtle. Master, came a childish voice in response. A palm-sized green turtle floated before him, showing a dependent expression as it nuzzled him repeatedly with its round head. Gu Qingyu pushed the little turtle's head away with mild disgust. Stop fooling around. Look at this fish skin. Can you understand the demon script on it? The Tianyuan turtle had possessed intelligence for quite some time, but had seen little of the world, making it childish in nature, though absolutely obedient to its master. Upon hearing the command, it immediately turned around, its black bead-like eyes fixed intently on the fish skin. After a moment, Gu Qingyu pressed, Can you understand it? Little Tianyuan shook its head, its voice soft. I can't understand it. When you look at these characters, do you feel irritated like I do? Little Tianyuan shook its head again. Not irritated at all. Gu Qingyu's heart skipped a beat, was almost certain his theory was correct. He instructed, do as I say. Feel it with your heart and observe carefully. Time didn't drag on long before Tianyuan exclaimed with delight. Master, I think I understand it now. Just as he thought, Gu Qingyu was overjoyed and asked eagerly, so what does the demon script recorded on this fish skin mean? Xiao Tianyuan studied the two large characters before him for a long time before pointing to the two largest demonic runes at the top of the fish skin and saying, those two should mean life artifact. Gu Qingyu followed his finger's direction, but after just one glance, an inexplicable irritation surged in his chest, forcing him to quickly look away. From these two characters alone, he could comprehend nothing, so he asked, what do those smaller characters below mean? Xiao Tianyuan hesitated for a long moment before struggling to say, I can't really explain it. Gu Qingyu's brow furrowed. What do you mean you can't explain it? I'm not sure either, Xiao Tianyuan hurriedly explained. These demonic runes give me a strange feeling. I seem to understand them and know what they're saying, but when I try to put it into words, I just can't explain it. Gu Qingyu was secretly amazed. These demonic runes were like a heavenly scripture, something that could only be understood intuitively, but not expressed in words. Xiao Tianyuan shook his head, and just as he finished reading the contents on the fish skin, the entire piece transformed into points of starlight and silently dissolved into his consciousness. It disappeared? Gu Qingyu stared in shock at the fading afterimage before him, momentarily speechless. After a moment, Xiao Tianyuan suddenly said, I think I know what this is. Gu Qingyu's eyes lit up. What do you know? This is a method of artifact refinement. At this point, Xiao Tianyuan gestured excitedly. Using blood as a catalyst, nurtured with malevolent energy, and capable of continuously refining metals and stones. Gu Qingyu listened in confusion, half understanding. Wait, slow down. After explaining for a long time and seeing that Gu Qingyu still looked bewildered, Xiao Tianyuan simply closed his mouth, lowered his head in contemplation, then closed his eyes. Master, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in Gu Qingyu's heart, and he felt a consciousness communicating with him. Are you Tianyuan? Yes, master, it's me. Gu Qingyu clearly sensed the joy emanating from the Tianyuan turtle, a feeling both novel and intimate. What's happening? I seem to be able to sense your thoughts. Master, this is the connection between us. Could it be brought about by the taming system? Gu Qingyu pondered thoughtfully. Tianyuan continued. I don't know where this connection comes from either. It's as if it existed from the very beginning. Through it, Master can sense my feelings, thoughts, and even everything I perceive at any time. Gu Qingyu tried to experience it carefully and found it was indeed as Tianyuan described. Their minds were connected. I know Master wants to understand the contents of that fish skin, so I want to directly transmit everything I just saw to you. As soon as the words fell, a clear and complete message flooded into Gu Qingyu's mind, as if someone had stuffed organized knowledge directly into his brain. The method of life artifacts, using blood as catalyst, using malevolent energy for refinement. This was a unique artifact refinement method for creating natal treasures. After fully understanding the secret technique on the fish skin, Gu Qingyu was secretly amazed. This artifact refinement method was definitely not an ordinary refinement technique. Because the quality of life weapons forged through this method isn't fixed, they can continuously improve through tempering with malevolent energy and precious metals. In other words, as long as Gu Qingyu had enough malevolent energy and metals at his disposal, he could elevate his life weapon tier by tier, and even reaching the level of a divine artifact wouldn't be mere fantasy. At this thought, he couldn't help but sigh softly. This weapon forging technique is far from simple. Possessing this secret method was equivalent to obtaining a growable weapon. More importantly, the enhancement process wasn't complicated. First, tempering with malevolent energy, and second, continuously refining metals and stones. Malevolent energy was most commonly found in demons and evil spirits. It could be obtained simply by slaying demons and eliminating evil. As for metals and stones, they were essentially iron, ore, mystical ores, and similar mineral materials. Master, is this life weapon technique useful to you? Tianyuan asked, poking his head over curiously. Gu Qingyu nodded affirmatively. It's excellent. It will definitely be of great use to me in the future. Ever since obtaining the taming system, his path had been completely locked into slaying demons and eliminating evil. And this weapon forging technique perfectly required the life weapon to participate in battles to absorb malevolent energy. To rapidly increase his own strength, he also needed a handy weapon. The two were practically a match made in heaven. Tianyuan scratched his head and grinned foolishly. Gu Qingyu also smiled and patted his shoulder. Tianyuan, you did well this time. This single praise made little Tianyuan so happy his eyes squinted into crescents. Gu Qingyu slowly opened his eyes, and the first thing that appeared in his vision was Crab 3. The latter immediately pressed. Brother Turtle, Did you understand those demon markings? Yes, it's a weapon forging technique used to craft weapons. Gu Qingyu provided the answer. The last trace of hope in Crab 3's heart for breaking through to a second-tier demon beast instantly died, but he still clung to a thread of possibility. This weapon forging technique, are you satisfied with it, Brother Turtle? If it catches your eye, could you perhaps help protect our crab clan for a while? Even just for a moment would be better than sitting here waiting to die. As for the true value of this technique on the fish skin, Crab 3 had no idea. Everything depended entirely on Gu Qingyu's attitude. Just as Gu Qingyu was about to respond, a thunderous crash came from outside, and a crab demon stumbled in, falling to his knees beside Crab 3. Third brother. Outside. Outside, a giant black toad has broken in. What? Crab 3's face instantly turned pale. Big Blackhead had chosen this moment to attack the crab clan. He looked urgently at Gu Qingyu, his eyes full of pleading. Brother Turtle, please help us. Help our crab clan. Big Blackhead was a formidable second-tier demon beast, and with his fearsome reputation, wiping out the entire crab clan would be child's play. No one in the clan could stop him. Crab 3's only hope lay with this green-armored great turtle before him. A mocking voice came from the entrance. The black toad's wild laughter echoed through the cavern. Hey, you crab demons actually didn't die at the hands of that big green turtle. Where's your third brother? Has he already been swallowed alive by the big green turtle? A crab demon roared angrily. Big Blackhead, get lost. This isn't a place you should be. The black toad laughed even more brazenly. Ha! A mere crab demon dares to shout at me? If it weren't for that shell-wearing coward of a turtle interfering, you'd already be crushed to pulp. Bah, you only pick on the weak. How come you weren't so arrogant in front of the big green turtle? The toad's voice turned sinister. What's so special about that big green turtle? I simply didn't bother to act at the time. If he dares show his face now, I'll chop off his turtle head in minutes. Hearing this, Gu Qingyu finally spoke. Come on, let's go out and take a look. Brother Turtle, wait for me. Xiesen dragged his body, now missing one claw. As he caught up, his eyes gleaming with barely concealed joy. Gu Qingyu's calm and composed demeanor clearly indicated his willingness to lend a hand. And for this assistance, he had to thank that big blackhead outside for running his mouth, spouting such unpleasant words about beheading this and beheading that. Gu Qingyu walked with steady steps, neither hurried nor slow, toward the cave entrance. Since he had decided to show himself, it meant he had made up his mind for two reasons. First, he had accepted gifts from the crab clan, and now that they faced extinction, he couldn't simply stand by and watch. Second, he urgently wanted to understand exactly how much the Tianyuan Turtle's combat power differed from that of a true second-tier demon beast like the Black Toad. When breaking the seal, he had already experienced the terrifying power of the Tianyuan Turtle, roughly estimating it to be at least 3 to 5 times stronger than his original form. Within the same realm, it could take on 3 to 5 of his normal selves. This was the frightening aspect of the Tianyuan Turtle. Outside the sealed cave, a massive cavern was illuminated bright as day by hanging luminous pearls. The Black Toad stood in the center, its skin dark and gleaming, limbs thick and powerful. A circle of crabs of various sizes surrounded it with raised claws, yet none dared to advance. Third brother is here. Some crabs shouted, and with a rustling sound, they cleared a path. Gu Qingyu led Xiesen, who was missing one claw, slowly approaching from behind. Big Blackhead, Black Toad saw that Xiesen was still alive and well, and its eyes immediately widened. Xia Laosan, you're not dead. Humph. Xiesen snorted through his nose, not even bothering to look directly at it. If you're not dead, how could I be? The Black Toad's expression darkened, then it shifted its gaze to Gu Qingyu, speaking with accusation. Little turtle demon, didn't you say you were going to extract Xia Laosan's crab paste? How is he still alive? Whether I extract it or not, what business is it of yours? Gu Qingyu's voice was indifferent. The Black Toad snorted coldly and said in a sinister tone, Turtle spawn, did Xiesen and his clan tempt you with the crab clan secrets, so you didn't kill them? Secrets? What secrets? Gu Qingyu raised an eyebrow in response. The Black Toad's heart skipped a beat, but it still persisted. You don't know? Gu Qingyu turned his head towards Xiesen. Do you crab folk have any secrets I don't know about? Xiesen quickly shook his head. Brother Turtle, our crab clan just huddles in this cave. What secrets could we possibly have? That's true enough. Gu Qingyu nodded thoughtfully. Seeing that the big green turtle seemed genuinely unaware of the mysterious cave, the Black Toad secretly rejoiced. As long as it could drive them away with a little maneuvering, there would be no future troubles. Just then, Gu Qingyu changed his tone and asked Xiesen with a half-smile. Tell me, could the secret this toad is talking about be that mysterious cave of your crab clan? Xiesen suddenly understood. So that's what it meant by the mysterious cave. But for you, Brother Turtle, that's hardly a secret. Only then did the Black Toad realize it had been played. The big green turtle knew everything perfectly well, but had deliberately acted confused. It opened its mouth to argue. You too. Before it could finish, Gu Qingyu calmly delivered the final blow. But this toad doesn't know that. It probably never imagined that cave stopped being mysterious to us long ago. We already taken everything inside. Upon hearing this, Dahaida's words came to an abrupt halt. His eyes widened as he urgently asked, "What? You actually retrieved something from the mysterious cave?" Gu Qingyu nodded in confirmation. "Of course. What exactly did you find?" Dahaida pressed. Gu Qingyu pondered for a moment, then replied casually, "Nothing much, just a piece of fish skin." Fish skin. Suspicion flashed into Dahaida's eyes, doubting that this large green turtle was playing him for a fool. How could there be only a piece of fish skin in the mysterious cave? Are you mocking me? Gu Qingyu spread his claws. No, that fish skin isn't as simple as you think. It has demon script inscribed on it. His tone became dramatic. Do you understand demon script? It's the writing bestowed upon the demon race by heaven itself. Fish skin with demon script carved on it. Dahaitu immediately grew excited. That must be a cultivation technique. Quick, hand over the fish skin. Gu Qingyu smiled and tapped his shell with a claw tip. It's in here. This gesture made Dahaida think he was refusing to surrender the treasure, and his expression darkened instantly. I advise you to hand it over right now, or I'll make you die miserably. Gu Qingyu spread his front claws. You don't believe me when I tell the truth. I'm really not lying to you. That fish skin is inside my head. Inside your head? Dahaitu sneered coldly. Then I'll crack it open and see for myself. Before his words finished, he suddenly shot out his tongue thick and long like a whip sweeping across the water from left to right, lashing viciously toward Gu Qingyu. The water was forcibly churned up, and some small crabs that were too close were instantly crushed into pulp just from the residual force. Gu Qingyu maintained his calm smile. Seeing the long tongue whipping toward his face, he slightly retracted his head. Crack! The tongue struck solidly against his hard shell. Missing his target, Dahaida snapped his tongue back, stirring up massive splashes, then lashed out again with overwhelming force. Crack, crack, crack. Like branches striking against rocks, Gu Qingyu stood motionless in place, letting his opponent strike repeatedly while his shell remained completely uncracked. You turtle bastard, all you know is hiding in your shell. Dahaitu cursed furiously, though he clearly realized his attacks were virtually useless against this turtle demon. With his rage having nowhere to vent, he suddenly changed targets, wrapping his tongue around a circle of nearby small crabs and swallowing them whole. Crunch, crunch, several crisp sounds echoed as he devoured the crab meat. Dahaitu. Gu Qingyu's expression remained unchanged, but Xie beside him exploded with fury. If you've got guts, come at my turtle brother. Why are you eating my crab children and grandchildren? Dahaida licked the corners of his mouth and sneered coldly. You saw it yourself. I can't do anything to this turtle bastard when he's hiding in his shell. Why don't you tell him to stop retreating and have a proper fight with me? Let's see if I can smash his turtle head to pieces. You, Xie, left with only one claw, pointed at Dahaitu, trembling with rage. As a turtle demon, natural defense was his greatest strength, yet this Dahaitu was demanding that turtle brother abandon his defensive advantage to compete with him. This is clearly bullying. 78. Tell all these little crabs to go back. Crab 3 shouted urgently. Yes, third brother. 78 immediately called for the clan to retreat. However, how could Big Black Head let these little crabs escape unscathed? Its tongue flicked out, and a crimson shadow shot through the air with a howling wind, striking directly at the fleeing crabs. If this blow landed, it would surely cause massive casualties. Just as the tongue shadow was about to strike, a green figure blocked the path in front of the little crabs. Gu Qingyu's thick turtle shell took the hit with a sharp crack, yet remained completely unmoved. Big Black Head snorted coldly, the mockery in its eyes growing stronger. Quick reflexes. But let's see what's faster, your speed or my tongue. With that, its tongue lashed out again in a blur, this time targeting the group of small crabs on the other side of Gu Qingyu. Wait! Gu Qingyu's deep voice stopped it. Big Black Head glared at the large green turtle before it and sneered. What? Do you care about these crabs? Don't forget you're a turtle. Their life and death is none of your business. Think clearly about whether your ancestors were turtles or crabs. Didn't you want to fight me? Gu Qingyu gazed back calmly. Big Black Head licked the corner of its mouth, its tone playful. Can you guarantee you won't pull your head back into your shell? Of course I can. Then take off your shell. Crab 3 listened with alarm and couldn't help but roar angrily. Big Black Head, you might as well ask Brother Turtle to commit suicide on the spot. A turtle demon's shell is one with its body. Removing the shell would mean certain death. Big Black Head remained unmoved. How else can it guarantee it won't retract its head? Gu Qingyu smiled faintly. I have my own way. Oh, what way? Gu Qingyu offered no further explanation, simply raising his claws and stepping forward. His massive body charged out like a block of heavy iron. In the blink of an eye, he had closed in on Big Black Head, his horizontal claw striking viciously toward its abdomen. Bang! Big Black Head had no time to react, feeling only a sharp pain in its belly as its entire body was sent flying like it had been struck by a giant hammer. It crashed into the stone wall behind with a thunderous thud, then slid down the wall, sending up clouds of dust and debris. Gu Qingyu stood in place, his voice calm. This time, my head didn't retract into my shell, did it? Racked with pain, Big Black Head trembled in all four limbs, lying on the ground gasping for quite a while before speaking in a hoarse voice. Black Snake, how much longer are you going to wait before making your move? Mystic Serpent? Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyu paid no attention to the struggling black toad trying to get up from the ground. Instead, he channeled his azure essence into his eyes, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings like searchlights. In a corner where the pearl's light couldn't reach, a finger-thick black snake was indeed coiled up, its scales almost indistinguishable from the rock wall's color. Without deliberate inspection, it would have been nearly impossible to spot. Gu Qingyu's eyes narrowed, his tone indifferent. Will you come out on your own, or shall I invite you? The mystic serpent shuddered violently. Its camouflage could fool even demons of the same rank, yet this opponent had seen through it at a glance. It immediately understood. This giant azure turtle before it was no ordinary creature. The serpent hastily slithered out from the shadows, its voice melodious yet trembling with fear. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. Esteemed Turtle Lord, I have no connection with that black toad. Mystic Serpent, what's the meaning of this? The black toad, finally managing to sit up with great effort, became furious upon hearing the Mystic Serpent disavow their relationship. Didn't we have an agreement? The Mystic Serpent couldn't be bothered to respond, flicking its tail to block the black toad's gaze while continuing to smile obsequiously at Gu Qingyu. Turtle Lord, please don't listen to its nonsense. I'm not close with it at all. When it approached me, I only agreed to come watch the excitement. Now that the show is over, may I leave? It desperately wanted to distance itself completely from the black toad. This giant azure turtle before them, its nearly impenetrable shell defense alone would make any second-tier lesser demon retreat, not to mention the terrifying power of that casual palm strike earlier. Provoking such an existence was nothing short of courting death. Gu Qingyu's gaze rested lightly on the mystic serpent. After a long silence, he finally spoke. You want to leave? Fine. But if I just let you go like this, wouldn't that make me seem rather dull? The mystic serpent forced a dry laugh and quickly lowered its head. Turtle Lord, I came out in such haste today that I didn't bring any proper gifts. If you don't mind, please accept these scales as a humble offering. With that, it used its sharp fangs to viciously tear at its own body. With several ripping sounds, it forcibly pulled off 3 fingernail-sized black scales. The 3 scales, glowing faintly, floated toward Gu Qingyu. He raised his hand to catch them, spreading his palm to examine them closely. The scale's surface shimmered with subtle light, clearly extraordinary. The mystic serpent's face had turned deathly pale from pulling out the scales, its voice trembling with unstable breath. Turtle Lord, may I leave now? Gu Qingyu toyed with them for a moment without saying much, then nodded slightly. Since that's the case, I won't make things difficult for you. Remember, some spectacles aren't meant for you to watch. Go. Thank you, Turtle Lord. The mystic serpent felt as if granted amnesty. With a sweep of its tail, it shot away like an arrow, disappearing through the cave entrance. Mystic Serpent, the black toad watched helplessly as its companion fled, its carefully prepared contingency plan instantly falling apart. Its heart sank. This great demon, seasoned by years in the water depths and having weathered many storms, could sense the dangerous atmosphere. If it couldn't handle the current situation properly, it might very well meet its end here. So it quickly put on a fawning smile and called out, Master Turtle. The patterns on Gu Qingyu's shell rippled gently in the water's glow as he looked at Big Black Head with a cheerful expression, casually asking, Who are you calling? Who else could I be calling? You, of course. Big Black Head immediately scrambled up from the ground in embarrassment, wanting to approach but remembering the excruciating pain from that earlier strike. His steps froze halfway as he forced out an obsequious smile. I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have offended you. I hope you'll show mercy, Master Turtle, and let me go. Gu Qingyu raised an eyebrow slightly with a half-smile. Didn't you just call me a turtle bastard? I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. Big Black Head waved his hands frantically, his face deathly pale. Even with 3 times the courage, he wouldn't dare call him that again. I was blind just now. Please don't take it to heart, great Master Turtle. Gu Qingyu shook his head and sighed inwardly. Big Black Head's ability to bend with the wind made him all the more dangerous. If he let it go today, it would surely become a future threat. There's a saying about thieves always being thieves, but no one can guard against them forever. Today, Big Black Head had to die? Seeing the large green turtle only shake his head in silence, Big Black Head's heart tightened as he cautiously asked again, Master Turtle, may I leave now? No rush. Let me give you a proper send-off. Gu Qingyu's tone was gentle, yet carried a bone-chilling coldness. Big Black Head was flattered. There's no need. But before the words fully left his mouth, a black shadow wrapped in water pressure came rushing toward him, and an iron fist slammed heavily into his forehead. Everything went black as his entire crab shell was sent flying backward. Master Turtle. In midair, he realized with terror that this send-off wasn't to escort him away, but to send him to the gates of hell. Bang! His shell crashed hard against the stone wall behind him, sending debris flying everywhere. Before he could even slide down, Gu Qingyu had closed in, his right fist clenched tight as his vital energy surged. Bang! 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 Water waves carried tremendous force as punch after punch landed squarely on Big Blackhead's skull. In just a few breaths, the crab shell caved in, and his head was brutally pounded into the stone wall. With the final punch delivered and stone chips falling like rain, Gu Qingyu finally stopped, shaking the blood from his fists. Water flowed past him, washing away the bloodstains. Then he opened his mouth and sucked the thoroughly dead Big Blackhead whole into his gullet. Ding! Growth points gained, 2. Ding! Evolution points gained, 10. Gu Qingyu turned around to see the crab clan members frozen as if struck by lightning, each one stunned in place, barely daring to breathe. I'm going to rest in the chamber beyond the seal. Do not disturb me. Yes. Crab 3 stood dazed for quite some time, only snapping back to reality when Gu Qingyu passed by. Gu Qingyu paid no further attention. Having devoured Big Blackhead, he now had the full 10 growth points needed to level up. He needed to find a safe place for the celestial turtle to sleep through its advancement. He entered the cave beyond the seal and opened his status panel. Host, Gu Qingyu. Level, 9. Remaining lifespan, 15 years. Growth points, 10. Evolution points, 10. Skills, Black Wind Blade Technique Max Level, Azure Armor Level 2, Azure Force Level 2, Heaven and Earth Level 2. Tamed Beast, Celestial Turtle, Level, 9. Skills, Black Wind Blade Technique Max Level, Azure Armor Level 2, Azure Force Level 2, Heaven and Earth Level 2. Now with 10 evolution points, he decided to hold off on leveling up for the moment and consider which skill these 10 evolution points should be invested in. Diana. The Black Wind Blade technique had already reached its maximum level and no longer required evolution points. Scanning the panel, Gu Qingyu saw that only 3 skills remained upgradable: the Tianyuan Armor, Qingyuan, and Qianquan. The Tianyuan Armor was a protective spiritual shield that could not only block blades and swords, but also resist demonic intrusions, truly a life-saving divine skill. The problem was that each level increase would double the Qingyuan consumption. After upgrading to level 2 last time, he clearly felt his internal Qingyuan flowing out like water when activated. If he forced it to level 3, the shield might not even stabilize before his Qingyuan was completely drained. With his current cultivation level, his Qingyuan reserves were quite limited. No matter how strong the armor, it would be meaningless if it couldn't last more than a few breaths. As for Qianquan, it was more like a portable storage space within his sleeve. Currently, the space was sufficient for storing pills, weapons, and personal belongings, with no urgent need for expansion. This left only Qingyuan itself as the most worthwhile investment. Level 1 Qingyuan only had the enhancement attribute, providing minor improvements to spell power and physical strength. Level 2 added extension, allowing Qingyuan to be projected outward and affect objects beyond the body. Gu Qingyu was very curious about what new mystical abilities this fundamental force would develop upon reaching level 3. Moreover, activating Qingyuan attributes didn't require the massive consumption needed for the Qingyuan armor, making it extremely cost-effective. With his mind made up, he decisively clicked confirm on the panel. Ding. Do you choose to consume 10 evolution points to upgrade the skill Qingyuan? Yes. Ding. Upgrade successful. Current Qingyuan level, 3. A gentle, spring-like force flowed through his meridians. Gu Qingyu closed his eyes and concentrated, quietly experiencing this sudden change. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and looked at the Tianyuan Green Turtle's right palm. Earlier, when fiercely pounding Big Blackhead's skull, the back of his hand had been scraped by the hard shell, seeping traces of blood. Now, wrapped in a pale green glow, the wound was visibly closing, scabbing, and disappearing. In moments, the skin was completely restored. This is healing? Gu Qingyu's heart leaped. To verify, he simply raised his hand and scratched a shallow cut in his palm with his fingernail. Blood welled up, but before it could drip, the green radiance spread along his skin, regenerating flesh and sealing the wound without leaving a trace. After confirming the new attribute was healing, he was overjoyed with this ability. Even the largest wounds could be rapidly repaired, greatly enhancing his battlefield endurance. What excited him even more was that this healing power wasn't limited to self-healing. Level 2 Qingyuan's extension meant Qingyuan could leave his body and make contact with others. By directing Qingyuan to another person's wound and activating level 3 healing, couldn't he also heal others' injuries? Since Qingyuan healing only required contact with the wound, combining the attributes of level 2 and level 3 Qingyuan would naturally enable him to heal others. Looking at his evolution points now reduced to 0, Gu Qingyu sighed. Killing a second-tier demon beast had only earned him 10 evolution points, and he hadn't expected these points to be so difficult to obtain. Without dwelling on it further, he turned his attention to the growth points column. Ding. Do you choose to consume 10 growth points to tame the Tianyuan Turtle? Gu Qingyu silently responded in his mind. Yes. Ding. Taming in progress. Taming successful. Ding. Current Tianyuan Turtle level 10. Dawn broke over Ping'an County. A ray of morning light slipped through the eaves and into the window lattice. Gu Qingyu slowly sat up in bed, roughly calculating that it should be the morning of the second day. His stay within the Tianyuan Turtle had lasted a full day and night. Crack. Pop. His bones crackled like popping beans as he instinctively stretched with a big yawn, so comfortable that his eyebrows lifted slightly. Then he closed his eyes to look inward. Was this the power of the 10th level of body tempering? It seemed still somewhat lacking. Compared to the Tianyuan Turtle before its slumber, the gap remained obvious. Thinking of this, he felt no disappointment. The Tianyuan Turtle was his tamed beast, and the stronger the turtle became, the more beneficial it would be for him. After washing up, he began taking inventory of all the spoils from last night's fishing expedition at Sambao River. 1. A method for crafting life weapons recorded in demon script. 2. 3 scales from the Black Serpent. 3. Qingyuan advanced to level 3. 4. His own level breakthrough to level 10. Such gains in just one day and night left him quite satisfied, especially since the life weapon method was most crucial. Theoretically, only demon beasts could practice this method, but Gu Qingyu's constitution was special. Perhaps he could manage it? With this thought, he eagerly picked up his saber. This narrow blade was a standard iron saber uniformly commissioned by the yamen for each constable. While not particularly precious, it felt perfectly balanced in his hand. The life weapon method didn't require strict material standards for the initial weapon, so he decided to use it for his first attempt. The first step in crafting a life weapon using blood as the catalyst. Gu Qingyu took a deep breath and lightly drew the blade across his fingertip. Sharp pain immediately followed. As crimson droplets emerged, he dared not delay and followed the instructions, mixing demon power with blood. However, lacking demon power, he could only substitute with Qingyuan. Condense. With his low shout, Qingyuan enveloped the blood, suspending it in midair with a lustrous glow. Using blood as medium, drawing with hands, channeling through the body. Gu Qingyu silently recited the incantations from the life weapon method, his voice rising from low to high, culminating in a fierce cry at the final word, command. Hiss. The blood suddenly writhed as if guided by an invisible brush, forming intricate demon patterns that instantly crawled toward the saber's blade. The blood markings spread like living blood vessels, pulsing across the cold, hard steel. Gu Qingyu maintained intense focus, continuing to chant the incantations while channeling his Qingyuan endlessly into the blade. As the Qingyuan flowed in, blood began gushing from the wound on his fingertip. Gu Qingyu panicked. He could clearly feel the blood in his body being locked onto by an invisible siphon, gushing wildly from the wound on his fingertip. That force was so overwhelming that even his Qingyuan energy was completely suppressed. Gu Qingyu tried to mobilize his Qingyuan to seal the wound, but found that neither his energy nor his body would obey his commands. It's over, it's over. If this keeps draining me like this, I'm going to die here. As blood continued to flow out, dizziness and ringing in his ears quickly set in. He knew these were signs of severe blood loss, yet he was powerless to stop it. How much longer would this go on? Was it really going to drain him into a mummified corpse? Gu Qingyu wailed inwardly, but could only watch helplessly as the last wisp of Qingyuan energy was sucked from his body. Only then did the bleeding stop, though the narrow blade still hovered in midair. Strange patterns rapidly spread across the blade's surface, resembling crimson blood vessels. Thud! His legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground. The narrow blade, having lost its support, also lost its buoyancy and clattered to the floor. Strangely, the blood patterns on the blade didn't dissipate. Instead, they penetrated into the refined iron at a speed visible to the naked eye. Forged from refined iron, the blade should be hard and moisture-resistant, yet my blood can seep into it? Gu Qingyu swallowed hard, feeling his hair stand on end. As the last trace of blood patterns completely merged into the blade, he sensed a faint, almost imperceptible connection. The first step of blood bonding was complete. The agony of blood loss now fully erupted. His limbs turned ice cold, and his entire body went limp. Only now did he understand why the life weapon technique was called demonic beast. Forging such blood loss could probably only be easily endured by a demonic beast's body. Gu Qingyu simply sat cross-legged where he was, patiently waiting for his Qingyuan energy to recover naturally. As soon as a bit of Qingyuan flowed back, he immediately channeled that meager remaining power to heal the wound on his fingertip. When more Qingyuan recovered, he guided it to circulate slowly through his meridians to replenish the void. After an unknown amount of time, warmth returned to his hands and feet, and most of the dizziness faded away. He let out a long breath and shakily stood up. Fortunately, his Qingyuan recovery wasn't too bad. He walked forward and picked up the narrow blade. The cold iron should have felt icy to the touch, but now it carried a faint warmth and weak pulsing. In this warmth, he could truly perceive. Is this what a life weapon feels like? He raised the blade horizontally before his eyes, his left hand slowly stroking along the blade's surface. That familiar sensation of being connected by blood and flesh made him feel as though he were grasping his own third hand. The life weapon was complete. Gu Qingyu's face lit up with joy. Since this narrow blade had become my life weapon, it would surely accompany me in slaying demons and eliminating evil from now on. I couldn't keep calling it narrow blade forever, it needed a proper name. At this thought, Gu Qingyu found himself in a predicament. He had always considered himself poor at naming things, his mind filled only with vulgar words. After a moment's hesitation, he simply raised his hand to stroke the blade's spine and said softly, "How about I call you Heaven Splitter? A blade that splits the heavens, quite impressive." The moment he finished speaking, two deep red markings suddenly appeared on the blade 3 inches above the hilt, looking as if they were formed from congealed blood, extremely striking. Gu Qingyu was slightly stunned. These markings were almost identical to the demon script recorded on the fish skin, clearly sharing the same origin. Without much thought, he realized those 2 markings were the demon script for Heaven Splitter. He held his breath and stared intently, discovering that these 2 demon markings no longer disturbed his mind, but instead gave him a strange sense of harmony. After confirming there was no danger, he sheathed the Heaven Splitter blade, hung it back at his waist, patted his robes, turned and left to grab some breakfast, then headed straight to the government office. Ping'an County Government Office. Gu Qingyu entered with his blade at his side. In the courtyard, constables hurried back and forth, everyone's brows furrowed with worry, the air thick with chaotic urgency. Without asking questions, he walked directly toward Constable Lee's investigation office. "Chief," he called out from a distance. Seeing Constable Lee hunched over case files, he got straight to the point. "Have you found anything about that Taoist priest case?" "Not yet." Constable Lee looked up, his gaze sweeping from Gu Qingyu's slightly unsteady gait to his somewhat pale complexion, his brow immediately furrowing. "What did you do yesterday?" "Nothing much, just slept at home the whole time." "You slept for a day and a night?" Gu Qingyu nodded. Constable Lee's frown deepened. Ed could tell at a glance that Gu Qingyu was even weaker than before, his spirit clearly not yet recovered. Sigh. Constable Lee let out a low sigh, feeling inevitably guilty. He had forced Gu Qingyu to come to the crime scene that night, causing him to lack proper rest, and end up in this condition. Gu Qingyu couldn't fathom the meaning behind that sigh, assuming it was due to the numerous cases, so he volunteered. "Chief, are there any cases I can handle?" Constable Lee waved his hand dismissively. "None. Don't come to the office for the next few days. Go home and rest properly. Come back when you've recovered." "What about the Taoist priest case?" "I've assigned old Wu to investigate it. Stay out of it." With that, he buried his head back in the case files, clearly unwilling to discuss it further. "All right." Gu Qingyu tactfully withdrew, thinking that since he had nothing else to do anyway, he might as well head to the archives. In the archives, old Wang was half reclining in a lounge chair, hands pillowed behind his head, dozing off. Gu Qingyu pushed open the door and asked with a smile, "Old Wang, have you eaten?" "Had some steamed buns." Old Wang replied with his eyes still closed. Gu Qingyu said nothing more, walked around him, pulled out a copy of Strange Tales from 5 Continents that he hadn't finished reading last time, found a stool, and sat down to read. The book described the 5 continents, the 4 cardinal continents, plus the central continent in all their complexity, containing countless strange tales and anecdotes. The Great Wei Dynasty was located in the central continent. Because the content was so varied and of questionable authenticity, it perfectly suited Gu Qingyu's taste. He found the chapter where he had left off last time and settled down to read. After turning 2 pages, he suddenly noticed the book mentioning mystic serpent scales, just one line. The demon beast mystic serpent has scales on its body. The mystic serpent, a demonic beast with scaled hide, serves as a grade D lower tier forging material. Gu Qingyu's heart skipped a beat as he turned to this page. Grade D lower tier forging material? According to the miscellaneous records of the 5 continents, forging materials were classified into 4 grades: A, B, C, and D, with each grade further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. Even ordinary refined iron couldn't make it onto the rankings. Mystic iron, also classified as grade D lower tier, was so rare that not a single weapon or tool made from it could be found throughout Ping'an County, demonstrating its extraordinary price and scarcity. If mystic iron was already this precious, the value of mystic serpent scales of the same grade was beyond imagination. This discovery made Gu Qingyu feel even more urgent. His life weapon, the heaven-opening blade, had only completed the first step of blood as catalyst. Next, it required tempering with rare materials to advance progressively. The higher the grade of materials used, the faster the life weapon would grow. If he could obtain a piece of heaven-grade upper-tier material immediately, the heaven-opening blade might soon transform into a divine weapon. Unfortunately, his only 3 mystic serpent scales remained locked within the primordial turtle's dimensional space, and the turtle was currently in deep slumber. If only I could directly access that space. He sighed softly. Then another thought struck him. He had never actually tried. How could he be so certain it was impossible? With this realization, he quickly closed his eyes and sent his spiritual consciousness into his own dimensional space. Inside, there were only a few strings of broken silver and several sets of clothing mostly empty. He focused his mind and attempted to reach toward the primordial turtle's dimensional space. His vision suddenly shifted. The vast space within the turtle's body appeared before him, with three dark, gleaming mystic serpent scales floating quietly. Gu Qingyu willed them toward himself. Whoosh! His vision blurred, and when it cleared again, the three mystic serpent scales lay neatly in his own dimensional space, alongside the broken silver and clothing. Mystic serpent scales. It actually worked. Overjoyed, he withdrew his spiritual consciousness and opened his eyes, still sitting in the corner of the archives. Old Wang leaned back in his reclining chair, snoring softly, completely oblivious. Gu Qingyu put away the miscellaneous records of the 5 continents, returned it to the bookshelf, and turned to leave. Just as he stepped out the door, Old Wang, who had appeared to be dozing, suddenly opened his eyes and stared at Gu Qingyu's retreating figure, muttering, "Something feels strange about that." Back home, Gu Qingyu closed the door behind him and hurried to his bed, removing his shoes before sitting cross-legged on the mattress. With eyes observing his nose and nose observing his heart, he placed the heaven-opening blade flat across his legs, then retrieved one mystic serpent scale from his dimensional space. Go! He tossed the scale into the air, where his azure origin true force caught and supported it, causing dark light to flow across its surface. Following the method of life weapons, he formed the required hand seals, sending wisps of azure origin energy spiraling from his fingertips to envelop the heaven-opening blade, then positioned the blade to hover 3 inches above the mystic serpent scale. As Gu Qingyu activated his cultivation technique, a luminous halo began flowing across the surface of the heaven-opening blade, then extended downward into countless invisible threads that wrapped around the black serpent scales below. These threads writhed like living snakes, contracting and expanding as they tightly bound the scales, seemingly devouring their essence with greedy hunger. Moments later, tiny yet brilliant points of light seeped through the gaps between the scales and merged into the blade, while the scale's surfaces crumbled into fragments like gnawed seashells. After about half an hour, the heaven-opening blade suddenly trembled and rang out with a clear, melodious chime. Gu Qingyun's mind stirred, immediately understanding that the blade had eaten its fill. He reached out to take the blade while carefully storing away the black serpent scale, which had shrunk to nearly half its original size. It seemed the heaven-opening blade's appetite was limited. It could only refine this much in a single day. Feeling the remaining scale in his hand, he estimated it could be refined once more. At this rate, the 3 black serpent scales would likely be completely consumed in less than 6 days. According to the records of the soul weapon method, this type of cultivation could never be accomplished overnight. Gu Qingyu examined the blade, feeling a bone-chilling coldness emanating from its edge was several times sharper than before, carrying the unique icy aura of the black serpent, even releasing visible wisps of cold air. At this moment, he was absolutely confident that if he used this blade to cut through ordinary iron or stone, it would slice through them as easily as tofu. Soul weapons were also ranked by grade, from 9th grade to 1st grade. 1st grade was called Legendary Divine Weapons, while 9th grade belonged to the lowest tier. Even the lowest tier was not something any random weapon could achieve. For instance, weapons forged entirely from black iron were merely lower 9th grade. The current heaven-opening blade hadn't even reached the threshold of being graded, yet it already far surpassed the finest iron blades available in the market. At the current refinement pace, after a few more improvements, the heaven-opening blade would most likely enter the lower 9th grade. Over the following days, he simply didn't return to the yamen, dedicating himself entirely to closed-door cultivation. It wasn't until the morning of the 3rd day that urgent knocking echoed at his courtyard gate. Qianshan burst in hastily. "Qingyu, how are you feeling? Have you recovered well these past 2 days?" Qianshan was panting heavily, clearly bearing urgent news. Gu Qingyu sensed something was wrong and adjusted his sleeves. "I'm mostly recovered. What's happened?" "A demon has appeared in Pingan County." Qianshan lowered his voice but couldn't hide his panic. Recently, people have been reporting a man-eating demon committing murders. The chief led a team to investigate, but that beast was incredibly vicious. It killed several of our colleagues with a single bite, and the chief was severely injured too. "The chief is injured?" "Constable Li is the only Qi cultivation expert in our Pingan County." Gu Qingyu frowned deeply. "Is he all right?" "He's badly hurt, but his life isn't in danger." Qianshan swallowed hard. "The chief says it's a 2nd-tier demon beast. Our small force is no match for it. He's already reported the situation to the Demon Suppression Bureau." "When will the Demon Suppression Bureau arrive at the earliest?" "At the earliest, 3 to 5 days." Qianshan shook his head, then looked at Gu Qingyu again. "I came to find you because your strength ranks among the highest in our yamen. So I'm hoping you can help us keep watch during the night these next few days." "Night watch?" Gu Qingyu looked puzzled. Qianshan nodded and lowered his voice to explain. "That's right. This demon beast leaves no trace during the day, but once night falls, it sneaks into Ping'an County or nearby villages to devour people. Our job is to stand guard at designated positions as soon as darkness comes, staying alert for its appearance, and doing our best to shield the common folk from the first wave of attack to minimize casualties. Getting to the crucial point, he stepped closer with a serious tone. But remember, if you actually encounter that beast, never fight it hidden. We're only buying time, giving the people a chance to escape. Hold out as long as you can, but your own life comes first. As Gu Qingyu's sworn brother, Qianshan understood his nature better than anyone. Patting Gu Qingyu's shoulder, he smiled bitterly. If the Yamen weren't so desperately short-staffed, I wouldn't have come to you. I know you the moment you see a demon beast, you want to fight to the death. But Qingyu, with your talent, you're destined for great things. Don't ruin your future over momentary recklessness. Just hold on a few more days until the officials from the Demon Suppression Bureau arrive. Then everything will be settled. When that time comes, the chief can directly recommend you to join the Demon Suppression Bureau. He looked Gu Qingyu up and down, his eyes filled with unmistakable satisfaction. I can sense that you're at least at the 8th level of body tempering now, even stronger than when you slayed that evil demon last time. Don't deny Itiuri completely different from before. Next, you need to break through to the innate realm as soon as possible. Hearing these caring words, warmth flooded Gu Qingyu's chest. Without being overly sentimental, he simply asked, "Where am I assigned for night watch?" Qianshan had already made arrangements. East District, Lion's Mouth. Gu Qingyu smiled slightly at this news. Jindai's case had been solved right there. He knew those streets like the back of his hand. Qianshan added, "The Yamen is severely understaffed, so we can only assign one person to each location this time. If you really encounter that demon beast, sound the gong immediately to warn people and let them evacuate. Don't try to be a hero. All right, I'll take care of East District's Lion's Mouth." Gu Qingyu nodded solemnly. "I'll head over tonight, don't worry." "Of course I'm not worried," Qianshan replied with a smile, then waved his hand. "I need to get back. With the chief injured, all the Yamen's affairs are piled on my shoulders." Gu Qingyu teased deliberately. "Oh, so the chief is grooming you as the next head constable?" Qianshan showed no modesty, lifting his chin. "Absolutely. Among the younger generation, besides you, who else could match me? You're bound for the Demon Suppression Bureau eventually. Surely you won't compete with me for this small head constable position." "Who says I won't?" Gu Qingyu raised an eyebrow. "If I get lazy about joining the Demon Suppression Bureau, I might just stay and compete with you for head constable. Then I'd hand it over with both hands." Qianshan laughed heartily. "Between us brothers, what difference does it make who becomes head constable?" Gu Qingyu was also amused. "That's true enough. All right, enough talk. I'm leaving." Gu Qingyu followed behind Qianshan, seeing him off for a few steps. "All right, stop seeing me off. Remember, if you encounter that demon beast during your night watch, don't try to fight it hidden. Just keep it occupied and buy time for the civilians to escape." "I understand." Qianshan agreed readily, yet he kept looking back with every few steps, like a worried parent who couldn't let go. "Subduing the demon beast isn't our main job. Just try to minimize casualties as much as possible." "Why are you being such a nag today?" Qianshan grumbled as he walked toward the street corner, his silhouette stretching and shrinking under the lamplight. He muttered under his breath, "Like a dog biting Lu Dongbin can't recognize a good heart." Gu Qingyu stood in place, watching the figure gradually disappear, and couldn't help but smile slightly. Only after Qianshan had completely gone did he snap back to reality and carefully ponder the earlier conversation. Captain Li was injured because a second-tier demon beast had appeared in Ping'an County. Ever since he himself had been wounded by the demon cultivator and his life force damaged, strange incidents in Ping'an County seemed to occur one after another. The Jindai incident, the mysterious deaths of elderly people. Each event seemed to rush in like a market day crowd, making this single year more eventful than the past 10 years combined. Night fell, and the bright moon hung high. Gu Qingyu sat alone on the blue-tiled roof of a house at Lion's Mouth in the Eastern District, a narrow blade hanging at his waist. The tiles felt cool beneath him as he sat with knees slightly bent, one hand resting on his knee, keeping watch in all directions. Tonight's moonlight was clear and bright, outlining the streets and rooftops in sharp silver contours. Any slight disturbance in the surroundings would not escape his notice. To others, dispersing all the constables from the Yamen throughout the county for night watch seemed foolish. Wouldn't it be better to gather all the civilians together for collective protection? Gu Qingyu had once wondered about this too, but upon careful consideration, he understood. 1. Gathering crowds would inevitably cause panic. 2. If they truly encountered a demon beast, how could thousands of terrified civilians be evacuated? With so many people in chaos, accidents would only multiply. 3. Herding everyone together would be like driving sheep into a pen and waiting for wolves to pick them off. Though scattered defense inevitably meant casualties, at most only a portion would be sacrificed. Far better than being wiped out in one sweep. Time passed bit by bit, and the moon climbed directly overhead. Around midnight, perhaps, Gu Qingyu looked up and suddenly saw a dark cloud obscure the moon, causing his heart to tighten inexplicably. Boom! A crimson signal flare tore through the night sky, its fire blooming across the heavens. Gu Qingyu sprang to his feet, his gaze locking onto the direction from which the signal rose, his fist already gripping his blade's hilt trouble. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Qian Shan was guarding the southern entrance of Maozhu village, near the forest. According to intelligence gathered, the demon beast was terrestrial rather than aquatic, and its hiding place was most likely the vast forest south of Ping'an County. So he had assigned Gu Qingyu and the other colleagues to the county town and its outskirts, keeping only himself at the village entrance closest to the forest. The night wind rustled through bamboo leaves as he gripped his spear, his gaze occasionally sweeping toward the pitch-black forest edge. As the night grew later, his heart actually relaxed somewhat. If the demon beast truly intended to appear, it should have arrived by now. Just as this thought crossed his mind, and he prepared to scout ahead, he suddenly heard a scream coming from within the village. In the village, a massive demonic beast was pressing one paw against a woman's chest. It then opened its enormous maw, lowered its head, and bit into the woman's throat before violently shaking its head. Splurt! Blood sprayed from the corner of the beast's mouth. Mother! A little girl with twin pigtails sat huddled in the corner, watching the horrific scene with terror-filled eyes. Her lips trembled, her limbs shook, and she appeared utterly alone and helpless in her corner. Her cry quickly caught the demonic beast's attention. It was a one-eyed old wolf with coarse, stiff fur. Its left eye was clouded white, clearly blind, leaving only its right eye gleaming coldly as it stared at the girl cowering in the corner. Mother! The little girl panicked when she saw the old wolf watching her, continuously calling out for her mother. But the headless woman pinned beneath the wolf's paw had long since stopped breathing. After noticing the little girl, the old wolf abandoned the corpse beneath its feet and slowly turned toward her. You beast! I'll fight you. At that moment, a farmer in rough hemp clothing charged forward, wielding a hoe and striking viciously at the wolf's head. Clang! The hoe struck the old wolf's skull like hitting solid stone. The farmer's desperate blow met tremendous resistance. Crack! The hoe instantly shattered into two pieces from the recoil, and the farmer's hands were torn open at the tiger's mouth. The old wolf merely shook its head, seemingly unharmed. It turned to look at the farmer standing frozen in place and changed its target. Roar! The old wolf growled low at the farmer, as if venting its displeasure, then slowly approached him. The farmer collapsed to the ground with a thud, his eyes filled with terror and despair. Child, run! Get to the city! Splurt! Before he could finish speaking, the old wolf stepped on the farmer and tore out his throat with razor-sharp fangs. Father! The little girl let out a heart-wrenching scream. But no matter how she cried, she couldn't stop the old wolf from devouring the farmer. After finishing its meal, the old wolf swatted away another man who tried to attack it. Bang! The man was sent flying with tremendous force, crashing into the wall behind him and demolishing it entirely. Seeing the motionless man buried under the collapsed wall, the little girl was paralyzed with fear. She forgot to run and didn't even notice the old wolf approaching her. Step, step, step! The old wolf was almost upon the little girl. Beast, seeking death. Qian Shan rushed toward the village. When he saw the corpses on the ground and the massive demonic beast about to devour a small girl, rage consumed his entire being. Clang! Qian Shan swiftly drew the long blade from his waist, channeling all his vital energy and blood power as he slashed toward the old wolf. Die! This strike carried all of Qian Shan's fury. Roar! The old wolf immediately sensed the killing intent from behind. Rather than face the attack head-on, it instinctively twisted its body, pushed off powerfully with its hind legs, and leaped aside. What? So fast? Qian Shan was shocked. The old wolf's evasion had been like a flash before his eyes. She couldn't even see how it had dodged. The narrow blade's momentum remained undiminished. With a thunderous crash, the fury-laden strike slammed down heavily, carving out a muddy trench over a meter long in the ground. At the instant the blade bit into the earth, Qian Shan pulled back some of his force, rolled with the motion, and instantly slid across the ground to the little girl's side. Don't be afraid, he growled reassuringly, scooping up the girl with his right arm and suddenly pushing off with his feet to leap over the nearby low wall that barely reached shoulder height. After landing, he gently set the girl down by the empty roadside and once again positioned himself in front of her. Run! The little girl trembled all over, terrified by the sudden danger. Despite Qian Shan's repeated urgings, she didn't move, and only then did he realize her legs had gone so weak she could barely stand. Roar! A deep wolf howl sliced through the air like a blade. The old wolf's right eye gleamed with cold light as it crouched in place, coldly watching the man with the knife. Qian Shan's gaze sharpened, and he immediately drew the flare gun from his waist, raised it, and pulled the trigger, sending red lights screaming into the night sky. The moment he fired the flare, the old wolf moved. That massive body showed no sign of clumsiness as its hind legs pushed off powerfully, transforming the entire wolf into a gray shadow that tore through the air straight toward him. Behind him came the sound of small, hurried footsteps. The little girl had finally mustered her last bit of strength to flee into the distance. Qianshan felt slightly relieved. Without a burden, he might be able to hold out a little longer. As the old wolf closed in, he chose to avoid its charge. Left hand gripping the handle, right palm pushing the spine, narrow blade held across his chest. When only 3 meters remained between them, he pushed off with his toes, shifted his body slightly, and stepped forward with a sidestep. Cold light flashed as the blade swept toward the old wolf's front limb. If he could sever the tendons, he could greatly limit this demon beast's speed. Clang! The front paw slammed into the blade with a deafening crash. The narrow blade was instantly bent by the impact. Qianshan's arms shook violently, and a tremendous force traveled up the blade into his body, sending him flying several meters to crash heavily on the ground and roll twice. Roar! The old wolf raised its paw, revealing a half-finger-length gash on its front limb, but it had only broken through the fur, not even drawing a drop of blood. Seeing this, Qianshan's expression changed dramatically. This is a second-tier demon beast defense, he muttered mockingly to himself, his chest churning as his internal organs seemed to shift with dull pain. Clearly, he had suffered internal injuries. Coughing up a mouthful of metallic sweetness, he staggered to his feet and raised the bent narrow blade once more. The old wolf arched its back to lick its wound, its golden eyes now holding a hint of mockery and contempt. Beast! Qianshan spat, though he dared not move carelessly. Before he finished speaking, the old wolf moved even faster than before. So this creature had been hiding its true strength all along. The thought had barely formed when that gaping maw was already lunging toward his face. The old wolf's open jaws were already snapping toward him. Before long, a group of people came running from the distance. Who was on guard duty here tonight? It was Qianshan. How could it be Qianshan? In moments, a team of constables dressed in blue uniforms rushed into the village entrance, led by Old Wu. Everyone looked up to see the village in complete ruins. Several houses appeared to have been swept by tremendous force, with half the walls collapsed in thunderous destruction. The original low walls and fences had been brutally flattened. The air was thick with the smell of charred wood and blood. Scattered flames mixed with the cold white moonlight, casting an horrific glow on the incomplete corpses, pools of blood, and a series of massive footprints that clearly didn't belong to any human scattered across the ground. The demon beast had just left. Where's Qianshan? He's not here. Xiaoshan! Xiaoshan, where are you? Old Wu was frantic and immediately ordered the constables to split up and search. Go find him. If he's dead, I want to see the body. If he's alive, I want to see the person. Old Wu, over here. Su Wei suddenly called out, drawing everyone to rush over. At his feet lay a narrow blade with its edge bent and chipped. Everyone fell silent instantly. It was Qianshan's sword, which they knew all too well. But where was Qianshan? Could something terrible have happened to him? In the heavy silence, Old Wu lowered his voice. Half of you help the villagers, the rest search for him. Before he finished speaking, Su Wei was the first to step forward. I'll search for him. Me too. And me. I'll go too. His comrades volunteered one after another. Old Wu gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. Go then. All of you go. Don't come back if you can't find him. With that, he turned and strode off in another direction. The villagers still needed rescue, and someone had to stay to maintain order. After all, Constable's first duty was to protect the people. Under the pale moonlight, Old Wu walked heavily through the ruins. Passing a corner on a small path, he suddenly spotted a little girl huddled in the grass, trembling all over, clutching something tightly in her arms as if it were her only remaining treasure. Clearly, this was a survivor. Old Wu lowered his voice, trying to sound as gentle as possible. Little girl, don't be afraid. The demon beast is gone. Everything's all right now. Come to Uncle. The girl's shoulders trembled slightly, seeming to recognize the kindness in his voice, and she slowly turned around. In that instant, Old Wu's heart clenched. The girl's face was smeared with blood, both dried and fresh, and what she held in her arms was actually a severed arm. The break showed irregular bite marks, with white bone gleaming in the moonlight. Despite over 10 years as a constable dealing with bloody scenes, Old Wu still felt a chill run down his spine at this sudden nighttime encounter. Little girl, what you're holding? The girl looked up at Old Wu's constable uniform, then down at the severed limb in her arms, and finally slowly held out the arm toward him. Old Wu glanced at the arm lying before him, and his throat felt as if something had lodged itself there. After a brief moment of suffocation, he turned around, his voice hoarse yet carrying an undeniable finality. Stop looking, everyone. The crowd turned at his words, exchanging puzzled glances, unable to understand why Old Wu had suddenly spoken up. We found it. He added, his tone as heavy as nails being hammered into mud. People quietly approached. When they saw clearly the arm in the little girl's embrace, the air seemed to be sucked away, and silence spread throughout the entire alley. It was a severed arm wearing the remnants of a blue constable's uniform, the kind of clothing only constables would wear. It's just an arm, someone in the crowd muttered. Yeah, just an arm. What could one arm possibly mean? Another person chimed in. though their voice was clearly trembling. Su Wei, as if suddenly remembering something, forced a smile and approached the little girl. Little one, where did you find this arm? The person who lost it. Are they still alive? The little girl clutched the arm tighter and stepped back 2 paces. After a long hesitation, she uttered 2 words, dead. Old Wu still refused to give up, his voice extremely low. How did he die? A monster ate him. That single sentence made everyone's hearts sink to the bottom. Old Wu, Brother Wei, Zhangsheng, you're all here? A familiar voice came from behind them. Old Wu turned to see Gu Qingyu hurrying over, and a bitter feeling welled up in his ear. The knew that Gu Qingyu and Qian Shan were close friends, and how painful this news would be when it reached his ears. Gu Qingyu noticed everyone's expressions and quickly asked, "What's wrong with all of you? Were the casualties severe?" Changing the subject, he casually asked, "By the way, where's Qian Shan? Hasn't he arrived yet?" Qian Shan, he. Old Wu opened his mouth, but didn't finish. Gu Qingyu's heart skipped a beat, and he quickened his pace, pushing through to the center of the crowd, his gaze falling on the arm in the little girl's embrace. Whose is this? Before he could finish, the words arm stuck in his throat. He recognized the scar running across the palm, a wound inflicted by a skilled thief during a patrol he and Qian Shan had conducted together. Qingyu, Qian Shan. He did it for the villagers too, Old Wu added quietly. Gu Qingyu fell silent, but his mind flashed back to Qian Shan's earnest words from the night before. If you encounter wild beasts at night, don't fight them heat. Focus on evasion and buying time for the civilians to escape. Hold out as long as you can, but put your own life first. You told me not to fight heathen? But what about you? How exactly did you die? Gu Qingyu's fists suddenly clenched tight, and he looked up sharply, his voice shaking. How did he die? Old Wu and the others paused. They only knew that Qian Shan had been killed by a demon beast, but no one had witnessed the process. He died saving me. People turned toward the voice. It was the little girl holding the arm who had spoken. Gu Qingyu pressed his lips together tightly and said nothing more. He stared at the little girl, and she stared back at him. Indeed, if this little girl were to die at the hands of a demon beast, Qian Shan would never stand by and watch, even if it meant taking desperate risks to do something dangerous. The rest of you, follow me. We're going to the village to rescue people. Lao Wu growled in a low voice, picked up his long blade, and led the group away, leaving only Gu Qingyu and the little girl standing face to face in the ruined courtyard. The night had not yet fully retreated, and the smell of blood still swirled in the air. The little girl clutched the severed arm tightly in her embrace, looked up at Gu Qingyu's grim expression, and asked cautiously, "Was he your friend?" "Friend?" Gu Qingyu shook his head, his voice hoarse. "No, he was my brother. His name was Qian Shan." "That's right." The two fell silent. Only the night wind stirred the rubble, making soft sounds. After a moment, Gu Qingyu asked, "Aren't you afraid?" The little girl nodded. "I am." "Then why are you still holding that arm?" She looked down, as if just realizing what she was holding, quickly shook her head, and weakly added, "I'm not afraid." Gu Qingyu gazed at her, his eyes softening slightly. "What's your name?" "Pingzi." "That's a beautiful name." He crouched down and gently stroked her dust-covered hair. "Where are your parents?" "The monster ate them," Pingzi said softly but calmly. Nothing was left behind. After saying this, she instinctively hugged the severed arm even tighter. Gu Qingyu's heart trembled slightly. It wasn't right for a child to keep carrying around a bloody, mangled arm. He extended his hand. "Give it to me." Pingzi hesitated for a moment, then finally handed over the severed arm. Gu Qingyu carefully put it away and turned to rejoin Lao Wu. Dawn was breaking on the horizon, and crows cawed softly on the broken eaves. The bodies scattered throughout the village had been gathered together, and the wounded had received basic bandaging. Gu Qingyu approached Lao Wu. "How's the situation?" "Not many injured, but a few died." Lao Wu glanced toward Pingzi nearby. "That child has had a hard fought. Her parents are among the dead. She's so young. What will become of her?" Gu Qingyu turned to look. Pingzi stood alone by the broken wall, staring at the blood-stained ground with eyes so calm they seemed almost numb. Gu Qingyu sighed inwardly. This child's resilience was truly remarkable. "Leave her to me," he said, turning back. "To you?" Lao Wu raised an eyebrow. "The child Qian Shan saved, I can't just abandon her." Gu Qingyu's tone was resolute. "That's good. I'm relieved." Lao Wu sighed deeply. "But about Qian Shan?" Gu Qingyu caught the implication. "What do you mean? That boy was a good man." Lao Wu shook his head and lowered his voice. "You think his night watch arrangements were random? The chief already said that demon beast was a wolf demon, most likely hiding in the southern woods. But Qian Shan deliberately sent everyone else away and stayed alone to guard this village. Then last night the demon beast really did come, and Qian Shan also." Gu Qingyu straightened up abruptly. "Then who's going to guard this area tonight? Qian Shan just died. We need to go back and ask the chief." "No need to ask. I'll take the watch." "No way." Old Wu firmly refused. "I know what you're thinking, but Qian Shan is already dead, and we don't want anything to happen to you either. It's not just us who don't want that. Qian Shan wouldn't want it either. Think about your abilities. Even our captain was severely injured when facing that demon beast. How much stronger do you think you are compared to him?" As soon as he finished speaking, clang, cold steel flashed. Gu Qingyu suddenly drew Kaitian from his waist and swept it horizontally. The blade energy arced like a crescent moon, slashing straight at the half-ruined tile house before them. Boom. The remaining walls and broken tiles were swept by the blade energy, collapsing in unison. Dust swirled, and wooden debris flew everywhere. The courtyard fell into instant silence, with only the crisp sound of falling roof tiles echoing. Gu Qingyu sheathed his blade, his voice calm as if nothing had happened. Is my strength sufficient now? Gulp. Old Wu swallowed hard, his eyes filled with shock. Qingyu, have you already broken through to the Qi refinement stage? How long has it been? When you killed that evil demon last time, you clearly only showed the 6th level of body tempering. Even with rapid cultivation, it shouldn't be possible. Have you been hiding your true strength all along? Gu Qingyu didn't answer directly, only asking, do I have the qualifications to guard this place now? Old Wu met those calm eyes, fell silent for a moment, but eventually shook his head. Even if you've broken through to the Qi refinement realm, you're still no match for that demon beast. If Qianshan were still alive, knowing you have this strength, I'd feel comfortable letting you stay. But Qianshan is dead, and I'm afraid you'll act impulsively. Qingyu, you must understand that even after entering Qi refinement, there's still a gap between you and our captain. Gu Qingyu asked again, could the captain cut down that house with a single strike? That one question left Old Wu speechless. Having followed the captain the longest, he knew that even the captain might not be able to accomplish that strike. I don't know how you managed it, but enough, stop talking. Gu Qingyu raised his hand to interrupt. I said I'll guard this place, so I'll guard this place. I won't go to the Eastern District anymore, send someone else there. Old Wu still couldn't let go of his worries and couldn't help but advise. Qingyu, you know that demon beast appears and disappears unpredictably. We never know where it'll show up next. Last time it was in the bamboo forest at Lanshan village, and the time before that was in the southern district. That's when our captain got injured. The locations aren't fixed at all, but the probability of it appearing here is highest. Gu Qingyu turned his gaze toward the south, speaking at an unhurried pace. I've examined the footprints it left when departing ahead straight toward the southern woods. Even if it doesn't enter this village again, it will be active near those woods. When anyone fires a signal flare, I can rush over to provide support immediately. The people in the courtyard exchanged glances, looking hesitant. The strength Gu Qingyu had just displayed could already rival their captain's. Having him stand guard would indeed serve as a stabilizing force. But what Old Wu feared most was that when Gu Qingyu encountered the demon beast, he would be consumed by rage over Qianshan's death and fight the creature desperately. We've already lost quite a few comrades, Old Wu said gravely. We can't afford to lose another brother. Gu Qingyu understood that concern and softened his expression. Don't worry, I won't act impulsively. As if afraid that Old Wu wouldn't believe him, he added, besides, there's no need for me to act rashly. After all, once the officials from the Demon Suppression Bureau arrive, that demon beast is as good as dead. Hearing this, Old Wu finally said no more. He sighed. All right then, you'll keep watch here tonight. Gu Qingyu nodded in agreement and added, it's getting late, and you've all worked hard through the night. Go back and rest early. Everyone will be taking turns on watch duty tonight. What about you? Old Wu looked at him. Gu Qingyu pointed to the little girl standing nearby. I need to make arrangements for this little girl first, then I'll go rest. Old Wu nodded. Very well, we'll head back then. Go ahead. Only after the group's silhouettes gradually faded into the night did Gu Qingyu withdraw his gaze. He looked down at the girl nicknamed Bottle. She still wore her old clothes stained with blood, her hands hanging at her sides as she stared blankly into the distance. Following her gaze, he saw a wooden house with half of it smashed to pieces. Is that your home? Bottle nodded slightly. Gu Qingyu crouched down to meet her eye level, placing his palm on her disheveled hair. Where do you plan to go from now on? The girl remained silent for a long while, then simply shook her head. Then stay with me from now on. When dawn broke, Gu Qingyu brought Bottle into the county town. He first took her to a tailor shop. The shop owner was startled at the sight of the girl covered in bloodstains, and if not for Gu Qingyu's official uniform, he would have likely reported to the authorities. After Gu Qingyu briefly explained Bottle's background, compassion flickered in the owner's eyes. When selecting materials, he deliberately chose fine cotton fabric and silk thread, even lowering the price somewhat. When helping Bottle change clothes, the owner personally brought a basin of warm water, helped clean the bloodstains from her face and arms, and replaced her tattered garments. After buying clothes, the two went to a porridge shop and ordered 2 bowls of meat porridge and several fried dough sticks. Bottle said nothing, eating everything with her head down. On the way back from the porridge shop, Gu Qingyu maintained a steady pace. Occasionally when he walked faster, Bottle would jog to catch up, never making a sound even when breathing heavily. Noticing this, he slowed his pace to let the girl walk alongside him. Upon reaching his courtyard gate, Bottle showed nervousness for the first time, constantly looking around. The wooden door, courtyard walls, and stone steps, everything was foreign to her. Gu Qingyu pushed open the door and led her inside, once again patting her head. This will be your home from now on. Bottle hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Are you tired? From last night's upheaval until dawn, Bottle had been awake all night. Her face was pale and her eyes were ringed with dark circles, yet she stubbornly shook her head. Not tired. Gu Qingyu saw her eyes fixed intently on him, as if worried he would abandon her the moment she blinked. With a sigh in his heart, he let his palm glow with green energy and gently struck the back of her neck. Bottle's eyelids closed as she fell into unconsciousness. He carried her inside and placed her on the bed, tucking in the corners of the blanket. In her sleep, Bottle shed her hardened exterior, her brow furrowed tightly as if struggling in a nightmare, murmuring softly, "Father, Mother." Gu Qingyu raised his hand, green energy gathering at his fingertips as he gently massaged her forehead. After a moment, her furrowed brow finally relaxed and her breathing became steady. Watching Bottle fall into deep sleep on the bed, Gu Qingyu quietly left the room. With an additional person joining the household, there were various necessities to acquire, so Gu Qingyu headed to the market to purchase bedding, pillowcases, and other essentials. He returned to the courtyard carrying bulging packages, neatly arranged the new bedding in the side room, and tidied up the miscellaneous items in the corner. As noon approached, he extended his spiritual consciousness toward the main room. Next, Dorpingzi's breathing was steady and deep, clearly still immersed in slumber. Seeing this, he chose not to disturb her and sat cross-legged in the side room, retrieving a black serpent scale and the heaven-opening blade. As the saying goes, a craftsman must first sharpen his tools to do good work. If he truly encountered that demonic beast tonight, he would slay the creature, no matter what. He couldn't afford to wait for the Demon Suppression Bureau officials to arrive. He tossed the black serpent scale into the air, his azure origin true force supporting both blade and scale. The fine threads wrapped around the heaven-opening blade's body moved like living creatures, coiling around the scale and continuously absorbing its essence. Wisps of white light scattered from the scale's surface, devoured by the threads, causing the blade's edge to surge with ghostly radiance and grow increasingly sharp. However, before long, the blade trembled slightly, the threads suddenly contracted, and the scale ceased its emanation. Gu Qingyu raised his hand, and the half-remaining black serpent scale, still being refined, fell into his palm. Always just a bit short, he sighed inwardly. After days of refinement, he could clearly sense that the heaven-opening blade had reached the threshold of some qualitative transformation, needing only one final step to enter the graded tier, yet this step remained frustratingly elusive. He sheathed the heaven-opening blade and glanced at the sky outside just past noon. Having been busy since last night, he should rest briefly. So he sat cross-legged again, circulated his azure origin energy, and after one complete cycle, his spirit revived and all fatigue vanished. The adjacent room remained quiet. Pingzi was still fast asleep. He quietly pushed open the door, washed the pork and vegetables he had bought that morning, and entered the long-and-used traditional earthen stove kitchen. Previously, with no one to care for, he often grabbed meals on the street, inexpensive and convenient, but now that Pingzi had arrived, he couldn't very well have her eating street food too. At this thought, he smiled wryly and picked up the spatula. His years of bachelorhood in both lives had at least taught him enough to avoid starvation. Adding firewood, lighting the flame, heating oil until fragrant, the aroma of scallions, ginger, and garlic quickly filled the air. Stir-frying, seasoning, braising. After considerable effort, a table of steaming hot dinner was finally ready. Gu Qingyu arranged the dishes on the table, then went to the main room. Pingzi had just awakened. "You're up? Come eat," he called gently. The girl had been somewhat drowsy, but upon seeing Gu Qingyu, she immediately became alert, hurriedly sitting up and looking around the unfamiliar room. As the strange surroundings flooded her vision, an indescribable sorrow suddenly welled up in her heart. Her lips trembled, and finally she burst into tears. Watching Pingzi cry while sitting on the bed, Gu Qingyu realized that the emotions she had been suppressing in her heart had finally erupted. He didn't know what to say, so he simply walked over slowly and gently touched Pingzi's head. The little girl's small body trembled slightly from crying, her worn clothes dampened and chilled by tears. After a long while, the sobbing finally subsided to quiet sniffles. When Pingzi was just sitting on the edge of the bed wiping her tears, Gu Qingyu softened his voice. "This will be your home from now on. Come on, get up. The food won't taste good if it gets cold." Pingzi looked up with red, swollen eyes, teardrops still clinging to her eyelashes. Suddenly, she threw herself into Gu Qingyu's arms, her small arms wrapping tightly around his waist as she burst into tears once more. Gu Qingyu was startled, then raised his hand to gently pat her thin back. "Don't cry anymore. I'll help you get revenge for your parents and Qianshan." "Really?" she asked through her sobs, looking up for confirmation. "Really?" Gu Qingyu nodded. Seeing her crying gradually subside, he patted her back twice more. "Come on, let's eat." At the dining table, the big man and little girl ate with their heads down, the clear sound of wooden spoons against bowls filling the silence. After the meal, as darkness fell, Gu Qingyu cleared the dishes while instructing. I have to keep watch tonight. If you get sleepy, just go back to bed. I won't return until morning. Pingzi responded softly. Don't wander off. Wait for me. Gu Qingyu carried the bowls and chopsticks to the courtyard, placing them in a wooden basin by the well, planning to wash them when he returned at dawn. As he turned around, Pingzi had quietly followed behind him. He smiled and waved. Go back to your room and wait for me peacefully. Pingzi nodded but still followed him a couple more steps with concern. Don't follow me. Go back quickly. His tone was gentle. Only then did Pingzi stop. Gu Qingyu gave her a reassuring smile, touched the heaven-opening blade at his waist, pushed open the courtyard gate, and strode quickly toward the direction of her former village. After last night, the village was noticeably quieter, with many people having fled to seek refuge elsewhere. The night wind carried a chill as Gu Qingyu stood guard on the dirt road leading to the southern woods, surrounded by complete silence. He wasn't sure when the demon beast would appear, so he waited patiently. Sir. A hoarse voice suddenly called out. An old man with white hair approached, carrying hot sweet potatoes. The old man wore patched hemp clothing, his dark skin deeply lined with wrinkles, yet he bore an honest smile. Old man, what's this? Gu Qingyu glanced at him. Sir, these are sweet potatoes I roasted for you. It's cold at night, and if you get hungry, they'll warm you up. The old man offered the sweet potatoes. Seeing the man's sincerity, he didn't refuse and accepted them with thanks. Thank you, old man. No need. We should be thanking you, sir. The old man waved his hands repeatedly, clearly knowing why this official was keeping watch here in the dead of night. Gu Qingyu smiled. It's late. You should go back and rest, old man. I'll go in a bit. The old man stood there, rubbing his hands together nervously, as if he had more to say. Is there something else? The old man quickly said. It's nothing really. I just wanted to ask. That demon beast from last night. Will it come again tonight? I'm not certain. It might come, or it might not. But if it does come, with me here, nothing will happen. Gu Qingyu answered calmly. These words put the old man's mind at ease. With you here, sir, this old man isn't worried. He chatted casually for a few more moments before leaving. Gu Qingyu tucked the still steaming sweet potatoes into his coat and continued his vigil. Rustle. Suddenly, rustling sounds came from deep within the woods, as if something was stepping on dead branches and pushing through dry grass. Gu Qingyu's gaze sharpened as he looked toward the dark forest. Had it come? A massive shadow slowly emerged from the forest. Gu Qingyu channeled his Tianyuan energy into his eyes, squinting as he finally made out the figurea, one-eyed wolf demon. Its left eye was gray and lifeless, clearly blind from birth, while its withered fur hung dull and matted. Though advanced in years, it lacked the sleek luster of younger wolf demons. Roar! The old wolf let out a low growl. Its sharp right eye locked firmly on Gu Qingyu. It caught the intense scent of blood emanating from him, far more enticing than the human it had hunted the night before. Remembering the taste of human flesh from last night, saliva began to drip from its maw. This was a second-tier demon beast, its intelligence no less than that of humans. It understood clearly that devouring the person before it would greatly enhance its cultivation, but it also knew this human would be far more difficult to handle than last night's prey. Gu Qingyu spoke, his voice cold and detached. Since you're a wolf demon, you're the one who killed Qian Shan last night, aren't you? The old wolf's single eye flashed with surprise. Who are you? How can I understand your words? Gu Qingyu offered no explanation. He had already mastered the technique for communicating with demon bias, a mysterious art similar to demon markings that only the beasts themselves could truly comprehend. Through his Tianyuan Turtle avatar, he had conversed multiple times with the water demons of Sambao River, eventually learning this skill. Just answer yes or no. The old wolf's panic subsided as it regained composure. You mean that fool with the blade who tried to hack at me last night? Humph, a pathetic weakling. If he hadn't foolishly stayed behind to save that human girl instead of fleeing, I might not have been able to devour him. At this, it couldn't help but lick its fangs, droplets of saliva falling as it continued. Though I must admit, his flesh was quite delicious. Having received his answer, Gu Qingyu said nothing more. Clang! The Kaitian blade at his waist sang from its sheath, steel flashing as a fierce blade Qi howled toward the old wolf. The wolf's right eye contracted sharply, detecting the disturbance in the air. Its powerful legs launched it skyward, evading the blade Qi before it pounced toward Gu Qingyu with claws extended. Missing his first strike, Gu Qingyu's expression remained unchanged. Qing Yuan energy surged into his legs as his stance suddenly dropped lower. Gripping his blade handle tightly, he waited for the wolf to close in. As the massive form lunged within range, blade raised, stepped forward. Strike! Gu Qingyu roared, his feet pounding the ground in rapid succession. Thud! 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 3 heavy impacts left deep footprints in the earth. With the third step planted firmly, his momentum reached its peak, and he explosively launched himself forward. Whoosh! His entire form flashed through the air like a phantom, gripping the blade in his hand. Only a flash of cold steel could be seen as he faced the leaping wolf, thrusting upward with tremendous force. Flash! The blade sliced along the wolf's belly, spraying blood in an arc through the air. At the same time, the old wolf's claws whistled down, striking directly at Gu Qingyu's face. Qingyu in armor. Buzz blue light instantly enveloped Gu Qingyu. Crack! The claws struck heavily against the armor's surface, sparks flying everywhere. Though the armor blocked the devastating blow, its glow was noticeably dimmer than before. The old wolf had intended to trade injury for injury, but the unexpected appearance of the Qingyuan armor left its claws unable to penetrate the defense, while it suffered a vicious slash in return. Human and wolf shadows crossed in midair before crashing to the ground almost simultaneously. Roar! The old wolf growled low in pain, while Gu Qingyu frowned slightly. He could clearly see that his heaven splitter strike had cut through skin and flesh but hadn't reached bone. The old wolf licked its wound with its tongue, and the blood quickly coagulated, stanching the flow. More terrifyingly, after licking the blood, a crazed, bloodthirsty gleam appeared in the wolf's right eye. Nice blade, good speed too. A hoarse voice emerged from the wolf's throat. Before the words had finished, the wolf's form became a blur, ghostly light emanating from its claws as it suddenly closed in. If this strike landed, it would cause at least several dozen centimeters of tearing wounds. Too fast. Gu Qingyu's heart tightened. So this is a second-tier demon beast? Without time to think further, he frantically channeled Qingyuan energy into his legs. The mud beneath his feet exploded as he leaped into the air. Bang! The wolf's claws struck empty air, scattering dirt clods everywhere. Roar! Enraged by missing its target, the old wolf spun around, fangs gleaming menacingly, using the rebound momentum to leap up and bite at Gu Qingyu, who was suspended in midair with nowhere to find leverage. Seeking death, Gu Qingyu's expression turned ice-cold. Unable to dodge, he could only use his downward momentum, gripping Tianyuan with both hands and pouring all his vital energy and Qingyuan power into it. Whoosh! The black wind blade technique cut through the air, several meters of blade energy accompanied by howling wind. Black wind blade strike. He glared down as he chopped. The old wolf had been wary of this technique and suddenly twisted its waist, narrowly dodging to one side. As Gu Qingyu landed and tried to recover from his blade stance, the wolf shadow was already streaking along the ground toward him. Swoosh! It arrived in the blink of an eye. Gu Qingyu was horrified. He had just caught his breath when this beast seized the opening. With nowhere to flee, he could only activate the Qingyuan armor again. Buzz! Blue light flared. Bang! A mountain-like impact struck the armor, the thunderous sound echoing. Though the armor absorbed most of the force, Gu Qingyu was still sent flying and crashed heavily to the ground. Puff! His chest churned, and he suppressed the metallic taste, secretly shocked by the terror of a second-tier demon beast. He looked up to see the old wolf standing not far away, panting heavily, its wound still gruesome, but no longer bleeding. The gap in strength was painfully obvious. Before he could think deeper, he saw that the old wolf was moving again. Although the old wolf was blind in one eye, this didn't hinder its formidable strength. With incredibly rich combat experience, it excelled at seizing every opportunity and never gave its enemies a moment to catch their breath. Gu Qingyu had just been knocked back and hadn't even managed to steady his footing when the howling sound of rushing wind filled his ears again. The old wolf was charging forward with tremendous momentum, giving him no chance to recover. His gaze sharpened as his chest heaved violently, but there was no time to dodge. He could only watch helplessly as those gleaming wolf claws closed in on him. The old wolf crouched low, coldly observing the human before it, sneering inwardly. This strike would tear his opponent apart on the spot. More importantly, the blood and qi flowing through this person's body was far more vigorous than that corpse from last night. The taste would surely be much better. Just one zhang away. Right as the wolf claws were about to reach Gu Qingyu, a massive black shadow suddenly intervened. Clang! A dull crash like metal striking stone exploded through the air. The old wolf felt as if its claws had struck solid rock, its finger bones aching from the impact. Alarmed, it suddenly sensed a powerful wind gathering above its head and instinctively pushed off the boulder before it, rolling backward to retreat. Boom! Where it had just been standing, a palm strike created a pit half a person's width deep, mud splattering everywhere as the wolf's fur stood on end. The old wolf's right eye widened as it finally made out the black shadow blocking Gu Qingyuan enormous turtle. A turtle demon, the old wolf gasped in bewilderment. Turtles should dwell in water, yet here one stood boldly in the wilderness, completely beyond the wolf's understanding. Master, I'm here. Tianyuan Turtle raised its shell and spoke to Gu Qingyu in a deep voice. Gu Qingyu's heart finally relaxed. He had narrowly escaped death but couldn't help complaining. Your timing was perfect, but next time if you're this late, don't bother coming at all. Tianyuan Turtle shrank its head back, voice tinged with panic. Master, I'm not used to land environments, so I was delayed. Please don't blame me. Gu Qingyu nodded understandingly. Seeing its pitiful expression, he could only console it. All right, I'm not blaming you. Really. Tianyuan Turtle's dejection vanished instantly, breaking into a smile as it stepped forward to shield him, glaring intently at the old wolf. Master, is this the wolf demon you mentioned? That's right, Gu Qingyu confirmed. Actually, before coming to keep watch tonight, he had already communicated with Tianyuan Turtle, asking it to come early and help him fight the wolf demon. After all, the Tianyuan Turtle was his greatest trump card against the second-tier wolf demon. Gu Qingyu understood this clearly. Although he had already reached the 10th level of body tempering, and combined with the Qingyuan energy within him and his mastered Black Wind Blade technique, his overall strength was sufficient to contend with opponents at the first level of Qi cultivation. The second-tier early-stage wolf demon before him would normally require at least a 4th-level Qi cultivation expert to handle. After all, demon beasts of the same realm were far more formidable than human martial artists. The Tianyuan Turtle could no longer contain itself, a fierce glint appearing on its turtle face. Master, that wolf demon nearly killed you just now. May I attack now? Yes. Gu Qingyu nodded and reminded. It's extremely fast, don't let it escape. Understood. This being its first truly independent battle, the Tianyuan Turtle felt both nervous and excited. Kill. Gu Qingyu's command rang out. Whoosh. The Tianyuan Turtle's form flashed, its speed matching that of the old wolf. Roar. The old wolf warily watched this suddenly aggressive turtle demon, and seeing it pounce, could only hastily dodge to the side. Don't run. The Tianyuan Turtle growled, Qingyuan energy surging in its palm as a strand of pale green energy wrapped around the old wolf's hind leg like a chain. The wolf demon had just leaped a few steps when it was suddenly yanked back. Thud. Its massive body crashed down from midair, kicking up dust. While Gu Qingyu could also project Qingyuan energy externally, he was far from capable of such feats. The Qingyuan energy within him wasn't even 1/10 of the Tianyuan Turtle's, and such consumption would exhaust him. At this moment, however, the Tianyuan Turtle had no such concerns. It stepped beside the old wolf and raised its claw to seize it. Seeing this, the old wolf threw caution to the wind, opening its fangs to lunge directly at its opponent's head. Wanna bite me? The Tianyuan Turtle snorted coldly, its shell flashing with green light. Bang! The wolf's fangs struck the Qingyuan armor, sparking. Roar! Blood sprayed from the corners of the old wolf's mouth, several fangs shaken loose and falling out, its right eye filled with terror. Its sharpest teeth had been shattered by the rebound force. Taking advantage of the wolf demon's daze, the Tianyuan Turtle grabbed its hind leg with one hand, preparing to swing it and slam it hard against the ground. Wait! The old wolf hastily called out. What? The Tianyuan Turtle paused, puzzled. You're a demon too. Why are you helping a human? We're the same kind. I'm not the same kind as you. The Tianyuan Turtle shook its head. If not for my master, I would have died long ago, never gained consciousness, let alone become what you call a demon. My master created me and granted me everything me name is Tianyuan. With these words, it hesitated no more, swinging the hind leg in an arc. Crash! The old wolf was battered senseless. The Tianyuan Turtle swung again, and the old wolf, terrified out of its wits, tried to shout, wait a moment. Crash! Wait a! Crash! After countless slams, the wolf demon was barely breathing, its bones shattered throughout. All right, that's enough. Gu Qingyu finally spoke. Master. The Tianyuan Turtle looked reluctantly at the one-eyed old wolf, now nearly reduced to pulp, before finally releasing its hind leg. Leave the rest to me. Gu Qingyu drew the heaven-opening blade from his waist, its edge gleaming coldly. Hand raised, blade fell. Flash. The wolf's head rolled away. Ding. One-eyed old wolf slain. Ding. Growth points gained, 5. Ding. Evolution points gained, 10. Meanwhile, whether Gu Qingyu hadn't seen clearly or for some other reason, he felt as though something within the old wolf's body had been absorbed by the heaven-opening blade in his hand. The already exceptionally sharp blade now seemed to be coated with a ghostly luminous sheen. Without time to ponder this further, Gu Qingyu sheathed his blade and turned his attention to the Tianyuan Turtle beside him, instructing, return to Sambao River first, and be careful on the way, don't let anyone spot you. Yes, master. The Tianyuan Turtle nodded in acknowledgement and glided along the eastern waterway, soon disappearing into the night. After confirming the turtle had gone far enough, Gu Qingyu bent down to examine the wolf demon's corpse. Once he finished his inspection, he retrieved a signal flare from his waist and fired it skyward. Bang! The crimson light pierced through the night, illuminating half the forest. His colleagues from the yamen followed the light, their torches casting anxious shadows across their faces. Damn it! Why does this demon beast keep targeting the same village? Hurry up, how is Qingyu? Don't jinx it, I'm just worried that because of what happened at Qian Mountain. Before the speaker could finish, everyone quickened their pace, their footsteps crushing fallen leaves with continuous crackling sounds. At the flare's landing point, Gu Qingyu stood alone in the blood-stained clearing. Though his clothes were torn, his expression remained remarkably composed. At his feet lay the massive corpse of the wolf demon. Qingyu. Everyone stopped in their tracks, frozen in place. Old Wu pushed forward from the back, about to speak, when Gu Qingyu kicked the wolf's head toward him. Gu Qingyu grinned. The body's too heavy for me to move alone. Perfect timing for you all to help. Old Wu, both shocked and delighted, gave him a light kick. You little rascal, well done. The wolf demon's corpse was eventually dragged back to the yamen by their combined efforts. Though the cleanup was tedious, Gu Qingyu didn't stay, returning home alone instead. The city's night watchman struck the 5th watch, the crisp sound echoing through the damp night misty hour, when night and day exchanged places. Gu Qingyu pulled his robes closer and stepped into his courtyard, but stopped at the doorway. On the dim threshold, Pingzi was curled up against the door frame, her small hands wrapped around her knees, her entire body trembling slightly from the cold. The night wind was damp, and tiny droplets had condensed on the stray hairs across her forehead. Gu Qingyu frowned and removed his official uniform, gently draping it over her shoulders. Despite his careful movements, Pingzi still woke up. She rubbed her eyes, and upon seeing the familiar face, immediately broke into a smile. You're back. It's so late. Why are you sitting on the threshold? Gu Qingyu asked softly. I was waiting for you. Didn't I tell you to wait for me inside? His tone carried a hint of reproach as he grasped her ice-cold little hands. Are you cold? Not cold. Pingzi shook her head, but he scoffed lightly. And you call this not cold? He took her hand and turned around. Come on, let's go inside. Pingzi clutched the clothes draped over her and bounced along behind him. Hearing her barely suppressed giggles, Gu Qingyu glanced back at her and curved his lips slightly. You seem quite happy? Instead of answering, Pingzi asked in return, is that demon beast dead? Dead. Gu Qingyu shook the blood off his blade and smiled. Mission accomplished. I severed its head with one strike. Upon hearing this, Pingzi stopped in his tracks. Noticing something was amiss, Gu Qingyu called out, what's wrong? Can you teach me martial arts? Pingzi raised his head, his gaze filled with determination. What do you want to learn martial arts for? Gu Qingyu raised an eyebrow. I want to kill demons too. Pingzi clenched his fists, speaking rapidly but with unwavering resolve. Gu Qingyu chuckled and reminded him. Training isn't easy, it's very demanding. I'm not afraid. Gu Qingyu paused for a moment, then confirmed again. Are you truly decided? Pingzi nodded vigorously. Yes. All right, I agree. As soon as the words left his mouth, there was a thud as Pingzi dropped to his knees, his small face serious. Master, please accept this disciple's bow. After speaking, he properly kowed out several times. Gu Qingyu couldn't help but smile. Where did you learn all this? Isn't this how one becomes a disciple? That's what the storyteller at the tea house said. Pingzi wrinkled his nose, looking completely bewildered. Inside the room, lamplight flickered. Just as Gu Qingyu settled into his chair, Pingzi ran in carrying a cup of water. Master, I remembered the storyteller saying that becoming a disciple requires offering tea, but we have no tea leaves at home, so I could only bring plain water. Gu Qingyu waved his hand. No need. These formalities are too troublesome. Since this is my first time taking a disciple, let's keep it simple. Oh, Pingzi nodded, took away the cup, then asked again. Master, when do I start training in martial arts? No rush. I have my own arrangements. Go sleep in the side room first. All right. After Pingzi left, the room fell quiet. Gu Qingyu leaned back in his chair, clearing his mind for a moment, then opened the beast taming system interface. Host, Gu Qingyu. Level, 10. Remaining lifespan, 15 years. Growth points, 5. Evolution points, 10. Skills, Black Wind Blade Technique max level, Qingyuan Armor level 2, Qingyuan level 3, Qianquan level 2. Tamed Beast, Tianyuan Turtle. Level, 10. Skills, Black Wind Blade Technique max level, Qingyuan Armor level 2, Qingyuan level 3, Qianquan level 2. 10 evolution points were just enough to upgrade one level 2 skill to level 3. The remaining level 2 skills were Qingyuan Armor and Qianquan. Recalling his battle with the second-tier demon beast, the Old Wolf, Qingyuan Armor had saved his life. Without that protective layer, he would have been killed by the wolf's claws long ago. With this in mind, he didn't hesitate to invest all his evolution points into Qingyuan Armor. Ding. Consume 10 evolution points to upgrade skill Qingyuan Armor. Yes. Ding. Upgrade successful. Qingyuan Armor level 3. As power surged through him, he clearly felt the armor becoming more substantial, its defense significantly enhanced. The Qingyuan consumption when activated also increased accordingly, but it was completely worth it. Now, if he encountered that old wolf again, it would be absolutely impossible for it to shake him in the slightest. He opened his eyes to find daylight had arrived, with morning light streaming through the window. Just then, knocking came from outside the main gate, along with Old Wu's hoarse voice. Qingyu, are you home? The chief wants you to come back to the yamen with me. The chief wants to see me? Gu Qingyu's heart stirred, and without much thought, he knew it was likely related to that wolf demon. All right, I'll go right away. As soon as he finished speaking, he reached for the heaven-opening blade on the table, deftly fastened it to his waist, and pushed the door open. Master, the side room door creaked open, and Pingzi poked her head out. Gu Qingyu paused, casually pulled out a piece of broken silver from his spatial storage and tossed it to her. Nothing serious. I'm just going to the yamen to handle some business. Take this for now, and if you get hungry, go to the food stall at the street corner to grab something to eat. Pingzi caught the silver, nodding seriously with her small face. At the courtyard gate, Old Wu was waiting. Little Pingzi, Old Wu called toward the house, then raised an eyebrow at Gu Qingyu. She calls you master? Gu Qingyu smiled and patted his blade handle. She wants to learn martial arts, so I agreed for now. She's still young and her frame hasn't fully developed yet, so there's no rush. True enough. Old Wu nodded approvingly and gestured for him to go ahead. Let's go. The two entered the yamen and headed straight for the investigation office. Inside, Chief Li sat behind his desk, his complexion paler than usual and his breathing somewhat irregular. Chief, you wanted to see me? Gu Qingyu cupped his hands in greeting, then frowned. Your injuries haven't fully healed yet. Chief Li waved his hand dismissively and got straight to the point. Did you kill that second-tier wolf demon? Yes. I examined the corpse. All its internal organs were shattered by tremendous force, as if it had suffered a heavy impact before death. What happened? I don't know. Gu Qingyu replied calmly. Chief Li stared at him, his brow slightly furrowed. Gu Qingyu's composure was unnaturally steady, clearly concealing something, but Chief Li ultimately chose not to press further. What's your current cultivation level? 10th level of body tempering. What? Chief Li suddenly stood up, looking at him in disbelief. Are you certain you're not mistaken? It's been less than a month since you slayed that succubus, and you've gone from the 6th level to the 10th level of body tempering? That speed would rival even the most exceptional geniuses in the Great Wei. Gu Qingyu nodded. I don't think I'm wrong. Chief Li remained silent for a long while, his gaze sweeping over him. He could see that Gu Qingyu's aura was indeed more substantial and stable, clearly more refined than someone at the 9th level of body tempering. Remembering what that old Taoist had mentioned about the death and rebirth opportunity, he couldn't help but sigh. It seems you truly gained great fortune from that brush with death. Gu Qingyu didn't deny it. He naturally had to continue using the excuse the old Taoist had given him before, otherwise his rapid improvement in strength would indeed be difficult to explain. Constable Li pondered for a moment before speaking again. I was already shocked by how quickly your strength has improved, but what I never expected was that you actually stepped into the legendary 10th level of body tempering. The 10th level of body tempering that only exists in legends. Gu Qingyu's heart trembled slightly, as if he had grasped some incredible secret. Constable Li nodded, his tone somber. When you said you had reached the 10th level of body tempering, my first reaction was that you had mistaken your realm, because today's martial artists have no concept of a 10th level at all. Gu Qingyu frowned. Recalling his predecessor's memories, he indeed had never heard of the 10th level of body tempering. Constable Li continued explaining. This realm only appeared in ancient times. Back then, martial warriors would temper their skin and bones, using secret techniques to forge their blood and qi. Only then could they ascend to the 10th level, which was called the perfection of body tempering. However, even in ancient times, not everyone could achieve perfection. After that great calamity, no one in the world has ever stepped into this realm again. Yet I never expected that you would accomplish it. At this point, he looked at Gu Qingyu with complex eyes, his words coming to an abrupt halt. Only then did Gu Qingyu truly understand that the other party's surprise wasn't just about his meteoric progress, but more about that long-extinct perfect realm. I see. Gu Qingyu pondered silently. How did you break through? Constable Li couldn't help but ask, but as soon as the words left his mouth, he waved his hand self-mockingly. Forget it, better not to say. Gu Qingyu stood silently beside him. Even if the other party continued pressing, he couldn't explain the existence of growth points. Should he confess everything? Obviously impossible. After a long while, Constable Li solemnly warned. Remember, never mention the 10th level of body tempering to outsiders in the future. Gu Qingyu met his gaze and immediately understood the stakes involved. In this era where the concept of the 10th level no longer existed, once word got out, countless people would covet and spy on him. He understood all too well the principle that an innocent man becomes guilty when he possesses a treasure. I understand. Constable Li nodded, then changed the subject. Since you've reached this realm, Ping'an County's office can't contain you. It so happens that officials from the Demon Suppression Bureau will arrive in the coming days, and I'll recommend you to them. I've already spoken with the county captain, so when the time comes, just go with the people from the Demon Suppression Bureau. Gu Qingyu's heart surged as he cupped his hands and bowed. Thank you, Chief. Constable Li smiled and patted his shoulder. Since you call me Chief, I naturally consider you my own brother. Chief. Old Wu's urgent voice suddenly came from outside the courtyard. Moments later, he rushed into the room, breathlessly reporting. 3 people have arrived outside, saying they're from the Demon Suppression Bureau. Ping'an County. In a courtyard in the eastern part of the city, the Tianyuan demon was dead. The jujube tree's branches and leaves swayed, and moonlight cast mottled shadows on the ground. Beneath the tree's shadow, an ink-black vortex silently emerged, spreading rapidly like ink dropped on white paper. At the center of the vortex, black mist gathered and took shape, revealing a bald old monk in black robes with ritual scars covering his head, materializing in the night. In the old monk's palm floated a palm-sized light shadow that looked almost identical to the demon wolf that had just died, except it was dim throughout, devoid of life, like a lingering wisp of death energy. Have the people from the Demon Suppression Bureau arrived? A hoarse old woman's voice suddenly echoed from the ancient well in the courtyard, carrying the sound of water. No. The old monk withdrew his gaze and answered calmly. It wasn't killed by someone from the Demon Suppression Bureau. Then who was it? The voice from the well carried a hint of wariness. Someone who is already dead. A slight smile tugged at the corner of the old monk's mouth. A dead person, yet his hands can still move. The well fell silent, clearly not understanding, but didn't ask further. The old monk continued his instructions. The people from the Demon Suppression Bureau are already on their way. You can seek revenge if you wish, but don't forget to deal with them as well while you're at it. The voice from the well hesitated for a moment. Why are you drawing the Demon Suppression Bureau here? I originally wanted to borrow their power to deal with the Tianyuan demon. The old monk gently caressed the remnant soul in his palm. Since the Tianyuan demon has already been slain by someone else, let's use the Demon Suppression Bureau people as nourishment instead. One Demon Suppression Bureau expert is worth 100 ordinary people. A cold laugh came from the well. When should I make my move? Now. As his words fell, the old monk's form dissolved into a pool of ink-like black shadow, slowly merging into the existing shadows beneath the jujube tree. At the same time, the well mouth erupted with rolling black qi and malevolent energy like a black tide, rapidly filling the entire courtyard. Roof tiles, wall corners, and even the jujube tree leaves were all shrouded in a layer of gray-black mist. Pingan County. The county yamen. Lanterns cast red light along the corridors, and documents piled up like mountains. Constable Chief Li touched his injured ribs and coughed slightly. Come, follow me to greet them. Gu Qingyu was quick to react, stepping forward to support him as they hurried toward the main gate of the yamen. Outside the yamen, 3 men in black fitted clothing stood in formation, wearing regulation long swords at their waists, their faces bearing the distinctive stern aura of the Demon Suppression Bureau. The county magistrate and county captain wore respectful smiles as they personally attended to them. Seeing Constable Chief Li appear, the county captain quickly bowed and gestured. Honored sirs, this is our county's chief constable, Li Dongsheng. He was injured while hunting demons and arrived late. Please forgive him. No matter. The lead Demon Suppression Bureau official waved dismissively, his face expressionless and gaze sharp. Constable Chief Li broke free from Gu Qingyu's support, steadied himself, and clasped his fists. This humble officer Li Dongsheng pays respects to the 3 honored sirs. Among the 3, one stepped forward half a pace, his voice cold. You are Pingan County's chief constable? We heard there was a second-tier demon beast causing trouble in the county. Where is that demon beast now? Constable Chief Li nodded truthfully. That demon beast has already been slain. What? The lead official frowned. A second-tier demon beast is not something ordinary martial artists can kill. What exactly happened? A mysterious expert appeared and struck like lightning, slaying the demon beast on the spot. Constable Chief Li's expression remained composed, and his tone natural, showing no trace of fear. Gu Qingyu listened with a start, then understood. Constable Chief Li was covering for her. If he truly said she alone had slain the old wolf, it would inevitably expose that she had already reached the 10th level of body tempering. If she were to tell these 3 that she had single-handedly slain the old wolf, it would inevitably expose the fact that she had already reached the 10th level of body tempering. The 10th heaven of body tempering, though Constable Li hadn't elaborated, Gu Qingyu understood what this meant. The body tempering realm, known as the Foundation Realm, served as the bedrock upon which all future cultivation would grow. A stable foundation could support a towering edifice, while an unstable one would cause even a humble cottage to teeter precariously. Anyone would covet a body-tempering 10th heaven practitioner who had refined their foundation to the absolute limit. Where there was envy, trouble inevitably followed. Constable Li had clearly anticipated this, which was why he deliberately concealed Gu Qingyu's true abilities. What wasn't mentioned couldn't be known. Since the wolf demon was already dead, casually fabricating a mysterious figure would leave no trace for others to investigate. As for the constables in the yamen who knew the truth, they were all under Constable Li's command, and as long as he kept silent, none would dare cross their superior. Outside the county yamen, 3 Demon Suppression Bureau executors arrived on horseback. The black-armored man in the lead surveyed the bloodstains in the courtyard, his frown deepening. A mysterious figure? This humble officer knows nothing more. Constable Li replied with a calm expression and steady heartbeat. Gu Qingyu secretly observed with admiration. Compared to this, his own small deceptions were like children playing house. The black-armored man pondered for a moment before asking, "Where is the wolf demon's corpse?" "Inside the yamen." "Please follow me, sir." Constable Li gestured for them to proceed. The group passed through the corridor and entered a room where the decapitated old wolf lay neatly arranged on a cold wooden platform. The blood had been cleaned away, but the severed neck remained grotesquely visible. The three Demon Suppression Bureau members bent down to examine it. Gray-white fur, residual demonic energy, definitely a second-tier demon beast. Its internal organs had been crushed and mangled by tremendous force. Only a close-range heavy blow could have caused such injuries. With such methods, apart from the legendary mysterious figure, they could think of no other explanation. After completing their examination, the lead man retrieved his investigation talisman. Since the second-tier wolf demon has been eliminated, we need not linger. Just as he finished speaking, Constable Lee stepped forward and cupped his fists. Wait, honored sirs. The black-armored man turned back. What else is there? Constable Lee pushed Gu Qingyu forward. This man is a constable of Ping'an County who has reached the 9th heaven of body tempering and is not yet 25 years old. I humbly request that you three sirs recommend him to join the Demon Suppression Bureau. Only then did the three Demon Suppression Bureau members take a closer look at Gu Qingyu. The young man wore ordinary clothes, yet couldn't conceal the aura of battle that clung to him, and the rope at his waist still bore fragments of wolf fur. How old are you? Gu Qingyu cupped his fists. Reporting to you, sir, I am just over 20. The three exchanged glances, surprise evident in their eyes. To stand at the peak of the 9th heaven of body tempering at just over 20 years old even within the Demon Suppression Bureau, this could be considered genius-level talent. With this realization, their expressions softened considerably, and their tone became gentler. Your cultivation level and age indeed meet the standards for joining the Demon Suppression Bureau. Are you willing to accompany us to the Demon Suppression Bureau? This humble officer is willing. The three men looked at Gu Qingyu before them, their faces brightening with smiles. Since Gu Qingyu was willing to join the Demon Suppression Bureau, the next procedures would follow naturally. They needed to take his household registration records and thoroughly investigate his background according to protocol to prevent the Bureau from sending duplicate personnel. Gu Qingyu nodded in agreement, saying, as it should be. Very well. One of them turned to Constable Lee, his tone more courteous than before due to Gu Qingyu's cooperation. Since this young brother is willing to join the Demon Suppression Bureau, we're in no hurry to leave. Please have the county magistrate bring his household registration. The county magistrate hastily bowed with cupped hands, referring to himself as this humble official, and respectfully replied, This humble official has already prepared everything. Please wait a moment, my lords. He then personally turned and entered the government office. Gu Qingyu watched the county magistrate's retreating figure with secret amazement. These three men before him showed no signs of high rank or nobility, yet the county magistrate acted so subserviently before them, revealing that the Demon Suppression Bureau's status in the Great Wei Dynasty was far higher than he had imagined. Before long, the county magistrate returned carrying a yellow paper thread-bound booklet containing clear records from his ancestral origins through 8 generations, his parents' names, and even whether he had a wife and children. Since Gu Qingyu was unmarried, that section naturally remained blank. Three lords, this is Master Gu's household registration. The county magistrate presented it with both hands. Gu Qingyu was surprised by how quickly the county magistrate had changed his form of address, and looking up, he met the man's kindly gaze. He hastily cupped his hands in thanks. Thank you, county magistrate. The county magistrate also returned the gesture. Master Gu is too kind. When you rise to great heights in the future, don't forget this humble official. I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. Gu Qingyu responded repeatedly. Suddenly, an exclamation of surprise interrupted the pleasantries. It came from the Demon Suppression Bureau official who was examining the booklet. What is it? The other two immediately moved closer. Look at this. The man spread open the booklet and pointed to a particular line with his finger. Heaven's severed fate. The other two caught sight of the characters and couldn't help but cry out. Seeing this, Gu Qingyu's heart sank. The booklet recorded his own background, so Heaven's severed fate naturally referred to him. Suppressing his confusion, he spoke up. Three lords, what is Heaven's severed fate? The three men exchanged glances, their expressions complex, and one of them sighed softly. What a pity. Gu Qingyu's brow furrowed deeper. Don't just sigh. What exactly does Heaven's severed fate mean? The man pondered for a moment, then still chose to tell the truth. This fate is extremely rare, recorded since ancient times. Those who possess this fate almost without exception die young. Die young? Gu Qingyu pressed. Correct. The other nodded, then added, Heaven's severed fate is like some kind of curse. Those who bear it must face a life-or-death calamity before age 30 and most cannot survive it. So this is actually a fate of early death. Hasn't anyone ever lived past 30? Of course they have. As long as one can survive that life-or-death tribulation, living to 30 or even 100 becomes effortless. From then on, everything flows smoothly with extraordinary fortune. If they embark on cultivation, success comes naturally in all endeavors. However, the problem is that out of 100 people with the heaven-severed fate, Not even one typically survives that life-or-death tribulation. At this point, the gray-robed middle-aged man paused slightly, his gaze instinctively drifting toward Gu Qingyu at the center of the crowd. As his eyes settled there, everyone suddenly realized the so-called heaven-severed fate referred to this young man. Constable Li frowned and stepped forward, lowering his voice to ask, "What exactly is this life-or-death tribulation?" The gray-robed man spread his hands and shook his head. "It's hard to say. Some die from murder, others succumb to severe illness, and still others meet purely accidental deaths." Severe illness? Constable Li seemed to suddenly remember something, a flash of recollection crossing his eyes. "Then it appears Qingyu has already passed through his life-or-death tribulation." "What?" The gray-robed man was stunned. Constable Li pondered for a moment, then recounted before everyone how Gu Qingyu's life essence had been damaged not long ago, leaving him with only 7 days to live, yet he had miraculously survived in the end. The three visitors from the Demon Suppression Bureau exchanged glances, surprise appearing on all their faces simultaneously. "Is this truly what happened?" one of them asked urgently. "Absolutely." Constable Li nodded solemnly. "Excellent, excellent." The leading warrior from the Demon Suppression Bureau became so excited that his cheeks flushed red. He immediately reached out and grasped Gu Qingyu's shoulder. "Young brother, there's no time to waste. Come with me to the Yunzhou Demon Suppression Bureau today to report for duty." The moment he was grasped, Gu Qingyu clearly felt the man's irrepressible joy. He quickly understood why the gray-robed man had already explained clearly how smoothly cultivation would proceed for someone with heaven-severed fate who managed to overcome their life-or-death tribulation. Initially, he had no concept of what extremely smooth meant, but seeing the Demon Suppression Bureau warrior's reaction, he finally grasped the true weight behind those words. Just as Gu Qingyu was about to respond, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted from the east, like heavy thunder crashing to earth. Everyone stopped what they were doing and simultaneously looked eastward. "Ghostly aura?" the three men from the Demon Suppression Bureau exclaimed in unison. In the eastern district of Ping'an County, inky black miasma shot straight into the sky like a suddenly unfurled curtain, instantly shrouding half the heavens in darkness. The dark Qi appeared without warning, yet spread in the blink of an eye. Sinister winds carried the putrid stench of human skin and parchment, sending chills down one's spine. How could there be ghostly aura over there? The three exchanged glances, their brows furrowing simultaneously. In the next moment, they broke into a run, their footsteps pounding against the stone-paved road as they raced toward the eastern district. "Honorable sirs." At the county office entrance, the county magistrate watched as the three men dropped their scrolls and rushed out of the building. He called out urgently, but they didn't even turn back, disappearing around the street corner in an instant. The magistrate turned anxiously to find Constable Li. "Constable Li, why has ghostly aura erupted in the eastern district?" Li Dongxing's expression was grave, a deep vertical line creasing between his brows. "I don't know." The magistrate's face darkened. "You are the head constable of Ping'an County, responsible for the safety within our borders. Now such intense ghostly aura surges from the eastern district, yet you claim ignorance." Li Dongxing merely frowned slightly and said nothing more, clearly unwilling to elaborate. Seeing his attitude, the magistrate's anger flared even more. Li Dongxing repeatedly showed him no respect. If not for the fact that he was the only Qi cultivation realm expert in all of Ping'an County, he would have thrown this head constable out of the office long ago. "Li Dongxing, this is your negligence," the magistrate rebuked coldly. Though he knew of Li Dongxing's martial prowess, he was confident that his superior official rank gave him some leverage to cause trouble. Gu Qingyu, standing nearby, noticed the magistrate's hostility directed at Constable Li and quickly stepped forward to mediate. "Magistrate, sir, Ping'an County has been plagued by strange incidents lately. Sudden developments are hardly unusual. It's perfectly normal for our chief to be unaware of the details. Please show understanding, sir." The magistrate's expression softened slightly upon hearing this. He knew that Gu Qingyu would very likely join the Demon Suppression Bureau soon. Once that happened, her status would be even more prestigious than his as county magistrate, and her future prospects immeasurable. As they say, if not for the monk's sake, then for Buddha's. Gu Qingyu served under Constable Li, and their bond ran deep. It wouldn't be appropriate for him to continue pressuring Li in her presence. With this in mind, he forced a smile. "Qingyu speaks wisely. I was momentarily anxious, worried for the people's safety, which made my words rather harsh." Gu Qingyu quickly nodded. "We all understand your concern for the people, magistrate sir." "Ah, I'm glad you understand." The magistrate sighed, letting the matter drop. Before he finished speaking, another deafening roar thundered from the east. Boom. Everyone looked up in unison as the ghostly aura in the sky surged once more, the black mist swelling as if to devour all of Ping'an County into the netherworld. Old Wu instinctively gripped the hilt of his blade, staring at Constable Li in terror. "Chief, look." He had been serving as a constable for quite some years now. He had seen family massacres, encountered malevolent spirits, faced water demons, and even witnessed the gruesome dismemberment cases from years past. But this overwhelming ghostly aura filling the sky made him tremble with fear. Gu Qingyu looked up to see the dark, sinister mist rolling rapidly across the blue sky, like storm clouds whipped by fierce winds. He had never witnessed ghostly energy on such a massive scale. His instincts told him one thing: this was beyond any mortal's ability to handle. Captain Li also raised his head, and within mere moments, the ghostly aura had doubled in scope. His brow furrowed deeply as his chest rose and fell, aggravated by old injuries. The surrounding constables turned pale, instinctively crowding closer to him. Captain Li was the only Qi cultivation realm expert in the county office, and despite his serious injuries, he remained their last pillar of strength. Captain, this ghostly aura. What could possibly create such a massive disturbance? Gu Qingyu felt as if a stone pressed against his heart, his voice tight with tension. I don't know, Captain Li replied in a low voice. Before he finished speaking, a series of blood-curdling screams suddenly erupted from the eastern district, shrill as tearing fabric. Immediately after, a thunderous roar shook half the city. Old ghost. How dare you harm people right under the nose of our demon suppression bureau, seeking death. Old ghost. Gu Qingyu's eyebrows jumped. Something capable of stirring up dark energy across the entire sky was being called merely an old ghost. The sound of fierce combat echoed from the eastern district, fists and feet clashing thunderously, roof tiles flying. But after just a moment, everything suddenly fell into deathly silence. Captain, the sounds have stopped. Could it be that the officials from the Demon Suppression Bureau have dealt with it? One constable whispered tentatively. Captain Li didn't respond, instead staring fixedly overhead. The dark energy expanded even more violently, like ink spilled on paper, spreading all the way to their county office. Sunlight was instantly devoured, turning day to dusk. Roosters crowed and dogs barked in succession. Sparrows on the branches flew about in panic, and the entire county seemed to descend into chaos in an instant. Captain, look! Gu Qingyu suddenly raised his hand, pointing toward the eastern district. Several shadows could be seen drifting through the dark energy, moving as fast as torn cloth in the wind. The leading shadow descended into the county office, the dark form condensing into a hideous old ghost. The old ghost swung its claws, shrieking as it lunged toward the group. A bone-chilling cold penetrated their skin and seeped into their marrow. Clang! Gu Qingyu drew his blade like lightning, the sword light cutting through the darkness. Accompanied by a piercing wail, the old ghost was cleaved apart with a single strike. Ding! Ghost puppet slain. Ding! Growth points gained, 0.1. Ghost puppet. Gu Qingyu's heart jolted. He had no idea what this term meant, but watched as the ghost puppet dissolved into black smoke and instantly dissipated. Captain, didn't you think that old ghost looked somewhat familiar? Familiar? Captain Li glanced sideways. Where have you seen it before? Gu Qingyu shook his head but continued trying to remember. Suddenly his eyes lit up. I remember now, Lanshan Village. Captain Li pressed further. What about Lanshan Village? That old ghost, just know it looked familiar to me. If I'm not mistaken, it should be one of the elderly people who died in Lanshan Village last time. One of the elderly who died in Lanshan Village last time. Constable Li murmured, lowering his head in deep thought. Weren't those old people killed by the five spirits god? Why would their souls manifest as ghosts here? He suddenly raised his head, looking at Gu Qingyu, pressing further. Could you have remembered wrong? Chief, a colleague behind Constable Li interjected. Now that Qingyu mentioned it, I recall that old ghost did look somewhat familiar. Gu Qingyu looked toward the man. This was indeed the same companion who had accompanied him in Qianshan to Lanshan Village last time. Constable Li furrowed his brow. If this were true, could the five spirits god be connected to this ghostly outbreak? Ah, help me. The sudden screams from nearby jolted everyone from their confusion. What's happening? Old Wu blurted out, then felt a chill in his heart. Oh no. There wasn't just one stream of black energy earlier. The one that fell into the yamen was slain by Qingyu, but the other streams flew into civilians' homes. Constable Li's face changed drastically as he shouted orders. Quick, everyone go out and save people. Yes. No one dared to linger, rushing out of the yamen under Old Wu's lead. Outside the yamen, thick, ghostly energy had already shrouded the entire Pingan County. Under broad daylight, the streets were as dark as night, with visibility less than 10 feet. Get torches, Old Wu commanded. Yes. Several bailiffs brought out a bundle of torches from the storehouse and lit them. The firelight flickered unsteadily under the pressure of the rolling black mist in the air, yet still managed to illuminate the surroundings. This ghostly energy can actually suppress fire, someone whispered in amazement. Even so, the dancing flames still outlined the vague contours of surrounding objects. Old Wu distributed the torches one by one to everyone, but when he looked around, he couldn't see Gu Qingyu. Where's Qingyu? I just saw him leave without taking a torch. Old Wu's heart tightened. This situation is strange, yet he dares to go alone. He immediately urged, stop talking, hurry and catch up. Don't let Qingyu face danger by himself. Yes. The street outside Ping'an County's Yamen. The strange phenomenon struck suddenly, throwing the people into chaos. Some who practiced vegetarianism and chanted Buddhist prayers were already kneeling on the ground, trembling as they prayed. Others with guilty consciences looked up and cursed at the sky. Suddenly, a stream of black energy slid down from the air, condensing into an old ghost. The moment it appeared, its vicious nature showed it reached out and grabbed the nearest man. Before the man could react, he was seized and lifted into the air. He stared in terror with wide eyes, lips trembling, face ashen as death, while a stream of yellow liquid trickled down his trouser leg. Just as his throat began to move, the old ghost opened its massive maw of fangs and lunged forward. No! Splurt! The man's head was bitten clean off. Crunch! Crunch! The old ghost chewed twice, the sound of skull fragments cracking echoing from its mouth. It tilted its head and swallowed the bloody mess, then suddenly spat out two bloody round orbs onto the ground with a poo. Those were the man's eyes. Witnessing this brutal scene, the crowd around fell silent instantly. The metallic scent of blood spread rapidly, like an invisible giant hand gripping everyone's throat. Some collapsed on the spot. Others stood frozen in place, while only a precious few burst with survival instinct, fleeing frantically toward the end of the street like madmen. Panic, gore, and terror swept through the entire street in an instant. The old ghost noticed people fleeing and casually hurled the still bleeding headless corpse to the ground. A bloodstained, sinister grin twisted across his lips as he lunged at the nearest person. Splurt! He seized the victim midair and tore them in half at the waist. Before the two halves of the body even hit the ground, the old ghost had already darted like a shadow toward his next target. The wide street transformed into a slaughterhouse in moments. The panicked crowd scattered like headless lambs while the old ghost prowled among them like a ravenous wolf, picking them off one by one. In the blink of an eye, blood flowed like rivers across the ground. Except for devouring the first victim's head, he had slaughtered everyone else with his bare hands. Meanwhile, wisps of black vapor slowly rose from the corpses, merging with the churning ghostly energy in the air. Soon, the dark mist condensed into shadowy figures that plummeted from above, transforming upon impact into new ghost puppets that joined the massacre. As their numbers multiplied, barely any living souls remained breathing on the entire street. A heavily pregnant woman struggled at the rear of the crowd, her steps clumsy and labored. She called out hoarsely, "Husband!" Just then, her foot slipped and she tumbled forward, managing to protect her belly by catching herself with her palms. She slumped against a wall, trying to rise again, but sharp pains in her abdomen held her captive. A warm liquid began trickling down her skirt. She caressed her belly, her eyes filling with sorrow and guilt. "I'm sorry, KH. The piercing cackle drew closer as a ghost puppet from behind the crowd locked onto her. The woman closed her eyes, cradling her belly protectively as she whispered, I'm sorry. A cold wind rushed toward her face, and her heart clenched. The monster was upon her. Clang! Cold steel flashed brilliantly. The woman was startled to see a figure appear before her. Opening her eyes, she saw a constable in blue robes standing with his blade drawn horizontally. The ghost puppet had been cut down with a single strike. Officer! Having escaped death, she could no longer hold back her tears. Thank you. Gu Qingyu glanced back and noticed the puddle beneath her, his brow furrowing deeply as he asked in a grave tone, "The baby's coming?" "Yes." The woman nodded through her tears. Gu Qingyu bent down and slipped his arms under her legs and behind her neck, lifting her up. He dashed into a relatively safe house nearby and gently placed her on the bed. Then, gazing at the woman's deathly pale face, he asked quietly, "Can you deliver the baby yourself?" The woman lying on the bed bit her lip, unsure how to speak. Gu Qingyu stood beside the bed, feeling an indescribable awkwardness spreading through the room. The woman before him was having difficulty giving birth, and he knew nothing about midwifery. He couldn't possibly deliver the baby himself, could he? Even if he had the will, he lacked the skill. "Qingyu, where are you?" Old Wu's hoarse shout suddenly came from outside the courtyard, breaking the deadlock perfectly. Gu Qingyu had a flash of inspiration. Old Wu was a battle-hardened veteran who had seen much of the world. Perhaps he knew something about delivering babies. With this thought, he reassured the woman on the bed. "I'll go find someone to help you," and pushed open the door to leave. "Old Wu, I'm here." Outside the courtyard, flames surged as Old Wu's voice mixed with the clash of weapons. "Come help quickly. There are too many little demons here." Gu Qingyu channeled green essence into his feet, pushed off powerfully with both legs, and his figure swept onto the low wall. Following the sound, he saw a cluster of torches illuminating the dark night not far away. He moved swiftly between the wall tops and eaves, reaching the street corner where Old Wu and the others were located in an instant. Under the torchlight, Old Wu led a squad of constables holding their defensive line, standing before the civilians and locked in combat with a group of hunched little demons. The moment Gu Qingyu landed, the heaven-opening blade at his waist was unsheathed, slashing down through the air. The third-level black wind blade technique generated a crescent-shaped blade wind, scattering dust and sparks everywhere. Boom. Several ghost puppets charging at the front were shredded by the blade wind, while the rest were forced to stagger backward. Ding. Ghost puppet slain. Growth points gained, 0.1. Ding. Ghost puppet slain. Growth points gained, 0.1. Ding. Ghost puppet slain. Growth points gained, 0.1. The scene of descending from the sky and dominating the battlefield with a single strike left the constables stunned. Qingyu, when did you become so powerful? That blade wind. It's even fiercer than our captain's, isn't it? Someone couldn't help but exclaim. Gu Qingyu didn't turn around. His gaze locked on the ghost puppets gradually closing in, asking in a deep voice, why are so many ghost puppets gathered here? Ghost puppets. Old Wu was momentarily stunned, then understood he was referring to these little demons. You even know their name? I found records about them in Old Wang's archive. The appearance and characteristics match perfectly, so that's what I call them. Gu Qingyu explained while changing his blade stance, guarding the gap. Old Wu had no time to investigate further. He raised his blade to sever a ghost puppet's head and said grimly, that ghostly aura overhead is extremely strange. Whenever they kill civilians, the souls are extracted and immediately transformed into new ghost puppets. All of these before us were once ordinary people from Ping'an County. Hearing this, Gu Qingyu's brow furrowed even tighter. Where exactly did that sinister ghostly aura come from? What had happened in the Eastern District to cause such a sudden eruption of ghostly energy? Old Wu swung his blade to block incoming gray claws, glanced at him, and asked again. Qingyu, did you see any similar records in the archive? Gu Qingyu shook his head. No. What are we supposed to do now? We know absolutely nothing about this ghostly aura. Gu Qingyu slowly raised the heaven-opening blade in his hand and said in a deep voice, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Let's not worry about the ghostly aura for now first. We need to deal with these ghost puppets in front of us. Right. As soon as the words left his mouth, he lunged forward, his figure flickering as he charged into the midst of the ghost puppets. The heaven-opening blade sliced through the air, and the third-level black wind blade technique whipped up fierce blade winds around the weapon. Wherever the blade's edge touched, ghost puppets were instantly annihilated. Within mere breaths, over 20 ghost puppets had been reduced to nothing under his strikes, the scene resembling a fierce tiger charging into a pack of wolves, with black shadows scattering like broken wood in all directions. Old Wu and his colleagues behind him watched in stunned silence. Old Wu, do we even need to lift a finger? Someone asked with a dry voice. Old Wu was equally astonished at a new Gu Qingyu had made great progress in his abilities, but he hadn't expected him to be this powerful. We can't just stand here and watch, can we? Before he could finish speaking, a thunderous boom echoed. Gu Qingyu swept his blade horizontally, sending a 3-meter-long blade aura shooting out that tore the remaining ghost puppets to shreds. Blood mist and debris were swept away by the blade wind, and the surroundings fell silent. Old Wu and the others swallowed hard, momentarily speechless. Notification sounds rang continuously in Gu Qingyu's ears. He glanced at his attribute panel. His growth points had reached over 7. Just 30 more ghost puppets and he could advance to level 11, the first stage of Qi cultivation. The rewards would surely be substantial. Looking up at his colleagues who were still standing there dazed, he called out, Old Wu, don't just stand there. We've cleared this area, but there are other places that still need cleaning up. Oh, right. Old Wu finally snapped back to reality and turned to shout. The ghost puppets here have been cleared. Let's check other areas. Sir, don't leave. Panicked cries suddenly arose from the crowd. What if we encounter more ghost puppets? What are we defenseless civilians supposed to do? That's right. Are you really going to abandon us, sir? Old Wu's steps faltered, his brow furrowing deeply. Who knew how many other places in Ping'an County were still being terrorized by these ghost puppets that had fallen from the sky? If they all stayed here, it would only delay the rescue efforts. After a moment's consideration, he made his decision. There are other civilians elsewhere who need rescuing, can't all stay here. Here's what we'll do. Xiaozhong, you stay behind to protect them and escort them back to the government office. With the chief stationed there, it's much safer than out here. The rest of you, come with me. Yes, sir. Wait a moment. Gu Qingyu stepped forward and scanned the crowd, noticing quite a few elderly women. He then asked, is there anyone among you who knows how to deliver babies? The crowd exchanged puzzled glances, not understanding why this young official would suddenly ask such a question. After a moment, a middle-aged woman stepped forward, adjusting her clothing. Sir, I know how. Just as Gu Qingyu was about to speak, he suddenly heard the clear cry of an infant in the distance. Wow, wow. Everyone turned toward the sound and saw wisps of black aura in the sky suddenly change direction as if drawn by some force, rushing toward where the child's cries were coming from. Oh no. Gu Qingyu's face darkened at the sight. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged forward, grabbed the woman who had claimed she could deliver babies, and rushed toward the courtyard where the pregnant woman lay like a gust of wind. Qingyu. Old Wu watched as Gu Qingyu's figure flashed away at an astonishing speed. Recalling the questions Gu Qingyu had asked earlier, he could roughly guess what was happening. He looked up at the sky, his voice low and grave. You saw those streams of black energy just now, didn't you? Most likely, all the ghost puppets in the area have been drawn by that newborn's cries. Should we follow? Officer Xiao Zhang asked nervously. Old Wu glared at him. Of course. With so many ghost puppets, even someone as capable as Gu Qingyu can't handle them alone. Xiao Zhang, forget about the civilians for now. All the ghost puppets in this area have been lured away, so they're temporarily safe. Tell them to return to the government office on their own. Everyone, follow me. With that, he strode forward with his long legs, leading the officers in pursuit of Gu Qingyu's direction. The child's cries grew clearer, and Gu Qingyu's heart pounded in rhythm with the urgent wailing. Along the way, he saw black energy flowing like a tide, with ghost puppets being drawn by invisible threads, converging madly toward the same location. Could newborns have some special attraction for these ghost puppets? The thought flashed through his mind as he stepped into the courtyard where the pregnant woman lived. Outside the courtyard, about 20 ghost puppets crowded under the eaves, their faces twisted, their fingertips almost touching the wooden door. The faint smell of blood drifted through the air from inside. Beasts seeking death. Gu Qingyu roared in fury. His left hand still gripped the midwife, while his right hand drew his blade Kaitian unsheathed, infused with Qingyuan energy, the blade glowing with an eerie blue light. He slashed horizontally. Boom. The blade energy exploded before the door, instantly severing several ghost puppets' outstretched arms at the roots. Blue smoke curled from the wounds as they shrieked and retreated. Gu Qingyu touched down at the doorway with the tip of his toe, pushed open the door, shoved the midwife inside, then immediately closed the door behind him, pressing his back against it. Lock the door tight. Sir, what should I do? Came the woman's panicked voice from inside. Deliver the baby, Gu Qingyu replied steadily. With that, he turned to face the courtyard full of ghost puppets. Once, they might have been ordinary citizens of Ping'an County, but now only bloodthirsty instinct remained. The waning moon cast cold light across the courtyard, stretching their twisted shadows long. Gu Qingyu slowly raised his blade, his gaze cold as steel. No words were needed. He knew these monsters couldn't understand anyway. Where the cold gleam flashed, his killing intent almost took physical form. The ghost puppets instinctively sensed danger and retreated half a step in unison, but in the next instant, the violence and bloodlust within them surged again. That mad compulsion once more seized control of their minds. They roared and howled as they charged toward Gu Qingyu. Gu Qingyu tore off a strip of cloth from his garment and quickly wrapped it around his right hand and the blade's hilt, securing his grip to prevent the heaven-splitting blade from slipping due to his sweaty palms. Strike! 3 ghost puppets lunged straight at him. Swoosh! Cold light flashed, and 3 pitch-black heads flew high into the air. Ding! Ghost puppet slain. Gain 0.1 growth points. Ding! Ghost puppet slain. Gain 0.1 growth points. Ding! Ghost puppet slain. Gain 0.1 growth points. Another ghost puppet swiped its claws and shrieked as it pounced toward Gu Qingyu. He suddenly lifted his leg and kicked it squarely in the chest, sending the ghost puppet flying several yards before it crashed to the ground and instantly vanished into nothingness. Azure energy surged wildly into his blade as he swung it, unleashing waves of blade energy that shot through the air. Dozens of ghost puppets in the courtyard were forced back by the powerful force, unable to cross even a single step past the doorway. Gu Qingyu stood guard at the entrance, preventing any ghost puppet from breaking through. Inside the house, the baby's cries grew increasingly shrill, piercing the night like sharp needles and drawing even more ghost puppets swarming to the area. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Stop that child from crying." If this dragged on any longer, his azure energy and stamina would eventually be depleted. Sir, it's not that I'm not trying to soothe him, just won't stop no matter what I do, came the midwife's frantic response from inside the house. Gu Qingyu raised an eyebrow. How is the mother? She's lost quite a bit of blood and is very weak. I understand. Take good care of them. He took a deep breath, gripped his blade tightly, and glanced at his attribute panel from the corner of his eye, was just a hair's breadth away from leveling up. If he could break through, the situation might turn around. At this thought, his fighting spirit blazed even fiercer. Qingyu, we're here. Old Wu and the others suddenly called out from beyond the courtyard wall. Crash! Old Wu kicked the courtyard gate open. Qing! Old Wu poked his head in, but his voice cut off abruptly. The mass of ghost puppets in the courtyard turned around in unison, countless malevolent eyes fixing deadly stares on the entrance. Old Wu felt his scalp tingle as he swallowed hard and forced a dry laugh. So many of them. There were far more ghost puppets in this courtyard than they had encountered on the streets. He quickly pulled his head back outside the gate, but the ghost puppets were already advancing toward them. Old Wu placed his right hand on his waist blade and slowly retreated. When the front row of ghost puppets stepped across the threshold, he suddenly roared, "Attack!" A considerable number of ghost puppets from the back turned around and approached Old Wu and his men, But the doorway was narrow, only a few ghost puppets could pass through at a time. Just as the first few ghost puppets had not yet made it through the entrance. Attack! Old Wu roared. Caught off guard, the ghost puppets had no time to react before he and his colleagues swarmed forward. Fists, feet, and flashing blades struck down together, and piercing shrieks immediately erupted at the doorway. In an instant, those few ghost puppets that had just emerged from the threshold were hacked into pieces. The gate was narrow, and though the ghost puppets behind desperately tried to squeeze through, too many couldn't get through at once. Only a scattered few managed to break out. Because of this, Old Wu and his men blocked the doorway and took turns fighting. Whenever a ghost puppet showed its head, it was met with blade backs and iron fists, making the slaughter remarkably easy. Gu Qingyu stood in the courtyard, witnessing this scene. Secretly impressed by Old Wu's keen judgment and strategy, he couldn't help but cheer. Old Wu. Well done. Old Wu grinned, raising his thick eyebrows. You stay alert in there. Will do. Gu Qingyu responded. Then his gaze turned sharp as he saw another group of ghost puppets charging fearlessly from behind him toward the entrance. Humph, seeking death. With Old Wu and the others sharing the pressure, his blade work became even more decisive, sending black blood splattering wherever he struck. The fierce battle continued for who knows how long, until the children's crying from inside the house gradually weakened. No more black mist drifted from the distance, and the number of ghost puppets in the courtyard stopped growing. The situation finally seemed to be improving. Suddenly, a thunderous crash. The long-pressured gate collapsed with the sound, bringing down half the wall with tremendous force. Broken bricks and stones buried several constables heavily beneath Old Wu among them. The gap left by the collapse was over 10 feet wide, and the ghost puppets in the courtyard immediately surged out like a bursting flood. In moments, the constables who had held the upper hand were surrounded by a dense mass of ghostly shadows. The ghost puppets that had been blocked at the entrance earlier had built up tremendous rage, and now their fury exploded as they bared fangs and claws, desperate to tear apart the men before them. Damn it! Old Wu was still pinned under the rubble when several ghost puppets pounced down on him. Flash! Sharp claws tore through his cloth armor, carving several arm-length bloody gashes across his chest. Arg! The excruciating pain twisted his features as he gripped his blade handle and swept it horizontally. Flash! The blade flashed, cutting the 2 or 3 ghost puppets pressing down on him in half at the waist. But there were far more than just these few surging from the courtyard. No sooner had he cut down one wave than new claws and fangs lunged from the side. Damn it, there's no end to them. Old Wu cursed as wounds accumulated across his body. His comrades nearby were likewise entangled with swarms of ghost puppets, some already bleeding profusely and barely breathing. Everyone fought desperately for their lives, each in mortal danger. No one could spare a hand to help anyone else. Witnessing the scene before him, Gu Qingyu felt anxiety surge through his heart. With ghostly energy churning overhead, if Old Wu and the others died here, they would immediately transform into the mindless, bloodthirsty ghost puppets he now faced, an outcome he was most unwilling to confront. At this thought, he gripped the heaven-opening blade tightly and charged forward from his position at the door, shouting, Old Wu, hang on. The blade's edge roared like muffled thunder. The black wind blade technique was pushed to its limits as violent blade winds swept wildly around his body. Gu Qingyu stepped forward, channeling his vital energy and Tianyuan into the blade, delivering a series of strikes against the ghost puppets rushing toward him. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. The thunderous impacts continued as his Tianyuan rapidly depleted, yet he refused to retreat even an inch. Where his blade light passed, the wind howled like wailing spirits, and ghost puppets fell in droves. In mere moments, most of the swarming ghost puppets had been slaughtered. Gu Qingyu's long hair flew wildly, his face filled with killing intent, his movements clean and decisive, each step carrying absolute resolve. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed not far away. Zhangsheng had been pinned down by several ghost puppets, one of which bared its fangs, about to bite his carotid artery. Gu Qingyu's feet pressed down as his body shot upward, wrist turning and blade flipping in a fierce upward slash. Splurt! The ghost puppet's head flew off instantly. As Gu Qingyu landed, he stomped the ground forcefully, unleashing a heavy shockwave that sent all the ghost puppets surrounding Zhangsheng flying. Without pause, he delivered several backhand strikes, cutting down the remaining puppets, then hauled Zhangsheng to his feet. How are you? Got any strength left? Blood streamed from Zhangsheng's left arm, but his gaze remained resolute. I can still kill a few more. Good. Gu Qingyu pushed him behind himself. Guard the doorway and let them into the room. The passage from the room door to the main gate had been cleared by Gu Qingyu, with most of the ghost puppets in the courtyard lying dead. Only a few remained cowering in the corners, seemingly intimidated by his killing momentum, too frightened to approach. He hadn't expected ghost puppets to understand fear, but still dared not let his guard down. Zhangsheng nodded, gripping his blade handle with his right hand, ignoring his continuously bleeding left arm as he gritted his teeth and rushed toward the doorway. Seeing his weakened state, a ghost puppet lurking in the corner suddenly launched a sneak attack. Just as Gu Qingyu was about to intervene, Zhang Sheng's blade flashed. Splurt. Fast, precise, ruthless, the ghost puppet dropped on the spot. But this strike had drained Zhang Sheng's last reserves of strength. His body swayed, and his right hand holding the blade trembled uncontrollably. Gu Qingyu frowned. Can you still manage? Don't worry about Mago, save the others. Zhang Sheng replied through gritted teeth. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream suddenly echoed from the other end of the courtyard. Gu Qingyu whipped his head around to see old Wu with one arm caught in a ghost puppet's bite. Qingyuan armor. Gu Qingyu channeled his Qingyuan energy, and a pale green light condensed in his palm. A protective barrier covered in turtle shell-like patterns instantly expanded, completely enveloping old Wu. Bang! The barrier shuddered as the ghost puppets attacking at close range were forcefully repelled. Old Wu stared intently and saw the barrier gently rippling before his eyes. He was stunned for a moment, then looked at Gu Qingyu in shock. A divine ability? Gu Qingyu didn't respond. He shifted his stance and swung his long blade, casually cutting down two attacking ghost puppets. Within a few steps, he had reached old Wu's side, his blade flashing again to cleave the ghost puppet that had been knocked back earlier clean in two. Old Wu, are you alright? I won't die. Old Wu gritted his teeth and struggled to his feet. His right arm hung broken and useless, so he had to switch his blade to his left hand. Blood seeped steadily from his wounds, but his face remained tense. Don't worry about me. Go save the others. Splurt. Another ghost puppet lunged forward, only to be split in half by Gu Qingyu's swift strike. Gu Qingyu surveyed the courtyard and said coldly, the ghost puppets in the yard are mostly cleared out. Go hide inside the house first. Leave the outside to me. All right. Old Wu agreed readily. He knew he would only be a burden now, so he covered his wound and turned to leave. Before departing, he still reminded, don't let our brothers die. Don't worry. Gu Qingyu nodded, his figure flashing as his blade pointed toward the ghost puppets still gathering in the distance. Strike. Splurt. His blade flashed continuously as black blood splattered. With Gu Qingyu's current strength, these ghost puppets posed no threat at all. In moments, he had cut down several and rescued a few trapped colleagues. His attention was entirely focused on his companions, so he didn't notice that each time a ghost puppet fell, a wisp of pale black energy would seep into his blade. When another strand of black energy entered the blade arm, the heaven-opening blade suddenly trembled lightly. Gu Qingyu's expression sharpened, and his steps paused slightly. What is this? He looked down and saw thin black threads coiling around the blade, humming incessantly. Hum-hum. The blade's vibration grew more urgent, and white specks actually shook loose from the smooth surface. The transformation came extremely quickly, occurring in the blink of an eye. The black energy was devoured by some mysterious force, and the blade returned to calm. Gu Qingyu frowned deeply, but the hand gripping the blade felt an unprecedented lightness and sharpness. That brief tremor seemed to have reforged the entire blade. The heaven-opening blade was completely different now. Has it advanced in grade? A thought flashed through his mind. Previously, he had repeatedly refined the blade with mystic snake scales, seemingly on the verge of crossing the 9th grade threshold, yet always falling just short. He hadn't expected that wisp of black energy to push the blade beyond its limits. What he hadn't anticipated was that the heaven-opening blade had actually broken through the 9th grade. But why would Kaitian break through to the 9th grade at this moment? Could it be because of the black aura that had just enveloped the blade? Gu Qingyu's heart trembled as he quickly recalled the General Compendium of Destiny Weapons. The book mentioned refining through malevolent energy, and that layer of black aura was precisely malevolent Qi. Having just slain so many ghost puppets, it would be strange if the Kaitian blade hadn't absorbed any malevolent energy at all. He gripped the hilt tightly and channeled a wisp of green essence into it. The blade trembled slightly, and a cold light burst forth from the tip, sharp enough to seemingly slice through the air itself. Previously, when he input 10 parts of green essence, only 6 or 7 parts could be utilized effectively. Now the obstruction was greatly reduced, and 90% could flow out smoothly. Within just a few breaths, he had confirmed. With this 9th grade Kaitian blade, his overall combat power had increased by at least 30%. Qingyu, save me! Came Su Wei's heart-wrenching cry from nearby. 3 ghost puppets had suddenly surrounded him, and one of their claws had already pierced through Su Wei's arm, the sound of shattering bone piercing the air. Gu Qingyu shifted his stance and shot towards Su Wei's side like an arrow, raising his blade to strike. Flash! The ghost puppet's arm was severed cleanly at the shoulder, black blood spraying everywhere. The wounded puppet shrieked and retreated hastily, while the other 2 immediately pounced toward this unexpected enemy. Gu Qingyu leaped into the air and delivered a fierce whip kick. Bang! The air exploded, and the head of the nearest ghost puppet burst apart completely, its afterimage crumbling into black ash. The moment he landed, he flicked his wrist, and blade flowers flashed like lightning across the second puppet's throat. It first went rigid, then dissolved into scattered points of black light. Only the one-armed puppet remained, having just steadied itself when Blade Qi arrived. Pucci. Its body was split in two by the sharp light, not even getting a chance to counterattack. With the Kaitian Blade's advancement to 9th grade, this wisp of Blade Qi was more solid and deadly than before. Thank you, Qingyu, Su Wei said, his face pale as he endured the pain. Go to the courtyard. Gu Qingyu only dropped this line before rushing toward other colleagues on the other side. Enhanced by green essence, his figure flickered in and out of sight. The 9th grade Kaitian blade not only consumed less energy, but also delivered more explosive power. In less than a moment, the large group of ghost puppets outside the gate had been cut to pieces. The remaining dozen or so, seeing the tide had turned, actually showed fear in their eyes and let out low roars before transforming into black Qi and scattering in all directions. Gu Qingyu swung several blade Qi strikes in succession, harvesting a few more, but ultimately couldn't intercept them all. He glanced at his status panel. Host, Gu Qingyu. Level, 10. Remaining lifespan, 15 years. Growth points, 9.9. Evolution points, 0. What a pity, just one short. Gu Qingyu sheathed his blade and turned to survey the courtyard behind him. The crumbling walls had mostly collapsed, and the gate had been smashed to pieces by the brute force of the ghost puppets, with broken wooden planks scattered across the ground. The few remaining corpses of ghost puppets lay sprawled throughout the yard, covered in sword wounds. Old Wu and several injured constables still stood by the door, leaning on their weapons, breathing heavily, but never having retreated an inch. Inside the house, the midwife heard the sounds of battle cease outside and creaked open the wooden door. She poked her head out, looking left and right, and after confirming that not a single ghost puppet remained in the courtyard, her face immediately lit up with joy as she called out to Gu Qingyu. Sir, congratulations. Congratulations. It's a healthy baby boy. A healthy baby boy. Old Wu's face was pale as he raised his eyebrows with effort, turning his head toward Gu Qingyu with suspicion. Qingyu, well, I'll be damned. How did you manage to have a baby boy without saying a word about it? Gu Qingyu quickly waved his hands. Don't talk nonsense. It's not mine, I'm not even married yet. Then where did this child come from? Old Wu asked, puzzled. I rescued him on the road. Gu Qingyu explained briefly. Rescued him on the road? Old Wu's expression clearly showed disbelief. Earlier when we were lighting torches, you didn't even want one and ran off at lightning speed. Then you rushed to bring the midwife for the delivery. If we're suspicious, that's pretty normal, right? He laughed heartily as he spoke, but immediately winced as it aggravated his wounds, sucking in a sharp breath. Gu Qingyu rolled his eyes. Enough. You all need to get back to the yamen and get those wounds bandaged. The disaster victims are already gathering at the Yaminthe, need more hands there. What about you? Old Wu asked. Gu Qingyu looked up toward the eastern horizon, where ghostly energy churned even thicker than here. I need to check on the eastern district. Old Wu's expression darkened as he lowered his voice to advise. The 3 masters from the Demon Suppression Bureau are stationed there. If something really happens, they'll handle it. Don't go throwing your life away. I understand. Gu Qingyu shook his head, but so many people have died here, and with all these ghost puppets appearing, the eastern district must be even more dangerous. I'm not confident those 3 masters can hold the line. Old Wu opened his mouth to speak, but Gu Qingyu cut him off. Old Wu, you've seen my abilities. These ghost puppets can't harm me. But the sheer numbers. Old Wu remained worried. If I can't win, I can still run. Gu Qingyu said calmly, though his tone carried unwavering determination. Old Wu recalled the protective blue light from earlier and finally sighed, nodding. All right, just be extra careful. I'll take care of the mother and child inside. Gu Qingyu clasped his fists in acknowledgement and strode quickly toward the eastern side of the street, his figure soon disappearing into the roiling ghostly mist of the night. Su Wei and Zhang Sheng watched his silhouette vanish and couldn't help whispering. Old Wu, have you noticed that Qingyu has changed? Old Wu turned to glance at him. Changed how? Su Wei pondered for a moment before speaking. I remember a year ago, when Qingyu and I went out to catch thieves together. Back then, he wasn't any different from us. How long has it been? Not only has his strength become ridiculously powerful, but even his personality seems like a completely different person. Old Wu nodded. I've also noticed that Qingyu seems somewhat different from before. You feel the same way. Do you think it might be related to that whole coming back from the dead incident? Su Wei asked in a low voice. It's not impossible, Old Wu mused, clicking his tongue repeatedly. This resurrection business is just too miraculous. Zhang Sheng immediately chimed in. Indeed miraculous. It makes me want to try dying once myself. Want me to help you with that? Old Wu swung his blade with his left hand, the cold steel flashing as it pressed against Zhang Sheng's neck. Zhang Sheng raised both hands high, forcing a smile. Master Wu, I was just joking, please don't. Pingan County, East District. Gu Qingyu walked at a steady pace, stepping on stone slabs as he cautiously advanced along the street. All along the way, there was no trace of ghost puppets, which only made his brow furrow deeper. He channeled Qingyun energy into his eyes, and the ghostly aura that obscured vision was thicker here than elsewhere. yet it remained terrifyingly quiet. Even the sound of wind was suppressed. He stopped only when he reached the familiar Lion's Mouth intersection. Logically, when the ghostly aura erupted, the residents of East District should have scattered in panic, but now every household had their doors tightly shut. If it were just one or two houses, that would be understandable, but seeing the entire street like this seemed eerie. He bent down to examine the ground closely. The chaotic footprints indicated that people had indeed fled in panic, yet the doors remained sealed tight. What might be hiding behind those doors? The nearest door stood quietly before him. Gu Qingyu listened carefully. Faint rustling sounds came from behind the door. He raised his hand. The moment his fingertips touched the door panel, creak. The double doors opened halfway by themselves, and chilling air rushed out through the gap. Darkness churned within, and the rustling sounds became clearer. Gu Qingyu hesitated briefly. Though it was nearly noon, the sky was as gloomy as evening. He needed just 0.1 more experience points from killing ghost puppets to advance his cultivation to the first level of Qi refinement. If there really were ghost puppets here, they were most likely hiding inside this house. He gripped the hilt at his waist, took a deep breath, and pushed through the door in one determined motion. The courtyard was dimly lit, and even with Qingyuan energy channeled into his eyes, he could only see 3 steps ahead. The stone slabs were ice cold, and his footsteps echoed between the walls. That hissing, rustling sound seemed to originate from the main hall. Gu Qingyu looked up, staring toward the main hall as he slowly approached. Creak. Suddenly, the door opened by itself. A pair of slightly reddened eyes glowed in the darkness. Gu Qingyu squinted and saw a man standing ahead with an expressionless face, a commoner whose clothes were neat and clean, seemingly without any bloodstains. If not for his wooden expression and reddened eyes, he would have looked no different from any ordinary citizen. The man said nothing, only staring straight at him, clearly having noticed his presence as well. Crack crack. The reedied man slowly tilted his head, the grinding sound of neck bones particularly jarring in the quiet night. Gu Qingyu frowned slightly, noticing the man's stiff movements and the absence of the fear and reverence that common folk should show when encountering an official. Judge that this person was very likely not among the living. Hiss. The man suddenly opened his mouth wide, revealing an indescribable sinister grin. Pitch black, tar-like liquid churned in his mouth, and a strand of black gelatinous substance dripped from the corner of his lips. Sizzle. The moment the black liquid touched the ground, the surface was immediately corroded into a charred patch, with wisps of green smoke rising. Gu Qingyu's heart tightened. If this liquid was so corrosive to the ground, why did it cause no damage when contained in his mouth? Hiss. With what seemed like a mocking chuckle, a stream of black liquid suddenly shot toward Gu Qingyu. Not believing his skin could resist corrosion, Gu Qingyu immediately dodged to the side. Almost at the same instant, the previously stiff reedied man burst forth with astonishing speed, charging along the ground. The opponent continued grinning maniacally, his 10 fingers having somehow grown foot-long black nails that gleamed with an eerie cold light, sharp and terrifying. Gu Qingyu dodged the black liquid, steadied himself, and as the figure closed in, his right hand formed a claw and swiftly grabbed the man's wrist. Using the opponent's charging momentum, he spun around to the man's back, applied a small grappling technique to pin the arm behind him, then lifted his knee to strike hard at the man's knee joint, forcing the reedied man to kneel heavily on the ground with a powerful kick. In a flash, his opponent had been subdued. Hiss. The reedied man let out a low roar and suddenly erupted with tremendous force in resistance. Gu Qingyu raised an eyebrow. His strength penetrated straight through his palm, and by rough estimation, it was equivalent to that of a third-tier body-tempering martial artist. He was quite certain that the Eastern District had never had any body-tempering martial artists. Anyone who reached the body-tempering realm had to register with the government office, and those who exceeded the third tier of body tempering might even be recruited as constables. But what was this surge of power from the reedied man before him? He channeled his Qingyuan energy into the reedied man's body, seeking to probe the changes within. Initially, a sinister aura blocked his investigation like heavy, oppressive storm clouds. However, when the Qingyuan suddenly broke through that layer of malevolent energy, the man's entire body went limp and collapsed to the ground with a thud. In the next breath, a grotesque scene unfolded. A pool of thick, black liquid seemed to actively tear through the man's skin, bubbling and hissing as it poured from the wounds. The exposed flesh rapidly dissolved, and the black liquid spread unimpeded in all directions. Wherever it touched, the stone slabs were corroded into pitted craters. Within moments, the man who had just been fighting Gu Qingyu was reduced to nothing but a pool of pitch-black sludge, leaving not even a fragment of bone behind. This sight made Gu Qingyu's scalp tingle with dread. Just as he was about to retreat, a sudden gust of wind struck from behind. Gu Qingyu flashed aside and dodged, turning to see a 7- or 8-year-old child burst from the house. The child's face was expressionless, eyes glowing an eerie red. The attacking wind had been created by his swift movement through the air. Hiss. The child grinned wickedly, his form becoming a blur as he lunged forward. his small, skeletal hands extended with fingernails longer than daggers, cutting through the air with sharp, whistling sounds. Gu Qingyu's expression grew grave as water. This child, like the reedied man before him, had already had his life force hollowed out by evil energy. His mind flashed back to the scene on the street, every household's doors tightly shut. If behind each door lurked these kinds of living corpses corrupted by malevolent energy, hadn't the Eastern District already become a true city of the dead? In a split second, the child was upon him. Gu Qingyu's sword Kaitian suddenly flew from its sheath at his waist clang. A cold blade light flashed and vanished, cleaving the airborne child in two. Black liquid scattered like ink from a burst bag. Gu Qingyu raised his Qingyuan armor to protect his entire body, letting the black liquid burn against the protective barrier with corrosive black smoke. The fallen body halves immediately transformed into two pools of filthy black liquid that seeped into the stone cracks. After slaying the two evil puppets, Gu Qingyu instinctively checked his growth points, only to discover with shock that the numbers hadn't moved at all. Killing ghost puppets could still yield nourishment. Why did slaying these people possessed by evil energy yield nothing? He vaguely sensed that there might be a fundamental difference between these living corpses and true evil demons and spirits. Before his confusion could settle, slow, rhythmic footsteps echoed from within the house. By the faint moonlight, he saw a middle-aged man with white hair standing at the main room's entrance, eyes blood-red, mouth twisted in an eerie smile. Behind him, a gray-haired old woman and a young woman also emerged, one by Oni family of three, all reduced to puppets. Gu Qingyu's heart grew heavy, yet he didn't hesitate for a moment. Blade light flashed repeatedly, and the sounds of dull impacts, cutting wind, and the hissing of black liquid corroding stone intertwined in the narrow courtyard. After several breaths, black sludge covered the ground, and no trace remained of what had once been a happy family. After clearing out the family possessed by evil energy, Gu Qingyu slowly walked out through their main gate and stood at the street corner. The residential buildings on both sides remained tightly shuttered, the streets silent in a way that chilled the heart, his expression cold as frost. Creak. The silence was shattered by the sharp sound of countless doors opening simultaneously. Behind each dark doorway, a pair of reddish eyes peered out, like crimson lanterns suddenly lit in the night. Those eyes all turned in unison toward the sole living person, numbering dozens of pairs. Gu Qingyu's heart sank. Hiss. Those possessed by evil energy naturally curled their lips into sinister smiles, then staggered out from the doorways, surrounding Gu Qingyu. With just a glance, Gu Qingyu estimated there were nearly 100 people approaching, old and young, men and women, all without exception bearing eerie red glints in their eyes. What angered him most was seeing a woman among them, cradling a swaddled infant as she dragged her heavy steps forward, the child in her arms also having red-tinged eyes, tilting its head to quietly observe him. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, his chest rising slightly. Why had these people become like this? The answer was obvious: a sudden outbreak of ghostly energy. He had no clue yet which malevolent spirit was behind this, but his killing intent was already set. Whatever beast you are, even Jesus can't save you now. Before the thought fully formed, he gripped the heaven-opening blade tightly, feeling the blade's spine vibrate slightly in his palm. With cold eyes, he slowly advanced toward the group of possessed people. From the county office all the way to the Eastern District, he had already discovered that the ghostly energy grew denser the further east he went. Continuing forward would lead him to the source. But to penetrate deeper, he first had to clear away these people blocking his path. This would both prevent interference during the final battle and grant them release from their suffering. He stepped up to the first person, and without any hesitation, his blade struck directly at their head. Splurt. Cold light flashed, flesh and blood scattered, and black corrosive liquid shot up along with the severed head. Gu Qingyu's azure origin armor suddenly manifested, its pale blue barrier deflecting all the splashing black liquid as he stepped over the corpse and continued charging forward. If it were anyone else facing monsters that could spray corrosive black liquid, just being on guard would consume 70% of their energy. But the azure origin armor was nearly immune to this threat, allowing Gu Qingyu to strike with full force. Combined with the unmatched sharpness of his grade-level heaven-opening blade that split skulls like cutting cabbage, his full power was even amplified to 120%. However, these people possessed by evil energy were inherently stronger than ghost puppets, and there were so many of them. Amid the carnage, his azure origin energy surged wildly, but was rapidly depleting. In just a few breaths, a third of those on the street had fallen, but only a fifth of the azure origin energy in his body remained. Gu Qingyu frowned, quickly assessing the situation. The ghostly energy grew stronger toward the east, with the source close ahead. However, if his azure origin energy was exhausted, he would lose the protection of his azure origin armor, and the situation would take a sharp turn for the worse. Currently on the street, a third of the people possessed by evil energy had been killed, but only a fifth of his azure origin energy remained. This meant that when his azure origin energy was completely depleted, he could at most eliminate another third. When he could no longer sustain the Qingyuan armor, eliminating the remaining third of these creatures wouldn't be so easy. Without the armor's protection, he'd have to constantly guard against the malicious black liquid that might splash onto him while killing these evil-possessed beings. Gu Qingyu rapidly weighed his options, but the moment his gaze shifted, the group of evil-possessed beings he'd been dominating suddenly went berserk. 3 to 5 of them silently circled behind him. 2 or 3 leaped onto the wall, while the rest charged from both sides, nearly trapping him in a complete encirclement. 2 fists couldn't fight 4 hands, let alone attacks from all directions plus above. With no time to think, Gu Qingyu could only draw upon his remaining Qingyuan energy and forcibly manifest the Qingyuan armor again. But the moment the armor formed, a pale blue shockwave exploded outward, sending all nearby enemies flying. Black Windblade, he roared, pouring his blood essence into the heaven-opening blade in his hand. The blade turned crimson, its aura sharp as a razor. Gu Qingyu raised the blade above his shoulder and slashed diagonally down from his left shoulder, the semicircular blade light sweeping across the front. Bang, 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 several evil-possessed beings were cleaved away, black mist roiling from their bodies. Without stopping, he spun half a circle and brought the blood-red blade energy down on another group of scattered enemies. Splurt! Several heads flew up along with spurting black liquid, crashing heavily to the ground. This explosive sequence drained his last trace of blood essence. Gu Qingyu felt his arms go weak, his Qingyuan energy completely depleted. Even before the Qingyuan armor fully dissipated, he had already reached his limit. Hiss, hiss. The remaining evil-possessed beings dragged their unnatural steps closer, their feet scraping against the ground with ear-piercing sounds. Gu Qingyu glanced up to count their numbers, assessed his own condition, and his heart tightened. Fighting further would only get him killed. Without another word, he turned and ran. A gentleman's revenge can wait 10 years, he muttered to himself, struggling to support his swaying body while searching for an alley to hide in. Survive first, recover, then come back to finish this. A thunderous roar erupted behind him. The evil-possessed beings clearly hadn't expected this man, who'd just been unstoppable, to suddenly flee. After a moment's stunned pause, they exploded into action, their previously stiff movements now fluid, as they pursued him like agile black cats along the walls and eaves. Hearing the relentless footsteps behind him, Gu Qingyu's heart sank. Glancing back, he discovered that these monsters, despite only having 3rd heaven body tempering strength, could match his own speed as a 10th heaven body tempering cultivator. If they kept pursuing him relentlessly, he'd be caught soon enough. The consequences were all too easy to imagine. Stay calm. He took a deep breath, his mind flashing to the only viable solution. His growth points had reached 9.9. If he could kill just one more ghost puppet, he could immediately advance to level 11. Then shaking off these monsters would be effortless. His gaze swept frantically across alley mouths, rooftops, and broken doorways, desperately searching for any trace of ghost puppets, just one. But ever since leaving the house marked mother and child safe, he'd run this entire route without seeing a single ghost puppet. They seemed to have vanished into thin air. His stamina drained at an alarming rate, his legs growing heavy. Gu Qingyu gritted his teeth and looked back again, only to see that among the pursuing pack, the fastest evil-possessed being had nearly caught up, black liquid dripping from its fingertips as it glided forward with terrifying speed. The pursuer behind him was closing in at an alarming speed, and if he didn't react, he would be tackled to the ground. If he chose to dodge sideways or stop to kill his attacker, it would inevitably delay his escape, allowing the large group of pursuers behind to catch up immediately. In this split second, Gu Qingyu found himself caught in a dilemma. Ding! Growth points acquired, 0.1. The familiar notification suddenly rang in his ears, sending a shock through his heart as he instinctively probed with his divine sense the Tianyuan Turtle. In the Crab Clan's secret cave, Crab 3 had just delivered the 3 pounds of crab roe, as previously agreed. The Tianyuan Turtle, already hungry, devoured everything shell and roe alike after Crab 3 left. It was precisely these 3 pounds of crab roe that contributed 0.1 growth points to Gu Qingyu. His spirits lifted as he immediately called up the panel. Upgrade. Ding. Spend 10 growth points to tame the Tianyuan Turtle? Yes. Ding. Taming successful. Ding. Current Tianyuan Turtle level, 11. In an instant, fine and scorching currents surged from his limbs, muscles, and internal organs, flowing into his main meridians. Immediately after, his 8 extraordinary meridians felt as if they were being split open by sharp blades, bringing tearing pain and swelling, as though invisible forces were digging channels within his body, repeatedly expanding the originally narrow and blocked meridians. The stabbing pain burned like fire, and cold sweat instantly soaked through his undergarments. So this was true qi? This new current flowed along his meridians into his danshan heavy, profound, with an explosive power far surpassing his previous Qingyuan energy. While Qingyuan was light and gentle, true qi was sharp and domineering, with several times greater offensive capability. Even more miraculous was that the Qing Yuan he had previously exhausted was now regenerating within his body, carrying a trace of coolness as it repeatedly washed over his injured meridians, gradually soothing the tearing pain. His was Qing Yuan's unique healing property. As the pain faded, the Qing Yuan returned to his dantian, standing in opposition to the true Qi without interfering with each other. Gu Qingyu swept through with his consciousness. The true Qi and Qing Yuan were equal in quantity, while the total amount of Qing Yuan had doubled compared to when he was at the 10th level of body tempering. Advancing from level 10 to 11 had not only birthed true Qi, but also doubled his Qing Yuan. By rough calculation, his overall strength had surged at least fourfold. Whoosh! The Evilka-possessed person behind him lunged again after missing his first attack, swooping toward his back like a sinister wind. Gu Qingyu suddenly planted his feet, spun around sharply, and channeled true Qi into his heaven-opening blade. Cold light flashed as he sidestepped and drew his blade in a horizontal slash. Swish! A blade Qi several meters long suddenly sliced through the air. The evil-possessed figure lunging toward Gu Qingyu was instantly torn in half the moment it touched the blade energy. A blade aura several meters long whistled forth from the sword's edge, sweeping across the street like a silver-white hurricane. The dozens of evil-possessed beings following behind had no time to react before their chests and bellies were sliced open, their limbs, heads, and severed legs scattering and rolling across the stone pavement. The blade energy extended nearly 10 meters before gradually dissipating, leaving a gully over 30 centimeters deep carved into the ground. The mixed stench of blood and decay assaulted his senses. Gazing at the severed limbs before him, Gu Qingyu was secretly shocked this single strike, powered only by his true Qi, possessed such terrifying force. The enemies who had been pursuing him were swept away in an instant. Only the infant that had been in the pregnant woman's arms remained on the street, fallen to the ground but still grinning foolishly at him. Gu Qingyu stepped forward and picked up the baby along with its swaddling clothes. The little one had grown thin black claws on both hands, flailing wildly in the air, but its arms were too short to reach him. Gu Qingyu's heart ached. It seems you haven't been in this world long. Perhaps you won't remember the pain, which might be a mercy for you. He gently set the infant down, gripped his blade handle in reverse, and pointed the tip at the baby's heart. Splurt! Black corpse fluid splattered, instantly corroding both infant and swaddling clothes into smoke and dust. The black liquid staining the heaven-opening blade was shaken off, leaving the sword bright as new. No more severed limbs remained around him, only thin black viscous fluid on the ground. In the depths of the empty street, the ghostly aura at the eastern end grew ever thicker, churning like ink. Gu Qingyu channeled his azure origin energy into his eyes, but his vision was gradually contracting, shrinking from its previous range of dozens of meters to less than 10. He hesitated no longer, sheathed his blade, and strode toward the eastern end of the street. Halfway there, he located the source of the ghostly aura head. 3 Demon Suppression Bureau officials stood back to back, confronting a group of relied, evil-possessed beings. This group of corpse demons far outnumbered those Gu Qingyu had just encountered. The 3 officials were breathing heavily, black corpse fluid scattered at their feet, clearly having just endured fierce combat. Looking beside them, their 3 sabers had been corroded beyond recognition, leaving only the hilts. No wonder they remained motionless. Gu Qingyu, how did you get here? One of them heard footsteps and quickly turned around. Leave quickly, another barked low. The corpse demon's fluid is extremely toxic. You must not let it touch you. Su Qing, the scholarly Demon Suppression Bureau official, glanced at the narrow blade at Gu Qingyu's waist and shook his head. That's a county office sword, made of refined iron that can't withstand the corrosion. But we must eliminate these corpse demons quickly, his companion said anxiously in a low voice. The ghost creature at the eastern end must be performing some ritual. The longer we delay, the more people in Ping'an County will die, and the ghost will grow stronger. Breakthrough? How? Su Qing's brow furrowed tightly. If even one drop of that corpse fluid touches us, all 3 of us are finished. Gu Qingyu stepped forward. Honored officials, why don't you let me try? Why haven't you left yet? Su Qing said urgently. You're only at the 9th level of body tempering. Go back to the office. Guide the people to evacuate. Ping'an County is no longer safe. Leave quickly. Don't cause trouble, the other echoed. But Gu Qingyu shook his head. Sir, I'm not here to receive orders. With that, he drew the long blade from his waist, its edge gleaming coldly against the dark aura, and stepped toward the formation of corpse demons one pace at a time. Gu Qingyu didn't heed their words, instead drawing the long sword from his waist and slowly advancing forward. Damn it, you ungrateful brat. Before Qin Jianping could finish his words, Gu Qingyu had already stepped past the 3 of them, gripping the heaven-splitting blade as he charged straight toward the hundreds of corpses ahead. After breaking through to the first level of Qi refinement, he could channel true Qi into his blade, creating a yard-long azure radiance with each horizontal slash. Wherever the blade light passed, 3 to 5 corpses were severed at the waist, and with his second strike, heads flew through the air in droves. Amid the dull thuds, black corpse fluid splattered everywhere like ink rain falling from the sky. The faces of Su Qing and his two companions turned pale simultaneously. With their cultivation at the 5th level of Qi refinement, they could certainly sweep away groups of enemies with a single blade strike, but none dared to be so reckless that black corpse fluid meant death to whoever it touches, corroding anything on contact, and they knew they couldn't block it. Watch out, Su Qing shouted, and all three figures retreated explosively at the same time, only daring to warn from afar, powerless to offer assistance. This kid just won't listen. Chen Jianping was both anxious and angry, his gaze fixed intently on the corpse fluid raining down from above, ready to witness Gu Qingyu's demise at any moment. But Gu Qingyu neither dodged nor evaded. In the next instant, a solid layer of azure light blazed around his body like thin armor, and all the corpse fluid that fell upon it was deflected, not even staining his blade edge in the slightest. A divine ability? Su Qing gasped in surprise. And it's a defensive divine ability. Chen Jianping's anger instantly vanished, replaced by great joy. This kid doesn't have to die. Protected by the azure origin armor, Gu Qingyu wielded his blade like the wind. In just the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, hundreds of corpses had been reduced to debris, the black mist dispersed, and the wasteland cleared. The three men stood slack-jawed. Chen Jianping drew in a sharp breath. Defensive divine abilities are truly powerful. A first-level Qi refinement cultivator fighting more fiercely than the three of us fifth-level ones combined. After their amazement, Su Qing frowned. The county magistrate's chief constable said earlier that Gu Qingyu was only at the 9th level of body tempering. How did he suddenly reach the first level of Qi refinement? Chen Jianping slapped his forehead upon hearing this. Right. I completely forgot about that. He was actually hiding his strength. We'll ask him later. Su Qing's eyes gleamed. To enter Qi refinement in his early 20s, that's a tremendous opportunity. We need to maintain good relations with him. Chen Jianping grinned. This might just be our ticket to success and prosperity. At this moment, Tai Jiqing spoke coolly. Didn't you notice his blade? His blade? Chen Jianping was puzzled. Su Qing looked thoughtful. The Demon Suppression Bureau's standard blades are forged from black iron, with quality that's peak level below 9th grade. Yet when we clash directly with the corpses, our blade bodies are still easily corroded by the corpse fluid. But Gu Qingyu's heaven-splitting blade. Just now it was covered with so much corpse fluid, yet nothing happened to it at all. Chen Jianping immediately caught on, his eyes blazing with excitement. Tai Jiqing remained silent. Su Qing knew that Tai Jiqing wasn't much of a talker, so he summarized for him. That Gu fellow is no ordinary person. Chen Jianping frowned and objected. But the records clearly show he's just a commoner. That's exactly why I say he's extraordinary. Su Qing lowered his voice. A man with no background whatsoever, yet he's mastered defensive techniques and wields a graded weapon. Chen Jianping nodded repeatedly. Indeed, this young man is remarkable. While they spoke, Gu Qingyu had finished disposing of every last corpse on the ground. He dusted off his hands and walked over. Chen Jianping hurried to meet him with an apologetic smile. Brother Gu, I was blind earlier and failed to recognize your abilities. Please don't take it to heart. Not at all. Gu Qingyu cupped his hands respectfully. Master Chen was concerned for my safety then, and I'm grateful for that. Don't be so formal. Chen Jianping waved his hand. I'm only a few years older than you. If you don't mind, just call me Brother Chen. Brother Chen. Gu Qingyu readily agreed. Before the pleasantries could continue, Chen Jianping asked curiously, when did you break through to the Qi refinement stage, Brother Gu? I encountered danger recently and broke through in desperation. A breakthrough in battle. Chen Jianping drew a sharp breath. What talent? He was about to build more rapport when Su Qing raised his hand to interrupt. Enough. The corpses are cleared. We need to find the source of this ghostly energy immediately. With that, he took the lead, racing down the street. Chen Jianping collected himself and followed closely, with Tai Jiqing silently keeping pace. Gu Qingyu glanced at the remnants scattered on the ground before hurrying after them. End of East Street. An ancient courtyard stood shrouded in darkness and ghostly mist, its weathered walls stained by gray fog. When Gu Qingyu saw the main gate clearly, his expression froze. He knew this place all too well. Su Qing had been watching his reaction and immediately asked, what is it? Are you surprised the source is here? Gu Qingyu didn't hide the truth. The Jin family massacre also originated from this place. As he spoke, doubt flashed through his mind. Could Jin Day be behind this ghostly energy? But Jin Day was clearly killed by his own hand. He recalled that day when his sword had sliced through the man's throat, yet something felt incomplete about that death. Gu Qingyu's explanation made all three men frown. If strange incidents had occurred here before, the current situation would likely be even more troublesome. Let's break down the door and take a look, Chen Jianping suggested. Agreed. Su Qing nodded, approached cautiously as black mist poured out, drew near the gate, and suddenly kicked it hard. Bang! The heavy door suddenly bulged with a thick layer of ghostly energy, and the recoil force hit like a tide, sending Su Qing stumbling backward several steps. Fortunately, Chun Jianping was quick to catch him, preventing a fall to the street. Are you alright? I'm fine. Su Qing shook his numb right leg, his expression grave. This door seems to be sealed. Then, climb over the wall. Chun Jianping glanced at the relatively low courtyard wall. Su Qing shook his head. If the door is sealed, the walls certainly won't be left unprotected. Chun Jianping frowned, and the three fell silent. The ghostly energy grew thicker, obscuring the sky and moon. Su Qing looked up to see something massive lurking in the depths of the mist, slowly approaching along with the ghostly energy. We can't delay any longer, it's becoming increasingly disadvantageous for us. He spoke grimly, his gaze returning to the heavy gate. We'll have to break through by force. What if we can't break it? Su Qing said. If we can't even break the seal before us, we might as well wait to die. His words weren't defeatist, but a cold statement of fact. If they couldn't even shake the seal, there was no way the few of them could withstand whatever ghostly creature lurked behind the door. Enough talk, Tai Jiqing interrupted with a stern voice. The three immediately positioned themselves on either side of the door. Now, came a low shout in unison. Three palm strikes fell together, their true qi converging with tremendous force and instantly pressing against the wooden door. Boom. Pitch black, ghostly energy exploded from the gaps in the door. In the next moment, the wooden door crumbled to dust, and even the walls on both sides cracked in several places. Wood fragments and stone debris shot out like projectiles, nearly blotting out the sky. Gu Qingyu was prepared. He raised his hand, creating a circle of green light that blocked all the scattered wood chips and debris. Thank you, young brother. Su Qing turned and cupped his hands in gratitude. Master Su, there's no need for such formality. Gu Qingyu quickly waved his hands. Su Qing smiled and waved dismissively. I'm not that much older than you. If you don't mind, just call me Brother Su. Brother Su. Gu Qingyu readily agreed, though he secretly marveled. In such a short time, he had already gained 2 older brothers. With his talent, he was certainly qualified to join the Demon Suppression Bureau, but at this moment he was still an outsider, yet had already earned the friendship of 2 powerful warriors. Tai Jiqing glanced at the shattered door and broken walls, reminding them, stop talking. The door's open, let's go in and take a look. Hearing this, Su Qing turned to look into the courtyard. Complete darkness. The ghostly energy in the courtyard was so thick it seemed like spilled ink. Within their field of vision, only a small patch of wild grass near the door remained somewhat clear, but even that normally resilient vegetation had turned yellow and withered, obviously corroded by something unnatural. Let's go. Tai Jiqing didn't hesitate and stepped into the courtyard first. Su Qing and Chun Jianping exchanged glances before following, with Gu Qingyu close behind. The ghostly energy surged like a tide, making it impossible to see one's hand in front of their face. Be careful, Chun Jianping warned, his footsteps extremely light. Everyone strained their ears, listening for any disturbance. Gentlemen, are you the masters from the Demon Suppression Bureau? A ghostly female voice suddenly echoed in the darkness, saged and hoarse, yet carrying an eerie composure. As the voice faded, the ghostly energy in the courtyard suddenly churned, as if being devoured by some invisible force. Within just a few breaths, it had thinned considerably. As the black mist that obscured their vision dispersed, a hunched old woman appeared in the center of the courtyard. Gu Qingyu looked closely and his heart jumped. The old woman before them was identical to the corpse that had died in the courtyard earlier, been circled with gold and silver, and then dragged by him to the mass grave for burial. How do you know we're from the Demon Suppression Bureau? Su Qing's expression darkened. Their identities were known only to their colleagues at the Yamen, yet this old ghost had revealed it immediately. In this small Pingan county, aside from the chief constable at the Yamen, there were no other Qi cultivation masters. The old woman smiled warmly and said, if you 3 aren't from the Demon Suppression Bureau, then where are you from? A cold wind swept through the courtyard, sending withered leaves tumbling. Chun Jianping raised his hand and pointed to Gu Qingyu behind him, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. We clearly have 4 Qi cultivation experts here, so why do you only say 3 of us are from the Demon Suppression Bureau? The old woman's gaze swept over the group before finally settling on Gu Qingyu's worn but still recognizable official uniform. Her voice was hoarse yet clear. 3 honored officials. Though I am old and frail with eyes that don't see as sharply as they once did, I'm not blind. I can still make out the official robes worn by the constable behind you. Upon hearing this, Chun Jianping looked down and finally noticed the details of Gu Qingyu's constable uniform. The sleeve embroidery was stained with dust and mud, but the official patterns hadn't completely faded. He fell silent and chose not to speak further. Seeing this, the old woman squinted and smiled, nodding gently. Young constable, it's been some time since we last met. I never would have imagined you'd become a Qi cultivation expert. This seemingly casual remark made Chun Jianping's heart tighten. He frowned and asked Gu Qingyu in a low voice, you 2 have met before? Gu Qingyu didn't answer immediately. He was staring intently at the old woman's face. That wrinkled visage was shrouded in a faint, ethereal black aura, neither smiling nor frowning, yet radiating an icy killing intent that sent chills down his spine. She clearly wanted to kill him, though he couldn't fathom why. He took a deep breath and said gravely, "I was the one who buried this person's corpse." "You buried it?" Chen Jianping's eyes sharpened as he pressed for more details. Gu Qingyu smiled bitterly. "It's a long story." "Then don't tell it." Su Qing suddenly spoke up, coldly interrupting their conversation. "This old hag is stalling for time. Whatever you need to discuss can wait until after we deal with her." As his words fell, he raised his palm and struck out, sending a solid palm strike through the air toward the old woman. Bang! The palm energy exploded, shaking dust from the gray walls in cascading streams. However, when the energy reached the old woman's robes, it was instantly shattered by the ghostly aura emanating from her body, dissipating like melting snow. Su Qing's pupils contracted slightly. This old ghost has already reached the middle stage of malevolent spirit and is still advancing toward the late stage. If we don't stop her quickly, all the people of Ping'an County will die today. Upon hearing this, Tai Jiqing didn't hesitate. His form flashed as he appeared beside Gu Qingyu and smoothly seized the heaven-opening blade from his hands. In the next moment, he pressed down on Gu Qingyu's shoulder, channeling his energy, and effortlessly tossed him over the courtyard wall. Gu Qingyu felt the scenery before his eyes stretch and blur as his body was carried by a gentle yet irresistible force. In the blink of an eye, he landed on the stone pavement more than 10 meters outside the house. He steadied himself, his heart filled with shock. Even after breaking through to the first level of Qi cultivation, he was completely powerless in that man's hands. Tai Jiqing's voice transmission reached his ears. "Leave quickly, it's dangerous here. I'm borrowing your blade. If I make it back, I'll return it to you." Gu Qingyu stood stunned for a moment, then turned and ran frantically toward the government office. He understood clearly that if even these experts couldn't stop the old woman, staying would only cause trouble and might even get him caught in the crossfire. After running only a few dozen steps, a deafening roar erupted behind him. Boom! Gu Qingyu spun around to see surging ghostly aura mixed with broken wood debris shooting skyward as the dilapidated old house at the end of East Street collapsed thunderously amid the black mist. Broken bricks and tiles rolled down the street, while waves of energy mixed with ghostly aura swept outward like the breath of some giant beast. Even more terrifying, the energy lurking in the surrounding alleys seemed drawn by an invisible force, converging toward the collapsed site and forming dark torrents that poured into the writhing ghostly shadow. From a distance, the old woman's figure flickered in and out of view within the center of the ghostly aura, her shrill laughter piercing the night sky. "You all must die." Gu Qingyu's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected the battle over there to be so ferocious. Was this the terrifying power of a mid-stage malevolent ghost? Without delay, he pressed down with his feet, sprinting over broken stones and shattered tiles, rushing straight toward the government office. Soon, the office came into view. The entrance was bustling with noise as ragged refugees crowded together, their faces etched with fear and bewilderment. Over a dozen bailiffs were shouting reassurances while guiding groups of refugees into the inner courtyard and surrounding vacant houses. On the other side, several bailiffs were calling out the names of able-bodied young men, hastily forming rescue teams and distributing crude tools like wooden sticks and hemp rope. "Chief." Gu Qingyu spotted Constable Li at the gate and immediately hurried over. Though Constable Li looked exhausted, he maintained his composure, and upon hearing the call, showed a rare moment of relief. "You're back? Old Wu said you went to the Eastern District." Gu Qingyu nodded, pausing briefly. "How is Old Wu?" "Severely injured, but his life isn't in danger. He's resting inside the office now." Constable Li paused, then looked up inquiringly. "Since you went to the Eastern District, do you know what the situation is like there?" Gu Qingyu's voice was somber. "They're all dead." Constable Li's smile instantly froze. "Not a single survivor." "None. All the residents of the Eastern District have turned into corpse demons. Even the infants in their swaddling clothes couldn't escape." "Well, what?" Suddenly, the county magistrate, dressed in official robes but covered in dust, came stumbling over, asking breathlessly, "Master Gu, what did you say?" "All the residents of the Eastern District are dead." Gu Qingyu cupped his hands in response. "Reporting to your honor, the source of the ghostly energy is indeed in the Eastern District. When I arrived, they had all transformed into corpse demons." "It's over, it's over." The magistrate's face turned deathly pale, his legs nearly giving out as he muttered, "How many people must have died? My career is finished. What kind of disaster is this?" He suddenly thought of something and looked up sharply. "Wait, what about the 3 masters from the Demon Suppression Bureau? Didn't they rush to the Eastern District early this morning? Don't tell me something happened to them too." As he spoke, he stared intently at Gu Qingyu, as if the answer would determine his own fate. "The 3 masters are in no danger and are currently engaged in fierce battle with that malevolent ghost." Gu Qingyu reported truthfully. The magistrate breathed a huge sigh of relief, nodding repeatedly while muttering, "Good that they're safe. Good that they're safe. Buddha protect us. River God protect us. I just pray the three masters don't perish there. If something happens to them, we'll all die here today." Constable Li's brow furrowed deeper as he lowered his voice. "Do you know how the battle between the three masters and the malevolent ghost is going?" Gu Qingyu shook his head. "I left just as they began fighting, so I didn't see the outcome." Before he finished speaking, a deafening roar suddenly erupted from the eastern district. Boom. Everyone looked up in unison as a rolling mass of black, ghostly energy shot skyward, threatening to blacken half the heavens. Wind carrying bone-chilling cold struck their faces, instantly igniting panic among the refugees. "What is that? We're doomed. We're doomed. Can the government office protect us? I need to flee immediately. You can't stay in Ping'an County." "Flee? Where to?" "Out of the city, of course. There's no escape." "What do you mean no escape?" At the county town's gates, countless little demons had gathered, ready to devour anyone who dared to venture outside. Someone in the crowd questioned, "How do you know there are demons at the gates?" "I just ran back from there myself. Wouldn't I know?" The seemingly ordinary refugee shuddered at these words and stammered his recollection. "A whole group of us rushed toward the gates earlier, hoping to escape in the chaos. But there really was a pack of demons blocking the entrance. They pounced on living people like starving wolves catching the scent of blood. In the blink of an eye, dozens fell, and I was the only one who made it back." He let out a long sigh before continuing. "Brothers, let me be straight with you. There aren't many safe places left in Ping'an County. The government office is about the most secure spot we have, and at least there are still a few capable constables here to protect us." Amid the noisy discussions, Gu Qingyu turned to Constable Li and asked in a lowered voice, "Chief, can we really not get out of the city?" Constable Li nodded grimly. "I sent people to scout all four gates. Every single one is completely surrounded by ghost puppets. It's clear they don't want anyone to escape." Gu Qingyu's heart sank as he felt an invisible net closing over Ping'an County. Still unwilling to give up, he pressed, "Chief, if you weren't injured, could you lead us out?" Constable Li shook his head with a bitter smile. "I'm only at the first level of Qi cultivation. Unless I break through to the fourth level, the middle stage of Qi cultivation, there might be a slim chance." The fourth level of Qi cultivation was considered a threshold among cultivators. At that stage, one's inner Qi would be tremendously abundant, and with just a bit more progress, they could achieve Qi extension. Between the third and fourth levels lay a vast chasm in both total Qi capacity and extension techniques. Though Gu Qingyu could perform Qi extension using Qingyuan, it wasn't orthodox true Qi after all, and its offensive power was far inferior to genuine Qi extension. If he still had the heaven-opening blade, he could have channeled the sword's true Qi to unleash blade energy. But now that Tai Jiqing had borrowed the precious weapon, his own strength was diminished, and the idea of breaking through with Constable Li had to be shelved. He smiled bitterly. "So we can only wait?" "Exactly." Constable Li nodded. "Right now, we can only hope the three masters from the Demon Suppression Bureau can deal with the evil spirits." Constable Zhang Cheng, standing behind them, suddenly asked, "Chief, what if even those three masters can't handle it?" Constable Li fell silent. Gu Qingyu followed his gaze toward the roiling black clouds above the eastern district, his heart heavy with oppressive worry. Hearing the crowd's discussions, the county magistrate's face turned ashen. He muttered under his breath, "If even the Demon Suppression Bureau masters are defeated, then we just wait to die." With that, he shuffled toward the inner quarters of the government office, his official hat askew and his shoulders slumped, no longer bothering to straighten his appearance. His former official dignity had completely vanished, and the crowd's morale plummeted accordingly. After a long moment, Gu Qingyu seemed to remember something and grabbed Constable Li's arm. "Chief, aside from those in the eastern district, have all the other refugees arrived?" Constable Li thought for a moment. "Most of them have. I sent people to notify everyone and organized rescue teams for assistance, though inevitably some might have been missed." "Did anyone go to Mud Rain Alley?" Gu Qingyu pressed. Constable Li frowned. "That's where your home is, right? But as far as I know, you've always lived alone." "Oh no." Zhang Cheng suddenly slapped his forehead, remembering the earlier rescue operation. "Qingyu, Mud Rain Alley was just attacked by a group of ghost puppets. We only managed to save a few people. What about Bottle?" "I didn't see." Before he could finish, Gu Qingyu spun around and shot toward Mud Rain Alley like lightning, with only the sound of wind and his racing heartbeat in his ears. One thought kept repeating in his mind. "Bottle, please don't let anything happen to you." In Mud Rain Alley, inside a house, Pingzi clutched a thick wooden stick the size of an arm, huddled in a narrow corner beside a cabinet in the side room. Unless someone looked closely, she would be nearly invisible. Her face was expressionless, but her palms gripping the stick quickly became damp with sweat, betraying her inner tension. Moments earlier, her master had just handed her some copper coins and told her to buy breakfast. As she pushed open the door to leave, she saw dark mist suddenly billowing up from the east like a giant net, instantly blocking out the sun. While she stood in shock, She watched streams of black mist shoot down from the horizon like arrows, transforming into hunched old figures upon hitting the ground. These creatures opened their gaping bloody mouths and bit anyone they encountered. The nearest unfortunate soul had half his head devoured on the spot. Pingxi's hair stood on end, and she immediately turned and fled back into the house, slamming the door and sliding the bolt before hiding in the side room. She didn't know how much time had passed, but the screams rising and falling outside pierced her eardrum, sounds no different from when monsters had come to devour villagers before. Agonizing, shrill, desperate. She forced herself not to think about it, pulling her exposed feet closer and curling up even tighter. Suddenly, a loud clang echoed from outside the courtyard gate. The door she had locked tight seemed to have been kicked open with a single blow. She raised her eyebrows slightly and peered through the crack in the door. Outside was pitch black, but she could make out extremely faint footsteps. This was definitely not her master's gate. The rhythm was so light it almost disappeared, yet in the deathly silence, any sound cut through her nerves like a blade. Step, step, step. The sound grew closer. The intruder seemed to know exactly where she was, not pausing in the main room, but heading straight for the side room. Suddenly, the footsteps stopped abruptly, and Pingxi's heart clenched. Instinctively, she gripped the wooden stick tighter and slowly raised it to her chest. This sturdy piece of wood had become her only refuge. Cold sweat dripped from between her fingers. Creak. The door to the side room was pushed open. She held her breath, not daring to move. Footsteps entered the room, their echoes amplified in the silent space, each one hammering against her heart. She prayed desperately in her mind. Master, please come quickly. Her fantasy shattered instantly. Bang! A powerful gust swept past, and the cabinet beside her exploded on the spot, sending with splinters flying. Pingxi's whole body trembled, but she bit down hard on her lips, not making a sound. Her dark pupils were filled with terror, yet she forcibly suppressed her emotions and shakily stood up from the corner. She knew she had been discovered. Though the room was dim, she could still make out a black figure standing before her, facing her direction, completely motionless. She couldn't see his eyes, but she felt a wave of cold air. Thud, thud, thud. The footsteps were less than 10 feet away. Pingxi held her breath, gripping the rough wooden stick tightly in both hands. As the dark figure was about to step into the dim lamplight, she suddenly swung her arms in a wide arc whoosh. The sharp whistle of wind carried all her strength as she struck at the intruder. But the stick passed through the shadow like cutting through mist, emerging straight through the center of the figure's body. In the next instant, it crashed to the floor with a loud thud. Her palms stung from the impact, and she instinctively released her grip, the stick rolling to her feet. Why can't I hit it? Pingxi's heart sank. The only explanation was that the person before her wasn't human at all. A chill crept up her spine as she recalled the ghost stories her mother used to tell her at bedtime. She bit down hard on her teeth, the sharp pain helping her maintain some semblance of composure. She reached for the stick, but the shadow seemed to read her intention, kicking it more than 20 feet away where it scattered debris across the earthen bricks. Who are you? Why have you come to my master's house? She forced herself to sound calm, but her voice trembled uncontrollably. The shadow gave no answer, only continued its silent approach. With nowhere left to retreat, Pingxi found herself pressed against the corner, the moss-covered brick crevices digging painfully into her back. In the next moment, an ice-cold, bloodless right hand reached through the air, grasped her throat, and lifted her entire body off the ground. Suffocation struck instantly. She opened her mouth but couldn't draw in any air. Her limbs flailed desperately, yet couldn't even touch the figure's sleeves. That hand seemed to exist beyond the mortal realm, incorporeal, yet unbreakable. Her fierce will to survive drove her to punch, kick, and struggle, but nothing would loosen its grip. Her vision gradually blurred, her ears rang, and in her delirium, she saw her parents standing beyond the lamplight, waving at her with gentle but distant gestures. Father, mother. The words caught in her throat as tears mixed with sweat, and her consciousness slowly descended into darkness. The sky was dim. Gu Qingyu raced through Pingan County, now shrouded in ghostly energy, mud and water splashing beneath his feet. Niyu Alley wasn't far from the county office, but it wasn't close either. Even with his recent breakthrough to the Qi refinement realm and running at full speed, it would take him half the time it takes to brew tea to get there. Zhang Cheng had mentioned earlier that Niyu Alley had previously suffered an attack by ghost puppets. Had Pingxi survived that ordeal? Was she still at home? Pingxi, wait for me, oh must wait for me. Gu Qingyu's heart burned with urgency as his mind flashed back to that night, when the little girl had waited for him at the threshold, sitting properly to kowtow and acknowledge him as her master. In his desperation, he channeled all his true qi and vital energy into his legs, his steps seeming to ride the wind as his speed increased even further. Faster, even faster. The familiar gate tower at the alley's corner finally came into view. But when he saw the wooden door standing wide open, his heart clenched violent. Life Pingxi were home, she would never leave the courtyard gate open. She always hid in the side room, and as long as that door remained tightly shut, she would be safe. Clinging to one last thread of hope, Gu Qingyu rushed into the courtyard, his gaze sweeping across the scene. The door to the side room was also open. Pingzi. Gu Qingyu rushed into the side room with bloodshot eyes, only to see Pingzi being held aloft by a ghost puppet's grip around her neck, on the verge of suffocation. An uncontrollable rage instantly surged through his chest. Buzz azure light exploded as a shield with tortoise-shell patterns suddenly materialized in his palm. The Qingyuan armor. The protective barrier instantly enveloped Pingzi. Bang! The ghost puppet was blasted away by the powerful recoil, crashing heavily into the wall. As Pingzi fell from midair, Gu Qingyu stepped forward and caught her securely, urgently asking, "Pingzi, are you all right?" Before his words had finished, scorching Qingyuan energy began flowing continuously into her body. Where the warm current passed, Pingzi's purplish-red complexion gradually returned to normal. She opened her eyes drowsily and reached up to touch Gu Qingyu's cheek, whispering softly, "Master, Master." Upon confirming who it was, she first broke into a smile. "It's really you." Then her laughter turned to sobs as she threw her arms around his neck. "Master, you finally came. You told me to wait at home, and I thought you weren't coming." Gu Qingyu's heart felt as if it were being cut by knives as he gently stroked the top of her head. "Don't be afraid. Master is here." Pingzi wiped away her tears and lifted her head defiantly. "Pingzi isn't afraid. I'll help you get revenge." His gaze turned cold. "Yes." Pingzi nodded vigorously. Without setting her down, he held her as he leaped up, channeling all his true energy and fury into his feet. Bang! With 12 tenths of his power unleashed, the ghost puppet didn't even have time to scream before it was blasted through the back wall, its soul instantly scattered. As the dust settled, Gu Qingyu finally set Pingzi down and patted her head once more. "Don't be afraid. Master is here." Rumble thunder suddenly crashed from the east. With a flash, lightning tore through the night sky, roiling with ghostly energy, instantly illuminating the dim Pingan County. "No, I haven't gotten my revenge yet." A shrill, anguished cry echoed throughout the entire city. Gu Qingyu listened intently, then carried Pingzi out of the side room and looked up. The crack in the eastern sky continued to widen as the brilliant light tore the ghostly energy to shreds. "Master, what's happening?" Pingzi pointed at the sky, filled with alarm and uncertainty. A look of relief flashed in Gu Qingyu's eyes. "It seems those three have won." "Who are those three people?" "Three officials from the Demon Suppression Bureau." "What's the Demon Suppression Bureau?" "An organization similar to a government office." After explaining, he took her hand. "Come, let's go to the magistrate's office now." "All right." Pingzi nodded and walked toward the magistrate's office, holding Gu Qingyu's hand. Pingan County, County Yamen. The courtyard was packed with anxious refugees, whispering among themselves and speculating about what earth-shattering event had occurred in the eastern district. As the discussions grew heated, a series of unsteady footsteps approached from the distance. 3 men in tattered clothing stumbled forward. The three moved with faltering steps, their robes charred black as if they had just crawled out of a furnace. Their hair was disheveled, and their faces and arms bore wounds everywhere. Even so, Su Qing, walking in the middle, maintained a measure of composure. Constable Li rushed out of the main gate with his officers, bowing anxiously with cupped hands. "My lords, are you all well?" Su Qing raised his hand slightly, his voice hoarse but steady. "We are all severely injured, but that old ghost has been destroyed." He glanced around at the surrounding refugees. "Let them return home. There is no longer any great threat in the city. But there are still scattered ghost puppets in the city. No need to worry." Su Qing waved his hand. "The master ghost is dead, and the puppets will destroy themselves." Constable Li was overjoyed upon hearing this and bowed deeply. "Thank you, my lords, for saving Pingan from this calamity. It is our duty, nothing worth mentioning." Before he finished speaking, Gu Qingyu came hurrying over, holding Pingzi's small hand, calling out from afar, "Brother Su, Brother Chen, are you really all right?" Just now, to subdue that latest malevolent ghost, the three of us forcibly executed the Thunder Prohibition Talisman, damaging our meridians. Su Qing smiled bitterly. "A few days of rest will suffice." "Thunder Prohibition Talisman? You mean that lightning bolt that tore through the sky just now?" Gu Qingyu's brow furrowed as he stepped forward to grasp Su Qing's pulse point, sending a thread of green essence to probe within. In his perception, Su Qing's meridians were ruptured in multiple places, and his internal organs were also injured. Such internal wounds would normally leave an ordinary cultivator unable to move. Without time to be surprised, Gu Qingyu immediately guided his green essence to slowly repair the wounds. Su Qing had thought he was merely checking his pulse and didn't resist, but suddenly felt a cool stream enter through his wrist. Wherever it passed, the pain noticeably lessened, and his torn meridians gradually healed. He looked up, his expression shocked. This true Qi could actually heal injuries directly. "What cultivation method do you practice?" "I haven't chosen a cultivation method yet." Gu Qingyu shook his head honestly. The body tempering realm only required refining flesh and blood, while the Qi cultivation realm required matching mental techniques. but he had just broken through and hadn't had time to select one. Su Qing looked at him thoughtfully. There's a manual called Eternal Spring Technique in the Demon Suppression Bureau's Scripture Pavilion that suits you well. You can obtain it when we get there. Chun Jianping frowned nearby. Su Qing, why are you recommending that particular manual to him? Su Qing didn't explain, sensing that his own injuries had healed 70 to 80%. He pushed Gu Qingyu's hand toward Chun Jianping. Let your brother Qin experience it too. But your meridians aren't fully healed yet. It's fine, take it slowly. Gu Qingyu had no choice but to release Su Qing and grasp Chun Jianping's wrist instead. Experience what? Chun Jianping watched as the two had held hands for quite a while, and now this was happening again. He muttered to himself. This doesn't look like pulse checking, it's more like. Su Qing smiled meaningfully. Try it and you'll know. You'll definitely like it. Chun Jianping shuddered. The moment Gu Qingyu's hand touched him, he hastily pulled away. Brother Gu, make it clear I'm not the same as Su Qing. Oh. Chun Jianping moaned comfortably as Gu Qingyu grasped his hands. He had been reluctant at first, but Su Qing had pushed him forward insistently, so he reluctantly extended his hands. A warm stream of true qi flowed through his palms into his meridians, bringing a tingling sensation mixed with soothing pleasure that rushed straight to his head. He immediately burst out with a curse. It was nothing like what he had imagined. It felt damn good. The green essence continued to circulate, and the chaotic meridians in Chun Jianping's body quickly realigned. His internal injuries healed as if being carefully stitched by fine needles, and in no time, he was 70 to 80% recovered. Meanwhile, Gu Qingyu's complexion grew pale from the rapid consumption of true qi, sweat beading and rolling down his forehead. He had to slowly withdraw his hands. Su Qing and Tai Jiqing nearby were still severely injured. Although Su Qing's meridians had been repaired, his bone fractures and external wounds remained unstable. Tai Jiqing hadn't even begun treatment yet. When Chun Jianping's hands suddenly felt empty, he reflexively reached out again. Brother Gu, don't let go. I haven't had enough yet. Gu Qingyu's mouth twitched slightly while the patient felt pleasure. The healer truly struggled. Brother Chun, Brother Su, and the others are more severely injured. His voice was low but firm. Oh, right. Chun Jianping came to his senses and quickly released his grip. I'm almost healed. Go help them quickly. Gu Qingyu turned to Tai Jiqing, who proactively introduced himself. I'm Tai Jiqing. Based on Su Qing's earlier suggestion about practicing the Eternal Spring Technique, combined with Chun Jianping's reaction, Tai Jiqing was almost certain that Gu Qingyu's true qi naturally possessed healing properties. Ordinary martial artists' true qi attributes changed according to their cultivation methods, but only a rare few prodigies possessed unique qualities before even learning any techniques. 1 in 10,000. The young man before him was clearly one of them. Brother Tai. Gu Qingyu smiled in response, then noticed that the heaven-opening blade was still in the other's hands. Tai Jiqing also remembered the borrowed blade and hurriedly returned it. Thank you for your blade. As the heaven-opening blade returned to his grasp, the blade trembled slightly, as if venting its grievances. Gu Qingyu stroked the cold blade's spine, and the faint blue patterns immediately calmed before he sheathed the weapon. Though his movements were quick, Tai Jiqing, who was close by, still caught sight of it. His pupils contracted. How could a mere 9th-grade blade show such spirituality? How is that possible? Brother Tai, please extend your hands. Gu Qingyu spoke. Much obliged. Tai Jiqing suppressed his surprise and extended his hands. Brother Tai, no need for formalities. Gu Qingyu clasped his palms, and the gentle green essence surged forth once more. After the treatment session, although the three men weren't completely healed, their critical conditions had stabilized. With just a few days of rest, they would recover fully. Upon learning this, the county magistrate immediately arranged for the three to recuperate at the government office. The three naturally had no objections and stayed. Gu Qingyu had exhausted all his Qing Yuan energy treating the three patients, leaving him quite fatigued. He was about to head back to rest with Pingzi when Constable Li stopped him. Qingyu, wait a moment. Chief, what's the matter? Gu Qingyu paused. Constable Li's gaze fell on the little girl beside him, gesturing with his hand. Come with me. The two made their way to the archives. At the entrance, Old Wang was unusually alert and not lying in his rocking chair. Seeing them enter, he cheerfully approached. Constable Li, are you looking for some case files? Let this old man help you. No need. Constable Li waved his hand and pointed at Pingzi. Old Wang, take this little girl out for a walk. Qingyu and I need to talk. Old Wang stretched his stiff back. All right, these old bones need some exercise too. Little girl, will you take a walk with Grandpa? Pingzi looked up at Gu Qingyu, and seeing him nod, she obediently walked to Old Wang's side, carefully taking his hand as they left together. After Old Wang and Pingzi's figures disappeared at the end of the corridor, Constable Li finally spoke. What's that little girl's name? Pingzi. The one Qian Shan rescued. Yes. At the mention of Qian Shan, both men fell silent for a moment. Then Constable Li stepped aside. Come in. The archives were filled with towering bookshelves and yellowed scrolls. Gu Qingyu casually closed the door behind him and watched as Constable Li walked to a bookshelf and pulled out an old book. He glimpsed the cover, Miscellaneous Tales from Five Continents, a book he had once read halfway through. Another breakthrough? Constable Li casually flipped through the pages. Yes, Chief. Your cultivation speed is frighteningly fast. Constable Li's fingertip tapped lightly on the pages, but he didn't probe further. Once those 3 officials from the Demon Suppression Bureau recover, you'll go with them to take up your post in Yunzhou? Yes. The people of Yunzhou will be under your protection. I'll do my best. As pages were turned with soft rustling sounds, Constable Li suddenly seemed to find what he was looking for, pausing his movements but not closing the book, leaving it open on the shelf. Actually, it's nothing important, just casual conversation. I understand. Gu Qingyu listened quietly. The Demon Suppression Bureau has many extraordinary individuals. Don't trust easily when you're out there, and don't offend people carelessly. In a large organization, there are all kinds of people. Some might strike at you from the shadows, regardless of whether you're colleagues. Gu Qingyu felt warmth in his heart, understanding that the other man was worried about him. Thank you, Chief. No need to thank me. Constable Li pondered for a moment, then suddenly asked, has anyone ever told you that you're different from before? Qianshan mentioned it before he died. You have indeed changed, like you've become a different person. Constable Li sighed and turned to pat his shoulder. But it doesn't materially still you, and you always will be. With those words, he strode directly out the door. Gu Qingyu stood stunned by the bookshelf, staring at the doorway, unable to make sense of it all. Looking again at the open, Miscellaneous Tales from Five Continents, he frowned slightly. The chief was always meticulous and orderly. He wouldn't normally leave a book lying open like this. He reached out to close the book, but was shocked by 4 prominent characters, soul possession. This page contained exactly the chapter on soul possession. He quickly recalled their recent conversation. Cultivation speed fast enough to frighten me. Someone said you're different. Like you've completely become another person. Constable Livery likely had already guessed that he wasn't the original Gu Qingyu, but someone who had possessed this body. Gu Qingyu took a deep breath to calm his racing heart. But there was no need to worry. Even if Constable Li had seen through him, he had still helped conceal his 10th level body tempering cultivation in front of Su Qing and the others, and continued to show concern and give advice before his departure to the Demon Suppression Bureau. This made one thing clear. The chief didn't care whether he was the same Gu Qingyu as before. As long as he remained Gu Qingyu from here on, nothing else mattered. The thrust of head Constable Li's earlier words was exactly that. Gu Qingyu held Wuzhou Luanwen, his fingertips brushing its rough cover as the yellowed pages showed fine cracks under the lamp. He quietly closed the book and was about to put it back on the wooden rack when a faint thud cut him off. A thin page slid out from the spine, spun twice on the floor, and came to a stop. Gu Qingyu frowned slightly and bent to pick it up. It was an old volume with dried glue. A little jostling would loosen a leaf, so he wasn't surprised. He brushed off the paper dust and lifted it to the light for a closer look. He had a hazy memory of the passage on the page. While he hadn't finished the entire book, this section had left a mark. Going by that impression, he opened Wuzhou Luanwen and tried to locate the missing spot so he could slide the page back in. If I'm not mistaken, this leaf belongs in the latter half, he muttered, flipping the book upside down and working forward from the end. He had barely turned a few pages when a familiar, sensitive term jumped out at him: heaven-severed fate. Gu Qingyu froze for a moment, surprised to find his own fate recorded in a miscellany like this. He raised the book closer to the lamp, intent on reading carefully. He knew little about heaven-severed, piecing together fragments only from Su Qingsan's account. But the page wasn't just about fate. It was introducing a formation: the 6 talents profane rite. The 6 talents profane rite requires the souls of 6 talents: human, deity, immortal, demon, fiend, and ghosto be gathered before it can be laid with success. It will wield the power of creation. The bold first line met his eye, and Gu Qingyu pressed his lips into a silent, cold smile. Demon, fiend, ghost, and human were one thing, but where would anyone catch immortals and gods? It sounded like nonsense. The thought rose, and he tamped it down. Wuzhou Luanwen is a grab bag of strange tales, truth and falsehood mixed. It shouldn't be believed wholesale, nor dismissed outright. The text went on. Human, deity, immortal, demon, fiend, and ghost exist in the world, but the 6 talents rarely come together. Then the words heaven-severed fate appeared again, and his attention locked onto the page. Of the 6 talents, the human must bear the heaven-severed fate pattern. What is heaven-severed? The 5 elements are lodged in the death and extinction palaces of the parasitic 12 palaces. Starved of vital breath, an illumined one born with heaven-severed fate will face a life-and-death calamity before the age of 30. Line by line he read, quickly cross-checking the description against his own birth chart, and found it matched to the letter. It seemed this account might not be empty words. The next section turned to the demon talent. For the demon talent, the required fate is heaven crippled. What is heaven crippled? a day stem of Bing or Ding fire. With the 4 branches forming the In Wusu fire configuration, one born with heaven-crippled fate is born maimed. Gu Qingyu shut the book and tapped the cover with his fingertips. A demon born maimed? Even if such a creature exists, in the brutal world of the demon clans, it likely wouldn't survive childhood. Doubt stirred, but he couldn't say it was impossible. After all, he remembered the one-eyed old wolf he himself had cut down. The old wolf's eyes might have been blind from birth, and it had lived to a very old age. Gu Qingyu gathered his thoughts, shook his head slightly, and murmured to himself, if that's the case, then that one-eyed old wolf could very well be a heaven-disabled demon. But even if it was a heaven-disabled demon, so what? In the end, wasn't it still killed by me? He picked up the Chronicles of 5 Continents from his desk again, the pages rustling softly between his fingers. The chapter about the 6 talents blood sacrifice caught his eye, suddenly becoming extraordinarily intriguing. Ghost talent requires the Heavenine fate pattern. What is Heavenine? When the 4 earthly branches contain 2 Wu and 2 Z, or 2 Z encompassing 1 Wu, or 2 Wu encompassing 1 Z. All those born under this pattern possessing fate. Those with Heavenine must be female. Demon talent requires the Heaven-Yang fate pattern. What is Heaven-Yang? When the 4 heavenly stems contain 2 Wu and 2 E, or 2 Wu encompassing 1 E, or 2 E encompassing 1 Wu, all those born under this pattern possess Yang fate. Those with Heaven-Yang must be male. Tisk, interesting, Gu Qingyu remarked softly. 1 Yin and 1 Yang, 1 ghost and 1 demon, and 1 female and 1 male. I just wonder if these ghosts and demons can intermarry. Halfway through his words, he suddenly froze. Demon? Ghost? Male? Female? This matched Jean Day and his wife with terrifying precision. Jean Day had transformed into an evil demon and was slain by his blade. That old woman became a malevolent ghost and was killed by Su Qing and the others. Could this really be mere coincidence? A chill ran up his spine. If Jean Day and his wife corresponded to Heaven Yang and Heaven Yin, and he himself was Heaven Severed, while that one-eyed old wolf was very likely Heaven Disabled, this would mean 4 of the 6 talents had already gathered. Gu Qingyu dared not speculate further and hastily closed the book, turning to rush toward the bookshelf. He had only one thought: find Jean Day's household records and verify his suspicions. The dusty ledgers in the corner of the bookshelf rustled loudly as he flipped through them. Finally, he found Jean Day's birth date and time in an old record, Wuxiu, Icho, Wuhai. His pupils contracted sharply. It was indeed the Heaven-Yang fate pattern. Immediately after, he quickly turned the pages, searching for records of Jean Day's wife. Li Mei, birth date, Wuzi, Jiawu, Bingzi. Without any doubt, the Heaven-Yin fate pattern. Heaven Severed, Heaven Disabled, Heaven Yin, Heaven Yang, 4 talents in place. Only Heaven Solitary and Heaven Lonely remained. Gu Qingyu felt as if he were trapped in an invisible net, his breath catching. He grabbed the Chronicles of 5 Continents from the table and frantically flipped through it again. Divine talent is Heaven Solitary. Immortal talent is Heaven Lonely. Mentioning divine, he immediately thought of the 5-direction god. Speaking of immortal, he thought of the yellow immortal that had been slain by Constable Li. He had no way of knowing their birth dates and times, but the black lines on the old man's body and the succession of elderly deaths in the city made him instinctively feel that these 2 were connected to this sacrificial method. However, the book also noted that the 6 talents evil sacrifice did not require the souls of the elderly. This discovery brought him slight relief. If it were merely to collect the souls of the 6 talents, there would be no need to make such a grand spectacle of slaughtering ordinary old people. Thinking of this, he smiled self-mockingly. Don't overthink it. Perhaps it really is just coincidence. Besides, what's recorded in the Chronicles of 5 Continents may not all be true. He turned to the next page, and the smile on his face instantly froze. To gather the 6 talents, one also needs the soul of Heaven Elder as a guide. Heaven Elder referred to the elderly. Now he understood why the old people had to be killed. Gu Qingyu began to panic. Who could possibly orchestrate such an elaborate scheme just to complete this 6 talents blood sacrifice formation? He hurriedly continued flipping through the pages. Only a few sparse lines remained on the paper, mentioning an entity called Mu Xin before the records of the 6 talents evil sacrifice abruptly ended. Why did it stop here? His brow furrowed as he turned back to the previous page. The 6 talents evil sacrifice, once successfully arranged, shall possess the power of divine providence. What kind of divine providence? The records revealed not a single word more. How could an evil formation laid with the souls of humans, ghosts, and demons possibly give birth to so-called divine providence? In Taoist teachings, divine providence typically referred to the blessings of heaven and earth's natural order, yet this name, heavy with murderous intent, certainly didn't sound like anything good. Questions churned in Gu Qingyu's mind as his fingertips unconsciously traced the edges of the pages. While deep in thought, light footsteps sounded from outside the door. Grandpa Wong, the door's open. Have Master and the others finished talking? Come on, let's go in and take a look. It was Pingxi's voice, clear and cheerful. Gu Qingyu quickly closed Miscellaneous Tales from 5 Continents and returned it to the bookshelf. Turning around, he saw Old Wang leading Pingxi across the threshold. Has Constable Li left? Old Wang spoke first. Just left not long ago, Gu Qingyu replied. Old Wang looked down and patted Pingxi's hand, smiling. This little girl is wonderful, I really like her. I wanted to take her to buy candied hawthorns, but Ping'an County just suffered a great disaster. Where would anyone be selling such things on the streets? It was a wasted trip. Grandpa Wang, it's okay. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Pingxi looked up consolingly. I'm afraid there won't be any opportunities. Old Wang laughed heartily. You're about to follow your master to Yunzhou. Yunzhou. Pingxi blinked and looked toward Gu Qingyu. Gu Qingyu also smiled. I'm going to take a position at the Yunzhou Demon Suppression Bureau. From now on, we'll be living there. Master, what kind of place is Yunzhou? Before he could answer, Old Wang jumped in. It's a wonderful place. The city walls are dozens of meters high, shops line the streets in rows, and there are all sorts of rare treasures and curiosities, things you can imagine and things you can't. You'll see them all. He gestured with his hands. The young ladies in Yunzhou are much more charming than those in our countryside too. When your master finds you a master's wife, you'll see. Gu Qingyu was amused and startled, but found himself curious. Old Wang, have you been to Yunzhou? Been there? Of course I've been there. Old Wang seemed caught up in old memories, his eyes twinkling with a smile. Back in those days, I was still a handsome young man. Halfway through his words, he suddenly waved his hand. All right, let's not dwell on these old stories. But I must warn you, prices in Yunzhou are extremely high. I wouldn't worry about you alone, but now you're bringing Pingxi along. Don't let the child suffer. As he spoke, he released Pingxi's hand and fumbled around in his chest for a long while before pulling out a small package folded tightly. Opening it in his palm, he carefully peeled back the cloth corners, revealing several banknotes of modest denominations. He pulled out the silver notes and pressed them into Pingxi's hands, saying, These silver notes are what this old man has saved up bit by bit. Take this money. If your master doesn't give you food, go buy some yourself. Don't go hungry. Pingxi sensibly pulled her hands back and shook her head. Grandpa Wang, I can't take this money. Gu Qingyu also hurried to persuade him. That's right, Old Wang. Pingxi can't accept this money. These are your savings for many years. If Pingxi takes them, what will you do? It's not for you. So why are you making such a fuss? Old Wang looked up and glared at Gu Qingyu. Don't think that just because you went to the Demon Suppression Bureau and became an official, you can show off in front of me. Mind your own business. As he spoke, he once again pressed the silver notes into Pingxi's palm. This old man has no sons or daughters. I'm fond of you, child. Take it, I have no use for it. Master. Pingxi looked helplessly at Gu Qingyu. Gu Qingyu smiled and patted her shoulder. Since Grandpa Wang is giving it to you, accept it. Oh, all right. Pingxi agreed and carefully put away the silver notes, then suddenly dropped to her knees and kowtowed 3 times to Old Wang. Hey, what are you doing? Old Wang quickly helped her up. Mother said that when elders give money during New Year, you must kowtow. Pingxi explained earnestly. Old Wang laughed heartily. That's New Year money, it's different. How is it different? Pingxi tilted her head, unable to understand. All right, enough of this. Old Wang waved his hand dismissively. Go back with your master quickly. You haven't eaten breakfast yet, have you? Pingxi's stomach rumbled with a gurgling sound. Gu Qingyu took her hand and bid farewell to Old Wang. We'll be going then. The two left the courtyard one after the other, their figures gradually disappearing into the distance. Old Wang watched them go, muttering under his breath, Go on, all of you. It's better when you're gone peaceful. After speaking, he returned to his reclining chair, lay back, and closed his eyes. The wicker chair creaked as it slowly rocked back and forth. The open door of the archives room seemed pushed by an invisible hand, creaking as it slowly closed shut. Huosha cold wind swirled inside the room. In the shadows of the bookshelf, a pitch-black shadow writhed, then gathered into human form. In the blink of an eye, the shadow transformed into a bald, black-robed old monk with hands pressed together and a compassionate expression on his face. He looked at Old Wang, who was resting with closed eyes, and asked with a smile, Why did you intervene? I already promised not to touch Ping'an County after the deed is done. Old Wang seemed not to hear, continuing to sway gently with the chair. After a long while, he said indifferently, Those 3 cannot die here. Why? Enough people have died in Ping'an County. If people from the Demon Suppression Bureau die here too, the higher-ups will surely notice something amiss. I don't want my twilight years disturbed. The black-robed old monk chuckled softly. Do you really plan to spend the rest of your life like this? Living one lifetime is tiring enough. I don't want to be like you, tired for another lifetime. The old monk shook his head. I never thought we would end up so different. Old Wang said nothing more, merely raising his hand in dismissal. Leave. Don't come back. But the black-robed old monk didn't move. Xinjiang is dead. I killed him. I know. Don't you want to know why? The affairs between you fellow disciples have nothing to do with me. Old Wang's tone remained flat. He wouldn't have lived much longer anyway. Better to be freed sooner. The old monk dropped his false compassionate smile and asked again, I want to ask you something. Old Wang, as if he had anticipated this, answered directly. That man and the little girl beside him might be able to help you in the future. Oh, the black-robed old monk believed him, a slight smile curving his lips. Then I'll send him a gift. As soon as the words left his mouth, the black-robed old monk dissolved into a pool of black shadow and disappeared silently from the room. Ping'an County had just suffered a great calamity, leaving the streets nearly deserted. Smoke still lingered in the air, and many terrified residents had already packed their belongings and fled the city. Gu Qingyu held Pingzi's small hand as they walked through the empty streets, his mind drifting as he repeatedly pondered over the 6 talents evil ritual. Master, when are we going to Yinzhou? Pingzi remembered old Wang's earlier description of Yinzhou, her eyes sparkling with longing. We'll leave in a couple of days, Gu Qingyu replied, snapping back to attention. Should we start packing our things then? Yes, we need to prepare some luggage. Upon receiving this confirmation, Pingzi nodded excitedly, as if the terror of nearly being strangled to death by the ghost puppet had been cast to the winds. The two turned a street corner and passed by a narrow alley. The entrance was dark and damp, littered with broken tiles and rubble, carrying an indescribable chill. Gu Qingyu suddenly stopped, his brow furrowing as his gaze penetrated into the alley. Master, what's wrong? Pingzi followed his line of sight. Nothing, just a rat, Gu Qingyu said, his voice softening. As his words fell, a palm-sized gray-black rat overturned a worn bamboo basket and scurried along the wall into deeper shadows, disappearing in an instant. Pingzi shuddered at the creature's enormous size, instinctively tightening her grip on Gu Qingyu's arm. Master, why is that rat so big? Maybe it's been eating too well. Gu Qingyu gently patted the back of her hand. Don't be afraid. With Master here, no matter how big it is, it wouldn't dare bite you. After speaking, he glanced once more into the alley before continuing forward with Pingzi. Pingzi had just responded when her legs suddenly gave way, and she collapsed straight down. Pingzi. Gu Qingyu reacted swiftly, catching her in his arms. He wanted to examine her with his spiritual energy, but remembered that he had nearly exhausted it while healing Su Qing and the others earlier. He checked her pulse rate was still beating. Just as he lifted Pingzi and prepared to rush to the medical clinic to find Dr. Liu, a deep male voice suddenly rang in his ears. She's fine. I just made her sleep for a while. Who's there? Gu Qingyu's heart sank as he looked toward the source of the voice. In the depths of the dim alley stood a figure in black robes, appearing from nowhere. The person was completely wrapped in a wide black robe, even their face swallowed by shadows. Despite Gu Qingyu's current cultivation level, he hadn't sensed when this person appeared, nor could he determine what method they had used to render Pingzi unconscious. Could there really be such a master hiding in Ping'an County? Who are you? Gu Qingyu demanded in a low voice. The black-robed figure chuckled softly, their voice deliberately lowered, yet clearly audible. Have you forgotten who damaged your life essence? What? Gu Qingyu's pupils contracted sharply. Tearing pain exploded in his mind as fragmented images flashed wildly. Pitch black night, grotesque villains, billowing black robes. He clutched his head and bent over, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. It's you. At the same time, he discovered with horror that his control over his limbs was disintegrating, could clearly feel it, as if another person was controlling his body. It was an incredibly eerie sensation. The person controlling his body seemed to be himself, yet not himself, as if there were another version of himself dwelling within his own flesh. The throbbing pain in his head continued to intensify. The black-robed figure, his features obscured beneath the dark hood, spoke with a hint of curiosity in his voice. Actually, I've been observing you for quite some time. By all rights, you should be dead. Can you tell me who you are? Who are you? This question began echoing relentlessly in Gu Qingyu's mind. Gritting his teeth and enduring the sharp pain that occasionally shot through his skull, he replied, I am Gu Qingyu. Haha, fascinating. The black-robed man chuckled softly. Though I don't know how you managed to inhabit this corpse and make everyone around you completely oblivious to it. You may fool others, but you can't fool me. You probably don't realize this, but I was the one who damaged Gu Qingyu's life essence, and I was the one who collected his soul. Gu Qingyu suddenly thought of something. You collected his soul. He stared directly at the black-robed figure, waiting for his response. What? Curious about why I would collect his soul. The black-robed man chuckled again, answering his own question. Even if I hadn't collected this person's soul, he wouldn't have lived much longer anyway, because he possesses the heaven-severed fate destined for an early death. Heaven-severed fate? You actually know he has the heaven-severed fate. Gu Qingyu seized upon the key point. Then do you also know that Jin Dai possesses the heavenly yang fate, and Li Mei possesses the heavenly yin fate? You mean that elderly couple? The black-robed figure said. Indeed, I know. Moreover, that malevolent demon and evil spirit were both cultivated by me. So it was you. Gu Qingyu clenched his fists tightly. The five-path god, the yellow immortal, and the one-eyed wolf you were behind all of it. You've been orchestrating everything from the shadows. The black-robed man seemed somewhat surprised. You actually know so much. Gu Qingyu gripped the handle of the heaven-opening blade at his waist, struggling to dispel that sensation of losing control over himself. As he grew calmer, the pain in his head began to subside. Who are you? Gu Qingyu returned to the original question. The black-robed figure didn't answer, instead saying, "Since you know so much, I can't let you live." As soon as he finished speaking, the black-robed man instantly transformed into a stream of black energy and flew toward Gu Qingyu. Gu Qingyu's heart jumped in alarm. Just as he was about to draw his blade, the black energy penetrated directly into his mind. Immediately after, the black-robed man's voice began echoing in his consciousness. This spiritual fragment of mine still lacks a physical vessel. Conveniently, this body possesses the heaven-severed fate, making it quite suitable as a host body. What are you trying to do? Gu Qingyu's consciousness sank into his spiritual sea, where he could see dense black energy covering the space above. Don't think about resisting. Resistance is futile. Your soul is too weak. As soon as these words were spoken, Gu Qingyu felt a tempest rising in his mind. He was like someone standing on a storm-lashed shore, with the oppressive black energy resembling an endless tsunami rushing toward his fragile spiritual form. Just as the black energy formed by the black-robed man was about to devour Gu Qingyu's spiritual body. Buzz! A point of green light flashed from deep within Gu Qingyu's spiritual form. What is this? Before he could finish speaking, that single point of green light instantly expanded. This is like a sun rising slowly in the dark night. The single ray of light gradually expanded, and in an instant, it completely expelled all the black energy from his spiritual sea. Ding! Qi Jing's avatar eliminated. Ding! Growth points acquired. 10. Ding! Evolution points acquired. 100. End of volume. Gu Qingyu opened his eyes, feeling a wave of dizziness washing over his mind. His legs gave way beneath him, and he staggered, nearly falling before managing to regain his balance just in time. A clone. He shook his head vigorously, trying to dispel the lingering dizziness completely. Only after confirming he was unharmed and that the black-robed man had indeed vanished did he begin to think calmly. Qi Jing, a clone? So the black-robed man was named Qi Jing and was merely one of Qi Jing's clones. A mere clone had nearly scattered his soul to the winds. Recalling the terrifying incident in his consciousness, Gu Qingyu couldn't help but shudder if not for that sudden burst of blue light in his mind. His soul would likely have become food for his opponent. Just who exactly was Qi Jing? His brow furrowed deeply, sensing this person was far from ordinary. Yet, by merely defeating one of his clones, he had gained 10 growth points and 100 evolution points. 100 evolution points. This was the highest record he had achieved so far. Gu Qingyu immediately called up his attribute panel. Host, Gu Qingyu. Level, 11. Remaining lifespan, 15 years. Growth points, 10. Evolution points, 100. Skills. Black Wind Blade Technique Max Level. Qingyuan Armor, Level 3. Qingyuan Level 3. Qianquan Level 2. Tamed Beast, Tianyuan Turtle. Level, 11. Skills. Same as above. All Black Wind Blade Technique Max Level. Qingyuan Armor Level 3. Qingyuan Level 3. Qianquan Level 2. 10 growth points were enough to tame the Tianyuan Turtle once more, thereby triggering his own level advancement. The Tianyuan Turtle was still sleeping, having just broken through to level 11 not long ago. He wondered silently. Could he continue taming while it was in a sleeping state? He had to try to put his mind at ease. Tame Tianyuan Turtle. Ding. Consume 10 growth points to tame Tianyuan Turtle? Yes. Ding. Taming successful. Ding. Current Tianyuan Turtle level, 12. As the familiar system notification ended, boom, the Qingyuan energy that had been completely depleted in his body came surging out from his limbs and bones, and his true Qi surged along with it. In an instant, both Qingyuan energy and true Qi doubled in strength. Second stage of Qi refinement. Gu Qingyu clenched his fist, feeling the surging power and roiling true Qi. The consecutive breakthroughs gave him a somewhat inflated sense of confidence as if he could kill a bull with one punch. No, 10 bulls. Just as he was about to throw a punch to test his newfound strength, a soft moan reached his ears. He looked down to see Pingzi lying on the ground, slowly awakening. Pingzi, you're awake? Gu Qingyu bent down to ask. Master, what happened to me? Pingzi slowly opened his eyes, seeing himself inexplicably lying on the ground, his face full of confusion. We encountered a demon just now, and you were knocked unconscious, Gu Qingyu explained briefly. A demon? Pingzi quickly sat up, looking around, but found no suspicious figures. Master, where is the demon? Already dead. Upon hearing this, Pingzi's previously tense expression was instantly replaced by a smile. She knew that demon must have died at her master's hands. Master, you're amazing. You killed that demon, didn't you? Gu Qingyu smiled gently and shook his head in explanation. The black-robed man hadn't exactly died by his blade, but rather was destroyed by a blue light within his consciousness. He had a good idea of where that blue light came from. It should be the Qingyuan armor. The Qingyuan armor had always been effective against demons and evil spirits, not only protecting the body, but also guarding one's consciousness. What he hadn't expected was its terrifying power within his mind, where just a glimmer of blue light illuminated his entire consciousness. Thinking of this, he didn't delve deeper into it. Even something as bizarre as transmigration had happened to him. What couldn't he accept? With these thoughts, he raised his hand to ruffle Pingzi's hair, his tone gentle. All right, since you're awake, let's head home early. There's still food at home, and we can cook when we get back. You've been hungry all day. At the mention of eating, Pingzi immediately remembered the silver coin Gu Qingyu had given her for breakfast, as well as the banknote old Wang had stuffed into her hands earlier. She quickly pulled them out and handed them over. Master, I'm still young. Could you help me keep this money safe? Gu Qingyu glanced at the small amount of money in her palm. Feeling both pleased and heartbroken, this little girl was more sensible than many adults. He waved his hand in refusal. You keep it. Learn to manage money. Just don't spend it recklessly. Pingzi froze, at a loss. Gu Qingyu said no more and turned toward Niu Alley. The little girl quickly took a few running steps to catch up. 3 days later, Niu Alley. The morning mud in the alley hadn't yet dried completely, as one large and one small figure, carrying bundles on their backs, walked leisurely toward the government office. Pingzi was full of energy, bouncing along. Master, are we really going to Yunzhou today? That's right. Gu Qingyu watched her figure, his mind flashing back to yesterday's scene taking Pingzi to pay respects to Qianshan and Pingzi's parents. The little girl had cried terribly, and he had worried it might affect their travel plans, but it seemed his concerns were unnecessary. At the government office entrance, Su Qing, Chen Jianping, and Tai Tong were already waiting with their horses, while Constable Li also held the reins of a black steed. Pingzi whispered a reminder. Master, we've reached the government office. Gu Qingyu stepped forward with cupped fists. Brother Su, Brother Chun, Brother Tai, sorry to keep you waiting. Chen Jianping smiled. We haven't been waiting long. Su Qing chimed in. Since Brother Gu is here, let's get on the road. Constable Li approached leading the horse and handed over the reins. This horse is provided by the government office, but it'll be deducted from your reward money. Gu Qingyu stroked the horse's mane and raised an eyebrow teasingly. Chief, I've made so many contributions and killed so many demons and ghosts, and you're sending me off with just one horse? Constable Li knew he understood the situation and lowered his voice. There's still reward money 100 taels left. Ping'an County just suffered a great disaster. The government coffers are tight, and everything needs rebuilding. Gu Qingyu nodded. I understand. 100 taels is enough. I am not complaining. Constable Li patted his shoulder heavily. Go on then. Come back to visit when you can. All right. Gu Qingyu agreed, first lifting Pingzi onto the horse's back, then taking the reins and following Su Qing and the other two toward Yunzhou. 3 days later. Yunzhou, the Demon Suppression Bureau. The morning mist had yet to lift as the massive black iron gates of the Demon Suppression Bureau stood silently towering over 10 meters high. The door frame and surrounding walls were built from dark bluish-black stone, sharp and angular, resembling a colossal sword spanning between heaven and earth. In the shadow of the high walls, passers-by instinctively lightened their steps and gave the place a wide berth, fearful of disturbing the aura of deadly authority that emanated from within. Su Qing hurried toward Gu Qingyu at the entrance, carrying a set of dark blue official robes and a black waist token. Qingyu, I've taken care of all the paperwork for you. From now on, you're officially part of the Demon Suppression Bureau. Gu Qingyu accepted the robes and token with both hands, bowing respectfully. Thank you so much, Brother Su. Don't mention it. Su Qing waved dismissively, though his expression suddenly grew serious. But there's something I need to make clear beforehand. Please, Brother Su, go ahead. Gu Qingyu immediately held his breath. The Demon Suppression Bureau is easy to enter but hard to leave. Once you step through these gates, you live as a member of the Bureau, and if you die as its ghost. You must never harbor any treacherous thoughts. A chill ran through Gu Qingyu's heart as he silently took note. I understand. Good that you remember. His gaze fell upon the waist-high ceramic jar at Gu Qingyu's side, from which a small head peeked out at the opening. Su Qing asked, You haven't found lodging yet, have you? Gu Qingyu gently patted the jar's mouth, causing the child to retreat inside, then nodded in response. Not yet. With a child in tow, the student quarters within the Bureau won't accommodate him. Su Qing considered for a moment. If you want to live together, you'll have to rent a place outside. Gu Qingyu acknowledged, We understand. I know a fellow who can help you find a house. I'll have him assist you later so you can get settled. That would be much appreciated, Brother Su. Just as he finished speaking, hearty laughter came from behind them. Are the formalities all sorted? Gu Qingyu turned to see Chen Jianping approaching with a servant in tow, the servant jingling a string of brass keys in his hand. Qingyu, did Su Qing take care of everything for you? All done long ago. I knew it. Chen Jianping tossed the keys over. Since you have a child with you, the Bureau won't provide you with quarters. These keys are for several properties on Bluestone Street. Pick whichever one you like. Catching the keys unexpectedly, Gu Qingyu stood stunned for a moment. Su Qing added with a smile. For housing, just go straight to your brother Chun. His father is the wealthiest man in Yun City, with shops and mansions everywhere. You could rent in the prime districts if you wanted, or if you're too lazy to choose, you could even stay at his family's place. Only then did Gu Qingyu realize the truth, thinking to himself in surprise. So Chen Jianping is actually a rich second generation. Thank you, brother Chen. About the rent. Whatever you think is fair, me family doesn't lack for that bit of money anyway. Chen Jianping waved dismissively. That won't do. Gu Qingyu shook his head. If I'm renting, I must pay rent. I'll pay the normal rate. How does that sound? Fine by me. Chen Jianping showed no concern. Gu Qingyu held up the keys, looking somewhat troubled. But with so many houses, which one would be suitable? Chen Jianping turned to his servant with instructions. Later, take Master Gu to Bluestone Street for a look. If he takes a liking to any of the properties, help him get everything properly arranged. The person following behind Chen Jianping appeared to be his servant. Upon hearing Chen Jianping's instructions, he quickly nodded and responded, Yes, young master. Chen Jianping then turned around and nodded to Gu Qingyu with a cheerful smile on his face. Don't worry about it. Just pick whichever house you like. Old Ma will take care of everything for you. Brother Chen, you're too kind. Gu Qingyu clasped his fists in gratitude. How is this being kind? Chen Jianping rolled his eyes. If you hadn't treated our injuries back in Ping'an County, the three of us would probably still be bedridden and unable to move. Don't be so formal with me. Hearing this, Gu Qingyu stopped declining the offer. Old Ma will stay here to help you look at houses. I'm heading to the Jiaoxi district first. I've been cooped up for days, and I'm going stir crazy. I'll treat you to dinner once I'm done. As soon as he finished speaking, he was already eager to leave. Master, the little girl Pingzi, who had been quietly following alongside them, looked up at Gu Qingyu and asked softly, What kind of place is the Jiaoxi district? Well, Gu Qingyu hesitated slightly. It's a place where men go to drink flower wine. Is flower wine tasty? Pingzi pressed on. Gu Qingyu shook his head. I've never had it. You should ask Uncle Chun. Pingzi tilted her head toward Chen Jianping, who was preparing to leave. Uncle Chun, is flower wine tasty? Caught off guard by the little girl's direct question, Chen Jianping's steps faltered and his expression instantly became awkward. It should probably be tasty. Humph. Pingzi put her hands on her hips and puffed out her cheeks. If you've had it, then you've had it. If it's tasty, say it's tasty. If it's not tasty, say it's not tasty. Why do you have to say probably? During their journey together, Chen Jianping had loved teasing Pingzi and had long abandoned any pretense of formality. Now he could only touch his nose and laugh sheepishly. For men, it's tasty. Wine is divided by gender? Pingzi blinked, looking suspicious. Uncle Chun, are you lying to me? Chen Jianping looked awkwardly at Gu Qingyu, his eyes pleading for rescue. All right, Pingzi, stop asking. Gu Qingyu intervened to help him out. Seeing her master speak up, Pingzi obediently fell silent, but her eyes still sparkled brightly with curiosity. Then master, when can we go drink flower wine? Children can't drink alcohol, understand? Gu Qingyu's expression grew stern. Pingzi immediately deflated. Then I'll go drink it when I grow up. That should be okay, right? No. Chen Jianping cut in decisively before Gu Qingyu could speak. Girls aren't allowed in those places. If you really dare to go, your master might expel you from his tutelage. This single sentence frightened the little girl so much that her face went pale. She hurriedly grabbed onto Gu Qingyu's sleeve, pleading softly. Master, I won't drink flower wine anymore, not even when I grow up. Su Qing, watching from the side, frowned deeply and shot Chen Jianping a heavy glare. Knowing he was in the wrong, Chen Jianping could only laugh awkwardly and quickly change the subject. Oh right, Pingzi, I know there's a candy shop in the city that's really delicious. I'll take you there next time. How about that? Pingzi ignored him, still feeling somewhat anxious and worried that her master might send her away. Gu Qingyu reached out and ruffled her hair, saying gently, When we get the chance, I'll have Uncle Chen take you to buy candy, okay? Yes, okay. Only then did Pingzi relax, her eyes once again brimming with joy. Seeing this, Chen Jianping stopped mentioning the Jiaoxi district and obediently followed behind Gu Qingyu and his disciple. The group walked along the Bluestone Street selecting houses until Gu Qingyu chose and rented the smallest courtyard, after which Chen Jianping took his leave. Though small, the courtyard had artificial hills and flowing water, small bridges, and covered walkways. The scenery was elegant. Pingzi looked around with sparkling eyes. Master, will this be our home from now on? That's right. Gu Qingyu nodded with satisfaction. He didn't understand the rental prices in Yun City and had relied entirely on old Ma to handle everything. Renting this place for 3 years with 100 taels of silver, exactly the reward money that Constable Li had secretly slipped to him before their departure. Just thinking about it, he knew he had definitely gotten a great deal. With this thought, he couldn't help but sigh softly. Along the way, Su Qing and the other two had taken great care of him. and he owed them more and more favors. He would have to find opportunities to repay them in the future. Just as he was thinking this, Gu Qingyu suddenly realized that the Tianyuan Turtle had awakened. After finishing dinner, Gu Qingyu returned to his room to rest. Having just arrived at the Demon Suppression Bureau, according to Su Qing's earlier explanation, he was currently only a probationary demon suppressor. Starting from registration, he would undergo a 3 to 6 month probationary period during which all probationers were forbidden from leaving the premises, thus having no opportunity to engage with demons and evil spirits. Upon completion of the probationary period, the Demon Suppression Bureau would assign a promotion mission, and only by completing this task could one truly enter the ranks of demon suppressors. For most newcomers, this internship meant safety and resources. No need to take risks while enjoying the Bureau's cultivation provisions. But for Gu Qingyu, it felt like Shackles' strength didn't come from simple secluded cultivation, but from slaying demons and evil spirits to gain growth points. Yun City lay at the foot of the Demon Suppression Bureau, peaceful for miles around, leaving him unable to find suitable targets. After much consideration, he could only place his hopes on the Tianyuan Turtle still remaining in the Sambao River. With his mind made up, his consciousness quickly communicated with the Tianyuan Turtle. Tianyuan, present, master. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in vast waters. The Tianyuan Turtle's main consciousness was gently pushed aside as he took control of this massive creature's body. Dense azure essence, so concentrated it seemed almost solid, surged through the turtle's meridians far superior to his original body's true Qi and azure essence. He quickly noticed something strange. There wasn't a trace of demonic power within the body. By logic, second-tier demon beasts must generate demonic power. Why doesn't the Tianyuan Turtle have any? Upon closer examination, a startling hypothesis suddenly occurred to him. Could this azure essence itself be demonic power? If so, then the azure essence within his own body would also be demonic power. For a human to simultaneously possess both true Qi and demonic power, was this a blessing or a curse? Common knowledge was clear. 1. Human martial artists entering the Qi refinement stage could only generate true Qi. 2. Demon clan breaking through to the second tier could only generate demonic power. Yet he, due to the beast taming system, was actually cultivating both forces simultaneously. At this thought, Gu Qingyu's brow furrowed, then quickly relaxed. At least for now, the azure essence didn't conflict with his true Qi, but rather brought him considerable benefits. He shook his head, casting aside these chaotic thoughts, and moved his limbs. The Tianyuan Turtle's shell was slightly larger than before, though the increase wasn't dramatic. Gurgle. A clear protest came from his belly. Only then did he remember he hadn't eaten for quite some time. Time to find some food. With this thought, Gu Qingyu glanced toward the exit of the Crab Clan's secret cave and walked straight out. Brother Turtle. Xie spotted Tianyuan Turtle slowly emerging from the Crab Clan's secret cave and immediately waved his claws to greet him. Transparent bubbles streamed from the corners of his mouth, revealing his barely contained joy. He had known all along that Tianyuan Turtle was in secluded cultivation and feared disturbing him. So naturally, he was overjoyed to finally see him emerge. Brother Turtle, have you finished your retreat? Xie swam closer and asked in a low voice. Indeed. Tianyuan Turtle nodded. Then where are you heading, Brother Turtle? As soon as the words left his mouth, Xie felt a wave of unease. The strongest member of the Crab Clan was currently only himself, a first-tier peak demon beast. If Gu Qingyu, this second-tier powerhouse, were to leave, the clan would instantly lose its greatest source of confidence. Moreover, from their interactions over these past days, Gu Qingyu was not only incredibly powerful, but also bore no ill will toward the Crab Clan. I'm hungry. Going out to find something to fill my belly. Gu Qingyu's voice was deep and low. Then, will Brother Turtle return? Xie pressed. Gu Qingyu lowered his head in contemplation. With his current 12th level cultivation, Xiesan's crab paste would only be marginally useful if he devoured the entire creature, and the Crab Clan had cared for him devotedly during his slumber. To consume them would be repaying kindness with cruelty. There was little point in staying, so he slowly replied, I haven't decided where to go yet. I'll remain for a few more days before making plans. Brother Turtle, have we crabfolk been poor hosts? Xiesan hastily tried to persuade him to stay. It has nothing to do with you all. I have other matters to attend to and cannot linger long. Gu Qingyu's tone was gentle yet resolute. Seeing that the other truly had his plans, Xiesan asked no more questions and could only sigh softly. Then I won't insist on keeping you. Brother Turtle, I know of nearby waters where the fish are plump and delicious, not far from here. If you're hungry, you could go there first. Oh, where is it? Let me guide Brother Turtle there. Xiesan immediately turned and swam swiftly through the murky waters. Follow me, Brother Turtle. Gu Qingyu followed closely behind, and the two figures soon disappeared into the depths of the watery veil beyond the cave. Not long after the turtle and crab had departed, a jet-black serpent dragging a massive four-legged dark fish suddenly appeared at the entrance to the Crab Clan's cave. This serpent was the very same one from whom Gu Qingyu had previously torn 3 scales before it fled in disgrace. Now, emboldened by the dark fish behind it, the serpent raised its head with sinister confidence and hissed loudly. Crab third, big green turtle, get out here now. Who dares come here? With a great splashing sound, crabs of all sizes swarmed out from the depths of the cave. The giant crab leading them looked up, recognized the serpent, and his expression immediately darkened. It's you? What brings you to our crab clan again? Humph. The serpent snorted coldly. Where is crab third? That's none of your business. The serpent scanned the dense crowd of crabs, but found no sign of San, and a cold gleam flashed in its eyes. It seems crab third isn't here perfect for my purposes. Brother Dark Fish, you must be hungry after our long journey, aren't you? The crab clan's paste is delicious, why don't you feast first? Excellent. The dark fish roared in agreement. As soon as the words were spoken, the dark fish behind the serpent stirred up a torrent of water and surged toward the crab clan before them. Boom. The Tianyuan fish merely lifted its foot and stomped, instantly stirring up a torrent of water within the crab clan's cavern. Water columns danced wildly like frenzied dragons, instantly stripping the moss from the cave walls. Swarms of small crabs were swept into the air, clattering and tumbling as they crashed against the surrounding stone walls. Many crab shells shattered instantly, turning into pools of fresh yellow muck. Whoosh, the Tianyuan fish sucked in its belly, revealing razor-sharp fangs as it inhaled forcefully. The small crab remains that had just been flung against the walls and hadn't yet fallen to the ground, along with the fishy sweet crab roe, were swept back by the reverse current and devoured entirely. This crab roe tastes quite good, the Tianyuan fish said with satisfaction, smacking its lips. Witnessing this scene, the lead crab guarding the cave entrance shrank its eye stalks and shuddered involuntarily. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Who dares cause trouble in our crab clan territory? It roared, unable to suppress the fear in its voice. From deep within the cave, Crab Seventh and a group of crab demons rushed out from their secret chamber upon hearing the commotion. As soon as they turned the corner, they saw the familiar Xian snake and the 4-legged Tianyuan fish beside it. Their expressions darkening simultaneously, these visitors meant trouble. Crab Seventh glared coldly at the Xian snake and sneered. Xian snake, have you forgotten how our big brother turtle sent you scurrying away in disgrace last time? You dare return with company? Are you tired of living? Venomous hatred churned in the Xian snake's eyes. I've come this time to seek revenge against the Great Green Turtle. That turtle demon took 3 of my life scales and severely damaged my vital energy. I swear I won't rest until this revenge is complete. Huh. Crab Seventh raised its pincers and mercilessly exposed the lie. Those 3 scales were clearly offered by your own hand to save your miserable life, and now you're framing our big brother, claiming he harmed you. How shameless. Shifting its tone, it pointed its pincer tip at the nearby Tianyuan fish. Is this the helper you found? A black fish with 4 legs, ugly as sin. You don't seriously think it can defeat our handsome big brother turtle, do you? The Xian snake hissed venomously. A mere small crab dares to be so insolent toward my big brother Tianyuan fish. Before the words finished, the Xian snake suddenly transformed into a streak of dark lightning, shooting toward Crab Seventh. The speed was so fast it nearly tore through the air. Crab Seventh only saw a flash before his chest erupted in excruciating pain. His hard shell was instantly pierced, creating a fist-sized bloody hole as fresh yellow crab roe gushed out. Crab Seventh's eyes bulged wide as his body swayed and crashed heavily to the ground. Seventh brother! Seventh brother! Cries of alarm rose one after another, but it was already too late. Soon after, a wrist-thick small snake emerged from the bloody hole, its forked tongue flicking in and out, covered in crab roe. Cold eyes swept around before turning to the Tianyuan fish with a fawning smile. Big brother Tianyuan fish, the roe of this first-tier crab demon is indeed more delicious. The Tianyuan fish narrowed its eyes, its throat bobbing as its claws involuntarily tightened. Oh? Is that so? Before the Xian snake could respond, another group of first-tier crab demons burst into the cave, surrounding the Xian snake and Crab Seventh's corpse in layers. Crab Fifth raised his massive pincers high, pointing at the Xian snake and roaring furiously. Xian snake! How dare you kill my 7th brother? The Xian snake leisurely coiled up, positioning itself directly on Crab Seventh's chest as blood plasma slid down its scales. Licking the crab roe from its tail tip, it smiled coldly and sinisterly. What's there not to dare? Forget your 7th brother. Even if your 3rd brother came, I'd kill him just the same. Seeking death, Crab Fifth flew into a rage, instantly raising the large pincers in its hands and smashing them swiftly toward the Xian snake. Die! This strike carried tremendous force, directly breaking through the surrounding water currents. Crab Fifth roared as he charged toward the black snake, his massive pincers carrying vicious momentum, tearing through the turbulent flow and crashing down almost against the black snake's scales. Hiss, hiss, hiss! The black snake coiled on Crab Seventh's chest flicked its tongue, a hint of disdain flashing in its cold serpentine eyes. A first-tier crab demon dared to attack it? In its view, Crab Fifth's fierce assault seemed like slow motion. As the pincer shadow approached, the black snake merely flashed aside, moving as fast as black lightning. At the same moment, Crab Fifth's form froze, and the black snake's voice echoed from his own chest. Overestimating yourself. Crab Fifth looked down to see a hole of the same size as the one in Seventh's chest had appeared in his shell. I see. Excruciating pain spread instantly as he felt something wildly churning inside his body. The intense agony lasted only a few breaths before his consciousness was completely drained. Bang! Crab Fifth crashed heavily to the ground. Fifth brother. The surrounding crab demons roared in fury, yet none dared step forward. With just 2 strikes, the black snake had slain their formidable fifth and seventh brothers, and even the trembling water currents couldn't hinder it. Hiss, hiss, hiss. This time the black snake emerged from Crab Fifth's chest, coldly surveying the surrounding crab demons filled with bitter hatred. With a flick of its tail, it extracted several golden lumps of crab roe from the hole. Brother Qianyu, come taste this first-tier crab demon's roe. As the words fell, it channeled its demonic power and flung the roe towards Qianyu in the distance. Qianyu opened his mouth with a dull gulp and swallowed the roe. This scene appeared to the crab demons like a blood feud unfolding. Watching their brothers being devoured before their eyes while being powerless to stop it, their rage exploded instantly. Black Snake, I'll fight you to the death. Crab Ninth roared, leading the remaining clan members in a unified charge. The black snake raised its head, serpentine eyes narrowing, its killing intent restrained yet more chilling. The gap between first and second tier meant it could eliminate all these crab demons before them in just one breath. Just as it prepared to strike, a deep voice reached its ears. Brother Black Snake, let me assist you. Boom. The water currents were suddenly compressed by an invisible tremendous force, then exploded outward. Boom, boom, boom. Crab Ninth and the others who hadn't yet approached were sent flying by the impact. Bang! Crab Ninth slammed into the rock wall, his shell cracking as he slowly slid down, his heart filled with despair. Third brother, you must never come back. Before the thought could finish, a massive figure approached through the water. Qianyu looked down from above, his mocking laughter echoing. So you were the one shouting the loudest just now? Fight! What do you have to fight with? Crack! Qianyu stomped down and crushed Crab Ninth's pincer, twisting viciously until the pincer was completely pulverized. Ugh! The intense pain quickly drained Crab Ninth of his ability to resist. Crack! Accompanied by the crisp sound of shattering shell, Xuanyu lifted his thick hind leg and crushed Crab Ninth's other claw. Excruciating pain swept through his entire body as Crab Ninth was forced to abandon his mangled claw, but the relentless torture left his limbs weak, with barely any strength left to cry out in pain. Tell me, where is your third brother? Xuanyu looked down at Crab Ninth on the ground, his voice cold and indifferent. I don't know. Really don't know? Xuanyu's tail fin lightly tapped the ground. Really don't know. Crab Ninth swayed on his remaining legs, his voice so weak it was barely audible. Crack! Without hesitation, Xuanyu stepped down, instantly crushing several crab legs. Fine, then let's try a question you should know the answer to. Without waiting for Crab Ninth to catch his breath, Xuanyu continued in the same calm tone. What exactly did your third brother and that green turtle take from your crab clan's secret cave? Upon hearing the words secret cave, Crab Ninth immediately understood the true purpose of Xuanyu's return to this place. The talk of revenge was merely an excuse. This four-legged fish and the black serpent were after the treasure in the secret cave. I don't know. Crab Ninth struggled to respond. You don't know? Xuanyu suddenly chuckled softly. Your third brother didn't even tell you what he took from the secret cave? Does he really consider you his brother? Of course he does. Crab Ninth croaked in defiance. Don't be hasty, let me analyze this for you. Xuanyu lowered his body, his tail sweeping the ground lightly. The things in the secret cave belong to your crab clan. Since your third brother took them, it would be reasonable for him to at least explain what they were, even if he didn't share them with you. But from your tone just now, you know nothing at all. TSK, Crab Third is truly heartless, took the items without giving his own brothers even a word of explanation. That's not true. You're lying. Crab Ninth mustered his strength to roar angrily. Then why didn't he mention it at all? Xuanyu narrowed his eyes. Or perhaps actually did tell you. How do you know third brother didn't say anything? Crab 13th, who was still young and admired his third brother most of all, was provoked to fury by Xuanyu's words and blurted out. Third brother isn't that kind of person. Oh, Xuanyu's gaze shifted, reminding him coolly. The one I'm stepping on said you know nothing. Could it be that he's lying? 13th brother. Sensing danger, Crab Ninth urgently called out to stop him. Don't say another word. 9th brother. Crab 13th suddenly realized his mistake, but it was too late. Hee. Xuanyu chuckled twice and turned to look down at Crab Ninth beneath his foot. I heard everything your little brother just said. You actually do know about the things in the secret cave, but you lied to me saying you didn't, right? Splurt. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly lifted his foot and kicked hard at Crab Ninth's chest. The hard shell cracked on impact, and golden crab roe mixed with shell fragments sprayed out. Ninth brother. Crab 13's eyes turned red as he realized it was his own slip of the tongue that had sealed Ninth brother's fate. If only he hadn't lost control in his anger. Four-legged fish, I'll kill you, he roared, raising his two giant claws and charging at Xuanyu with bloodshot eyes. With that, he lifted his pair of large claws and rushed forward to fight Xuanyu to the death. The other crab demons around wouldn't let him continue forward to his death and quickly moved to stop him. Sixth brother, eighth brother, let me go? I want to fight that four-legged fish to the death. Crab 13 roared furiously, his massive claws flailing wildly, stirring the water into murky chaos. Calm down. Bang. Crab 6 swung his claw, larger than his own head, and struck Crab 13's shell hard. The dull impact echoed through the underwater depths. Suppressing his anger, he roared, Ninth brother is already dead because of you. How much more madness will it take? These thunderous words froze Crab 13, the entire crab instantly in place, his eyes vacant and unfocused. Sixth brother. I killed Ninth brother. I killed Ninth brother. No, you didn't kill him. A cold voice came from nearby. The black fish moved forward slightly, his vertical pupils gleaming with icy light. He deserved to die. He shouldn't have lied to me. I hate it most when people lie to me. No. Crab 13 clutched his head, his claws trembling uncontrollably, seemingly unable to accept this outcome. The black fish smiled coldly, sweeping one fin to create a violent water vortex. Crab 6 and Crab 8 were hurled away by the massive waves, crashing heavily into the stone walls. The vortex then contracted, and a powerful suction force dragged Crab 13 from in front of Crab 6 directly before the black fish. Bound by the water currents, Crab 13's eyes were bloodshot with madness. The black fish met his gaze, his voice low and menacing. For instance, I won't kill you. Because you won't lie to me, will you? I'll kill you. I'll kill you, Crab 13 shrieked, but could only struggle futilely within his bonds. The black fish chuckled softly as if he hadn't heard, his tone casual. Tell me, what did Crab 3 retrieve from the Crab clan's secret cave? I'd rather die than tell you. Crab 13 flew into a rage. No, don't worry. I won't let you die. The black fish's gaze shifted to the side. Black snake, go kill his sixth brother. Yes, black fish brother. As soon as the words fell, Crab 6 felt his chest tighten, as if pierced by an invisible blade, and collapsed to the ground. His life force and vitality visibly drained away before their eyes. Sixth brother. Old 6. Crab 13 went completely mad, blood vessels bursting in his eyes as he desperately swung his claws, trying to break through the water currents to attack the black fish, but couldn't budge them in the slightest. How about it? The black fish turned around, revealing a smile. Will you speak or not? I'll kill you. The black fish paid no more attention, his tone growing even colder. Black snake, kill his eighth brother. His voice was as cold as frozen ice, completely emotionless. I'll talk. Crab 13 finally broke down, falling to his knees with a splash, his massive claws clutching his head as he pleaded in a low voice. Don't kill my eighth brother, don't kill him. A nearly human smile appeared at the corner of the black fish's mouth. Speak then. What did Crab 3 retrieve from the secret cave? It was a fish skin. Upon hearing this, the black fish's eyes lit up, and his speech unconsciously quickened. What kind of fish skin? What was recorded on it? Was it demon cultivation techniques? I don't know. The black fish's expression darkened. You really don't know? I really don't know. The black fish shook his head, his icy demeanor intensifying. It seems you won't speak until you see your eighth brother die. He looked up and signaled. Black snake, don't kill my eighth brother. Crab 13 suddenly raised his head, the blood vessels in his eyes bursting. I really don't know. Only Turtle brother knows. Even my third brother doesn't know. The Great Green Turtle? The black fish raised an eyebrow slightly. Where is that Great Green Turtle? Shortly before you arrived, he left with my third brother. Will they return? I don't know about Turtle brother, but my third brother will definitely come back. That's good. The black fish nodded and waved to the black snake again. I'm done questioning. Kill them all. These crab demons crab roe tastes quite good and will be very beneficial for both of us. You? Crab 13 stared at the black fish in bewilderment, anger and grief intertwining as he wished he could tear this four-legged fish into pieces, but couldn't break free from the layers of water currents binding him. Yes, black fish brother. The black snake's response was low and cold, like the pronouncement of an inevitable judgment. No, don't kill my brother. Crab 13 shrieked hysterically at this moment. Didn't you say you wouldn't kill my brother if I talked? It questioned with a hoarse voice. The black serpent merely sneered coldly. Ridiculous. Before the words had fully left his mouth, he had already transformed into a gray shadow, lunging straight for Crab 8's chest. Buzz. A familiar blue light suddenly exploded before the black serpent's eyes, instantly coalescing into a translucent light shield. The black serpent's heart skipped a beat. That terrifyingly defensive great blue turtle? Had it returned? At his extreme speed, he couldn't change direction in time and could only crash into it head-on. Bang! His snake head struck the light shield first, followed by his body and tail, all pressed against it by inertia like a flattened dead snake. Who dares harm my crab clan? A thunderous roar churned the lake water. Crab 3 had just returned from foraging with Gu Qingyu when, upon entering the cave, he saw small crabs scattered everywhere, along with 5th, 7th, and 9th their crab row harvested and their deaths tragic. Die! Crab 3's eyes turned blood red as he unhesitatingly swung his massive pincers, charging toward the black serpent trapped by the light shield. I want you dead. Though the black serpent was dizzy from the impact, he still forced himself to stay alert as Crab 3 lunged forward, attempting to slip around the side of the light shield. But unexpectedly, the blue light suddenly contracted into a sphere, completely encasing him. What? The black serpent was momentarily stunned. He knew all too well the solidity of the blue sphere. There was absolutely no possibility of breaking through it. However, he wasn't certain whether Crab 3 could actually harm him through the sphere. In the next instant, Crab 3 raised his massive pincers high and struck down fiercely at the black serpent's vital point. Puff! The blue sphere actually shattered the moment the pincer shadow fell, leaving the black serpent no gap to dodge, forcing him to take the blow directly. Bang! He was sent flying by the heavy strike. Though he was a second-tier demon beast, his focus on speed rather than defense meant that this blow from the peak first-tier Crab 3 nearly shattered his ribs, causing him to cough up dark purple blood. Crab 3 pressed forward step by step. The black serpent glanced toward Gu Qingyu at the cave entrance and saw she was being held back by the black fish, no longer conjuring blue light. His heart eased as he frantically channeled his demon power, relying on speed and stealth to vanish. Bang! Crab 3's strike hit empty air, his massive pincer cracking the rock wall and sending debris flying. He scanned the surroundings, but saw no trace of the black serpent. Come out! Get out here! Crab 3 roared, his pincers striking like meteors, landing several blows, but all in vain. On the other side, the black fish had already positioned itself in front of Gu Qingyu. So you're the great blue turtle? Gu Qingyu asked indifferently. Are you blind? Can't you tell I'm a turtle? You. Xuanyu was instantly filled with inexplicable rage at Gu Qingyu's blunt retort. Gu Qingyu couldn't be bothered to respond. His gaze sweeping over Xenuthos, 4 stubby legs looked exactly like a giant salamander's no matter how you looked at them. He asked indifferently. Did you come here specifically to cause trouble for the crab clan, you 4-legged fish? Who are you calling a 4-legged fish? Xuanyu glared furiously. You must be blind yourself, He got 4 legs too. As his words fell, he curved his front limbs inward, secretly manipulating the river water. Currents surged like hidden dragons from all directions, pressing toward Gu Qingyu. Gu Qingyu's eyelid twitched slightly as he instantly caught that subtle movement. The force penetrated toward him. His shell alone couldn't block it. He touched his toes to the ground, and azure light exploded from beneath his feet. In the blink of an eye, his azure essence armor covered his entire body, forcibly isolating the surrounding river water and dispersing the penetrating pressure. External demon power manifestation. Xuanyu's heart jumped in alarm. He had known Gu Qingyu could project azure demon power through the air, but hadn't expected him to maintain such isolation continuously underwater. He probed in a deep voice. Are you also a mid-stage second-tier demon beast? Gu Qingyu didn't bother to answer, instead surveying the cave directly. Crab 3 was frantically searching for the black snake, while he infused azure essence into his eyes, and within moments locked onto the black snake hiding in the shadows. He raised his hand to summon a piece of rubble, infused it with azure essence, and slowly pushed it forward. Whoosh! The stone shot through the water, leaving a brilliant white trail. Bang! The rubble crashed into a corner of the cave, exploding mud and sand with debris flying everywhere. A black snake covered in wounds was shaken out, tumbling into view. Crab 3's eyes flashed with wild joy. He nodded gratefully toward Gu Qingyu, then roared. Let's see where you run this time. Die. Seeing this, Xuanyu's expression grew even colder. Despite his pressure from the side, this turtle demon could still spare attention to severely wound the black snake, clearly not taking him seriously at all. With this thought, he violently whipped his fish tail, borrowing the water's momentum to surge downward, channeling all his power to crush toward Gu Qingyu. Once I break through his demon power isolation, he's as good as dead. Xuanyu sneered coldly. Boom. His tail strike carried tremendous force as it whipped toward Gu Qingyu's face, instantly filling the cave with flying mud, sand, and scattered rock fragments. As the dust gradually settled, Xuanyu stiffly looked down toward the end of his own tail. Gu Qingyu was gripping that fish tail with just one hand, his expression indifferent. Are you that eager to die? Before Xuanyu could react to those words, Gu Qingyu's Qingyuan energy surged violently within him. He shot out his arm, grasping the creature's thick tail base, and with explosive force, swung the entire fish up and slammed it heavily against the stone wall beside them. Boom! The wall instantly cracked, and half of the black fish's body was embedded in the rock as debris and sand cascaded down. San, who had been pursuing the severely wounded Xian snake, was so startled by the thunderous crash that he immediately stopped his attack. When he turned around, he saw Gu Qingyu grab Xuanyu's tail fin again, yank it violently, and forcibly tear it from the stone wall before slamming it to the ground like a bouncing ball. Boom! The floor caved in, waves churned, and Xuanyu was left dizzy and disoriented, without even the strength to struggle. The Xian snake, witnessing the entire scene, was filled with terror. A second-tier midsted Xuanyu was utterly helpless before this great green turtle. What level could this creature possibly be? It stealthily glanced at San, whose attention was drawn to Gu Qingyu, then quickly slipped behind a boulder and began retreating along the shadows by the wall. The situation was turning bad time to escape while there was still chaos. Xuanyu, thoroughly battered and dazed, finally summoned its demonic power in terror, gathering the surrounding river water to envelop itself. Water manipulation was its innate talent, and with this ability, it could hold its own even against late second-tier demonic beasts. This confidence was precisely why it had listened to Xian Snake's persuasion and come to the Crab Clan's secret cave to provoke the Great Green Turtle. But the current predicament was this: the river water couldn't touch that Great Green Turtle. The pale green light shield surrounding its opponent was unlike any ordinary demonic power barrier, remaining unaffected by water currents or pressure. Could this also be some kind of innate talent? Its own gift was controlling river water, while its opponent's talent seemed to be using demonic power to create a nearly impenetrable shield. Gu Qingyu clearly sensed the water currents that had been pressing against his Qingyuan armor suddenly dispersing, all flowing back toward Xuanyu. Then his arm felt heavy, as if grasping a small mountain. Xuanyu had merged with the river water, and moving it would require lifting the entire body of water along with it. Xuanyu seized the opportunity to break free with a tail swipe, quickly retreating and staring at Gu Qingyu through the water with cold eyes. "You can't break my barrier, and you'll never hurt me again." As it spoke, rolling river water gathered and condensed into a massive water sphere with the creature coiled at its center. "Is that so?" Gu Qingyu raised his hand, his tone indifferent. The surface of his Qingyuan armor, barely a meter away, suddenly bulged outward as the light shield expanded. With each inch the barrier grew, the surrounding river water was forced back by the same measure. Step! Gu Qingyu slowly lifted his foot and walked forward. With each step he took forward, the azure essence armor around his body expanded by one step, and the surrounding river water retreated by one step. Xuanyu had originally worn a mocking smile, staring at Gu Qingyu's calm and composed demeanor, but when it discovered the river water being forced aside, revealing a vacuum zone, a sudden chill rose in its heart. How can your demonic power talent be like this?" Its voice trembled. Gu Qingyu paid no attention, simply raising his hand and waving it lightly. Buzz. The azure essence armor instantly surged, expanding in the blink of an eye into a semicircular shield over 10 meters in diameter, wrapping him tightly. The entire curved space was completely clean, not allowing even a single drop of water to penetrate. His steps unhurried and steady as he pressed closer. "Did you think that hiding in your water sphere would make you untouchable to me?" As his words fell, his figure suddenly transformed into an afterimage, the massive semicircular shield trailing azure light as it thunderously descended toward Xuanyu's water sphere. The moment the light shield contacted the water sphere burst with a pop, the scattered water flow blocked by the azure essence armor, unable to touch even a scale of either demon. Gu Qingyu stood outside the water curtain, his gaze calm. "I originally had no intention of killing you. After all, you offended the Crab Clan, not me. It's just you insisted on coming here to seek death, so what choice do I have?" Xuanyu completely panicked, pleading repeatedly. "Brother Turtle, I was wrong. I shouldn't have listened to Xuanche's nonsense. The treasures in the Crab Clan's secret cave aren't something I can covet. I know I was wrong. Brother Turtle, please spare me." Gu Qingyu's expression remained indifferent. Mercy toward enemies is cruelty toward oneself. "If I hadn't spared that Xianqi back then, today's events wouldn't have happened." As he spoke, his towering figure pressed closer, completely blocking the light from the luminous pearl overhead. Xuanyu retreated in terror. "No, Grandfather Turtle, I'm different from Xianqi. I will." Before he could finish speaking, Gu Qingyu's right fist gathered power and suddenly struck forward. Bang! The fist landed, skull shattered, blood splattered. A single punch exploded the head. Ding! Gained 7 growth points. Ding! Gained 10 evolution points. At the same time, CSN witnessed Gu Qingyu's divine might, and only after watching him kill the four-horned fish with one punch did he remember that the severely injured Xianqi had yet to be dealt with. He hurriedly turned around, only to discover that Xianqi had completely vanished, and couldn't help but shout loudly. "Brother Turtle, Xianqi is gone." Gu Qingyu withdrew his azure essence armor, allowing the surrounding river water to surge back. He stored Xuanyu's corpse in his spatial storage and immediately began searching for Xianxi upon hearing this. But after searching the cave thoroughly for quite some time, found nothing. Xiaosan hurriedly ran to his side. Brother Turtle, did you find that Xianxi? Gu Qingyu shook his head. Xianxi must have already escaped. Xiaosan immediately felt deep regret. It's all my fault. If I had kept a close eye on it at the time, it wouldn't have been able to escape. Forget it, let it run. After this incident, that black serpent should have learned its lesson and won't dare come back again. Gu Qingyu withdrew his gaze from the serpent's retreating figure and surveyed the devastated crab clan's dwelling. Among the broken walls and shattered tiles, the sweet scent of blood mingled with damp earth, making the air feel heavy and stagnant. Xiaosan stood in the corner with downcast eyes, his face etched with grief. Gu Qingyu spoke in a calm tone. Clean this up properly. With those words, he said no more, rose to his full height, and walked toward the deeper secret cave of the crab clan. The depths of the secret cave were shrouded in darkness, with the rock walls gleaming with moisture. Gu Qingyu found a clean stone platform, lay down upon it, and with a thought, summoned the attribute panel that only he could see. Host, Gu Qingyu. Level, 12. Remaining lifespan, 15 years. Growth points, 7. Evolution points, 110. Skills. Black Wind Blade Technique Max Level. Azure Armor Level 3. Azure Origin Level 3. Heaven and Earth Level 2. Tamed Beast, Tianyuan Turtle. Level, 12. Skills. Black Wind Blade Technique Max Level. Azure Armor Level 3. Azure Origin Level 3. Heaven and Earth Level 2. On the panel, the evolution points clearly showed 110. 10 points came from slaying the black fish just now, while the full 100 points were earned from eliminating Qi Jing's clone earlier. At this thought, his brow furrowed slightly. If Qi Jing's mere clone could contribute 100 growth points, just how powerful must Qi Jing's true body be? Combined with the 6 talents evil ritual that was mysteriously connected to his predecessor, everything weighed on his heart like a heavy stone. Let's have the Tianyuan Turtle advance first, Gu Qingyu decided silently. Ding. Do you choose to consume 100 evolution points to evolve the Tianyuan Turtle? Yes, he thought. Ding. Evolution in progress. Ding. Evolution successful. Ding. Tianyuan Turtle has evolved into Tianxia Turtle. A warm current surged from his consciousness, instantly spreading through his limbs and merging with the turtle's aura. Gu Qingyu clearly felt the dramatic changes as his tamed beast's muscles and bones transformed and its shell turned black. Following this came an irresistible drowsiness, and his consciousness silently sank into darkness. When he opened his eyes again, dawn light filtered through the window lattice into the room, casting golden threads beside the bed. Gu Qingyu had returned to his human form. He rolled out of bed, changed into light robes, and pushed open the door. In the courtyard, Pingzi was holding a broom, her movements so gentle they seemed afraid of disturbing her master's sleep. Seeing Gu Qingyu emerge, she immediately dropped the broom, ran to the kitchen to fetch a basin of warm water, and handed him a clean towel. Master, here you are. Up so early? Gu Qingyu accepted the towel with a gentle smile. I just woke up early today. Pingzi stuck out her tongue playfully. Before she finished speaking, several light knocks came from the courtyard gate. Brother Gu, Pingzi, are you up? Came Chun Jianping's cheerful call from outside. Master, Uncle Chun is here. Pingzi turned her head to inform him. Go open the door. Okay. Pingzi responded and ran over to pull open the gate. Outside, Chun Jianping stood with a food box, beaming as he raised what he was carrying and shook it. Pingzi, have you had breakfast yet? This is the signature dish I picked up from Zuichuan restaurant early this morning, Zuichuan duck. Come on, try it. Chun Jianping held an oil paper package in one hand and waved the roasted duck in front of Pingzi with the other. As soon as the oil paper was lifted, a crispy aroma mixed with caramel-colored steam drifted into Pingzi's nose. She instinctively sniffed, her eyes lighting up. Master Chun, how did you get here so early? What do you mean early? Didn't I stay here last night? Pingzi blinked, clearly not understanding. Master Chun, when did you stay here last night? You went to bed early yesterday, so you probably don't know. Ask your master, and you'll find out I slept with your master last night. Before he finished speaking, he had already stridden through the courtyard gate. Brother Gu, come, try this Zuichuan duck. I specifically found the best chef to slice it. Each piece is perfectly uniform in thickness, with crispy skin and tender meat. You'll know once you taste it. As Chun Jianping spoke, he threw his arm around Gu Qingyu's shoulder and whispered in his ear, help me out later. Gu Qingyu was about to speak when Chun raised his hand to interrupt him. Chun turned back and shouted to Pingzi. Pingzi, don't just stand there. Close the door, time to eat duck. Oh. Pingzi nodded eagerly, pattering over to shut the door, then trotted back, her gaze fixed intently on the wrapped roasted duck. As hot as the duck meat itself was her drool. Gu Qingyu stood very close to Chun Jianping and caught a faint scent of rouge from his clothes, the scent of a woman. He sighed inwardly. This fellow probably spent the night in the pleasure quarters until dawn and now had the audacity to come mooch breakfast. As for the help he mentioned, Gu could guess what that was about. Knock, knock, knock. The freshly closed door was knocked on again. Pingzi stopped in her tracks, and Gu Qingyu also turned to look. Who is it? Chen Jianping frowned and called out impatiently. A woman's voice came from outside, low but carrying undeniable authority. It's me. From the voice, she seemed to be a middle-aged lady of high status. Oh, it's Xiaonyang. Chen Jianping instantly changed his expression to a smile and hurriedly signaled to Pingzi with his eyes. Seeing that Master Chen knew the visitor, Pingzi didn't ask questions and ran to open the door. Creak. As the door opened, morning light spilled into the courtyard. Outside stood a noble woman in fine brocade robes, pearl hairpins trembling at her temples, her face dignified and composed. Behind her followed two maidservants, and behind them was old Ma, who had helped Gu Qingyu choose a house yesterday. Xiaonyang, what brings you here? Chen Jianping shoved the Zuichuan duck into Gu Qingyu's arms and hurried forward with a smile warmer than spring breeze. It's been some time since I've seen you, Xiaonyang. You look even younger. The noblewoman's expression remained indifferent as her gaze swept across the courtyard, taking in a young girl and a man about Chen Jianping's age. She spoke, and this gentleman is. His name is Gu Qingyu. He's my brother. Chen Jianping then pointed to Pingzi. This girl is called Pingzi. She's Brother Gu's disciple. I see. The noble lady nodded and continued. I heard from the servants that you returned yesterday, but you didn't come home all night, so I came to check if you'd gone to some unsavory place again. Absolutely not. Chen Jianping immediately waved his hands frantically like fans. I stopped going to those places long ago. If you don't believe me, ask Qingyu. Wasn't I with him all last night? Gu Qingyu stood nearby, noticing Chen Jianping's desperate winking, and quickly clasped his hands in salute. Madam, Brother Chen was indeed with me last night. The noble lady raised an eyebrow as she studied Gu Qingyu. Since when do you have a brother surnamed Gu? Chen Jianping hastily explained. Mother, remember when the Demon Suppression Bureau sent me to Pingan County to eliminate demons? I got injured then, and if Qingyu hadn't saved me, I'd still be bedridden. You were injured? The lady's expression changed instantly. She stepped forward to grab his arm, her eyes filled with worry. Where? Tell me quickly. Xiao Cui, fetch Dr. Yi. Madam. Xiao Cui had barely responded when Chen Jianping waved his hands repeatedly. No need. No need. Mother, I'm really fine now. Look, if you don't believe me. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing well-defined arm muscles, and flexed his biceps. See? I'm perfectly healthy. Are you really all right? I'm really fine. Only then did the noble lady breathe a sigh of relief, though her expression remained stern. Tell me the truth, where were you last night? I was really here. Chen Jianping spoke rapidly, pointing to the child nearby. Mother, if you don't believe me, ask Pingzi. Children don't lie, right? He shot an urgent look at the child. Pingzi blinked uncertainly and spoke hesitantly. I went to bed early last night, so I'm not sure, but Uncle Chen seemed to sleep with Master. Hearing this vague yet clear answer, the noble lady's suspicions completely vanished. She had always trusted children's intuition, especially that of such an innocent little girl like Pingzi. All right, I believe you. She sighed softly. Jianping, I know you're unhappy about your father wanting you to marry Miss Lin, but you can't keep frequenting those pleasure quarters. Chen Jianping pouted. Mother, you know my temperament. I hate father's schemes. That's why I joined the Demon Suppression Bureau. I absolutely refuse arranged marriages. Don't try to persuade me. I'll never marry in this lifetime, especially not Miss Lin. So you deliberately go to those places to spite your father? Letting rumors spread throughout the city about your drinking, gambling, and debauchery, ruining your own reputation. Chen Jianping grinned cheekily. It's not entirely to spite him. Men need their outlets. It'd be strange if I didn't go, don't you think? The noble lady shook her head helplessly. I think you want Miss Lin to know you're unreliable, hoping she'll back out. I'm truly not worth entrusting one's life to. Chen Jianping shrugged. Fine, I'll talk to your father again. If you really don't want this marriage alliance with the Lin family, so be it. But stop deliberately spreading those improper rumors to anger your father. I don't care what others think of me, as long as I'm happy. Don't you realize this also damages the Chun family's reputation? The noble lady spoke with rare severity. Chen Jianping huffed in dissatisfaction. Oh, and stop going to those places. That's impossible. To halfway through his protest, he caught the icy glare in his mother's eyes and quickly changed his tune. Don't worry, mother, I'll never go again. Really, more genuine than pure gold. After making this promise, he secretly grumbled to himself. But I could go twice, 3 times, 4 times. After the young lady left, Chen Jianping breathed a sigh of relief. He nodded to old Ma, who was still standing nearby. Well done. If she comes to catch me again next time, remember to give me advance warning. Old Ma rubbed his hands together, his face showing embarrassment. Young master, the master has ordered that I no longer follow you. He's transferring me to the estate outside the city. Is this really true? Chen Jianping's brow furrowed sharply. Old Ma nodded silently. Chen Jianping pulled out a piece of broken silver and tossed it over. Take this. The silver fell into Old Ma's palm, and he quickly bowed. Thank you, young master. Go back now. Chen Jianping picked up the bottle and turned to enter the house. Old Ma hesitated at the door for a long while. Seeing that the young master said nothing more, he could only bow solemnly to that retreating figure and quietly close the door before leaving. Gu Qingyu was walking in from outside the courtyard, carrying a drunken spring duck, when he caught sight of Old Ma's heavy expression. Yet seeing Chen Jianping still acting as if nothing had happened, he asked, Everything all right? Everything's fine. Chen Jianping waved his hand, then said earnestly, Thank you for earlier. Gu Qingyu raised an eyebrow. Why did you want me to help you lie? Don't let my stepmother's gentle demeanor fool Yoshi's a master of innate cultivation. My father has already made it clear. If she catches me at the pleasure quarters again, life or death doesn't matter. She won't actually kill me, but I won't escape a beating. Gu Qingyu reminded him. Actually, she should know you weren't here with me last night. She might not believe your words, but she'll definitely believe the bottle. Chen Jianping pointed to the wine bottle in his hand. Seeing Gu Qingyu's serious expression, he couldn't help but ask, How are you so sure she knows? You reek of rouge, and powder women are most sensitive to that. Gu Qingyu carried the drunken spring duck into the house. Rouge and powder? Chen Jianping didn't believe it and lifted his arm to sniff. Indeed, there was a faint fragrance. Remembering his stepmother's subtle movement of stepping closer earlier, he finally realized. Oh no. He looked up at the sky with a dazed expression. Qingyu, if she noticed, why didn't she beat me? Maybe she never intended to beat you in the first place. Gu Qingyu's voice came from inside the house. Impossible. Chen Jianping recalled the last time he was cornered at the entrance of the pleasure quarters, his face bitter. That time I could barely get out of bed for half a month. Gu Qingyu said flatly. That was your stepmother's saving face. If she had let you off publicly, it would be even harder to explain to your father. That makes sense. Chen Jianping looked up and sighed deeply. Qingyu, I don't want to get married. Do you not want to marry, or do you not want to marry Miss Lin specifically? I just don't want to. It has nothing to do with Miss Lin. Think about it, if I don't get married, I can go wherever I want to play. I haven't had enough fun at Yun City's pleasure quarters and brothels yet, let alone the beauty-filled capital of Chang'an, which I've never even visited. Once I'm married, will I still be able to go out and have fun? Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyu turned to look at Chen Jianping, who wore a melancholy expression, and asked with a smile, That doesn't make sense. Why would you think you can't go out and have fun after getting married? You don't understand, Chen Jianping said, looking down at him with a voice full of gloom. Once you're married, you become a husband. Everything you do becomes restricted, and you're constantly worried about this, and that nothing feels free anymore. And if you have children, then you become a father. A man with a wife and children running around places like the pleasure quarters wouldn't be considered respectable. How surprising. Gu Qingyu nodded half-jokingly. He had originally thought Chen Jianping was just a playboy who only knew how to frequent brothels, but it turned out he had quite a sense of family responsibility. Chen Jianping continued muttering. Anyway, I'll never get married. If the old man pushes me too hard, worst case scenario, I'll just run away on my wedding day. Gu Qingyu chuckled. Why worry about all that? Marriage is still far off. Far or not so far. Chen Jianping shook his head and lowered his voice. You might not know this, but in half a year, it'll be my wedding day with Miss Lin. Half a year. Gu Qingyu raised an eyebrow. Yes. At the mention of his marriage, Chen Jianping let out a heavy sigh, then called out, Forget it. Let's not talk about it. Let's eat first. I promised Pingzi yesterday that I'd take her to buy candy. Pingzi, after we eat, I'll take you to buy candy, okay? Yes. The little girl responded crisply, then turned to look at her master. Master, come with us. All right, Gu Qingyu nodded. I happen to have some business at the Demon Suppression Bureau anyway. What are you going to the Demon Suppression Bureau for? Chen Jianping asked curiously. Brother Su said that newcomers to the Demon Suppression Bureau can take 3 martial arts techniques from the Scripture Pavilion for free. I want to take a look. Oh right. Chen Jianping suddenly remembered. Last time Su Qing recommended the Eternal Spring technique to you. You should check it out. This technique matches your Qi attributes, though it's a bit lacking in power. All right, I'll go take a look later, Gu Qingyu agreed. The two stopped chatting and went inside. Besides the drunken duck from Zuichuan restaurant, Chen Jianping had also bought several steamer baskets of meat buns as the main course. After breakfast, Chen Jianping took Pingzi out. The marketplace was bustling, and he was particularly indulgent with Pingzi. Whatever caught her eye, whether it was a small rattle drum or a colorful silk pinwheel, would buy without hesitation. Before long, Pingzi had grown increasingly fond of this Uncle Chun, calling him sweetly at every turn. Uncle Chun, we've bought so many things already. When are we going to buy candy? The little girl asked, her arms full of trinkets while the heavy items had all been handed to Chen Jianping. Don't worry, Chen Jianping said, helping her steady a rattle drum that was about to fall while pointing to a jewelry shop by the street. Look, there are gold hairpins over there. Do you want one? Pingsy showed little interest, her bright eyes wandering among the crowd and stalls. Suddenly, she pointed ahead. Uncle Chun, look over there. Following her gesture, Chen Jianping saw a candy shop with quite a few children gathered around its entrance. That's a candy shop. Wanna go? Pingsy nodded vigorously, stuffed all her items into his arms, and skipped toward the candy shop. After taking a few steps, she seemed to remember something, turned back to grab Gu Qingyu's hand, and pulled him forward while shouting back, Uncle Chun, hurry up. Chen Jianping was both amused and exasperated. I'm the one paying and carrying everything, but she's holding Master's hand while Uncle Chun can only follow behind and shout. But what can you do when Master is dear, Uncle is not so dear? Just as Pingsy led Gu Qingyu to the candy shop entrance, 3 to 5 rough-looking men suddenly burst out from across the street. Get lost. All you little brats, get out of here. Who told you to come here? The leader cursed viciously with a menacing expression, roughly scattering the children gathered at the entrance. One child, having never seen such a scene, was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground crying, his candy scattered all over. What are you crying for? The man roared even more fiercely, which only made the child cry louder. Annoyance flashed across the leader's face. These damn kids are so annoying. As he spoke, he stepped forward and kicked the child on the ground, sending him flying. The sudden turn of events caught Gu Qingyu off guard. The burly leader viciously kicked the child who sat on the ground crying, sending the tear-stained little one flying through the air. Gu Qingyu quickly released the medicine bottle in his hand and flashed forward, catching the child securely in his arms. The kick had struck the child directly in the chest, and the small body was so shaken that even the strength to cry out was scattered, with fresh blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. After a brief examination, Gu Qingyu's heart sank heavily, internal organs were injured, and several ribs were broken. He immediately channeled his Qing Yuan energy, continuously transferring it into the child's body to first stabilize the injuries, then gradually repair them. Hey, kid, you've got some skills, huh? The leader raised an eyebrow and sneered coldly upon seeing Gu Qingyu's extraordinary abilities. Gu Qingyu had no attention to spare, kneeling on the ground as he continued channeling Qing Yuan energy, fine sweat beading on his forehead. Playing deaf and dumb. The man scoffed and strode closer. Let me see if you're really deaf and mute. Before his words finished, he raised his leg to kick again. At that moment, a small figure threw herself in front of Gu Qingyu, spreading her arms wide. What are you trying to do? The speaker was a delicate-looking little girl with determined eyes, showing no sign of retreat. Well, where did this little girl come from? The leader pulled back his foot, his gaze roaming up and down the girl's body, greed flashing in his eyes. She's quite pretty. He clicked his tongue with interest, then turned to ask his subordinates. If we tie her up and sell her to a brothel, how much could we get? Boss, a piece of goods like this could fetch at least this much. His underling held up 5 fingers. The man's eyes lit up. Do it. Yes, boss. 2 followers skillfully drew ropes from their waists, grinning as they approached the girl whom everyone called Pingsy. From their practiced manner, it was clear they were experienced kidnappers. But Pingsy didn't give an inch, her small body taut as a bowstring, seemingly determined never to leave her master Gu Qingyu's side, nor to fear these villains before her. This girl's got a stubborn streak, huh? The madams at brothels love breaking in this type. The 2 rope-wielding thugs chuckled as they reached Pingsy. Little girl, come with us and you'll live the good life. Stop. A cold, stern female voice interrupted the commotion. From the nearby candy shop emerged a woman of stunning beauty, her face like frost, her very presence chilling the air. Who are you? The leader frowned. I'm the owner of this candy shop. The woman's gaze was icy. Oh, so you're the proprietress. The man smiled carelessly, stepping forward before his subordinates could speak. We 3 brothers have been looking for you for quite some time. We're here today for one simple matter, running a shop here without paying protection fees. Are you not taking us 3 brothers seriously? Protection fees? The female shop owner's face grew increasingly cold. Since when do shop owners have to pay protection money to people like you? Scabby Head stood at the doorway, leaning against the door frame, revealing several blackened teeth as he grinned arrogantly. Everyone on this pedestrian street knows it's under my protection. Anyone who opens a shop or sets up a stall here has to pay protection money. That's the rule our boss set. The shop owner's eyes darkened as she asked coldly, what if I refuse to pay? Refuse. Scabby Head lifted his chin and pointed at the child in Gu Qingyu's arms, his lips curling into a smirk. Then you'd better think carefully about whether your shop can stay open. The shop owner's knuckles turned white as she quietly clenched her fists. In your eyes, is there no law at all? Ha ha ha, what a joke. Scabby Head burst into laughter, completely ignoring the pedestrians passing by. Why don't you try reporting us to the authorities? See how long we get locked up. The shop owner's heart sank. For Scabby Head to be so brazen, he must have powerful backing, someone with considerable status in Yin City. Otherwise, these thugs wouldn't dare harm a child in broad daylight, nor would they be so arrogant. She took a deep breath, suppressing her anger. How much protection money do you want? 10 taels of silver per month. Why don't you just rob people? The shop owner sneered. Scabby Head narrowed his eyes, but didn't argue, he just smiled. The shop owner's gaze turned cold, then flashed with resolve. I can give you the protection money. But once you get the money, you leave immediately, and you can't touch this little girl. Of course. Scabby Head spread his hands. We're just here to collect protection money, not to take people. Fine. The shop owner turned decisively and called into the store. Xiaoyan, bring out 10 taels of silver. Yes, Mississippi. Soon, a woman dressed as a maid came forward carrying a full tintal silver ingot. Though clearly reluctant, she still pressed the silver into Scabby Head's hands. Scabby Head weighed the silver and tucked it into his chest with satisfaction. All right, sorry for disturbing your business, boss lady. We'll leave now. As soon as he finished speaking, he shot a meaningful glance at his two companions holding hemp rope, then turned as if to leave. The two men had barely stepped out of the shop when they suddenly spun around. One lunged at Bottle, his long arms sweeping out to lock around her shoulders, while the other raised his hand and struck hard at the little girl's neck. Bottle didn't even have time to cry out before she was knocked unconscious and hoisted onto someone's shoulder. What are you doing? The shop owner's face changed dramatically. Scabby Head, you're going back on your word. Scabby Head slowly turned back, spreading his hands with a smile. Boss lady, how am I going back on my word? I only promised that I wouldn't touch the little girl, but these two never made that promise. You. The shop owner was so angry her chest heaved as she rushed forward, trying to snatch Bottle back. But the two burly men were muscular and powerful. With just a light shove, they sent her stumbling backward. She staggered 2 steps and nearly fell, but Xiaoyan caught her just in time. Miss, are you all right? I'm fine, quickly stop them. The shop owner gritted her teeth and steadied herself, her eyes fixed on the retreating figures. From what those 3 men had said, if that little girl was taken by them, her future would be ruined. At this moment, her heart was filled with overwhelming anxiety. Yes, miss. Xiaoyan sprang into action, rushing toward the 2 burly men carrying the glass bottle. She gripped the bottle's neck tightly with both hands, trying to wrestle it away. Though women naturally lacked the physical strength of men, she possessed far greater tenacity in a struggle. The 2 men swung the bottle left and right, attempting to shake her off, but she clung on like a vine that had caught its prey, refusing to let go no matter how violently they thrashed. One of them, growing increasingly frustrated by her persistence, suddenly lifted his leg and delivered a solid kick to Xiaoyan's abdomen with a loud thud, sending her flying to the side. Xiaoyan, the female owner of the candy shop, cried out in alarm, rushing over to help her up. Xiaoyan, are you all right? Miss, I'm fine. Xiaoyan clutched her stomach, her face deathly pale and cold sweat beading on her forehead. Clearly that kick had been brutal. Through gritted teeth, she whispered urgently, Miss, don't worry about me. Go save that little girl. She understood all too well that if Lizatu and his 2 companions succeeded in taking the little girl, the child's future would be utterly destroyed. Her own injury was a minor matter compared to saving a life. The candy shop owner knew equally well that with her limited strength, there was no way she could rescue the child from those 3 men. Suddenly, she remembered the strange man sitting motionless by the roadside, holding a child in his arms. The little girl was the one he had brought. Sir, the child you brought is being kidnapped, she called out desperately. Gu Qingyu spared only a fraction of his attention, uttering 2 words coolly. No rush. He then immediately returned his focus to the internal organs of the child in his arms, continuing to channel his energy to heal the injuries. No rush. The shop owner was completely dumbfounded. The child was about to be sold to a brothel, and he said there was no rush? Just then, another man's voice rang out nearby. Hey, hey, hey. You 3, yes you. What do you think you're doing? Put that bottle down right now. Where did this clown come from? Lizatu squinted at the man approaching them. The fellow was carrying an armload of puppets, rattles, and other trinkets, swaying unsteadily as he made his way toward the 3 of them. A mocking sneer immediately spread across Lizatu's face. Boy, I advise you not to meddle in affairs that don't concern you. Lizatu struck first, his voice full of menace. What meddling? The man replied casually, and before he finished speaking, the items in his arms nearly tumbled out. He quickly turned sideways, steadying them with his arm. This clumsy display made Lizatu burst into laughter. Looking like that, you still want to stick your nose where it doesn't belong? The man showed no anger, waving his hand at him. Just give me a moment. With that, he turned and walked toward the nearby candy shop. The female shopkeeper was inserting candied hawthorns onto wooden stands when she saw this tall, handsome stranger dump a pile of miscellaneous trinkets onto her counter. She couldn't help but frown. Young master, please be careful. Those men are no good. It's fine. The man waved his hand dismissively, then glanced toward the distance. Gu Qingyu was crouched on the ground, holding a little girl in his arms, motionless. Others might not understand, but he knew what was happening. What's wrong with that child? The shopkeeper asked quietly. Lizatu kicked her. He answered briefly, then bowed again. All right, I understand. Please watch over these things for me, and keep an eye on my brother. Couldn't let anyone disturb him. The shopkeeper nodded, still somewhat worried. Only then did the man return to face Liza, pointing at the two thugs following behind him, his tone calm. Have them put the bottles down. Huh, Liza sneered coldly. Boy, are you stupid? Why should I? Slap. A crisp smack cut his words short. Liza froze, instinctively covering his face, staring blankly at this seemingly ordinary man before him. The candy shop owner was also startled by the sudden action. Who would have thought this unreliable-looking fellow would dare strike first? You dare hit me? Liza snapped back to his senses, fury flooding his face as he raised his fist to strike back. Thud. His fist was still in midair when it was firmly caught by the other man's hand. The grip was like an iron clamp. Tried to pull back, but couldn't budge it an inch. You, Liza's voice trembled, fear rising in his heart. This man's strength was far beyond his own. Crack. The sound of breaking bone rang out crisply. Ah. Excruciating pain instantly consumed his reason. His right wrist was twisted into a grotesque angle, and he collapsed to his knees with a thud, cold sweat soaking through his clothes. Young master. The candy shop owner covered her mouth, feeling both vindicated and anxious. She knew Liza had backing, most likely connections with the authorities. If this gentleman continued to escalate things, it would likely bring considerable trouble. With this thought, she hurriedly advised, Young master, it's enough to rescue the little girl. Please don't let this turn deadly. Miss, there's no need to worry. For others, causing a death might be a serious matter, but for him, it wasn't necessarily such a big deal. First, his father Chindafu was the wealthiest man in Yun City. What did being the richest mean? As the old saying goes, money can make even ghosts turn millstones. Money could buy more than just luxury, and status. It could buy an extensive network of connections. If an ordinary person killed someone, their world would immediately collapse. But if something happened to the Qin family, a single word from his father could activate enough underground connections to temporarily calm any storm. Moreover, he, Qin Jianping, was himself a member of the Demon Suppression Bureau. Once he revealed his identity, many troubles would automatically disappear. Boy, you'll regret this. You'll definitely regret this. In the cluttered street corner, the scabby-headed thug glared at Qin Jianping with venomous hatred, sweat continuously rolling down his greasy forehead. His rough hands gripped tightly the glass bottle he'd been using to threaten the little girl. Qin Jianping's expression remained indifferent, his tone flat. Tell them to drop the bottles. The scabby-headed man gritted his teeth against the pain and fear, forcing himself to say, What if I don't? As soon as the words left his mouth, Qin Jianping said nothing more. His left hand seized the thug's right wrist while his right foot thundered into his chest. Crack, crack. The sound of breaking bones exploded in everyone's ears. Boss, boss. The two lackeys behind their leader had never seen their boss take such a beating, their faces turning pale as sheets. Usually they followed their boss around bullying people in the streets, but now they were experiencing suppression for the first time. The sound of cracking bones drove into their hearts like nails, making their legs shake violently. Qin Jianping's tone remained steady. I'll say it once more, tell them to drop the bottles. His calm voice sounded like ice water being poured over their heads. The female shop owner of the candy store stood behind Qin Jianping, able to see only his solid shoulders and back. In just a few moments, her impression of him had completely transformed. The young gentleman who had just asked her to watch over a pile of trinkets now seemed like a cold blade drawn from its sheath. The scabby-headed thug remained defiant. Despite his broken wrist and several fractured ribs, he still refused to yield. Keep that little girl secure. If he dares touch me again, break one of her fingers. This statement was both a command to his subordinates and a message for Qin Jianping. Heh. Qin Jianping laughed, but it was so cold it sent chills down people's spines. You actually dare to threaten me? That's right. The thug twisted his features, a crazed light appearing in his eyes. So what? Try touching me again if you dare. Qin Jianping smiled slightly, murmuring to himself. Too bad I didn't bring my blade today. The thug didn't hear clearly and was about to ask. But no matter. As his words fell, Qin Jianping suddenly lifted his foot, this time aiming not for the chest, but for the head. Bang! Like an iron hammer smashing porcelain, the thug's skull caved in under the tremendous force, blood and bone fragments splattering everywhere as his body collapsed like a broken sack. The crowd of onlookers screamed and scattered. Though the candy shop owner was shielded from most of the scene by Qin Jianping's back, she clearly understood what had happened, her heart tightening. This young gentleman was probably in serious trouble now. You. The two lackeys holding the bottles completely panicked, their fingers trembling so badly they nearly dropped the bottles. Murder. And he had kicked their boss's head to pieces right in the street. Who committed murder? Yun City patrol soldiers burst in upon hearing the commotion. Seeing the corpse and bloodstains on the ground, they immediately raised their weapons, pointing them uniformly at Qin Jianping. Who are you to dare kill someone in broad daylight? Qin Jianping glanced at them and reached to his waist, drawing out a black lacquered token, made of dark wood with the unique insignia of the Demon Suppression Bureau carved along its edges. His voice remained calm, but carried undeniable authority. Demon Suppression Bureau conducting official business. All irrelevant personnel, stand aside. People from the Demon Suppression Bureau. The arriving soldiers exchanged bewildered glances. The tense atmosphere came to an abrupt halt. Several soldiers involuntarily loosened their grip on their weapons. The Demon Suppression Bureau had always operated independently of military command, and the cases they handled were never trivial matters. If they truly interfered with an official investigation, even if it were just an excuse, it would be enough to bring serious consequences upon them. Sir, an older soldier quickly lowered his spear, forcing an awkward smile onto his face. We didn't know you were conducting an investigation here. Please forgive our intrusion. Have we delayed your work in any way? Chen Jianping smiled faintly, tucked the black gold token back into his sleeve, and pointed toward Scabby Head's two subordinates. His voice was calm, yet brooking no argument. These two are suspected of colluding with demons. Take them back for thorough interrogation. Sir, sir. Both men's legs gave out immediately as they collapsed to their knees, their voices trembling. We never colluded with demons. Yes, sir. Please spare us, the other cried while kowtowing repeatedly, his voice breaking. It was all Scabby Heads doing threatened our family's lives. We had no choice. Chen Jianping said no more, merely nodding slightly. The lead soldier understood and barked coldly. Take them away. Yes, sir. Armor clanged as several soldiers swiftly restrained the two men and dragged them from the bloody alley. The remaining soldiers, at Chen Jianping's signal, efficiently cleared away the corpses and broken furniture to prevent attracting onlookers. After finishing the cleanup, Chen Jianping walked to the shattered wine jar and gently picked up the bottle containing the child, bringing it to Gu Qingyu. How is he asked quietly. Gu Qingyu's forehead was damp with sweat. She had expended most of her spiritual energy earlier and now looked somewhat pale, yet she still held the boy steadily in her arms. His injuries have stabilized, she said gently, brushing dust from the child's forehead. He should wake up soon. Before she finished speaking, the little boy's eyelids fluttered, and with a light cough, he slowly awakened. Cough, cough. Who are you? His confused gaze wandered between Gu Qingyu and Chen Jianping's faces, both timid and curious. What's your name, little one? Chen Jianping crouched down, softening his voice. Xiao Hu. The child answered hesitantly in a small voice. You really are like a little tiger. Chen Jianping smiled. How do you feel? Does anything hurt? Xiao Hu looked down at himself, pressing his small hand to his chest. My chest hurts a little. It's nothing serious, Gu Qingyu said, touching a point on his chest with her finger. Your internal organs have mostly healed, just some bruising remains. A few days rest, and you'll be fine. Hearing that his injuries weren't severe, Xiao Hu remembered the kick from earlier and shrank back, fear flickering in his eyes. Don't be afraid, Chen Jianping said calmly. That man is dead. Xiao Hu nodded as if he understood, though he still instinctively hunched his shoulders. Suddenly, urgent crying echoed from the distant alley entrance. Xiao Hu, Xiao Hu. The voice carried obvious sobbing and panic. Xiao Hu immediately sat up straight, struggling out of Gu Qingyu's embrace and shouting toward the sound. Mother! I'm here, I'm here! Footsteps rushed closer, and a young woman with dust-stained clothes burst into the alley, tears streaming down her face. Seeing the child in Gu Qingyu's arms, she immediately pulled Xiao Hu into a tight embrace. Xiao Hu, are you all right? I'm fine, mother. The woman stroked his back, nearly breaking into sobs. Thank goodness you're safe. The woman held him tightly in her arms, as if afraid he might get lost again. Just as she breathed a sigh of relief, something seemed to occur to her. Her expression darkened, and she yanked off her embroidered cloth shoe, delivering 2 sharp smacks to little Tiger's bottom. You naughty child! Who told you to run off like that? Don't you know how dangerous the streets are? What if someone had kidnapped you? As she scolded, she raised the shoe sole to strike again. Gu Qingyu quickly reached out to stop her. Don't hit him anymore. He's injured. Injured. The woman panicked instantly upon hearing this, forgetting all about punishment as she held little Tiger close, examining him from every angle. Little Tiger, where are you hurt? A bad uncle kicked me earlier. Little Tiger mumbled softly. Where did he kick you? Does it hurt? Let mother see. She frantically lifted little Tiger's shirt, revealing a large bruised footprint on the child's chest. Tears immediately welled up in her eyes, her voice choked with emotion. What heartless bastard would hit such a small child? Don't cry, mother. Little Tiger wiped her tears with his sleeve, comforting her gently. Little Tiger doesn't hurt. These 2 big brothers helped heal my injury. Only then did the woman notice Gu Qingyu and Chen Jianping beside them, bowing repeatedly. Thank you both so much. Thank you. It was nothing. Gu Qingyu replied with a slight bow. After the mother and son had walked away, Gu Qingyu finally had a moment to spare. He raised his palm, channeling his green essence as he gently massaged the back of Pingzi's neck. Soon, the unconscious Pingzi slowly awakened. Master, my neck hurts so much. Gu Qingyu tapped her forehead. Next time there's danger, don't stand in front of your master. If that man had kicked me twice, I'd be fine. But 2 kicks to you would leave you half dead. I know. Pingzi threw her arms around Gu Qingyu's arm, shaking it back and forth. Unable to deal with her antics, Gu Qingyu decided to change the subject. Weren't you clamoring for candy? There's a candy shop right ahead. We'll have your Uncle Chen treat you. Yay! Pingzi immediately let go and bounced over to Chen Jianping. Uncle Chen, I want candy. Chen Jianping chuckled. Still acting spoiled with me? I promised you yesterday, didn't I? All right, come on. Uncle will treat you to as much as you want. Awesome. Pingzi cheered and rushed toward the shop. Chen Jianping and Gu Qingyu exchanged glances, shook their heads helplessly, and followed after her. Gentlemen. Seeing the two men about to enter the shop, the female shopkeeper hurried to greet them. Are you here to buy candy for that little girl? That's right. What delicious treats do you have? Feel free to recommend anything. Chen Jianping said with a smile. Of course, of course. Please follow me, gentlemen. The shopkeeper led the way. The stone steps in front of the candy shop were narrow and high. She managed the first step fine, but on the second step, she lost her footing. Her foot slipped, and her body suddenly pitched backward. Just as she was about to cross the second step, the shopkeeper lost her footing and suddenly fell backward. Gu Qingyu reacted quickly and was about to help, but Chen Jianping, who was walking ahead, moved even faster and caught her in his arms. The woman was light and graceful, soft as silk, with a slender waist like a spring willow that could be encircled with one hand. Drawing on his years of experience with women, Chen Jianping immediately sensed that the candy shop owner in his arms was no ordinary beauty. She was absolutely stunning. Are you all right? He asked, looking down at her. With barely any space between them and their breaths mingling, he finally saw her face clearly. Bright eyes that sparkled with light, teeth like pearls, and delicately arched willow leaf brows that gave her an enchanting charm. His heart skipped a beat unexpectedly, as if struck by something. I'm fine. The shop owner's voice was barely a whisper. She had never been so close to a strange man before. His warm breath against her face felt scorching, as if it might set her ears ablaze, and her small face instantly flushed crimson. Her shy, rosy complexion was even more captivating, and Chen Jianping found himself reluctant to let go, unconsciously tightening his arms around her. Ahem. Gu Qingyu cleared his throat softly, touching his nose to remind them of his presencia distinguished constable reduced to being a third wheel, which made him feel awkward too. Hearing the cough, the shop owner's face turned even redder as she stammered. Sir, could you help me up? Oh, of course. Chen Jianping quickly loosened his arms and helped her stand. Yet her fragrance lingered on his clothes, leaving him with an empty feeling as he sighed and shot Gu Qingyu a silent look of reproach. Gu Qingyu sighed and shook his head, tactfully making his exit. I'll head to the archives at the yamen. Help me take the bottle back later. Sure. Chen Jianping readily agreed. Watching Gu Qingyu leave, he immediately turned his attention back to the shop owner. May I ask the young lady's name? The shop owner hesitated briefly before answering truthfully. I am Lin Shifan. Shifan. Chen Jianping raised an eyebrow, finding it intriguing. That's quite a unique name. Would you like to know what to call me? May I ask your honorable surname, sir? My name is Chun Zhua, he said casually, yet with unmistakable confidence. Hearing Chen Jianping's voice behind him, Gu Qingyu stumbled. At the Demon Suppression Bureau's scripture pavilion, Gu Qingyu stood before the vast entrance, filled with bewilderment. How could such an important place have no guards whatsoever? Wasn't the Bureau concerned about intruders sneaking in? As he pondered this and lifted his foot to step forward, an invisible force suddenly surged from ahead, like a massive mountain blocking his path. Instantly freezing him in place, didn't even dare lift a finger. Who goes there? Came a hoarse, deep inquiry from the side. Only then did Gu Qingyu notice an elderly man lying beneath a pomegranate tree beside the entrance. The man appeared withered and frail, his breath barely perceptible, as if a gust of wind could turn him to dust, yet he emanated an unfathomably oppressive aura. Not daring to show any disrespect, Gu Qingyu quickly withdrew his foot, pulled out his black iron token marking him as an apprentice demon suppressor, and called out with a respectful bow. Apprentice demon suppressor, Gu Qingyu pays his respects to the senior. The old man merely lifted his eyelids slightly, glanced at the token, and seemed to understand everything. Enter. You have 1 incense stick's worth of time, and may select at most 3 books. Original texts cannot be removed. You may only copy them yourself. Yes. Gu Qingyu acknowledged the command, though his heart ran cold. So this elder was the true guardian of the pavilion. With such a person present, heavy guards would indeed be redundant. He bowed again respectfully, tucked the token into his robes, and stepped into the pavilion. The strange oppressive force instantly dissipated, as if he had surfaced from the deep sea back to shore. The scripture pavilion of Yunzhou's Demon Suppression Bureau had 3 floors. The first floor could be entered with any demon suppressor token. The second floor required a bronze token. The third floor could only be accessed with a gold token. 1 incense stick's time not long, but not short either. I must hurry. Gu Qingyu silently calculated the time. Looking up, he saw bookshelves lining the walls, with internal cultivation methods organized by the 5 elemental properties: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Beyond these categories lay the largest collection of non-elemental techniques. Su Qing had previously warned him. 1. Non-elemental techniques were numerous and of varying quality, but were compatible with virtually any type of spiritual energy, making them the most popular choice for beginners. 2. Elemental techniques possessed unique characteristics, but if one's spiritual energy didn't match, not only would cultivation be impossible, but one might even suffer cultivation deviation. Most newcomers hadn't yet discovered their elemental affinity, so choosing blindly would waste a precious opportunity. Thus, those who came to select techniques fell into two camps. The cautious who would first choose a non-elemental technique, then use their remaining slots for sword techniques and movement arts. The bold who would gamble all three opportunities on cultivation methods, hoping to gain the tremendous benefits that elemental characteristics could provide. As for the eternal spring technique that Su Qing had previously recommended to Gu Qingyu, it was a wood elemental cultivation method. According to Su Qing, people like Gu Qingyu who possessed certain characteristics in their true qi without having practiced any cultivation techniques were chosen by heaven itself. Su Qing judged that Gu Qingyu's characteristic belonged to recovery, and among the five elements, only wood and water attribute techniques excelled in this area. More importantly, when Gu Qingyu had previously displayed his supernatural abilities, the true qi in his body appeared green, clearly leaning toward the wood element, which was why Su Qing strongly recommended wood attribute techniques. With this in mind, Gu Qingyu walked toward the bookshelf containing wood attribute techniques. The shelf was orderly but somewhat aged, with a faint woody fragrance mixed with the musty smell of old paper. He quickly found the eternal spring technique that Su Qing had mentioned. Its light green cover was curled with age, but the two characters on the front remained clear. This technique was renowned for being inexhaustible with remarkable recovery, and the book even stated in black and white. Once engaged in battle, no one could match its endurance in prolonged combat. After skimming through it, Gu Qingyu discovered that the eternal spring technique not only restored true qi rapidly, but could also heal external injuries. However, the pages repeatedly emphasized extremely high requirements for true qi attributes, which made his heart sink. His advantage wasn't just his true qi, but also that mysterious strand of green essence within his body. Yet these two forces were not the same. Others only needed to choose one technique, but he might have to cultivate two. However, historical records had never documented anyone simultaneously practicing two techniques, so he had no idea what the consequences might be. To be cautious, he pulled out another wood attribute technique called Iron Tree Technique from nearby, holding both books in his hands for comparison. The sound of turning pages rustled softly as meridian circulation diagrams crisscrossed the pages, with many pathways nearly overlapping. To test this theory, he attempted to simultaneously activate his true qi and green essence according to the books. The two forces in his dantian, originally distinct like oil and water, instantly churned like boiling oil meeting water, their violent collision shaking his five organs as if they might explode at any moment. This won't work. Gu Qingyu abruptly stopped his practice, cold sweat beading on his forehead, and immediately abandoned the idea of dual cultivation. He returned both the eternal spring technique and iron tree technique to their original positions, his fingertips still trembling slightly. He had originally thought his true qi and green essence would coexist peacefully, but he hadn't expected that the slightest resonance would make them nearly turn against each other. If he truly practiced a cultivation technique, his true qi would inevitably flow freely, constantly stimulating the green essence. But if he only cultivated the green essence, his true qi would be abandoned. Caught between these two difficulties, he couldn't help but sigh softly. Gu Qingyu walked toward the non-attribute technique bookshelf, where the texts were most numerous and chaotic, their colorful spines creating a particularly complex display. When he had first obtained the green essence, he had treasured it, but now it had become a hidden danger. He had also considered simply not practicing any technique she could enhance his strength by taming the heavenly fiend turtle, taking a different path from ordinary people. But cultivation was ultimately fundamental, and he couldn't completely abandon it. His thoughts in turmoil, he casually scanned the non-attribute techniques without lingering, then turned toward the movement and blade technique shelves. Just as he took a step, something gray and dim in the corner caught his peripheral vision. It was a damaged book with a cracked cover and curled pages that looked like it hadn't been touched in ages. Dust had settled on the cover in uneven layers of traces. Gu Qingyu's heart skipped a beat. In countless novels, protagonists often found opportunities in incomplete volumes or ancient texts could his chance be right before his eyes. Could this be my opportunity? Gu Qingyu casually pulled down a tattered tome from the bookshelf. Dust cascaded from its worn cover as he flipped through several pages, only to find not the martial techniques he had hoped for, but rather profound theories on Taiji and the two principles. The E contains Taiji, which gives birth to the two principles. With his current level of understanding, these texts seemed as cryptic as writings meant for celestial beings, densely packed with Taoist terminology that gave him a headache after just a few moments. Gu Qingyu thought to himself, this doesn't look like a martial manual at all. The tome contained several hundred characters of content that appeared to be a fragment, yet maintained structural completeness. After weighing his options, he closed the book and returned it to its original place. I thought I might stumble upon some opportunity. Gu Qingyu shook his head with a self-deprecating smile and walked toward the shelves containing movement techniques. Recalling the incident in Ping'an County and his life-or-death struggle with that one-eyed old wolf, he became acutely aware of his shortcomings in agility. Had he possessed exquisite footwork to evade danger, he wouldn't have needed to rely on his Qingyuan armor to absorb his opponent's killing blows every time. Now that he had mastered the Black Wind Blade technique and possessed the protective Qingyuan armor, his offense and defense were both formidable, only his movement skills held him back. Standing before the bookshelf, he pulled out several movement technique manuals and quickly categorized them. 1. Explosive sprint type burst speed and power for short durations, ideal for instant drawn/kills. 2. Evasive harassment type suitable for long-distance travel and prolonged combat attrition. 3. Comprehensive type balanced between explosive power and evasion, though excelling in neither extreme. Ultimately, he settled on 2 footwork techniques. The first was 7-star steps, focused on short-range bursts, with each step following stellar patterns and building upon the previous one's force. When mastered to perfection, it could stack 7 layers of momentum. The second was butterfly dance, similar to phantom steps, featuring elusive movements that excelled in dodging, harassment, and escape. Without hesitation, Gu Qingyu spread out his prepared brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, and began copying diligently as ink flowed rapidly across the pages. In this scripture pavilion, each person was allowed only 3 copying opportunities. Most martial artists would follow the conventional combination of cultivation, method, movement, technique, martial skill, but Gu Qingyu used 2 of his chances on movement techniques alone, which others would certainly consider unwise. However, he knew his situation well. His strength could continuously improve through taming beasts, greatly reducing his dependence on cultivation methods, making this choice the most suitable for his growth path. With the 2 movement technique scrolls secured, he turned to the blade technique shelves. Blade techniques were divided into 3 major categories: flashy, lethal, and explosive. Considering the explosive nature of 7-star steps, he decided to pair it with an equally explosive blade technique to maximize power. Gu Qingyu searched carefully among the shelves lined with ancient scrolls until his fingers touched 3 volumes: Black Boar Blade Technique, Reclining Ox Blade Technique, and Heaven-Breaking Blade Technique. Both Black Boar Blade Technique and Reclining Ox Blade Technique belonged to the Formentent school. Though their names seemed crude, Black Boar Blade Technique had its own fierce essence: recklessness. As long as you charged forward like a black boar, the more reckless you became, the stronger you grew. Among the 3 blade techniques, the crouching ox blade method possessed the greatest power, but it also had significant drawbacks. The essence of the crouching ox blade method lay entirely in the character crouch. Before execution, one must complete the crouching stance described in the manual. In Gu Qingyu's view, this crouching stance was essentially gathering power. The longer one gathered, the more vicious the strike. When he first read it, his heart burned with excitement, and the objective evaluations from many predecessors in the book confirmed this technique's extraordinary power. Unfortunately, during the crouching stance, the body could not move, meaning it couldn't be combined with his most skilled 7-star steps, which left Gu Qingyu deeply regretful. After long deliberation, his gaze finally settled on the heaven-breaking blade method. Judging by name alone, the heaven-breaking blade method sounded far more pleasing than the black pig blade method. He opened to the first page, where wild, flowing calligraphy leaped out at him. We martial warriors should harbor the ambition to split the heavens. This old man has wandered the martial world for decades, learning countless blade techniques, until on the verge of death, I achieved enlightenment in the way of the blade. The blade is about dominance. For those who wield the blade, the essence lies not in technique, but in will. I possess one strike that can shatter heaven and earth. With a blade in one's heart, one fears no tyrants, can slay evil spirits, and dares to cut down even the moon's light. What god would not submit? What ghost would dare resist? This is the will to break heaven. This is the principle of the heaven-breaking blade. The heroic spirit radiating from between the lines struck like thunder overhead. Gu Qingyu's scalp tingled and his chest burned with heat. A blade wielder should be such a man. The heaven-breaking blade would learn it. He quickly flipped to the next page, and his breathing suddenly stopped. The page showed only a small figure. The figure gripped a blade with both hands, raised high overhead, eyes wide and glaring with fierce light, then struck down viciously. This strike had no forms, no footwork. It was simply a chop, so simple that even beginner manuals would find it monotonous. Even more absurd, flipping through the rest revealed only blank pages. That's it. Gu Qingyu's passion instantly cooled. This blade manual also lacked annotations from previous practitioners, and the reason was probably obvious who would choose it. That single strike was even cruder than basic blade techniques. As he stood dazed, a cold shout suddenly exploded in his ears. The time of one incense stick has passed. Leave immediately. Time was up. Gu Qingyu's heart jumped, with no time to copy anything else. He hastily returned the heaven-breaking blade manual to its original place on the shelf, grabbed the two movement techniques he had already copied, and rushed out of the scripture pavilion. At the entrance, the old man leaning against the wall remained with eyes closed as if sleeping. Gu Qingyu stopped and bowed respectfully. Thank you, senior. The old man didn't even lift an eyelid, seemingly too lazy to acknowledge him. Gu Qingyu dared not say more, bowed again, and departed. After Gu Qingyu's footsteps faded away, the corpse-like old man suddenly opened his eyes, the corners of his mouth curving into a faint smile. In that instant, his sparse mouth revealed not a single tooth. Interesting, the old man murmured, then closed his eyes again, returning to deathly silence, lying motionless by the door like a corpse. At that moment, inside the scripture pavilion, the heaven-breaking blade manual that Gu Qingyu had just returned to the shelf somehow suddenly turned to dust with a whoosh, disappearing silently from the bookshelf. Gu Qingyu felt a pang of regret. If the heaven-breaking blade technique hadn't consumed so much of his time, he could have completely transcribed the crouching bull blade technique. Since he'd missed that opportunity, he could only practice the black wind blade technique for now and retrieve the crouching bull blade technique from the scripture pavilion later with contribution points once he became a dark iron demon suppressor. With this thought, he shook his head, refusing to let this minor regret occupy his mind. Thinking of Chun Jianping and Pingzi, he quickened his pace. Passing by the shop from earlier, he finally noticed the freshly cleaned signboard above the entrance, 7-parts sweet. So the shop's name was taken directly from the proprietress's name. As he pondered this, he suddenly heard a crisp shout from inside the store. Master! Pingzi, who had been busy behind the counter, looked up with delight at Gu Qingyu outside the door and rushed out excitedly. Master, you're back. Where's Uncle Chun? He's inside helping out, Gu Qingyu replied with a smile. The commotion drew attention from inside the shop, and Chun Jianping immediately emerged, followed by the beautiful candy shop owner, Lin Qifan. Lin Qifan's cheeks bore a gentle smile, though her gaze kept drifting toward Chun Jianping. Gu Qingyu sighed inwardly. Chun Jianping had been a ladies' man in the capital for years. His experience in charming women was incredibly sophisticated. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he had this innocent young woman wrapped around his finger. He took Pingzi's hand and reminded, Brother Chun, it's getting late. We should head back. Leaving already? Chun Jianping looked conflicted but still turned to bow to Lin Qifan. Miss Lin, I must return to camp with my brothers. Lin Qifan's expression dimmed slightly, but she maintained her proper composure. Since you must leave, please allow me to give some candy to Pingzi. Then we thank you for your kindness, Miss Lin. Chun Jianping accepted the sweets without ceremony and bid farewell with a smile. Leaving 7-parts sweet, the three walked side by side down the street. Chun Jianping wore a subtle, persistent smile. Brother Chun, have you taken a fancy to Miss Lin? Gu Qingyu asked. She's different from other girls. Chun Jianping didn't deny it. How so? Thought waist, that skin, that. All right. Gu Qingyu glanced at Pingzi beside them and quickly interrupted. If you like her, why didn't you spend more time with her? You wouldn't understand. Chun Jianping hugged the little trinkets he'd bought for Pingzi and strode ahead confidently. You can't chase women, you have to hook them. The essence of hooking is the push and pull. We spent enough time together just now. Staying longer would have been tedious. Better to leave early and keep her wanting more. When she returns to her shop, that's when she'll truly think of me. Gu Qingyu's mouth twitched. Chun Jianping's tactics were intricately layered, but Lin Qifan was, after all, a respectable woman. Was being targeted by him a blessing or a curse? He said solemnly. I believe the most important thing between two people is sincerity. Chun Jianping seemed moved by this and asked, what do you mean by that? You didn't even tell her your real name. Qingyu, you don't understand. Chun Jianping shook his head. What's wrong? My name, Chun Jianping, has quite the notorious reputation in Yun City these days. If Miss Lin were to learn my real name, she wouldn't even need to lift a finger. That Miss Xiaoyun beside her would surely throw me out before anything else. Gu Qingyu was completely bewildered by this explanation and couldn't help but press further. But why is that? It's all because of Miss Lin from the Lin family. Chun Jianping smiled bitterly, his voice tinged with self-mockery. Back when my father arranged the engagement with the Lin family, I deliberately had people spread half-true scandals about me throughout the city to force Miss Lin to break off the engagement. Now, whenever unmarried young ladies in Yun City hear my name, they think I'm nothing but a wastrel who drinks, gambles, and lives off others. Gu Qingyu's curiosity was piqued, so he decided to get to the bottom of it. Miss Lin sounds like a proper lady from a good family. Why were you so determined to make her break off the engagement? A proper lady? Hardly. Chun Jianping's tone suddenly turned resentful. I had people investigate her background. If she had even a tenth of the beauty of that girl from the candy shop, I wouldn't have created such a mess. Gu Qingyu opened his mouth, but ultimately didn't know what to say, so he let the matter drop. In the candy shop, the customers had just left, but Lin Chifin still stood gazing toward the doorway. Miss, everyone's gone. Stop staring, or your soul might just float away after them. Seeing her mistress standing there motionless for so long, Xiaoyan couldn't help but tease her. You cheeky girl. Lin Chifin, embarrassed at being caught in her thoughts, raised her hand as if to swat at her. What nonsense are you talking? Xiaoyan giggled and dodged to the side. Miss, you're already like this after just one meeting with Master Shen. If you see him a few more times, your soul really will run away. Stop it. Lin Chifin laughed as she chased after her. After their playful scuffle, both were tired and leaned against the counter to catch their breath. Only then did Xiaoyan lean in closer and ask carefully, What are you thinking about, miss? Lin Chifin propped her chin on her hand and gazed toward the street entrance, sighing softly. What do you think of that, Master Chun? Xiaoyan, seeing her expression, pretended to be confused. What do I think? But when she saw her mistress's hand moving toward her waist, she quickly gave an honest answer. Master Chen has a strong sense of justice, and he's tall and handsome, much better than that Tianyuan Pang. It's such a pity that they share the same surname, yet he's not him. Lin Chifin's voice carried a note of melancholy. Xiaoyan patted her chest confidently. Miss, if you don't want to marry Tianyuan Pang, I'll go break off the engagement for you. That man is nothing more than a young master from the Chen family side. From his family background, he's worthless. How could he possibly compare to Master Chun? But Lin Chifin said nothing more, only quietly watching the bustling crowd outside. She understood that this marriage was based on the friendship between the two families' elders, and that the Chun family refused to break it off first out of consideration for the gradually declining Lin family. As a junior and a woman, what power did she have to overturn such arrangements? Meanwhile, Tianyuan Pang returned home, but stayed only briefly before hurrying off again. In the courtyard, Pingzi was playing with a newly purchased mechanical trinket, taking it apart until the bed was covered with small components. With nothing else to do, Gu Qingyu took out 2 movement techniques he had copied from the scripture pavilion and spread them on the desk to study carefully. After carefully studying the copied 7-star steps technique, Gu Qingyu memorized all the key principles and made his way to the open space in the courtyard. He placed both hands in front of his chest, fingertips pointing upward with palms facing each other. Following the instructions, he regulated his breathing while his feet moved gently along the Qi circulation pathways, guiding his inner energy to flow throughout his body. Treading the 7 stars, he silently recited the fundamental principle of the footwork. In his mind, he visualized the movement of celestial bodies, and his inner energy instantly became active, like a rushing galaxy. Whoosh! He suddenly charged forward, taking 7 steps in one breath. Thud, 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 sweeping across the courtyard. With each step, a strange force surged up from the soles of his feet, instantly amplifying his entire body's strength. Clang! The heaven-opening blade leaped out from his dimensional space, its cold light plummeting downward. Harnessing that surging power, he struck downward with tremendous force. At the moment of impact, he recalled the heaven-breaking blade technique from the scripture pavilion and instinctively mimicked the stance of the illustrated figure. Strike! Bang! The earth exploded as blade energy shot toward the ornamental rock formation like a rainbow. Crack! The massive artificial mountain was cleaved in half at the waist, with broken stones tumbling everywhere. Gu Qingyu turned around to see a series of clear footprints on the ground, exactly 7 of them, which gave him a moment of enlightenment. Master, what happened? Pingzi, who had heard the commotion from inside the house, rushed out. Seeing the rock formation split in 2, his mouth gaped wide enough to fit an egg. Gu Qingyu sheathed his blade and turned to him with a smile. I'm fine, just practicing my blade techniques. Pingzi stood stunned for a long moment before coming to his senses, his eyes sparkling. Master, when can I learn martial arts? I want to be as powerful as you. No rush. Gu Qingyu ruffled his hair. You're still young, and your bones haven't fully developed yet. Forcing yourself to train now would damage your foundation. Wait until you're older. When is older? The optimal age to begin martial arts training is 16. Pingzi counted on his fingers. I'm 8 now, so that's still 8 more years? At this thought, he deflated, his head drooping. Gu Qingyu stepped forward and patted him again. Before practicing martial arts, you need to make preparations. What kind of preparations? Study. Study. Pingzi looked up, completely puzzled. If you can't read, even if I give you the cultivation manuals, you won't be able to understand them. How would you practice? That's true. Pingzi nodded repeatedly, then suddenly clenched his fist. Master, I want to study. 3 days later, with Tianyuan Pang's help, Pingzi successfully enrolled in a private school. The child didn't fuss or complain, carrying his book bag every day as he left in the morning and returned at dusk, enthusiastically reciting his lessons. Only Gu Qingyu remained in the courtyard. He continued to focus intently on studying the 2 footwork techniques he had copied from the Demon Suppression Bureau. On the 3rd day, His long-awaited attribute panel finally appeared. Host, Gu Qingyu. Level, 12, remaining lifespan. 15 years, growth points. 7, evolution points. 10, skills. Black Wind Blade Technique max level. Heaven Breaking level 1, 7-star steps level 1, Butterfly Dance level 1, Azure Armor level 3, Azure Origin level 3, Heaven and Earth level 2. Tamed Beast, Tianyuan Turtle grade, 12 skills, Black Wind Blade Technique at max level, Heaven Breaking at level 1, 7-star steps at level 1, Butterfly Dance at level 1, Azure Armor at level 3, Azure Element at level 3, Universe Manipulation at level 2. From the very first day, Gu Qingyu had noticed that the Heaven Breaking Blade Technique had reached level 1. The Heaven Breaking Blade Technique consisted of only one movia, direct downward slash. The routine was extremely simple, and after casually practicing it a few times, he had already integrated this move into his muscle memory. The 7-star steps and butterfly dance footwork techniques were completely different. For 2 full days, he immersed himself in the courtyard, practicing the movement techniques relentlessly. His feet developed blisters that burst, and every breath felt like it would squeeze the last bit of air from his lungs. Only then did he barely manage to push both footwork techniques to level 1, crossing the threshold. Once reaching level 1, he could use evolution points to improve further. He glanced at his status panel, exactly 10 evolution points remaining. Without any hesitation, he made his decision. Butterfly Dance first. Ding. Do you choose to consume 1 evolution point to upgrade the Butterfly Dance skill? Yes. Ding. Upgrade successful. Current Butterfly Dance level, 2. A vivid scene suddenly flooded his mind. Waves of flowers rolling, himself soaring alongside swarms of colorful butterflies. His toes touched lightly, and his body felt as if lifted by a gentle spring breeze. In a daze, he found himself standing on the branch of the old locust tree in the courtyard, his robes silent. This footwork technique is truly miraculous. Gu Qingyu couldn't help but exclaim softly, then continued. Ding. Do you choose to consume 3 evolution points to upgrade the Butterfly Dance skill? Yes. Ding. Upgrade successful. Current Butterfly Dance level, 3, max level. The moment of the upgrade, the 3 realms of Butterfly Dance form resemblance, spirit resemblance, and true butterfly became crystal clear. He was now in the 3rd realm of true butterfly, his entire body light and airy, as if guided by the wind. Gu Qingyu bent his knees and pushed off, floating down like a falling leaf, his feet touching the ground without making the slightest sound. Next, 7-star steps. Ding. Do you choose to consume 1 evolution point to upgrade the 7-star step skill? Yes. Ding. Upgrade successful. Current 7-star steps level, 2. Vast knowledge about 7-star steps movement patterns, breathing rhythms, and key points of force application simultaneously poured into his mind, as if he had practiced for years. He could clearly feel that his precision in controlling his leg muscles had improved by a whole level. Continue. Ding. Insufficient evolution points. A notification appeared. 7-star steps requires 10 evolution points to reach level 3. Gu Qingyu was slightly stunned. Previously, only high-tier skills like Azure Element and Universe Manipulation had such consumption requirements. He hadn't expected that 7-star steps, casually picked from the 1st floor of the Demon Suppression Bureau's Scripture Pavilion, would be equivalent to them. This made him think of the techniques on the 2nd and 3rd floors, and he couldn't help but sigh. The Great Wei Dynasty truly had profound foundations. He shifted his gaze back to the attribute panel. Butterfly Dance was at max level, 7-star steps at level 2, he had spent exactly 5 evolution points, leaving 5 remaining. On the panel, the Heaven Breaking Blade technique had the lowest value, almost dragging down his overall performance. After pondering for a moment, Gu Qingyu finally decided to simply max it out as well. Even if it's a bottom-tier skill, how many points could it possibly waste? Upgrade Heaven Breaking Blade technique. Ding. Do you choose to consume 5 growth points to upgrade the Heaven Breaking skill? Gu Qingyu. A bottom-tier skill requiring 5 evolution points just to upgrade from level 1 to level 2? This was even more outrageous than the Qingyuan armor, and Shinkuan techniques. Gu Qingyu's heart skipped a beat. He quickly took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the surge of irritation. Why? Why would a technique labeled as bottom tier, the Heaven Breaking Blade, cost 5 points to upgrade? Could it be that this blade technique wasn't as simple as it appeared on the surface? He furrowed his brow, struggling to recall every word on the technique's title page. We martial warriors must harbor the ambition to split the heavens. This old man has wandered the martial world for decades, learning countless blade techniques. Only at death's door did I achieve enlightenment in the way of the blade. The blade is about dominance and freedom. For those who wield the blade, the essence lies not in technique, but in will. This is the will to break heaven. This is the foundation of the heaven-breaking blade. If these words were true, then the creator of this blade technique was a veteran swordsman who had dominated the martial world for decades, battle-hardened and experienced. At his final moment, he achieved enlightenment in the way of the blade and poured all his insights into this technique. How could a blade method left by such a person be ordinary? Moreover, the Demon Suppression Bureau was established by the Great Wei Dynasty with the full power of the nation. The techniques in its collection could never be mediocre. With this thought, Gu Qingyu examined the heaven-breaking blade technique anew. The entire manual contained only one move, slash. This move was plain and simple, so basic it was almost maddening, with no other techniques whatsoever. What kind of blade technique is this? Gu Qingyu's Adam's apple bobbed, but he still decided to investigate further. Let me upgrade it to level 2 first. 5 evolution points should be worth something. Ding. Do you wish to consume 5 growth points to upgrade the skill heaven breaking? Yes. Ding. Upgrade successful. Current heaven breaking level 2. Whoosh. Everything went black before his eyes, as if something had exploded in his mind. The next instant, his vision refocused, only to find that the courtyard's artificial mountains and pavilions had all vanished. Only a single figure remained between heaven and earth. This figure's build, physique, and height were almost identical to his own, yet the aura was completely different, domineering and bold, as if ready to tear through the sky itself. The figure slowly raised its blade, the edge pointing straight at the heavens. Gu Qingyu couldn't make out the figure's expression or features, yet he could feel that overwhelming contempt for all things. Strike. The single word rang out, deafeningly loud. The figure suddenly swung its blade, and a blade Qi capable of splitting the heavens shot up from the ground, charging straight into the clouds. Boom. The sky was forcibly cleaved open, cracks spreading endlessly. The vision suddenly collapsed, and the artificial mountains, water features, corridors, and buildings reappeared. Gu Qingyu's legs trembled slightly, but he could clearly feel a completely new understanding had emerged in his mind. He looked up to check his attribute panel. Heaven-breaking blade technique was now level 2. For those who wield the blade, the essence lies not in technique, but in will. At this moment, Gu Qingyu finally understood the true meaning of that sentence on the title page. The essence of the heaven-breaking blade technique lay not in the blade work itself, but in breaking heaven. As long as you possess an unstoppable momentum and an unwavering belief to shatter the heavens, that is the heaven-breaking blade technique. Basic moves like slashing, chopping, and cutting are merely methods of applying the heaven-breaking blade technique. The true essence of this technique lies in belief and momentum. The stronger they are, the more formidable the blade work becomes. After Gu Qingyu grasped this principle, he gained deeper insight into blade techniques. Advanced swordsmanship doesn't depend on complex moves, but on the concept of momentum. As for how to truly comprehend this momentum, everyone has their own answer. As dusk approached, he looked up at the sky and thought, it's getting late, time to pick up Pingzi. He sheathed the heaven-opening blade, stored it in his spatial ring, and hurried toward the private school where Pingzi was. Upon reaching the school entrance, he was surprised to see Tianyuan already there with Pingzi, sitting at a nearby food stall. Pingzi was sucking on candy, her pockets bulging with pastries from 7-part sweet. Gu Qingyu approached with a smile. Brother Chun, what brings you here? Tianyuan looked up and replied. Just came from Miss Lin's place. She asked me to bring some candy for Pingzi. Gu Qingyu nodded and asked, have you been visiting Miss Lin's shop frequently lately? Yes, indeed. Tianyuan admitted readily. Noticing the gloom between his brows, Gu Qingyu suddenly asked, what's wrong? You seem a bit unhappy. How did you tell? Tianyuan smiled bitterly, then didn't bother hiding it. What else could it be? Miss Lin won't let me touch her, won't even let me hold her hand. Gu Qingyu coughed lightly. Not letting you touch her is quite normal. The Great Wei Dynasty has conservative customs. Men and women maintain proper distance. There are certain proprieties to observe. You don't understand. Tianyuan shook his head with a sigh. From my years of experience in the pleasure quarters, when a woman won't even let you touch her hand, it means she's not interested in you. Qingyu, do you think Miss Lin likes me or not? Seeing him caught in such distress, Gu Qingyu couldn't help but find it amusing. He had initially worried that the owner of 7 parts sweet might fall for Tianyuan's schemes, but instead the man seemed completely smitten. I can't say whether Miss Lin likes you or not, but she appears to be a proper young lady. Unmarried women in the Great Wei naturally avoid excessive contact with men. He added, Miss Lin is nothing like those loose women in brothels. That's true. After Gu Qingyu's words, Tianyuan's face brightened again. I knew Miss Lin was different from others, so you think so too. Come on. You two haven't had dinner yet, right? I'll take you somewhere absolutely delicious. Uncle Chun, what kind of delicious food? Pingzi asked, looking up eagerly. Tianyuan tapped her little nose and smiled. You'll find out when we get there. Gu Qingyu expected him to lead them to some upscale restaurant, but instead the three turned into a bustling alley and stopped at a fatty intestine noodle shop. The place was packed and fragrant, and when the owner spotted Tianyuan, he called out warmly, oh, it's young Master Chun. The usual 3 bowls. The steaming bowls of fatty intestine noodles arrived quickly. The intestines were cut thick and filled the entire bowl, chewy and satisfying, while the broth was rich but not greasy. Most importantly, the portions were generous and the price reasonable. Pingzi ate with oil dripping from her mouth, and Gu Qingyu enjoyed it thoroughly as well. After the meal, as night deepened, Gu Qingyu bid farewell to Qin Jianping and walked home hand-in-hand with Pingzi. After a simple wash, the father and daughter went to bed. Just then, he sensed that the heavenly fiend turtle, which had been in deep slumber, suddenly awakened. Pingan County, Sambao River. The severely wounded black snake quietly emerged from the thick mud at the river bottom. The muddy water was murky as it looked around cautiously, seeing no one in sight. Only then did it breathe a silent sigh of relief. Looks like I've left the Crab Clan's territory. Good thing I escaped quickly, or I would have met my end there. In its mind, the image of that massive, cold-eyed giant green turtle surfaced once again. The memory made it shudder involuntarily. Even the black fish was no match for that turtle. The black fish was a mid-stage second-tier demon beast that could hold its own against ordinary latest-stage second-tier demon beasts, yet it was instantly crushed before that giant green turtle without even a chance to fight back. Though the black snake felt fear, it couldn't swallow this humiliation. It had already suffered losses at the hands of that giant green turtle twice, first losing 3 black snake scales, and the second time ending up severely wounded and near death. How can I, the black snake, accept this? Just as it was grinding its teeth in fury, suddenly a sharp and overwhelming pressure struck from the side. This oppressive force came from a higher-tier demon beast bloodline. The black snake's spine stiffened, and its head, which had just emerged, immediately retreated back into the mud. Boom! A tremendous force suddenly erupted from the muddy bottom, instantly launching the black snake out of the water. Splat! It had no time to resist, and was directly flung into the rotten mud nearby. Its internal injuries were aggravated by the impact, leaving the black snake dizzy and aching all over, barely able to breathe. Struggling to open its eyes, it saw a sleek, elongated fish demon hovering above. The creature's dorsal fin gleamed with an eerie cold light, thin as a blade and radiating terrifying sharpness. What little demon dares enter here? Do you know this is the territory of my Blade Fish clan? The Blade Fish's voice was ice cold. I wandered in by mistake. The black snake, in its panic, it couldn't even distinguish itself from the black fish, hastily explained. The Blade Fish's eyes still held murderous intent, flashing with cold light, clearly unconvinced. Don't kill me. I know a secret. The black snake cried out desperately, its voice broken but driven by survival instinct. Deep within the Crab Clan's secret cave, Gu Qingyu, controlling his Tianyuan body, slowly opened his eyes. After becoming a Tianyuan Turtle, though his Tianyuan realm showed no obvious breakthrough, the qi and blood within his body, along with his green essence, had solidified by at least double. Gu Qingyu estimated that his overall strength had improved by at least 20 to 30% compared to before. Even before evolution, Tianyuan could completely suppress the mid-stage second-tier demon beast black fish, and now it would be even easier. Gurgle. His stomach protested. Gu Qingyu immediately retrieved the black fish meat he had stored in his dimensional space, devouring it heartily until his empty stomach was satisfied. After eating his fill, he stepped out of the secret cave. Brother Turtle. Xiesen had been guarding the cave entrance all this time, and immediately approached when he saw Gu Qingyu emerge from seclusion. Gu Qingyu nodded and said straightforwardly, Xiesen, perfect timing. I was just looking for you. Xiesen looked puzzled. What does Brother Turtle need from me? I've been imposing on the Crab Clan for quite some time recently. Before Gu Qingyu could finish, Xiesen's heart skipped a beat, already understanding his meaning. Brother Turtle wants to leave? That's right. Gu Qingyu nodded. His true form was currently in Cloud City, and since he was still in his probationary period, he wouldn't have any opportunities to take on missions to hunt demons and gain growth points for the next 6 months. Therefore, his only option now was to focus on his Tianyuan body located at Sambao River. Given this situation, he naturally couldn't continue staying in the Crab Clan's territory. Deep within the cave, Crab 3's emotions were particularly complex. From their first meeting, it had known that this Brother Turtle had an extraordinary background and would eventually leave, but it hadn't expected this moment to come so suddenly. It waved its claws and lowered its voice. I know Brother Turtle couldn't possibly stay hidden in our Crab Clan forever. Since we've known each other, Brother Turtle has helped me so much. Crab 3 truly doesn't know how to repay you. Since you're leaving, please let me escort you part way. Gu Qingyu didn't refuse and nodded lightly. Inside and outside the cave, young crabs and surviving crab demons who heard the commotion gathered around. They waved their claws, creating a series of click-click sounds, as if sending him off in unison. Gu Qingyu felt a stirring in his ear that had originally thought the underwater world was purely about survival of the fittest, yet now in these innocent and sincere gazes, he saw respect and reluctance to part. Reaching the cave entrance, he stopped and turned back. All right, no need to escort me further. I'm leaving. Crab 3 was stunned for a moment, seeming to want to say take care, but only silently clicked its claws together, making a soft sound. Gu Qingyu smiled slightly. Take care. With that, he pressed close to the rock wall, flicked his tail, and shot through the water at a speed several times faster than when he arrived, disappearing into the dark waters in the blink of an eye. After leaving the crab clan's territory, endless deep waters stretched before him. Gu Qingyu paused in the undercurrent, feeling somewhat lost. To improve his cultivation level, he needed to hunt demon beasts, but in this boundless aquatic realm, where exactly should he look for prey? Would he have to wander aimlessly and rely on luck like before? After pondering for a long time, just as he was about to randomly choose a direction, he suddenly heard urgent shouting from behind. Brother Turtle. The voice was familiar. It was Crab 3, whom he had just bid farewell to. Gu Qingyu turned around in confusion, only to see Crab 3 swimming toward him in panic. When it drew near, he asked, "What's wrong?" "Brother Turtle." Crab 3 waved its claws, its words incomplete. The black snake brought a group of fish demons. Its words were cut off by an unfamiliar, cold voice. "The second-tier mid-stage turtle demon and first-tier latest-stage crab demon you mentioned, are these them?" Following the voice, a fish demon over 2 meters long with dorsal fins like blade edges slid out from behind Crab 3, gleaming with cold light. Following closely behind was a group of similarly shaped fish demons, with the black snake mixed among them. Crab 3 spun around abruptly, its expression changing instantly. "How did you get here?" The blade fish spoke indifferently, its voice icy. "If I hadn't wanted to let you run, did you really think you could slip away from under my nose?" After speaking, its gaze moved past Crab 3 and locked directly onto Gu Qingyu. "The item should be with you, right? Hand it over." "What thing?" Gu Qingyu asked, feigning ignorance. The river water was cold and clear, with aquatic plants swaying gently in the current. The swordfish chief and the black snake blocked his path, while behind them a large group of swordfish clansmen's scales gleamed with cold light. Gu Qingyu looked at them and chuckled inwardly. He had been worrying about lacking growth points, and now a group of easy targets had delivered themselves right to his doorstep. The swordfish chief's voice was sharp. "Stop playing dumb. Hand over what you took from the crab clan's secret cave." "What crab clan's secret cave? And what thing?" Gu Qingyu smiled slightly, but his gaze fell on the black snake behind the swordfish. "My fish friend here. Haven't you been deceived by some villain?" The black snake felt a chill under his stare and quickly whispered to the swordfish. "Chief, I didn't lie to you. You just sent people to investigate the crab clan's cave. Whether there's a secret chamber or not, you know better than I do." Halfway through his words, under Gu Qingyu's gaze, he shrank behind the swordfish, his tail trembling slightly. At that moment, a swordfish clansman approached the chief's ear and whispered a few words before retreating. The swordfish's cold fish eyes swept over Gu Qingyu, flashing with menace. "The crab clan has been completely slaughtered by our swordfish clan. I know everything about what happened in that cave. Do you think I believe your lies?" "What?" Crab 3's eyes widened suddenly, bloodshot with rage as he demanded hoarsely. "What did you do to my crab clan kinsmen?" "Slaughtered them all, left none alive." The swordfish's tone carried not a trace of emotion. Die? I want you dead." Crab 3 roared, causing ripples to explode through the river water. He swung his massive claws, about to charge forward, but Gu Qingyu grabbed and held him back. "Calm down," Gu Qingyu barked. "With your current strength, charging in would be suicide. You're the crab clan's only survivor. If you die, the crab clan will be truly extinct." "Brother Turtle." Crab 3 understood this logic, but his body couldn't stop trembling. The next moment, his knees gave way and he collapsed to the riverbed, his 2 large claws clutching his head as tears mixed with river sand scattered around him. "They're all gone. Big brother, second brother, fourth brother. The crab clan is finished. Brother Turtle, what should I do?" Gu Qingyu kicked him, sending him tumbling away. "If you want to revive the crab clan, stop crying. What good are tears?" Crab 3 rolled over and got up from the riverbed. Seeing Gu Qingyu's cold, hard gaze, he gritted his teeth and swallowed his grief, turning to stare intently at the swordfish. His eyes changed from blood red to resolute and ice cold. "What do we do next?" Gu Qingyu withdrew his gaze. "Your only task is to stay alive. If you die, forget about any revival." "What about you?" Crab 3 asked. "Me?" Gu Qingyu looked toward the group of fish demons and grinned, baring his teeth. "I didn't eat my fill earlier. These fish demons have delivered themselves as a meal. Do you think I'd refuse? Such arrogance." The swordfish chief's voice was low and sinister, fury surging within him. A turtle demon, daring to say he'd make the swordfish clan his dinner right to his face. Gu Qingyu remained unfazed, patting his shell. "Whether I'm arrogant or not? Why don't we find out?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Gu Qingyu didn't wait for the swordfish chief to react and stepped forward swiftly. Thud, thud, thud. 7 muffled sounds connected in a line as his feet stamped 7 deep footprints into the muddy riverbed, resembling the Big Dipper constellation stretching behind him. Using this recoil force, he suddenly shot upward and roared. Heaven-breaking slash. In his massive turtle claw, a short blade gleaming with ancient bronze luster silently materialized. It was the heaven-opening blade he had retrieved from his body's dimensional space. The blade bore clear claw marks on its surface and appeared particularly small compared to his enormous turtle claw. However, when he suddenly channeled his azure essence into it, the blade's edge erupted with a blade aura dozens of meters long. The cold light sliced through the water like a blue-white lightning bolt cutting across the scene. Strike! With this furious shout, heroic spirit surged in Gu Qingyu's chest as he pressed forward fearlessly. This is a demon weapon? The swordfish chief's pupils contracted sharply. What else could a weapon that could channel demon power be but a demon weapon? The demon clans in the Sambao River rarely possessed weapon-forging traditions, and demon weapons were extremely scarce. Even the three great demon kings might not each possess one. Yet this mere second-tier demon beast before him had produced a genuine demon weapon? Without question, it must have been obtained from the Crab clan's secret cave. Greed instantly took root. Though demon weapons couldn't directly enhance cultivation, they could double one's combat power. The more the swordfish chief looked at the heaven-opening blade, the more he felt it was perfectly suited for him. If he could seize it, he would dare to battle even third-tier demon beasts. His eyes blazing with desire, he suddenly waved his hand and shouted fiercely, "Attack! Stop him!" Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the command rang out, the clan members behind him instantly transformed into streams of white water, racing along the water's currents at extreme speed. Seeing this, Gu Qingyu's form sank as he gripped the heaven-opening blade in reverse and struck without hesitation. Flash! The blade aura carried turbulent currents as it sliced diagonally, causing water to explode into bubbles on both sides. However, this group of swordfish was far more agile than the speed-renowned black serpents. They twisted their bodies and flashed through the gaps in the blade aura, maintaining their momentum as they counterattacked. This strike didn't kill even one. Gu Qingyu was slightly shocked. As soon as this thought arose, the fish demon swarm was already upon him. Whoosh! A gray-white figure shot toward him like lightning. Gu Qingyu raised his claw and swung his blade, the edge pointing directly at the attacker's head. But in that instant, the swordfish suddenly twisted its body, its sharp dorsal fin grazing past the blade's edge before striking toward Gu Qingyu's arm like a keen arc of light. Splurt! Blood mist rapidly spread through the water, a streak of crimson blooming outward. Gu Qingyu felt a sharp pain in his arm and looked down to see a wound deep enough to expose bone. The fin blade was incredibly sharp. With a thought, he circulated his azure essence rapidly, instantly stemming the bleeding. The Heaven Fiend Turtle's formidable recovery ability combined with his body's unique azure essence, causing the wound to heal at a visible rate until only new flesh remained writhing. However, Gu Qingyu had no time to focus on his injury, because the swarm of fish demons that had been following closely behind that first swordfish had now reached him. Qingyuan armor. Gu Qingyu calmly activated the Qingyuan armor around his body. Thud, thud, thud. Dozens of swordfish transformed into streaks of cold light, shooting straight toward him. They hadn't anticipated the sudden appearance of a blue light barrier before them and couldn't adjust their trajectory in time. Their sharp skull bones crashed heavily against the armor's surface, producing muffled impacts. The violent collision left several swordfish dizzy and disoriented, their forms momentarily frozen in the water. Gu Qingyu instantly closed in, his heaven-opening blade gleaming with cold light. Flash! Flash! Several defenseless fish demons were cleaved in two. Ding! Growth points gained, 0.1. Ding! Evolution points gained, 1. Ding! Growth points gained, 0.1. Ding! Evolution points gained, 1. As notification sounds rang continuously in his ears, he wanted to strike a few more times. But the remaining swordfish suddenly snapped back to their senses and scattered in all directions. Missing his chance to hunt them down, Gu Qingyu could only sheath his blade and turn his gaze toward the nearby swordfish clan leader, sneering. That's it? With that, he casually waved his hand, causing the Qingyuan armor to dissipate, revealing his nonchalant attitude with full mockery. The swordfish clan leader stared at the blue light armor that had just vanished, a trace of gravity flickering through his cold eyes. Is this your innate ability? Innate abilities typically only had a chance to awaken when demon beasts reached the mid-second tier, and not everyone could obtain them. The higher the bloodline, the greater the success rate. Gu Qingyu had never heard of this before, but upon reflection, the Qingyuan armor did indeed feel like an inborn power, so he no longer denied it. If you can't even break through my Qingyuan armor, don't think about taking anything from me. He wore the gentle smile characteristic of the Turtle clan, which appeared particularly grating to the clan leader's eyes. Before his words had finished, the previously thwarted swordfish launched another surprise attack. They moved extremely fast, closing in within the blink of an eye. Ordinary demon beasts would have taken at least a couple of hits by now, but Gu Qingyu simply focused his mind. Buzz! The Qingyuan armor reappeared. Thud! 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 Familiar muffled impacts exploded in succession as the swordfish became dizzy and disoriented once again. Gu Qingyu's blade light surged, instantly cutting down nearly 10 of them. Ding! Growth points gained, 0.1. Ding! Evolution points gained, 1. Ding. Growth points gained, 0.1. Ding. Evolution points gained, 1. He raised his blade intending to leave one alive, but that swordfish dodged around his blade edge like lightning and escaped into the distant waters. Ah, what a pity. Gu Qingyu sighed softly, putting away his heaven-opening blade and once again dispersing the Tianyuan armor. This time, the swordfish wouldn't fall for the trick again. No matter how many openings Gu Qingyu deliberately exposed, they no longer dared to charge forward and throw their lives away. The Swordfish clan chief watched with growing distress as his battle-hardened warriors veterans of countless fights fell to nearly half their number after just 2 exchanges with Gu Qingyu. Just as he was about to regain his composure, Gu Qingyu had already pushed off the ground, spinning gracefully with butterfly-like steps. Encased in his heavy shell, he shot forward like a blade-wielding ninja turtle, charging into battle. The thought even crossed Gu Qingyu's mind. A black headband would make this perfect. As the thought flickered past, his blade was already slicing through the air toward the Swordfish chief's face. The Swordfish chief swayed slightly, effortlessly letting the blade sweep past empty air. In his eyes, Gu Qingyu moved as slowly as if struggling through water, utterly unable to touch him. But Gu Qingyu knew better. Speed alone wouldn't be enough to kill the Swordfish chief. His real target was the black serpent lurking behind his opponent, ready to strike at any moment. A flash of cold steel. Flash. The blade severed the serpent's body, cutting it clean in two. Ding. Growth points, 0.5. Ding. Evolution points, 10. With a casual gesture, Gu Qingyu swept the serpent's remains into his spatial storage. Those black serpent scales were rare materials needed to upgrade his heaven-opening blade. Turtle demon, you're asking for death. The Swordfish chief's rage erupted. First, Gu Qingyu's strike had caught him completely off guard. Second, killing the black serpent right in front of him while turning his back, it was as if Gu Qingyu didn't consider him a threat at all. Whoosh. His fin transformed into a streak of cold light, carrying explosive force as it slammed into the shell on Gu Qingyu's back. Crash. Searing pain shot through him instantly, as Gu Qingyu was sent flying by the tremendous force. His heart raced with shock. This speed, this power, far beyond any ordinary Swordfish clan member. The Swordfish chief's figure flashed again. Without hesitation, Gu Qingyu channeled his azure energy, instantly manifesting his azure armor for protection. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, the azure armor endured 3 devastating impacts. His shell might have cracked, but the azure armor's incredible resilience absorbed every attack. After several failed assaults, the Swordfish chief stopped 3 meters away, his eyes gleaming. Impressive. That innate ability of yours is even tougher than your shell. Gu Qingyu's back burned with pain, and his heart sank. The shell really had been breached. Terrifying speed, vicious attacks, this opponent wouldn't be easy to handle. The Swordfish chief suddenly shifted his tone, sneering coldly. The question is, how long can that innate ability of yours last? Before the words finished leaving his lips, he was already lunging forward. Thud, thud, thud. He abandoned his all-out assault strategy, instead adopting an inescapable rhythm and frequency, relentlessly wearing down the azure armor with continuous strikes. Feeling his azure energy steadily draining away, Gu Qingyu's heart sank. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.